Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The rain fell in sheets across Blue Creek Village, hammering the thatched rooftops and turning the dirt paths to rivers of mud. Shen Yun drove the shovel into the earth one final time and stood back, his chest heaving, his robes plastered to his body like a second skin. His hands bled from blisters that had formed and burst and reformed over the past 3 hours, and the iron taste of blood mixed with rainwater on his lips. The grave was shallow. He knew it was shallow, but the ground was saturated, and every time he dug deeper, water seeped in from the sides and turned the hole into a pond. Elder Mu deserved better than a waterlogged pit behind the herb shed, but the old man had always said the same thing when Shen Yun complained about imperfect results. The intent matters more than the form, boy. Bury me where the herbs can reach me. So Shen Yun had. He wrapped the thin body in the cleanest cloth he owned, a bolt of undyed linen he had been saving to trade for winter rice, and lowered it into the grave with arms that shook from grief more than effort. Elder Mu weighed almost nothing at the end. The wasting sickness had eaten him from the inside over 8 months, turning a wiry herbalist into a bundle of bones held together by papery skin and stubbornness. In the final weeks, the old man could not keep down food, could not rise from his cot, could barely speak, though he tried, whispering formulas and herb names into the dark as if trying to pour the contents of his mind into the air before the vessel cracked. I'll tend the garden, Shen Yun said to the mound of dark earth. I'll keep the shop running. I'll remember every formula you taught me. The rain answered him. The dead did not. He stood there until the sky darkened from gray to black, until the rain thinned to a drizzle and then to silence. The village around him was quiet, the kind of quiet that follows loss, when even the dogs and chickens seem to understand that something irreversible has happened. Somewhere in the darkness, Mrs. Chin's door creaked open. A lantern flickered. Then it closed again. Only then did Shen Yun return to the cramped cottage they had shared for 11 years and begin the work of sorting through a dead man's possessions. There was not much. Dried herbs in clay jars, labeled in Elder Mu's cramped handwriting, the cursive script of a man who had learned to write with a stick in the dirt before anyone gave him a brush. A mortar and pestle worn smooth from decades of use, the stone hollowed into a gentle bowl by the circular pressure of 10,000 grinding sessions. A wooden shelf of books on herbalism, most of them water-stained and falling apart, their pages swollen and wavy from the humidity that crept through every wall in the rainy season. 3 sets of robes, patched so many times the original fabric was a guess. A small pouch of copper coins, perhaps enough for 2 weeks of rice. And at the bottom of Elder Mu's personal chest, wrapped in oilcloth that had kept it perfectly dry despite the rain that leaked through the roof, a jade token. Shen Yun held it up to the candlelight. The token was the length of his palm, oval, and carved from jade so pale it was almost white. A crack ran diagonally across its face, thin as a hair, barely visible unless you tilted it just right against the flame. Despite the crack, the jade was warm to the touch, not the residual warmth of being stored in a chest, but a gentle, pulsing heat, as if something inside it breathed. What were you hiding, old man? Shen Yun murmured. He turned the token over. On the back, characters had been carved in a script he did not recognize, not the common tongue, not the archaic scholarly script Elder Mu had sometimes used for his more esoteric formulas. Something older. The characters seemed to shift when she looked at them from different angles, rearranging themselves like insects disturbed by a lantern. He squinted, trying to make sense of the shifting strokes, but they defied comprehension. Every time he thought he had parsed one character, it rippled and became something else. A sudden pulse of warmth ran from the token through his palm, up his arm, and into his chest. Shen Yun gasped and tried to drop it, but his fingers would not open. The warmth intensified, becoming heat, becoming fire, becoming something that was not heat at all but a sensation for which he had no name. A pulling, a tugging, as if the air itself had grabbed hold of his ribs and was dragging him forward through a direction that should not have existed. The candlelight stretched into streaks of gold. The walls of the cottage blurred, their rough timbers smearing into brown smudges. Shen Yun felt his body lurch sideways through a dimension perpendicular to up and down and left and right, a direction that tasted like cold water and smelled like ancient stone. And then he was somewhere else. He stood on marble, not the rough-cut stone of village buildings, but marble polished to such a sheen that he could see his own reflection staring up at him from the floor. A gaunt young man with rain-dark hair and wide, disbelieving eyes. The hall stretched in both directions, enormous, its ceiling lost in shadow 60 feet above. Pillars carved with flowing water motifs line the walls, each one depicting a different phase of the water cycle. Rain falling, rivers flowing, waves crashing, mist rising. Between the pillars, murals glowed with faint luminescence. Women bathing in springs of starlight, their faces serene, their bodies wreathed in mist that coiled and shifted like a living thing. A robed figure tended the waters in each mural, faceless, genderless, a servant of the springs whose posture conveyed devotion, so complete it bordered on prayer. Luminescent moss covered the walls and patches of blue and green, casting the hall in an ethereal twilight that made shadows dance where there was nothing moving. The air was warm and damp, heavy with an energy that settled on Shun Yun's skin like dew and sank into his pores with a tingling that raised the hair on his arms. He had never felt spiritual energy before. As the bearer of a Stillwater spiritual root, rated trash tier by every cultivation assessment he had ever heard of, he had always been told he was incapable of sensing qi, let alone absorbing it. The local sect recruiters who visited Blue Creek Village every 3 years had tested him at age 10 and again at 13, and both times they had shaken their heads with expressions that ranged from pity to contempt. Stillwater root, the second recruiter had said, not even bothering to lower her voice. Completely inert. He'll never cultivate. Send him to farm rice. Yet here, the energy was so dense, so pervasive, that even his supposedly dead spiritual senses tingled with awareness. It was like standing in a warm bath that he could feel not just on his skin but through his skin, in his muscles, in his blood, in the spaces between his bones. At the hall's center, a pool of water glowed with soft golden light. It was circular, perhaps 20 paces across, set into the marble floor, and bordered by stone carved into lotus blossoms so detailed he could see the texture of individual petals. The water was perfectly still, no ripples, no currents, no movement at all, yet it radiated warmth and a gentle hum that Shun Yun felt in his teeth and his fingertips and the base of his skull. He approached the pool slowly, his sandals clicking on the marble. The sound echoed through the vast space, returning to him a half-second later, multiplied and distorted, as if the hall itself were whispering his footsteps back to him. Above the pool, carved into an arch of stone that framed the air like a doorway to the sky, was an inscription: "He who bears the Stillwater root shall inherit these waters." Shun Yun read the words 3 times. His throat was dry despite the moisture in the air. Stillwater root, he whispered, the words that had defined him as worthless for 19 years. The spiritual root that every sect in the region had dismissed. The root that Elder Mu had told him, gently but firmly, meant he would never walk the path of cultivation, would never fly on a sword, would never command the elements or extend his life beyond mortal limits. And here, carved in a stone that might be older than civilization itself, those words were not a condemnation. They were a key. He reached down and touched the water. The spring erupted. Not violently. The water did not splash or surge, but the golden light intensified 100-fold, filling the hall, filling his eyes, filling his body with a radiance that was warm and vast and alive. Energy flooded through him, rushing through channels he did not know he had. Channels that ran parallel to his blood vessels, but deeper, woven into the fabric of his being like threads and cloth. Channels that had been dry his entire life and now filled with a torrent of warm, living energy that sang as it moved. His Stillwater root, that despised knot of spiritual potential lodged behind his navel, unfolded like a flower in the sun. It drank the spring's qi with a hunger that shocked him, pulling the golden energy inward, cycling it through his body in patterns he understood instinctively, the way he understood breathing, the way he understood the rhythm of rain on a rooftop. Knowledge poured into his mind. Not words, not instructions, but understanding, the way a river understood its banks, the way rain understood gravity. The spring-tide cultivation method. A system of cultivation built not on forcing qi through meridians but on flowing with it, absorbing spiritual energy through water, refining it through tidal channels that mirrored the rhythms of ocean currents. Where traditional cultivation was a forge, hammering qi into shape through willpower and pain, this was a garden. Plant the seed. Let the water do the work. When the light faded, Shun Yun was kneeling beside the pool, his hands submerged to the wrists, his body trembling with the aftershocks of transformation. He felt different. Not stronger, exactly. He was still a 19-year-old orphan with the build of a scarecrow, but aware. He could feel the water in the pool, not just its temperature and texture, but its qi, its intent, its age. This water had been here for thousands of years, accumulating spiritual energy drop by drop, refining itself through countless cycles, waiting for the key that would turn its lock. He was a spring initiate, the first rank of the spring-tide cultivation method. The jade token lay on the marble beside him, its crack glowing faintly with residual energy. The entrance to whatever this place was. His inheritance. His burden. Shen Yun looked at the glowing pool, at the ancient hall, at the murals of goddesses bathing in starlight, and a laugh escaped him. Half wonder, half disbelief. Entirely inappropriate for the solemnity of the occasion. A bathhouse, he said aloud, and his voice echoed through chambers beyond counting. You left me a bathhouse, you crazy old man. The water hummed in response. No one else answered. Chapter 2. The bathhouse was vast beyond anything Shen Yun could have imagined finding beneath a backwater village. He spent what he guessed was hours exploring, though time felt strange here, elastic, stretched, as if the space itself breathed at a different rhythm than the world outside. His shadow moved at angles that did not match his body, and when he stood still and listened, he could hear the faintest pulse, deep and slow, like the heartbeat of something immeasurably large. Beyond the main hall with its golden pool, corridors branched in 6 directions, each wide enough for 10 people to walk abreast. The marble floors continued, though the polish dimmed the farther he walked from the central spring, and the luminescent moss grew in thicker patches, compensating for the fading glow. The walls were carved with scenes he could not fully interpret, celestial battles where figures wreathed in light clashed against shadows that devoured stars, divine hands shaping mountains from raw clay and rivers from liquid silver, waters rising from the earth in spiraling columns to meet falling stars that broke apart on contact, scattering fragments of light across painted skies. Most of the corridors ended in sealed doors, massive stone slabs covered in runes that pulsed with a dull, warning red when he approached, the color intensifying with each step he took forward, as if the doors were saying very clearly, not yet. Whatever lay behind them was not his to access, not at this level, not with this much power. But the main hall and 2 adjacent chambers were open. The first was a changing room of sorts, lined with stone alcoves that might once have held robes. The alcoves were empty now, their contents long turned to dust, but the stone shelves were carved with individual names in the same shifting script as the jade token. Each alcove had a small basin with a drain, personal washing stations, perhaps, where bathers had cleansed themselves before entering the springs. The attention to detail was remarkable. This was not a rough-hewn cave with a magical pool. This was a designed space, built with intention and artistry, meant to serve and to comfort. The second open chamber was a smaller pool room, dry now, its basin cracked, its walls dark. The stone here was different, pale cyan instead of white marble, veined with darker blue lines that might have been mineral deposits or might have been dried channels where water once flowed. A dormant spring, Shen Yun realized, one that had stopped flowing long ago. He returned to the main hall and sat beside the golden pool, legs crossed on the warm marble, and tried to make sense of what the spring-tide cultivation method had imprinted in his mind. Traditional cultivation, as he understood it from Elder Mu's lectures and the few cultivation manuals the old man had collected, worked by absorbing ambient spiritual energy from the environment, forcing it through the body's meridians to refine it into personal qi, and accumulating the refined qi in a dantian, an internal reservoir. The process was slow, painful, and favored those with aggressive, yang aspect spiritual roots that could grab and compress qi like a fist clenching around a handful of sand. The more aggressive the root, the more qi it could seize, the faster the cultivator advanced. His Stillwater root could not do that. It was passive, receptive, yin aspect to an extreme degree. In the standard cultivation framework, it was like trying to hunt with a cup instead of a spear. The cup could hold things, but it could not chase them down. But the spring-tide method did not ask him to hunt. It asked him to channel, to flow, to become a conduit rather than a container. The golden pool was not just a body of water. It was a living pipeline of spiritual energy drawn from deep in the earth's qi veins, energy that had been filtering upward through layers of stone and crystal for millennia. By immersing himself in the spring and resonating his Stillwater root with its frequency, Shen Yun could absorb qi passively, effortlessly, the way soil absorbs rain. The root did not need to grab the qi. It needed to let the qi flow through it. He submerged his hands again and felt the energy cycle, spring to root, root to the new channels, the method called tidal meridians back to spring. A closed loop that refined the qi with each pass, like water flowing through a series of increasingly fine filters. Each cycle left a trace of refined spiritual energy in his body, building up layer by layer, so slowly it was almost imperceptible, but steady, constant, inevitable. This was how he would cultivate, not by fighting the qi but by becoming part of its flow. He also discovered a practical truth that made him sit very still for a very long time. The first spring, this golden pool, was attuned to healing. Its waters could mend torn muscles, knit fractured bones, purge toxins from the blood, and soothe damaged meridians. Not instantly, and not without limits, but with a gentle thoroughness that no pill or salve could match. A mortal's broken arm submerged in this water would heal in hours instead of months. A cultivator's damaged core could be stabilized and potentially repaired. And there was a restriction. The spring-tide method's knowledge made this painfully clear. The healing and cultivation acceleration properties of the springs worked fully only on those with dominant constitutions. In practice, this meant women. Male cultivators could receive basic healing, wounds closed, poisons purged, but the deeper benefits, the breakthrough acceleration, the meridian harmonization, the bottleneck dissolution that would make this place the most valuable resource in the cultivation world, required a compatibility that male yang-dominant bodies simply could not achieve. Xinyun, as the inheritor, was the exception. His Stillwater root was so profoundly in aspect that the springs treated him as a compatible vessel. But he was, by all indications, the only man who would ever gain the full benefits. He sat back and stared at the glowing water, its golden surface reflecting his incredulous face. "So you have left me a bathhouse that only works for women," he said to the empty hall. "And I am the only man who can run it." The cosmic absurdity was not lost on him. He was a penniless orphan in a backwater village, holding the key to a facility that every female cultivator on the continent would kill for, a facility that needed a male keeper to operate, maintained by the one man whose supposedly worthless spiritual root was the only key that fit. He pressed his palm to the jade token. The spatial pull reversed, gentler this time, like a hand on his shoulder guiding him backward through the fold between spaces. He tumbled back into his cottage in Blue Creek Village. Dawn light leaked through the shuttered windows. The candle had burned to a pool of cold wax. Xinyun sat on the floor of his dead master's home, holding the jade token that had just rewritten the trajectory of his life, and began to plan. Chapter 3 Blue Creek Village was a cluster of 40-odd buildings nestled in a valley between two forested hills, a full day's walk from the nearest town and a week's travel from the closest city. It survived on rice farming, fishing from the creek that gave it its name, and the modest reputation of Elder Moo's herb shop, a reputation that brought the occasional traveler from neighboring villages seeking remedies that the local spirit mediums could not provide. With the herbalist dead, Xinyun was the shop now. He opened it at dawn the next morning, arranging the dried herbs in their jars with hands that still tingled from the spring's energy, grinding fresh compounds with the mortar and pestle that felt lighter than it had yesterday, and serving the handful of villagers who came for their usual ailments. Mrs. Chun needed something for her husband's back, a poultice of willow bark and camphor, the same formula he had mixed 100 times. Old Farmer Tao wanted his sleeping draught, valerian root and passion flower in honey water. The widow Li brought her grandson, whose cough had lingered for a month despite 2 previous treatments. Xinyun treated them all, performing the familiar rituals of village herbalism while his mind churned with far larger problems. His hands moved through practiced motions, crushing, mixing, measuring, while his thoughts raced through scenarios and calculations. How long before someone found the bathhouse? How could he defend it? Who could he trust? Between customers, he experimented. He filled a wooden bowl with creek water and tried to channel qi into it through his Stillwater root, replicating in miniature what the spring did on a grand scale. The result was immediate and startling. The water purified itself, sediment and microscopic impurities drifting to the bottom in slow spirals, while the remaining liquid became crystal clear and faintly luminous. He held it up to the window light and saw that it glowed. Barely, just the faintest shimmer, visible only if you knew to look for it. He tasted it and found it sweeter than any water he had ever drunk, with a vitality that made his teeth tingle and his throat feel clean. He poured some into a tea and served it to the widow Li's grandson. The boy drank, coughed twice, harsh, rattling coughs that brought up the last of the phlegm, and then stopped coughing. His eyes widened. He pressed his palm to his chest and breathed deeply, experimentally, as if testing equipment he did not quite trust. "It does not hurt anymore," he said, looking up at Xinyun with an expression that hovered between wonder and confusion. "Healer Shin, what did you put in that tea?" "A new formula," Xinyun said smoothly. "Elder Mu was working on it before he passed. I refined it from his notes." The lie tasted sour, but the truth was impossible. He could not explain spiritual roots and cultivation and spatial bathhouses to a woman whose greatest concern was whether the rice harvest would survive the rains. The widow paid him with 2 eggs and a promise to send her eldest daughter to help in the shop on market days. Yun accepted both with the gracious deflection of a village healer who understood that his patients paid what they could. By afternoon, he had cataloged his abilities through careful experimentation. He could purify water, infusing it with trace amounts of healing qi that accelerated the body's natural recovery processes. He could sense water within a radius of about 50 paces, every drop, every stream, every cup of tea in every house nearby, each one registering as a faint point of awareness in a mental map he was still learning to read. He could detect impurities in herbs by running water over them and feeling the qi interaction. A rotten root produced a discordant vibration, while a fresh one sang clean and true. He could project a thin film of pressurized water from his palm, though it was barely strong enough to push a leaf across a table. In combat terms, he was useless. A Foundation establishment cultivator, the second real rank in standard cultivation, could crush him without breaking a sweat. A qi condensation novice could probably outfight him if they were having a particularly good day. But in terms of healing, purification, and support, his abilities were already beyond most mortal physicians and approaching the territory of proper cultivation world healers. The combination of qi-infused water and his herbalist training created possibilities that neither discipline could achieve alone. He returned to the bathhouse that evening, sitting in the first spring until well past midnight, cultivating. The spring-tide method was meditative, almost hypnotic. The qi flowed in waves that matched his heartbeat, and each wave carried a sliver of spiritual energy deeper into his body, building the tidal channels one gossamer layer at a time. The process was peaceful in a way he had not expected. After 19 years of being told his root was dead weight, feeling it work, feeling it do what it was designed to do, was like hearing a song he had known all his life but never been able to sing. When he emerged, he could sense water within 100 paces. A small improvement by cultivation standards, but it felt monumental, like taking a first step after a lifetime of being told he would never walk. He slept on the warm marble floor of the bathhouse, the jade token clutched in his fist, the golden spring's light painting the ceiling in slow, hypnotic patterns. In his dreams, the murals moved, goddesses turning to look at him with eyes that held millennia of expectation and a patience that made eternity seem short. Chapter 4. 3 days after Elder Mu's burial, the cultivators came. Yun heard them before he saw them, or rather, he felt them. His water sense had grown sensitive enough to detect the enhanced blood flow of a person using qi reinforcement, and the 5 figures approaching from the mountain road pulsed with it. Their blood ran hot and fast, their bodies saturated with spiritual energy that made their heartbeats ring like struck bells in his awareness. Normal villagers were quiet streams. These women were rivers in flood. He stepped out of the herb shop and watched them descend the winding path into the village. 5 women in white robes trimmed with phoenix embroidery in crimson and gold, the patterns so fine that the thread caught the afternoon sun and threw tiny sparks of color across the fabric. The Jade Phoenix Sect. He recognized the uniform from Elder Mu's descriptions of the cultivation world. A mid-tier all-female sect based in the mountains to the south, known for their fire attribute techniques and their fierce independence from the male-dominated sects that controlled most of the region. They were in bad shape. 2 of the 5 were supporting a third between them, her head lolling, her robes dark with blood that had soaked through from wounds beneath. Her breathing was shallow and rapid, her skin the color of old wax. A 4th limped heavily, her left arm hanging at a wrong angle that made Yun's own arm ache in sympathy. Only the 5th walked upright under her own power, and even she had a gash across her cheek that had been hastily sealed with qi but was clearly infected. The flesh around the wound was swollen and discolored with a sickly green tinge that spoke of something far worse than a simple laceration. Beast qi. Yun recognized the signs from Elder Mu's advanced teachings. Lessons the old man had insisted on giving even though a mortal herbalist would supposedly never encounter such cases. You never know when knowledge becomes useful, Elder Mu had said. Learn everything. Discard nothing. Some spirit beasts carried toxic qi in their claws and fangs that resisted normal healing. A venom that attacked not just the flesh but the spiritual foundation of the victim's body. Left untreated, the infection could spread to the meridians and cause cultivation deviation, an uncontrolled explosion of the cultivator's own qi that most considered a fate worse than death. The lead cultivator's eyes swept the village with the trained alertness of someone accustomed to assessing threats. They found Yun standing in the herb shop's doorway, and she altered course toward him with the controlled stride of a woman used to commanding respect and accustomed to receiving it. You. Her voice was sharp, clipped, wasting no syllable on courtesy. Is there a physician in this village? Herbalist, Yun said. I am all there is. She looked him over, a gaunt young man in patched robes, standing in front of a cramped herb shop in a village that probably did not appear on any map she had ever consulted. The shelves behind him held clay jars of dried herbs, not jade bottles of spiritual medicine. The treatment table was stained wood, not polished spirit stone. Everything about the scene screamed inadequacy. Dismissal flickered in her eyes, but desperation won. My senior sister is dying. Ironback tiger poison in her bloodstream. We have been walking for 2 days because our flying swords depleted during the fight. If you have anything at all, that can slow the poison, name your price. Xinyan looked past her at the unconscious woman. Even without touching her, his water sense could feel the wrongness. The toxic qi in her blood was like oil floating on water, thick and dark and spreading, a contamination that moved with purpose, seeking out the healthiest tissue and corrupting it. Her body's natural defenses were losing the fight. Her heartbeat was irregular, stuttering, as the poison reached for her core. She had hours, maybe less. Bring her inside, he said. The lead cultivator, Qin Meihua, she told him curtly when he asked her name, carried the dying woman into the herb shop and laid her on the treatment table. The wood creaked under the weight. Spirit beast cultivators were denser than mortals, their bones reinforced with qi, their muscles woven with spiritual energy. The other disciples crowded around the small space, filling it with the scent of blood and sweat and the sharp ozone tang of depleted qi. Xinyan examined the senior sister. Up close, the damage was worse than he had sensed from a distance. The beast poison had reached her core, the concentrated sphere of qi in her lower dantian that every cultivator built through years of painstaking practice. The poison was wrapping around the core like ivy strangling a tree, tendrils of toxic green burrowing into the outer layers, dissolving the carefully constructed qi structures from the outside in. If the poison breached the core's center, her cultivation would be destroyed permanently, and the backlash would likely kill her. He had herbs that could slow the process. Silvervein root extract would thin the toxic qi, dispersing it through the blood where the body's immune response could fight it in smaller concentrations. Golden needle grass could stabilize the meridians temporarily, buying the core a buffer zone against the poison's advance. Together, they might add a few hours to the timeline, but neither would cure the infection. For that, he would need something far more powerful. He thought of the golden spring, its warm light, its healing qi that mended flesh and bone and spirit alike. And he thought of the risk. I can stabilize her, Xinyan said carefully, selecting his words the way he selected herbs, each one measured, each one deliberate. But to actually purge the poison, I have a treatment facility. It is private. Its location must remain secret, and I must ask for absolute discretion. Qin Meihua's eyes narrowed. The firelight in them was not metaphorical. She was a fire attribute cultivator, and her emotions literally heated the air around her eyes when she was agitated. What kind of facility does a village herbalist have that can purge ironback tiger poison? That is core formation level spiritual medicine. The Sect's own healers quoted us 3 months of treatment and a 60% survival rate. The kind you have not seen before. He met her gaze steadily, putting every ounce of sincerity he possessed into his eyes. Your senior sister will die within 4 hours. I can save her, but only if you trust me enough to follow my lead. That is the only offer I have. The words hung in the thick air of the shop. Outside, a crow called. Meihua's companions shifted, exchanging glances weighted with fear and hope in equal measure. Meihua looked at her dying sister, at the gray skin and the stuttering pulse visible in the hollow of her throat. Then back at Xinyan. Fine, she said, and her voice carried the cold finality of someone making a decision from which there was no retreat. But if this is a trap, I will burn this village to ash and scatter your bones across the mountains. I want you to understand that this is not a threat. It is a statement of fact. Completely understood. Chapter 5 The dilemma ate at him as he prepared the transfer. Revealing the bathhouse's existence to anyone, even a desperate Sect disciple with a dying sister, meant painting a target on his back the size of the moon. Every cultivator in the world would want access to springs that could heal core formation level injuries and accelerate cultivation breakthroughs. Most would take it by force rather than ask politely, because the cultivation world was, at its heart, a hierarchy of violence where the strong took what they wanted and the weak watched it go. Elder Mu had hidden the jade token for a reason. It had been wrapped in oilcloth at the bottom of a locked chest, concealed beneath layers of mundane possessions like a diamond hidden in a pile of gravel. The old man had never mentioned it, never hinted at its existence, had died with the secret on his lips and the key in his chest. But the woman on the treatment table was dying. Her breathing had become shallow, her skin gray, her pulse thready and erratic under Xinyan's fingertips. The beast poison was consuming her core like acid eating through paper, and the stabilizing herbs he had administered were buying time in minutes, not hours. Xinyun made his choice. I need to blindfold you, he told Qin Meihua. All of you. What I am about to show you is the most valuable secret I possess, and I cannot risk its location being compromised. Not by your sect, not by anyone. Meihua bristled. Her aura flared, a pulse of heat that made the herb jars on the nearest shelf rattle. You expect us to walk blind into an unknown location while my senior sister's life hangs in the balance? For all I know, you are leading us into a slave trader's den or a demonic cultivator's trap. I expect you to decide whether your senior sister's life is worth a strip of cloth over your eyes. His voice was quiet but firm. The voice he used when telling patients that the treatment would hurt and they needed to bear it anyway. I have already told you I can save her. This is the price of that salvation. Take it or leave it. A long silence filled the shop. The dying woman's breath rattled like pebbles in a dry gourd. Do it, Meihua said. Xinyun blindfolded all 5 of them. The uninjured Meihua, whose jaw clenched as the cloth covered her fire-bright eyes. The limping disciple, who whimpered but did not protest. The 2 who had been carrying their sister, who held each other's hands for comfort. And the dying sister herself, unconscious and blindfolded more as a precaution than a necessity. He guided them out of the shop, through the sleeping village, and up the hill behind Elder Moo's cottage to the clearing where the jade token's spatial pull was strongest. He pressed the token against his chest and felt the familiar sideways lurch. This time, the pull extended outward, encompassing everyone whose skin touched his. Meihua gripped his sleeve. The others formed a chain of linked hands. The dying sister carried between 2 of them. The world folded. The marble hall materialized around them. You may remove the blindfolds, Xinyun said. Meihua tore hers off in a single motion and froze. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again. She turned in a slow circle, taking in the vast marble hall, the luminescent murals, the carved pillars, the glowing pool of golden water that painted her face in warm light and turned her white robes to cream. Her spiritual sense, far sharper than Xinyun's nascent awareness, swept the chamber in a wave that he could actually feel. A warm wind of qi that probed the walls, the ceiling, the floor, and recoiled with the shock of a person touching something unexpectedly hot. This is... She swallowed hard, her throat working. The qi density here is comparable to a top sect's inner sanctum. No. She shook her head, recalculating. Higher. This is beyond anything I have felt. What is this place? A bathhouse, Xinyun said. An ancient one. The spring can heal your senior sister. Help me lower her into the water. Whatever questions burned in Meihua's mind, she suppressed them. They carried the unconscious woman to the pool's edge and eased her into the golden water. The spring received her gently, the water's surface tension seeming to thicken to support her body, cradling her like an infant in cupped palms. The moment the water touched the infected wounds, it began to glow brighter around the discolored flesh, concentrated light gathering at the points of greatest damage like white blood cells swarming in infection. Xinyun knelt at the pool's edge and submerged his hands, channeling his qi into the spring to guide its healing properties toward the critical areas. He could feel the battle happening in real time through his water sense. The spring's warm, purifying energy wrapping around the toxic beast qi and dissolving it, layer by careful layer, the way sunlight burns through morning fog. The poison resisted. It was vicious, tenacious stuff, engineered by evolution to kill cultivators. But the spring was patient and relentless, and older than the mountains that housed the tigers that carried the venom. 3 minutes. 5. 10. The discoloration in the senior sister's skin faded, gray retreating before advancing pink, like dawn chasing night across a landscape. The senior sister coughed. Black liquid poured from her mouth. The expelled poison, physically manifested and rejected by the body as the spring stripped it from her blood and tissues. The golden water absorbed the dark substance, swirled it into nothing, and continued its work as if the poison had never existed. Her color returned fully. Her breathing deepened, steadied, found the slow rhythm of natural sleep. Her pulse, which had been a stuttering drum, smoothed into a steady beat. After 20 minutes, she opened her eyes. Where? She whispered, her voice raw from disuse and the violence of the purge. Rest, Xinyun said. The poison is gone. Your core is intact. Qin Meihua stared at him across the golden water. The dismissal was gone from her eyes. In its place was something far more complicated. Wonder and gratitude braided with suspicion and the beginning of a calculation whose implications stretched far beyond this moment. Who are you? She asked, and this time the question was not a demand but a genuine inquiry. offered with the careful respect of someone who has just realized they are standing in the presence of something extraordinary. Shenyun, village herbalist, recently inherited this place from my master. He paused, weighing how much more to reveal, and decided on restraint. That is all I can tell you for now. Chapter 6. While the senior sister slept in the shallows of the spring, her body mending with visible speed, bruises fading, cuts sealing, the last traces of poison lifting from her skin like steam, Qin Meihua could not contain herself. She paced the marble hall like a caged tiger, her spiritual sense probing every surface with the obsessive thoroughness of a scholar who has just discovered a library that should not exist. Every few steps, she shook her head as if trying to dislodge a thought that would not settle into any framework she understood. The qi in this water, she said finally, stopping beside the pool and staring into its golden depths. It is not just dense. It is harmonized. Do you understand what that means? Shen Yin shook his head. He understood the spring-tide method's explanation, but he wanted to hear how a standard cultivator perceived it. Normal spiritual energy is chaotic, Meihua said, her words coming fast, driven by the excitement of discovery. Even in a Sect's cultivation chamber, even in a blessed land, the qi has fluctuations, cross-currents, turbulence. It is raw material, like unrefined ore. A cultivator's job is to absorb this raw energy and refine it internally, smoothing out the chaos through the filtration system of their own meridians. That process is what creates bottlenecks, the points where the refining capacity of the body cannot keep pace with the intake of raw qi. The qi backs up, clogs the meridians, and the cultivator hits a wall that can take months or years to push through. She gestured at the golden water, her hand trembling slightly. This spring's qi is already refined, perfectly harmonized. Every wave, every current, every molecule of spiritual energy is aligned to the same frequency, like a chorus of 10,000 voices singing the same note in perfect unison. Bathing in it is like drinking predigested food. The body does not need to refine it. It can absorb it directly, bypassing bottlenecks entirely. She turned to him with an intensity that bordered on ferocity, her fire attribute aura making the air around her shimmer. I have been stuck at the peak of qi condensation for 2 years. 2 years of grinding meditation, burning through resources, consuming pills that taste like dirt, and leave my meridians aching for days. 2 years of watching younger, more talented disciples surpass me because their roots are slightly more aggressive, slightly better at seizing raw qi. 2 years of wondering if I have reached my ceiling. She stepped into the pool. Xinyan startled. Wait, I have not tested weather. I am testing it now. The water rose to her waist as she descended the submerged steps. She sat on the ledge, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate. Shenyun watched through his water sense as the spring's qi flowed into her body, not forced, not pulled, but invited, drawn in by the natural affinity between the harmonized water energy and the yin aspects of her constitution. The qi followed pathways that were already familiar from the healing process, but this time, instead of targeting wounds, the energy targeted her meridians, her core, her dantian. It found the bottleneck, a dense knot of unrefined qi at the boundary between qi condensation and foundation establishment, and dissolved it the way hot water dissolves a plug of frozen grease. Quickly, completely, inevitably. Meihua's body shuddered. Spiritual energy erupted from her in a visible corona, a wave of heat and light that made the air shimmer and the water around her churn with suddenly amplified currents. The golden light of the spring mixed with the crimson of her fire attribute, creating an aurora of color that painted the marble walls in shifting hues. When she opened her eyes, they glowed with an inner fire that had not been there before. Deeper, steadier, the flame of foundation establishment rather than the flickering spark of qi condensation. Foundation establishment, she breathed. Her voice trembled, cracked, and she did not seem to care. 2 years. 2 years of failure. And this spring dissolved the barrier in a single session. She looked at Shen Yun with eyes that had changed, not just in cultivation level, but in understanding. She saw him now, not as a village herbalist playing at being useful, not as a lucky inheritor stumbling through a windfall, but as the keeper of something that could reshape the cultivation world from the ground up. If any major sect learns about this place, she said quietly, the wonder draining from her voice and leaving behind a cold, strategic clarity, they will come with armies. I know. You cannot defend it. You are, forgive me, but you are immortal. Less than immortal in combat terms. You are a stillwater root bearer with no offensive cultivation, no combat training, no connections, no resources. A single qi condensation disciple could overpower you. I am aware of my limitations. She stepped out of the pool, water streaming from her robes, her newly established foundation aura blazing around her like the afterglow of a sunrise. "Then I will protect it," she said, and the words carried the weight of a decision that had been made not in the moment, but in the 2 years of frustration that preceded it. "I, Qin Meihua, swear a spirit oath on my core and my honor. I will keep the secret of this place, and I will repay my debt to you with loyalty and service. The Jade Phoenix Sect will hear that I broke through during meditation in the mountains. No one will know of this bathhouse unless you choose to reveal it." She bit her thumb and pressed the blood to her forehead, completing the oath. The air hummed with the binding's power, a deep vibration that Shun Yun felt in his tidal meridians, resonating with the spring's own frequency, as if the bathhouse itself witnessed and approved the vow. Shun Yun looked at this fierce, prideful woman who had just sworn herself to his service, and felt the weight of his situation crystallize into something hard and real and permanent in his chest. "Thank you," he said, "but I should warn you. I have a feeling this is going to get much more complicated before it gets simple." "Nothing worth protecting is ever simple," she replied, and he could not argue with that. Chapter 7 Meihua's departing words burned in Shun Yun's mind long after the Jade Phoenix disciples left. She had taken her companions aside before they departed and ensured their oaths of secrecy with the same controlled ferocity she applied to everything. One by one, each disciple swearing on her cultivation to keep silent, each oath witnessed by the spring's humming waters. The senior sister, Wen Ruashi, had sworn most fervently of all, her eyes bright with the knowledge that she had been hours from death and was now whole. "I will return within 2 weeks," Meihua had told Shin Yun at the bathhouse's exit point, her voice low. "With compensation for the healing and materials you may find useful. Spirit stones, if I can manage them. Herbs. Formation supplies." She had gripped his arm, and her foundation establishment strength left bruises that lasted 3 days. "In the meantime, tell no one. Trust no one. And for the love of all heavens, find a way to get stronger." Sound advice. Impractical, given his spiritual roots' limitations, but sound. Shin Yun returned to the bathhouse that night and explored more thoroughly than his initial survey had allowed. The spring-tide method's imprinted knowledge included a fragmented map of the facility, not complete, large sections blank or blurred, but enough to understand the general layout. The main hall and first spring occupied the central hub, like the heart of a living organism. 6 corridors radiated outward like arteries, each leading to different functional areas. Most were sealed behind those rune-covered doors, but the 2 open corridors led to the changing room and the dormant second spring's chamber. He spent the evening studying the dormant spring more carefully. The basin was intact but dry, its cyan stones cold to the touch, the carved lotus blossoms along its rim dark and lifeless. According to the method's knowledge, each spring required a specific catalyst to activate, a resonance between the inheritor's cultivation level and the spring's elemental attunement. The second spring was attuned to purification, the cleansing of poisons, corrupted qi, spiritual contamination, and the accumulated impurities that built up in a cultivator's body over years of pill consumption. To activate it, he would need to advance his cultivation further. The first spring had awakened in response to his still water root's natural resonance, a one-time event, like a lock recognizing its key. The second required deliberate effort, channeling refined qi into the dormant basin in the correct frequency pattern until the spring's underground source recognized the call and responded. He sat beside the dried basin and placed his palms flat on the cold stone. Through his water sense, stretching it to its current limit, he could feel something far below, a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, patient and immense, like an underground lake that had been waiting for someone to drill a well down to its surface. The energy was there. It simply could not rise without a conduit. He was the conduit. He began channeling qi downward through his palms in steady pulses. It was agonizing work. His cultivation as a spring initiate was barely a trickle, and the second spring demanded a river. Each pulse of qi he sent into the stone was absorbed instantly, vanishing into the depth like a single raindrop falling into an ocean. No response, no feedback, just hunger, the stone drinking his energy without acknowledgement. He cultivated until his head swam and his hands shook with qi depletion, then stumbled back to the first spring to recover. The golden water restored his qi in minutes, filling his tidal meridians with warm energy as effortlessly as sunlight fills a room. He ate dried rations, drank purified water, and returned to the second spring's chamber to try again. This cycle, drain, recover, drain, consumed him for 3 full days. He lost track of time inside the bathhouse, where the luminescent moss provided constant light and the temperature never changed. He ate when his body demanded it, slept in snatches by the first spring when exhaustion overcame his will, and poured every drop of qi he could generate into the dormant stone. On the third night, the stone warmed under his palms. A faint tremor ran through the basin, vibrating up through his arms and into his chest. The carved lotus blossoms along the rim glowed with a dim cyan light, the barest suggestion of color, like the first hint of dawn on the eastern horizon. Deep below, something stirred. The underground reservoir was responding to his persistence, rising slowly toward the surface like a creature waking from a long sleep. Not yet, but close. Soon. Xunyun smiled in the dim light and wiped the sweat from his brow with a sleeve that was stiff with dried perspiration. Patience, he said to the stone, to the dormant spring, to whatever ancient mechanism was grinding to life in the depths below. We will get there. Chapter 8. Qin Meihua's breakthrough did not go unnoticed, despite her precautions. The Jade Phoenix Sect was a community of several hundred female cultivators living in a mountain compound. And when an outer disciple who had been stalled at the peak of qi condensation for 2 years suddenly returned radiating foundation establishment aura, people talked. They talked in the cultivation halls and the dining pavilions and the dormitory corridors, and the talk traveled faster than any message talisman because gossip required no qi to transmit. Meihua's cover story, a meditation breakthrough during a wilderness training expedition triggered by a near-death experience with spirit beasts, was plausible enough to satisfy casual inquiry. Stress-induced breakthroughs were documented, if rare. But the story was not enough to fool someone who was actively looking for cracks in the narrative. Someone who had been tracking Meihua's movements for years with the obsessive attention of a collector eyeing a prize specimen. Duan Machin was always looking for cracks. The young master of the Duan clan had been pursuing Qin Meihua for 3 years with the persistence of a man who had never been told no, or more accurately, who had been told no many times but had never accepted it as a final answer. The Duan clan was one of the Azure Dragon region's 4 great cultivation families, controlling territory, trade routes, and tribute from dozens of smaller sects and villages. Machin was their golden son, a core formation prodigy at 23, handsome in the sharp-jawed way that made servant girls swoon and rival cultivators grind their teeth, wealthy beyond any reasonable person's needs, and possessed of a confidence that tipped regularly into an arrogance so complete it functioned as its own gravity, bending the behavior of everyone around him. He intercepted Meihua on the mountain road between the Jade Phoenix Sect and the nearest trade town, appearing from the tree line with 2 Duan clan guards at his back and a smile that never reached his eyes. The guards were foundation establishment, muscle, not brains, and they flanked him like bookends, hands on their sword hilts. Meihua. He said her name like he owned it, each syllable wrapped in a possessiveness that made the word feel like a hand closing around a wrist. I heard the wonderful news. Foundation establishment at last. Congratulations. She stopped on the road. The 2 Jade Phoenix disciples beside her shifted into defensive stances instinctively, hands drifting toward their sword hilts. Meihua held up a hand to still them. Young Master Duan, I am on Sect business. Please step aside. As always, all business. He stepped closer, his core formation aura pressing against hers like a physical weight, a deliberate display of superior strength. But I have to ask, how? You have been stuck for so long, and then suddenly, a breakthrough? No pills, no treasures, no assistance from your sect elders? Just meditation. Some of us cultivate the hard way, young master. Not everyone has a clan treasury to buy their advancement. The barb struck home. Machin's smile tightened fractionally, a crack in the mask that most people would have missed, but Meihua was watching for it. Some of us, he repeated slowly, and some of us find secret resources in backwater villages and think no one is paying attention. Meihua's blood chilled. She kept her expression neutral through an act of will that cost her more than any cultivation technique. I have been tracking your sect's movements, Machin continued, his tone conversational, pleasant, the way a cat's purr is pleasant when it has cornered a mouse. A training expedition to the southern mountains. 5 disciples out, 5 disciples back, 1 near death from spirit beast poison. Standard report. Except for the part where all 5 returned in perfect health when your sect's own healers said the senior sister's prognosis was 3 months of treatment with 60% survival. And then you break through. Fascinating timing. He leaned in close enough that she could see the flecks of gold in his dark eyes, put there by whatever rare treasure his clan had used to enhance his spiritual perception. Where did you go, Meihua? What did you find? Step back, she said, her voice flat with warning. Or what? She drew her sword. The blade sang as it cleared the sheath, and flames licked along its edge. Foundation establishment fire. hotter and more controlled than anything she could have produced a week ago. The heat made the air ripple, and the Duan guards stepped backward involuntarily. Machen's guards drew their weapons in response. He held up a hand, and they froze. "This is not over," he said, still smiling, still pleasant, still a cat. "Whatever you found, it will be mine eventually. Everything in this region belongs to the Duan clan. Everything and everyone." He turned and walked away, his guards falling into step behind him like shadows following their caster. Mei Hua watched them go, her jaw clenched so tight her teeth ached, her sword arm trembling with the adrenaline of a confrontation that had stopped just short of bloodshed. She pulled a message talisman from her sleeve, a thin slip of paper inscribed with transmission formations, pressed chi into it until the formations glowed, and whispered, "Shen Yun. Danger approaching. A powerful young master from the Duan clan is looking for the Bathhouse. He is core formation. He is dangerous. Be ready." The talisman dissolved into a streak of crimson light and shot south toward Blue Creek Village. Chapter 9. The message talisman arrived in Shen Yun's hands as a warm glow that coalesced into Mei Hua's voice, urgent and clipped. He listened to the warning twice, committing every detail to memory, then watched the talisman crumble to ash in his palm. Duan Machen, Duan clan, core formation, looking for the Bathhouse. Shen Yun was a spring initiate, roughly equivalent to early chi condensation in standard cultivation terms. The very first step on the cultivation ladder. A core formation cultivator existed 3 full major realms above him, separated by a gulf of power so vast it was like comparing a village dog to a mountain lion. Machen could kill him by releasing his aura at full strength, could crush his bones with a casual gesture, could burn Blue Creek Village to the ground and call it pest control. He could not fight. He could not run. The Bathhouse was anchored to the Jade Token, and the Jade Token's spatial pull was strongest in the clearing behind Elder Moo's cottage. He could not hide forever, because Machen's persistence was apparently a defining character trait, and people would keep coming to the village seeking the herb shop, and Mei Hua's breakthrough had already drawn attention that would only compound over time. So he did what he could. He prepared the only fortress he had. He returned to the Bathhouse and attacked the second spring's activation with renewed desperation. For 4 more days, he poured chi into the dormant basin in a punishing cycle of depletion and recovery. The cyan glow in the lotus carvings strengthened incrementally with each session, brightening from a pale suggestion to a steady, visible luminescence. The tremors beneath the stone became more frequent, more rhythmic, like the breathing of something surfacing from a deep sleep. On the 5th day, the second spring woke. Cyan water erupted from the basin in a geyser that hit the ceiling 40 feet above and cascaded down in a shimmering curtain that drenched the entire chamber in cool mist. Shen Yun was thrown backward by the force, tumbling across the stone floor, gasping, laughing despite himself. The water was cool, not cold, but bracingly cool, with a clean, astringent quality that made his skin tingle and his lungs feel scrubbed clean with every breath. He immersed his hand in the newly awakened pool and felt its properties sing through his water sense. Purification. This water could cleanse spiritual poisons, dissolve corrupted chi, remove impurities from a cultivator's body and core. Where the first spring healed damage that had already occurred, the second spring purified the causes that led to damage in the first place. A cultivator who bathed in the first spring would have their wounds mended. A cultivator who bathed in the second would have the accumulated toxins of pill consumption, the subtle corruption of impure cultivation techniques, and the residual contamination of beast encounters stripped from their system entirely. The 2 springs were complementary. Heal the damage, then purify the source. A complete medical treatment in 2 pools. The Bathhouse responded to the second spring's activation with changes that went beyond the new pool. The chamber brightened as dormant light formations in the ceiling flickered to life. Runes along the walls shifted from warning red to welcoming blue, their patterns rearranging into what Shen Yun recognized as climate control formations, ancient arrays that regulated temperature and humidity. 2 previously sealed doors clicked open with the heavy, satisfying sound of mechanisms engaging for the first time in millennia. One led to a storage room stacked with sealed stone chests containing preserved towels, robes, and bathing implements made from materials Shen Yun could not identify. The other opened onto a balcony that overlooked a vast underground cavern of luminescent crystal, a natural formation so beautiful it stopped his breath. The Bathhouse was waking up, expanding, coming alive around him like a body stirring from hibernation. And from the depths, far below even the second spring, the voice he had been hearing grew clearer. Not words yet, but impressions that resolved like a painting emerging from fog. Loneliness so deep it had become a landscape. Patience worn smooth as river stones. And hope, fragile, tentative, afraid to trust its own existence, rising like the cyan water, seeking the surface after 10,000 years of silence. Chapter 10. Duan Machen's search brought his servants to Blue Creek Village on a gray morning, 6 days after Meihua's warning. 3 cultivators in Duan clan livery, dark blue robes embroidered with silver dragons, the fabric itself woven with chi-enhancing threads that proclaimed their status to any cultivator who glanced their way, strode through the village as if they owned it. Which, in a sense, they did. The Azure Dragon region was divided into territories controlled by the 4 great clans, and Blue Creek Village fell squarely within the Duan clan's jurisdiction. They collected taxes, adjudicated disputes, recruited promising youth for their clan's training programs, and extracted tribute from any resource of value within their borders. The tribute could be anything: rare herbs, spirit stones, talented children, attractive women. The clans took what they wanted and called it governance. The servants went from house to house, asking questions with the casual authority of men who expected answers and would not be gentle if denied. Had anyone seen strange cultivators visiting the area? Had anyone noticed unusual spiritual energy fluctuations, glowing lights, strange weather, plants growing abnormally? Was there a healer in the village who had treated outsiders recently? The villagers were confused but cooperative. They had no reason not to be, and plenty of reasons to fear the consequences of resistance. Yes, there was a healer. Young Shenyun, the herb boy, Elder Mu's apprentice. He had taken over the shop after the old man died last week. He was in the shop now, grinding herbs, same as always. Shenyun was indeed grinding herbs when the 3 servants arrived, their dark robes blocking the shop's narrow doorway and cutting off most of the daylight. He looked up from his work, set down his pestle with deliberate calm, and offered a polite nod. Honored cultivators, how may I help you? The lead servant, a middle-aged man with a chi condensation cultivation, a permanent sneer carved into features that had probably been unpleasant even before decades of petty authority soured them further, looked around the cramped shop with undisguised contempt. His gaze traveled over the clay jars, the stained treatment table, the books falling apart on their shelf, and dismissed everything he saw as beneath his interest. We are investigating reports of unusual spiritual activity in this area. Our young master has reason to believe a spiritual resource of significant value has been discovered near this village. Do you know anything about that? I am afraid not. Shen Yun let his expression settle into the pleasant blankness of a village boy who had never left his valley and found the wider world as confusing as it was frightening. I am a mortal herbalist. I would not recognize a spiritual resource if it fell on my head. The servant's eyes swept the room again, lingering on the herb jars. He pulled one off the shelf, opened it, sniffed, and put it back with a grimace. Low-quality goods. Have any cultivators visited this village recently? Some Jade Phoenix disciples came through about 10 days ago. They bought some herbs for road injuries and moved on. Seemed to be in a hurry. Nothing more than that. No unusual visitors? No one asking questions about caves, underground water sources, ancient ruins. Nothing like that. This is Blue Creek Village, honored cultivator. The most exciting thing that happens here is the annual fishing competition. The servant studied him for a long moment. Shen Yun met his gaze with the placid, slightly dim expression of a young man whose horizon extended no further than the nearest hill. It was not entirely an act. Until 3 weeks ago, that was exactly what he had been. Behind his back, hidden from the servant's sight, his water sense tracked the 3 cultivators' blood flow with surgical precision. Heartbeats, respiratory rates, the subtle chemical shifts that accompanied suspicion, aggression, and deception. The lead servant's pulse remained steady, irritated but not suspicious. He had found nothing worth reporting. Very well. The servant turned to go, then paused in the doorway, his silhouette dark against the gray morning. Young Master Duan will be visiting this area soon. You would be wise to cooperate fully when he arrives. The Duan clan rewards cooperation generously. He paused, and punishes resistance more generously still. Of course, the Duan clan's authority is deeply respected here. They left. Shun Yun exhaled slowly and unclenched the fist he had been hiding behind the counter, his knuckles white from tension. The scouts had found nothing. But scouts were always followed by the master himself, and Duan Machin was not a man whose curiosity could be satisfied by the testimony of servants. The clock was ticking. Shin Yun returned to the bathhouse that evening and doubled his cultivation efforts. Chapter 11. 3 days of unbroken cultivation in the first spring transformed Shin Yun in ways he was still learning to catalog. He had never pushed himself this hard. The spring tide method was gentle by design, a flowing, rhythmic process that encouraged gradual growth through harmony rather than force. But Shun Yun did not have the luxury of gradual. He submerged himself to the neck in the golden water and cycled qi through his tidal meridians with an intensity that the method had not been designed for, driving the energy faster, harder, demanding more from his stillwater root than any previous inheritor had likely attempted at this stage. The root responded. It was as if, after 19 years of dormancy, it was hungry, ravenous, and the spring's limitless qi was the first real meal it had ever tasted. Energy flowed into him in torrents that left his body trembling and his mind buzzing with an almost electrical clarity. The first tidal meridian opened on the morning of the second day. It was different from a traditional meridian, not a fixed channel carved through the body's spiritual architecture, but a flowing current, a river of qi that ran from his lower dantian through his torso and out to his extremities in a looping pattern that reversed direction with each heartbeat. Where traditional meridians were pipes, rigid, permanent, carrying energy in one direction, tidal meridians were tides, ebbing and flowing, changing direction, adapting to the body's needs moment by moment. The distinction was not just technical. It meant that his qi distribution was dynamic, self-adjusting. If he was injured on his left side, the tidal meridian would automatically redirect more energy there without conscious effort, the way ocean currents redirect around an obstacle. The second tidal meridian opened that evening, running parallel to the first but offset by half a beat, so that when the first ebbed, the second flowed. The interplay created a standing wave of qi in his core, a stable, resonant vibration that amplified his spiritual sense dramatically, like two tuning forks placed side by side, each strengthening the other's sound. The third tidal meridian opened at dawn on the third day, and with it came a cascade of abilities that transformed his relationship with the world around him. His water sense expanded to encompass the entire village and the surrounding hillsides, a radius of nearly a full kilometer. He could feel every drop of water within that sphere, the creek running through the valley floor, the rain collecting in wooden barrels on rooftops, the morning dew on blades of grass, the blood in the bodies of every living creature within range. Each water source was a point of light in a mental map that overlaid his normal vision, creating a three-dimensional awareness that no amount of looking could have achieved. He could detect lies now, or at least strong emotions, by reading the minute fluctuations in a person's pulse, blood pressure, and the chemical composition of their sweat. Fear accelerated the heart and constricted peripheral blood vessels, sending blood to the core and limbs. Anger did the same, but with a different signature, hotter, more explosive, with a characteristic spike in plateau pattern. Deception was subtler. Microtremors in the blood flow to the face, a slight constriction in the throat, the autonomic responses of a mind fighting against its own words. He could also project water with limited defensive force. A thin shield of pressurized water, about the size of a dinner plate, could be formed from ambient moisture and hardened with qi into a barrier that would deflect a thrown stone, a half-hearted punch, or a glancing blow from a blade. It would not stop a cultivator's serious attack, but it meant he was no longer completely defenseless. Most importantly, he had reached the peak of spring initiate. One more step, one final harmonization of his tidal meridians with the first spring's resonant frequency, and he would advance to tidal meridian rank, the second tier of the spring tide method. Still pathetically weak compared to anyone who might come after the Bathhouse, but at least he would no longer be entirely mortal. He emerged from the spring on the third morning feeling like a different person inhabiting the same body. Cleaner, sharper, more alive. The world sang with information his senses had never been able to perceive before. The qi content of the air, the spiritual resonance of the earth beneath his feet, the subtle hum of the jade token against his chest like a second heartbeat, steady and warm. He was still weak, but he was no longer helpless. And in the cultivation world, that distinction could mean the difference between survival and destruction. Chapter 12. Qin Meihua returned on the 14th day, exactly as promised, bringing 2 additional Jade Phoenix disciples and a spatial pouch heavy with resources. The first newcomer was senior sister Wen Ruashi, the woman Xin Yun had saved from the ironback tiger poison. She walked on her own power now, her core formation aura steady as a campfire, her eyes bright with health and clarity. She bowed deeply to Shun Yun when she saw him, bending at the waist in a gesture of respect that a core formation cultivator rarely offered to anyone below nascent soul. "My life is yours," she said simply, and the words were not a figure of speech. "Whatever debt you name, I will pay it. If you ask me to guard this village for a year, I will stand at its gate. If you ask me to carry messages to the ends of the earth, I will fly until my sword breaks. I do not forget kindness, healer Shun. The second was a young disciple named Fong Liling, who had a different kind of problem. She was slight, barely 16, with the pinched features of someone living in chronic pain. Her spiritual root had developed a crack, a rare and devastating condition where the root itself fractured under cultivation stress, causing qi to leak from the body faster than it could be absorbed. It was like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in the bottom. No matter how much water you poured in, the level never rose. Without treatment, her cultivation would degrade to nothing within a year, and the uncontrolled qi leakage could cause cascading damage to her meridians and organs. Can the spring help her? Meihua asked, her voice carefully neutral, but Shun Yun's water sense caught the tension in her blood. This was personal for her, this disciple. Shun Yun led them to the bathhouse. When Ruashi's eyes widened at the marble hall and the golden pool, but she held her composure with the discipline of a veteran, taking in the details without exclamation. Fong Liling, younger and less guarded, stared at the glowing water with the wide eyes of someone seeing magic for once. Real magic, not the tricks of village fortune-tellers. Shun Yun guided Fong Liling into the first spring and channeled his qi to direct the healing. Through his water sense, he could feel the crack in her spiritual root with painful clarity. A hairline fracture running through the core of the root, like a fault line through stone, leaking qi in a steady stream that her body fought to compensate for and failed. The spring's healing energy wrapped around the root, supporting it the way a splint supports a broken bone, and then began infusing the fracture with golden qi that hardened as it set, forming a seal of crystallized spiritual energy that bridged the gap. The process took 2 hours. Shun Yun monitored every moment, adjusting his qi flow to match the fluctuations in Fong Liling's body as the seal formed. It was delicate work. Too much pressure and the fractured root could shatter completely. Too little and the seal would not hold. He found himself falling into a meditative state where the only things that existed were the water, the root, and the bridge of golden energy he was building between them. When Fong Liling emerged, the leak had stopped. Her spiritual root was not perfect. The crack remained, sealed but not erased, a scar that would always be there. But her qi retention had returned to normal levels. She could cultivate again. The crack will need periodic reinforcement, Shun Yun told Meihua, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Once every 3 or 4 months, she should return for a session. But between sessions, she can cultivate normally. Meihua produced a storage pouch, a spatial container that defied its coin purse size. Compensation. When Ruashi and I pooled our resources, it is not much by the standards of wealthy sects, but it is what we have. Shun Yun opened the pouch and found several hundred low-grade spirit stones, a selection of water element herbs wrapped in preservation paper, and a set of basic formation flags, triangular pennants inscribed with simple defensive arrays. For a sect elder, it would have been pocket change. For Shun Yun, it was a fortune that represented months of a disciple's savings. I also brought information, Meihua said, her voice dropping to a murmur even though they were inside the bathhouse's sealed space. Duan Machin has not given up. He has been questioning every merchant, traveler, and wandering cultivator who passes through the Azure Dragon region. He is offering rewards for information about hidden spiritual resources, ancient ruins, or unusual healing methods. He knows something happened near this village. He just cannot prove it yet. Then we need to be more careful about who comes and goes, Shun Yun said. And I need to get stronger. Fast. Meihua left the bathhouse that evening with a promise and a plan. Shun Yun watched her go from the village hilltop and turned back to the bathhouse entrance. The jade token warm against his chest, the faint voice from the depths echoing through his tidal meridians like a song heard through walls. He was running out of time to ignore it. Chapter 13. Late that night, alone in the bathhouse, Shun Yun sat beside the second spring and listened to the voice. It was clearer now than it had ever been. With his expanded water sense and 3 open tidal meridians, he could catch fragments, not words, exactly, but impressions transmitted through the water itself, carried on the qi the way scent is carried on wind. Loneliness as deep and old as the ocean floor. Patience worn smooth by millennia of waiting. Hope, fragile and tentative, afraid to trust its own existence. And beneath it all, a vast, weary intelligence that had been conscious in the dark for longer than human civilization had existed. He followed the voice. Beyond the second spring's chamber, a staircase descended into the bedrock. He had noticed it before, but had not explored it. The stairs were narrow, carved into raw stone rather than polished marble, and the luminescent moss grew sparser as he descended, its patches of blue-green light thinning until only scattered points remained, like stars in a cloud-choked sky. After 50 steps, the moss vanished entirely, and he was navigating by the faint glow of the jade token and the even fainter glow of his own tidal meridians, which cast thin ribbons of pale light across the stone walls. After 100 steps, the staircase opened into a cavern. It was enormous, the ceiling lost in darkness above, the walls curving away into shadow on either side, the space so vast that his footsteps created echoes that returned to him from multiple directions with different delays, building a disorienting chorus of his own movement. The floor was smooth stone, polished by water that had once flowed here but now was gone, leaving the surface glassy and reflective. At the cavern's center, a pool of water glowed with soft golden light. Not the warm gold of the first spring. This was deeper, richer, the color of sunlight filtered through honey, of amber preserving something precious. The pool was larger than the first spring, perhaps 30 paces across, and its edges were bordered by carved lotuses so ancient that their details had softened with time, the petals rounded, the stamens blurred, millennia of slow dissolution turning sharp art into gentle shapes. The water was perfectly still, perfectly clear, and in its depths, something moved. A figure, a woman's shape, translucent and luminous, suspended in the water as if frozen mid-fall, her limbs trailing currents of light that followed laws of physics belonging to some other world. Her features were impossible to define precisely. They shifted like reflections in a disturbed pool, now sharp, now soft, now ancient, now ageless. But Xunyun caught glimpses of a face that was both severe and gentle, framed by hair that flowed like water itself, dark and endless and threaded with light. As he approached, the figure stirred. Eyes opened. Not physical eyes, but impressions of eyes, golden and deep as the water that contained them, carrying a weight of awareness that made Xunyun's newly opened tidal meridians vibrate in sympathy. You have come. The voice was not sound. It was vibration, the water of the pool resonating with his meridians, transmitting meaning directly into his mind through a channel that bypassed his ears entirely. After 10,000 years of silence, you have awakened these waters. Come closer, inheritor. Xunyun's legs moved before his mind, gave them permission. He knelt at the pool's edge, his reflection staring up at him from the golden surface. A thin young man with dark eyes and a jaw set against wonder. And the translucent figure rose from the depths until she floated just below the surface, her features settling into something almost stable. She was beautiful, not in the way that mortal women were beautiful, or even the way that cultivator beauties were beautiful, enhanced by qi, preserved by spiritual energy, polished by centuries of refinement. She was beautiful the way the ocean is beautiful, the way a thunderstorm at midnight is beautiful, the way the first light of dawn breaking over a mountain range is beautiful. There was power in her, sealed and compressed and immense, leaking through the water in waves that made his bones hum and his teeth ache with resonance. "Who are you?" he asked, though some part of him, the part that had been listening to her voice for weeks, already knew. "I am Lianhua." The vibrations carried pride tempered by sorrow, and an exhaustion so deep it predated the concept of tiredness. The primordial goddess of flowing waters, creator of the celestial bathhouse. And I have been waiting for you, Xunyun, for a very long time. Chapter 14. Lianhua told her story in fragments, each piece transmitted through the water in pulses of memory and emotion that hit Xunyun's consciousness like waves hitting a shore, overwhelming in their totality, but comprehensible in their individual moments. She had been a goddess, not the kind worshipped in village temples, not a powerful cultivator elevated to divinity through achievement, not a spirit who had accumulated enough worship to transcend. A true primordial, born from the Tao itself at the dawn of existence, embodying the concept of flowing water in all its forms, rivers and rain, tides and tears, blood and sap, the circulation of qi through every living thing that drew breath. She had been one of many primordials, each governing a facet of reality: fire, earth, wind, time, space, death, and a dozen others whose names she transmitted as feelings rather than words. The celestial bathhouse was her gift to the mortal world, a network of healing springs connected to the deep qi veins of the earth, designed to nurture cultivation, heal injuries, purify corruption, and accelerate the growth of those who bathe in its waters. She had built it with her husband, a figure she did not name, her projected emotions flickering with a pain so raw that 10,000 years had not dulled its edges. And together they had tended the network for eons, watching mortal civilizations rise and fall like waves on a beach while the springs endured. Then came the sundering. She did not explain the sundering fully. The memories were too traumatic, too vast, too bound up in concepts that a mortal mind could not contain. What came through was a catastrophe of cosmic proportions, the heavens themselves shattering like glass struck by a hammer, the barriers between realms cracking, primordials dying or scattering across dimensions they had not known existed. Lianhua had been sealed in the bathhouse's deepest spring by someone she would not name, her divine essence scattered across the network's springs like shards of a broken mirror. Each spring held a piece of her, and without all pieces united, she could not reform, could not free herself, could not do anything but exist in this pool and wait for someone to put her back together. She had existed here since, conscious but powerless, aware but unable to act, feeling the bathhouse decay around her as the springs went dormant one by one. She had felt every inheritor who came and went over the millennia, 10 in total. 7 had served faithfully, tending the springs, healing the world, living and dying as mortals do. 3 had betrayed the covenant. The most recent traitor, 500 years ago, had actively helped her enemy seal her permanently instead of merely trapping her temporarily. "But you are here," she said, her translucent features forming something that might have been a smile or might have been the memory of one. The Stillwater root. The only root that resonates with these waters. The only root considered worthless by a world that has forgotten what real value looks like. She rose higher in the water, her form coalescing until she was nearly solid, a woman of impossible grace, her hair flowing like water itself, her robes made of liquid light, her golden eyes burning with the conviction of someone who has bet everything on a final throw of the dice. "The covenant binds us," she said. "He who awakens the bathhouse and bears the Stillwater root is destined to be the keeper and the partner of its creator. You are my fated companion, Shenyun." The words landed like stones dropped into a still pond, their impact sending ripples through everything Shenyun thought he understood about his situation. "Fated," he repeated. "You mean we are bound by some ancient marriage contract I never agreed to? A contract written before my great-great-grandparents were born. The covenant is not a contract. It is a resonance. Your root and my waters are complementary frequencies. You were born to tend these springs as I was born to create them. The connection is not political or social. It is fundamental, woven into the fabric of your spiritual existence. I was born in a village to parents who died in a flood. I was raised by an old herbalist who never told me any of this. Whatever cosmic destiny you are describing, I did not sign up for it." Lianhua's expression shifted, surprise, first, and then beneath it, a flicker of something warmer. Interest. Amusement. The faintest suggestion of respect. "You are the first inheritor to argue," she said. "I am the first inheritor who was raised to believe his spiritual root was garbage. Forgive me if I am skeptical about destiny." A long pause. The golden water rippled with something that might have been laughter. "Very well," Lianhua said, and her voice carried a quality Shenyun had not heard from her before, warmth, genuine and unforced. "I will not force the covenant upon you. Prove yourself on your own terms. Show me that you are worthy of these waters not because destiny declares it, but because you choose to be. Earn what the covenant would have given you freely. In the meantime, I will teach you. The springtide method you received from the first spring is a fragment, a primer, barely a chapter of the full technique. I know the complete method." Shenyun met her golden eyes, eyes that had watched the heavens shatter and had spent 10,000 years staring at the dark. "And in return, open the springs. Restore my power. Free me from this prison." Her voice softened, the pride falling away to reveal something raw and exhausted and desperately sincere beneath. 10,000 years, Shenyun. That is all I ask." Her gaze moved to the goddess in the water. He thought about the bathhouse above them, its marble halls and glowing springs and sealed doors waiting to be opened. He thought about the women who had already come seeking healing, and the enemies who had already come seeking to take what he guarded. He nodded slowly. "Then we have a deal." Chapter 15. Lianhua's teaching transformed Shenyun's understanding of cultivation the way sunrise transforms a landscape, not by changing what was there, but by revealing what had been hidden in the dark. The fragment of the springtide method he had received from the first spring was a beginner's manual, functional, but incomplete. It taught the basics of qi absorption through water, the formation of tidal meridians, and the most rudimentary applications of water sense. Lianhua's complete knowledge was the master's hand guiding the brush after the student had only learned to hold it. She showed him the technique for opening springs properly. His brute force approach, pouring qi into the dormant basin for days until the underground source grudgingly responded, had worked, but it was like breaking down a door when the key was hanging on a hook beside it. Each spring had a resonant frequency, a specific pattern of qi fluctuation that matched its elemental attunement. To open a spring correctly, The inheritor needed to attune his tidal meridians to that frequency and then pulse qi in the matching pattern, creating a harmonic that the underground source would recognize and respond to immediately. You succeeded through stubbornness, Lianhua said, her tone caught between censure and grudging admiration. That is admirable in its way, but it is not always a virtue. The springs are not enemies to be battered into submission. They are partners to be harmonized with. There is a difference. Stubbornness is the only tool I have ever had, Shenyun replied. I will learn your way, but do not ask me to abandon mine. She taught him to feel the second spring's resonant frequency, a cool, clean vibration like the ringing of a crystal bell submerged in still water. She taught him to modulate his tidal meridians to match it, a process that required exquisite control over his qi flow, adjusting the speed and intensity of each tidal pulse until it sang in perfect harmony with the spring's natural vibration. And she taught him the technique to fully activate the second spring's properties, which his brute force opening had only partially unlocked. The full activation was dramatic. The cyan water brightened, its glow intensifying until the chamber was lit as bright as midday, every detail of the carved walls thrown into sharp relief. The purification property sharpened from a broad-spectrum cleanser to a precision instrument, where before it could cleanse toxins and corrupted qi, now it could dissolve spiritual parasites, remove mind-affecting formations planted by hostile cultivators, and even purify the subtle contamination that accumulated in a cultivator's body over decades of pill consumption, the so-called pill toxin. That was the dirty secret of the alchemy industry. Lianhua's form flickered and strengthened with each improvement to the springs. With the second spring fully active, she could manifest for hours at a time instead of minutes. Her translucent body gained color, pale skin that glowed faintly from within, dark hair that moved like water even when there was no current, golden eyes that burned with the light of a goddess reduced but not extinguished. She was becoming more real, more present, more herself. Each spring you open returns a fragment of my power, she explained. The springs are me, pieces of my divine essence, scattered by the ceiling. When all 10 are active and harmonized, I will be fully restored. 10 springs, 10 levels on the cultivation ladder you designed. Yes, the springtide method is not just a cultivation technique, it is a restoration protocol. As you grow stronger, the bathhouse grows stronger, and I grow stronger. We are bound together, Shenyun, not by the covenant, by the architecture of this place. She regarded the glowing springs and thought about the sealed doors, the dark staircase, the cavern below. How many springs are waiting below us right now? 8 more, each deeper than the last, each more powerful, each more demanding to open. The third spring is within your reach if you continue to advance at this pace. The 10th. She paused, and the golden light in her eyes dimmed. The 10th could reshape the foundations of reality itself. But we are a long way from the 10th. No pressure then. None at all, she said, and as never before since her story of cosmic catastrophe and 10,000 years of imprisonment. A genuine smile crossed her translucent features, real warmth, unforced and freely given. It transformed her face from something ancient and untouchable into something startlingly human. Shenyun looked away before the warmth in his chest could settle into anything he was not ready to name. Chapter 16. The full activation of the second spring did more than strengthen its purification properties. It carved new pathways through Shenyun's body that accelerated his advancement dramatically. Under Lianhua's guidance, he learned to circulate qi through both springs simultaneously, creating a feedback loop between healing and purification that refined his spiritual energy to a degree the first spring alone could not achieve. The golden qi of the first spring and the cyan qi of the second spiraled through his tidal meridians in intertwined currents, each purifying the other's imperfections, producing a refined energy so clean and potent that every cell in his body hummed with it. The process was not painless. New meridian channels were being forced open by the dual spring circulation. Not traditional fixed meridians, but additional tidal pathways that expanded his capacity to channel water element qi. Each new channel felt like a river carving through rock, slow, grinding, inevitable, and occasionally agonizing when the resistance gave way in a sudden rush. But the results justified the pain. His water sense expanded to 300 paces. His tidal barrier strengthened from a dinner plate-sized shield to a full-body dome that could absorb significant kinetic force. And he discovered a new ability. He could create purification pills by channeling the second spring's water into concentrated droplets and crystallizing them with qi. Each pill retained the spring's cleansing properties for several days, portable medicine that could be used outside the bathhouse. He also spent time learning from Lianhua about the wider cultivation world, knowledge that was as vital as any combat technique. She had watched civilizations rise and fall from her prison in the deep spring, sensing the movements of the world above through the water that connected all things. She knew the major sects, the great clans, the political alliances and rivalries that shaped the cultivation landscape. The world you inhabit now is fragmented, she told him during one of their evening conversations, her translucent form seated on the pool's edge like a woman dangling her feet in a stream. The great sects control territory and resources. The clans control trade and politics. The Heavenly Tao Alliance claims to govern them all, but in truth governs only what the most powerful sects allow it to. Everything runs on a single currency, power. Those who have it take what they want. Those who lack it serve those who have it. And where does the bathhouse fit in this hierarchy? Outside it. Above it. The bathhouse was designed to be neutral ground, a place where no sect or clan held authority, where any cultivator could come for healing regardless of affiliation. That neutrality was its greatest protection and its greatest vulnerability. As long as everyone benefits from the bathhouse equally, no one has an incentive to destroy it. But the moment one faction gains exclusive access, every other faction becomes an enemy. So, I need to keep the bathhouse available to everyone who can be trusted, which is a smaller number than you might hope. Shen Yun filed this lesson away alongside the cultivation techniques and defensive strategies. Lianhua was not just teaching him to be stronger, she was teaching him to be smarter. And in a world where a single nascent soul cultivator could flatten a mountain, being smart was often the only weapon a weaker party possessed. By evening, the dual spring circulation had pushed him to the absolute peak of spring initiate. One final step remained before advancement to tidal meridian rank. Chapter 17. 3 more cultivators arrived at Blue Creek Village the following week, and they came from the north. Shen Yun sensed them before they appeared, 3 powerful signatures in his water sense, their blood singing with qi that was cold and sharp, like ice crystals flowing through veins. They descended from the sky on a sword that left a trail of frost in the air, the moisture condensing and crystallizing in their wake. Frostmoon Palace disciples, identifiable by their pale blue robes and the snowflake insignia embroidered on their shoulders in silver thread that glinted like actual ice. Their leader landed in the village square with the controlled grace of a falling snowflake, unhurried, inevitable, and precisely placed. Her white boots touched the ground without disturbing a single pebble, and the temperature around her dropped several degrees, enough that Shen Yun could see his breath when she approached. She was tall, slender, with features so perfectly composed they might have been carved from ice by a sculptor who understood beauty in mathematical terms. Every line of her face was symmetrical, every proportion ideal, her skin pale as fresh snow, her hair the color of a winter sky at twilight, not white, not blue, but something between them that had no name in common speech. Her eyes were the palest blue Shen Yun had ever seen, almost white, and they swept the village with the detached precision of a general surveying a battlefield for which she has already planned the optimal strategy. Bai Suyin, the ice fairy of Frostmoon Palace. Even Shen Yun, isolated as he was in Blue Creek Village, had heard the name. Elder Mu had mentioned her once as an example of a terrifying talent, a young cultivator whose ice attribute techniques were so refined that she had been called a once-in-a-generation genius by masters who did not use the word lightly. Behind her stood 2 junior disciples. One was barely on her feet, supported by the other, a girl of no more than 17 whose face was contorted in silent agony, her teeth clamped on her lower lip, so hard it bled. Shen Yun's water sense detected the problem immediately. Her ice core, the specialized dantian that Frostmoon Palace cultivators developed in place of a standard qi core, was fracturing. The ice qi within it was shattering into unstable crystals that lacerated her meridians with every breath, turning every heartbeat into a new wound. She was bleeding internally in a dozen places, the ice crystals cutting through tissue that was never meant to contain them. Bai Suyin approached Shen Yun without preamble, without introduction, without any of the social lubrication that usually preceded a request between strangers. She stopped 3 paces away and spoke. You are the healer. Not a question. I am. My junior sister has a destabilizing ice core. Conventional healers cannot treat it because the ice qi destroys their healing energy on contact. It freezes the healing qi before it can reach the damaged tissue. I was told that you possess a treatment method that bypasses conventional healing limitations. Who told you? The Jade Phoenix Sect's outer network. A disciple named Fong Liling spoke of her treatment to a friend in the Frost Moon exchange program. The friend told her senior. The senior told me. Bai Suin's expression did not change throughout this recitation. Feng Liling was not supposed to share details. She mentioned enough for me to find you. Shen Yun suppressed a sigh. Secrets had a half-life, and his was decaying at an accelerating rate. Every person who learned about the bathhouse was another potential leak, another thread that could be pulled by someone like Duan Machin until the whole tapestry unraveled. But the girl behind Bai Suin was dying. Slowly, painfully, with every breath a new injury. And Shen Yun had already made his choice about what kind of person he was going to be. I can help her, he said. But I have conditions. Chapter 18 The second spring's purification water proved perfectly suited for ice core destabilization. The problem was corruption in its purest form. Natural ice element qi that had lost its structure and was behaving chaotically, like a crystal that had shattered into razor-sharp fragments that cut everything they touched. The cyan water seeped into the junior sister's meridians with a precision that amazed even Shen Yun, seeking out each unstable crystal shard and dissolving its sharp edges, smoothing the chaos back into ordered structures that the ice core could contain. The process took 3 hours. Bai Suin supervised from the pool's edge, her spiritual sense monitoring her disciple's condition with an intensity that bordered on aggressive, a hawk watching over a wounded chick. She sat perfectly still, her posture so rigid that she might have been an ice sculpture herself, and said nothing for the first 2 hours. During the 3rd hour, as the junior sister's breathing eased from shallow gasps to deep, peaceful sleep, and her face relaxed from a mask of agony into the soft features of a 17-year-old girl, Bai Suin spoke. The qi in this water is unlike anything in my experience. Shen Yun, focused on guiding the healing, responded without looking up. It is harmonized spiritual energy, pre-refined, particularly compatible with yin-dominant constitutions. That is not what I mean. She paused, searching for words, and the pause itself was remarkable. Bai Suin did not seem like someone who often searched for words. This water is alive. It has intent. It wants to heal. I can feel it reaching for the damaged tissue before you direct it there, as if it knows what needs to be done and is simply waiting for permission. Shen Yun glanced at her. It was an astute observation, more perceptive than anything Mei Hua had articulated during her first visit. But then, Bai Suin cultivated ice, which was water in its most structured form. Her sensitivity to water element energy was naturally higher, her ability to perceive its qualities more refined. The springs have existed for a very long time, he said carefully. Long enough to develop a kind of consciousness. Ancient artifact theory. Objects suffused with spiritual energy for millennia developing rudimentary awareness. She watched the cyan pool with something that, on her frozen pond face, might have been wonder. How old is this place? Old enough that the answer would be meaningless. The junior sister woke an hour later, tested her ice core with a tentative pulse of qi, and wept with relief when everything held. Bai Suin placed a hand on the girl's head, the first tender gesture Shen Yun had seen from the ice fairy, and the only sign that she was capable of tenderness at all. Afterward, Bai Suin approached Shen Yun in the marble hallway with the air of someone conducting a negotiation she had already planned in extensive detail. My master is dying. The statement was delivered with clinical precision, the words carefully drained of emotion, but Shen Yun's water sense caught what her voice did not reveal. The tremor in her blood, the spike in her heart rate, the subtle constriction in her throat that meant the words cost her something to speak aloud. This was not information she shared lightly or with anyone. The Frostmoon Palace mistress has been afflicted with a spiritual poison for 11 years, she continued. It is slowly consuming her cultivation base, eroding her core from the outside in. Every healer in the Northern Territories has tried and failed. The poison resists ice, fire, wood, and metal element healing techniques. Only water element purification has shown any effect at all, and no water element healer we have found possesses enough power to make a meaningful difference. She met his eyes, and with new eyes, the mask cracked. Not much, barely a fissure, but enough for him to see the terrified student beneath the ice. Your springs might be strong enough. Shen Yun felt the weight of the request settle on his shoulders alongside all the other weights he was carrying. But he also felt the opportunity. An alliance with Frostmoon Palace would provide protection and resources that could make the bathhouse genuinely secure. I would need to strengthen the second spring further, he said, or open the third, which has different properties. That could take weeks, possibly months. She has 6 months before the poison reaches her core. After that, Bai Suin did not finish the sentence. Then we have time to prepare properly. But I will need your help. He outlined the arrangement. Rare water element herbs to feed the spring's growth, information about the wider cultivation world's political landscape, and Bai Suin's personal assistance with the purification process. where her ice affinity could complement his water techniques in ways no other cultivator could replicate. She considered for exactly 3 heartbeats. Agreed. I will return in 1 week with the first shipment and begin an extended stay. She paused at the bathhouse threshold, her silhouette framed by the cyan glow. You should know that I do not trust easily, Shenyun. That makes 2 of us. Good. Trust should be earned, not assumed. She turned away, then stopped. Without looking back, she added, the water here. When I stood near the pool, the ice in my meridians, it softened. Just slightly. The suppression technique I cultivate requires absolute coldness throughout my channels. It is how I maintain emotional control. This place threatened to thaw it. Is that a problem? A long silence. I do not know, she said. No one has ever come close to thawing it before. She left, and Shenyun stood alone in the bathhouse, listening to the springs hum, wondering whether what he had just heard was a complaint, a confession, or a warning. Chapter 19. Shenyun threw himself into the final stage of his current advancement with the urgency of a man who could see the storm on the horizon and knew exactly how much time he had left to build shelter. Lianhua guided him through the culmination of the spring initiate rank with patience and precision. The advancement to tidal meridian required him to fully harmonize all 3 of his tidal meridians with the first spring's resonant frequency, not just matching the frequency, as he had been doing, but becoming part of it. Tuning his body to vibrate in perfect synchrony with the golden water until there was no distinction between his chi flow and the spring's chi flow, until he was not absorbing energy from the water, but circulating it through himself as an extension of the spring itself. It was like learning to sing in harmony with a choir of 1,000 voices, each one a slightly different pitch, each one following a slightly different rhythm, and finding the single note that wove them all together into coherence. Every time he thought he had it, a meridian would drift out of phase by a fraction and the harmony would collapse, leaving him gasping at the pool's edge with a headache that felt like his skull was being used as a drum. He sat in the first spring for 2 days straight, eating nothing, sleeping only when his body shut down despite his will. The water cradled him, warm and patient, and the chi flowed. Lianhua sat across the pool, her translucent form reflected in the golden surface, coaching him with a combination of technical instruction and something that was almost maternal encouragement. Closer. Feel the rhythm. Do not count it. Your second meridian is leading by a quarter phase. Let it fall back. There. Now hold that. I am holding it. You are forcing it. Holding and forcing are not the same thing. A river does not force itself through a valley. It flows because the valley is shaped to receive it. Is everything in this cultivation system a water metaphor? Yes. What did you expect from a goddess of flowing waters? On the morning of the second day, something clicked. His 3 tidal meridians synchronized. Not gradually, not by degrees, but all at once, like 3 gears engaging simultaneously, their teeth fitting together with a precision that sent a shock of rightness through his entire body. The standing waves in his core amplified, doubled, tripled, quintupled in intensity. Spiritual energy surged through him in a flood that would have shattered a standard cultivator's meridians, but that his stillwater root absorbed with an ease that was almost casual, as if this was what it had been designed for all along. Every cell in his body buzzed with refined chi. His blood ran silver gold for 3 heartbeats before settling back to red. His water sense exploded outward. The village, the surrounding hills, the creek, the underground water table, the moisture in the clouds above, all of it rushing into his awareness in a torrent of information that nearly overwhelmed him before his tidal meridians automatically adjusted, filtering the flood into manageable streams. He was a tidal meridian cultivator, the second rank of the spring tide method, roughly equivalent to the peak of chi condensation in standard terms, but with capabilities that no chi condensation cultivator possessed. His water sense now covered a full kilometer in every direction. He could feel individual raindrops forming in clouds overhead. He could sense the blood flow of every living creature in the village, human, animal, and insect, each one a distinct signature he was learning to identify. He could read emotional states through the chemical changes in a person's body water with enough precision to function as a living lie detector. His tidal barrier had evolved from a basic shield to a sophisticated defensive technique. He could form multiple barriers simultaneously, shape them to deflect attacks from specific angles, and sustain them for extended periods. Within the bathhouse, where the springs provided unlimited chi, his barriers could theoretically stop attacks up to the nascent soul level, though he had no desire to test that theory. He was still far from a combat cultivator. Against fighters like Qin Meihua or Bai Suyin, his offensive capabilities remained almost non-existent. He could defend. He could heal. He could sense. But he could not strike. Not yet. You have reached tidal meridian faster than any previous inheritor, Lianhua said, her form more solid and present than ever, her golden eyes bright with something that might have been pride. Most required years of dedication. You have done it in weeks. The bathhouse is in danger. I do not have years. No, you do not. She regarded him with an expression he could not fully read. Complex, layered, carrying emotions that spanned millennia. The third spring calls to you. I can feel it stirring. But be cautious. The third spring requires a true opening, not brute force. It will test you in ways the first two did not. I am ready. You believe you are ready. That is not the same thing. But she smiled as she said it. A real smile, warm and human, stripped of divine pretension. Rest first. Eat. You have pushed yourself to the very edge, and the third spring does not forgive weakness. It will find every crack in your resolve and press until something gives. He climbed out of the spring and ate properly in a way she had not before in days. Rice and vegetables from the village, humble food that grounded him in the mortal world after days of immersion in the divine. The bathhouse's ancient marble was beautiful, but there was comfort in the taste of home, in the simplicity of salt and grain. Chapter 20. Duan Machin arrived at Blue Creek Village on a morning bright with false cheer, the kind of day where the sky was too blue and the birdsong too sweet, as if the world was putting on its best face to distract from the ugliness about to unfold. He came with 20 guards, Duan clan cultivators in dark blue robes, all at Qi condensation or foundation establishment, each one armed with spiritual weapons that hummed with stored Qi. He rode at their head on a white spirit horse whose hooves did not touch the ground, its mane streaming with ribbons of wind element Qi, his core formation aura radiating outward in a deliberate display of dominance that made the village dogs cower under porches and the chickens fall silent in their coops. The villagers watched from doorways and windows, their faces pale. They knew cultivators meant trouble the way farmers knew dark clouds meant storm. Duan Machin dismounted in the village square and surveyed the buildings with the proprietary air of a landlord inspecting an investment he was considering demolishing. His gaze found the herb shop, and his lips curved into a smile that contained no warmth whatsoever. Xin Yun, he called, his voice carrying with cultivator-enhanced projection that made windows rattle in their frames. Come out. We need to talk. Xin Yun stepped out of the shop. He was calm. His water sense had tracked Machin's approach since the clan guards entered his kilometer-wide detection radius an hour ago. He had prepared what he could prepare. He had accepted what he could not change. Young Master Duan. He offered a shallow bow, polite but not subservient, the bow of a man who acknowledges authority without groveling before it. What brings you to Blue Creek Village? Machin studied him with the focused attention of a predator assessing whether its prey was worth the effort of pursuit. His spiritual sense swept over Xin Yun like a searchlight and paused. You have Qi, Machin said, and genuine surprise flickered across his features before arrogance smoothed it away. Faint, but present. My servants told me you were immortal. Last time they visited, you had no cultivation whatsoever. I have been practicing, Xin Yun said mildly. A stillwater root bearer. Practicing. Machin's tone dripped with amused contempt, the way honey drips, sweet on the surface, sticky underneath. Practicing what exactly? Making tea more efficiently? Purifying bathwater. His guards laughed, the synchronized sound of men who had learned to find their master's jokes amusing regardless of quality. The laughter bounced off the village walls like thrown stones. Machin stepped closer, his aura pressing down on Xin Yun like a hand pushing on his chest. At core formation, his spiritual pressure could make an unprotected mortal faint, could drive a Qi condensation cultivator to their knees, could make the air itself feel thick and resistant. Xin Yun felt it, a crushing, suffocating force that constricted his lungs and made his vision narrow, and quietly activated his tidal barrier. The water vapor in the air condensed around him in an invisible film, absorbing and deflecting the pressure like armor made of mist. It was not comfortable. His head ached and his joints protested. But he remained standing, his expression unchanged. Machin noticed. His eyes narrowed, and for the first time, something other than contempt entered his gaze. Not respect, exactly, but a predator's recognition that the prey had teeth. Interesting. You have resources, little herbalist. Resources that I believe belong to the Duan clan by right of territorial authority. He spread his hands in a gesture of false reasonableness. Whatever secret you have been hiding, whatever place you have been taking those Jade Phoenix girls for their miraculous recoveries, it exists within our territory, and that makes it ours. This is not a negotiation. It is a notification. With respect, young master, I do not know what you are referring to. Then let me clarify. Ma Chen raised a hand, and his guards fanned out with practiced precision, forming a ring around the village square that enclosed Xinyun, the herb shop, and half a dozen terrified villagers who had been too slow to retreat indoors. I am claiming this village and all spiritual resources within a 10-mile radius under Duan clan emergency jurisdiction. My guards will remain here indefinitely until the resource is located and turned over. Any resistance will be treated as rebellion against lawful clan authority. The words were a fist wrapped in silk, a threat disguised as bureaucracy. Occupation. Indefinite. A noose tightened slowly enough to look legal. Xinyun's mind raced through options, each one worse than the last. He could not fight 20 cultivators and a core formation master. He could not flee. The bathhouse was anchored here. He could not surrender the bathhouse without condemning everyone who depended on it. He could not. A horn sounded from the eastern road. Every head turned. Through the morning haze, a procession appeared. Women in white and crimson robes, flying banners bearing the Jade Phoenix crest. A stylized phoenix in crimson thread on white silk, its wings spread wide in a posture that was equal parts beauty and threat. At the procession's head, riding a phoenix-shaped flying treasure that cast crimson shadows on the ground below and radiated an aura that made Ma Chen's presence feel like a candle beside a bonfire, was a woman whose cultivation level Xinyun could not fully measure. Core formation. Late core formation, with the solidity and depth that suggested she was one breakthrough away from nascent soul. An elder of the Jade Phoenix sect. Behind her, 30 Jade Phoenix disciples in combat formation, their swords drawn, their fire attribute Qi creating a heat haze that warped the air around them. Madame Hua landed in the village square with the authority of a thunderbolt, her robes settling around her like folded wings, her aura releasing in a controlled wave that pressed against Ma Chen's own and did not yield. She was a woman of middle years with sharp features sculpted by decades of fire cultivation, and she looked at Duan Ma Chen the way a hawk looks at a mouse that has wandered too far from its hole. Young Master Duan. Her voice was silk over steel, every word polished to a cutting edge. I received reports that the Duan clan was mobilizing forces into territory adjacent to our sect's sphere of influence. I came to verify those reports personally. This territory is within Duan clan jurisdiction, Madame Hua, Ma Chen replied, but his voice had lost a fraction of its confidence. The Jade Phoenix sect has no authority here. The Jade Phoenix sect has authority wherever its disciples are threatened. She gestured, and Qin Meihua stepped out from behind the formation of Jade Phoenix cultivators, her foundation establishment aura burning steadily, her hand on her sword. Disciple Qin has reported repeated harassment by Duan clan forces. Escalating harassment. I am here to ensure it stops. The air between the two powers crackled with competing auras, crimson fire against the cool blue of Duan formation energy. Ma Chen's guards shifted nervously, gripping their weapons tighter. They were outmatched, and every one of them knew it. Madame Hua alone outweighed their entire force, and behind her, 30 combat-ready disciples waited for a signal that would turn the village square into a battlefield. Xinyun stood between the two forces, watching the standoff with his water sense reading every heartbeat, every spike of adrenaline, every micro-tremor of fear and aggression in the blood of 40 cultivators. The village held its breath. The morning birds had stopped singing. And then, from the jade token warm against his chest, he felt a pulse. Lianhua's voice, transmitted through the bathhouse's waters, resonated in his tidal meridians with a clarity that cut through the tension like a blade through silk. Let them come. The bathhouse chooses its own guests. The standoff held, two armies poised on the edge of violence, a village of mortals trapped between them, and a young man with a trash-tier spiritual roots standing at the fulcrum of a conflict that would reshape the region. Xinyun looked at Duan Ma Chen's calculating eyes. He looked at Madame Hua's unwavering stance. He looked at Mei Hua's hand on her sword, and he felt the bathhouse humming beneath the ground, ancient and patient and vast. The world he had known was gone. The world that was replacing it was more dangerous and more extraordinary than anything Elder Mu's lessons had prepared him for. The only question was whether he could navigate it long enough to see what it became, and he intended to find out. Chapter 21. The standoff resolved not with blood, but with words, though the words cut deeper than swords. Madame Hua proposed a solution with the practiced ease of a woman who had spent decades navigating cultivation politics. The bathhouse, which she referred to only as the spiritual resource, would remain under Xinyun's control as an independent, neutral healing facility. The Jade Phoenix sect would serve as sponsor and protector, ensuring no external force could seize it through military means. In exchange, the The sect would receive priority access for healing services and a modest annual contribution of purification pills. Duan Machen's jaw tightened as the terms were laid out. His guards looked to him for direction, but even the most loyal servant could count. 30 Jade Phoenix disciples plus a near-nascent soul elder against 20 Duan clan soldiers and a single core formation young master. The math was not complicated. This is extortion disguised as diplomacy, Machen said, his voice cool but stripped of its earlier swagger. This is protection of a neutral resource that benefits the entire region, Madame Hua corrected. The Heavenly Tao Alliance recognizes the legal status of independent spiritual resources when they are declared openly and sponsored by a recognized sect. If you challenge this arrangement, you challenge Alliance law, and the Duan clan, for all its power, does not want that fight. Machen's gaze found Shun Yun across the square. The young master's eyes burned with a fury he barely contained, but beneath the anger, Shun Yun's water sense detected something more dangerous: calculation. Machen was not the type to accept defeat. He was the type to accept delay while he planned a more devastating approach. Very well, Machen said. The Duan clan withdraws its claim. For now. He mounted his spirit horse, and his guards fell into formation behind him. At the village gate, he turned back. Enjoy your protectors, Bathhouse keeper. Protectors are only useful until someone stronger comes along. The Duan forces departed. The village exhaled, and Shun Yun stood in the aftermath with the uneasy knowledge that he had traded one danger for a different kind of dependence. Thank you, he told Madame Hua. Do not thank me yet, she replied, her sharp features unreadable. Sponsorship is not charity. The Jade Phoenix sect invests in resources that strengthen our position. I expect returns, Shun Yun. Demonstrate that your bathhouse justifies our protection, or that protection will evaporate like morning dew. She departed with the controlled elegance of someone who never wasted a single movement, her procession filing out of the village like a crimson river flowing uphill. Qin Meihua lingered long enough to press Shun Yun's arm. She means it, Meihua said quietly. But she is fair. Prove the bathhouse's value, and she will defend it with everything she has. Shun Yun watched them go and turned toward the hills, where the jade token hummed against his chest. Proving the bathhouse's value was something he could do. The question was whether he could do it fast enough. He walked back through Blue Creek Village slowly. The villagers who had witnessed the confrontation were drifting back to their routines with the quiet efficiency of people who had learned not to stand near trouble. Farmer Tao was already back at his vegetable stall, pretending he had not been watching from a window the entire time. The blacksmith's hammer had resumed. A child chased a chicken across the road. The village looked the same as it had an hour ago. Shun Yun knew it was not the same. He had just made a declaration to the cultivation world with 100 witnesses. He had attached the bathhouse's name to a formal protection arrangement. He had drawn a line. Lines had a way of inviting tests. He stopped at the edge of the hill path and looked down at Blue Creek Village, at the modest rooftops, the market square, Elder Moo's grave on the eastern slope. The jade token was warm against his chest with the specific warmth of the First Springs property running through the stone at low power, like a hearth fire banked for the night. He thought about what Madame Hua had said. Returns. The bathhouse had to justify its protection. That meant patience. That meant healing that worked, visibly, in ways that spread through the cultivation world's informal reputation networks and arrived back at the Jade Phoenix sect's ears as evidence that their investment was sound. He went back to work. Chapter 22 words spread through the cultivation world's informal networks with the speed of wildfire in dry grass. Within a week of the Jade Phoenix sect sponsorship becoming known, message talismans arrived from 3 other sects requesting information about the neutral healing facility near Blue Creek Village. Within 2 weeks, the first unsolicited visitors appeared, a pair of wandering cultivators with road injuries, sent by a Jade Phoenix disciple who had heard about the miraculous spring treatments. Shun Yun realized he needed structure. Rules. A system that managed demand without exposing the bathhouse to exploitation. He established the framework over 3 intense days, consulting with Lianhua on precedent and with Qin Meihua on practical logistics. The rules were simple. Only women could use the springs for cultivation acceleration and breakthrough assistance. Men could receive basic healing, wounds, poisons, physical injuries, but the deeper benefits were physiologically restricted to yin-dominant constitutions. Appointments were required, scheduled through Meihua's communication network. Fees were charged on a sliding scale. Wealthy sect disciples paid in spirit stones and rare herbs. Poor wandering cultivators paid what they could or worked off the debt through guard duty. He set up a rotation schedule with 5 time slots per day, each lasting 2 hours. That gave him enough time to monitor each patient personally while maintaining the spring's chi reserves. The bathhouse responded to the increased activity. More formations flickered to life along the walls, lighting arrays, ventilation systems, privacy screens made of condensed chi that created opaque curtains around individual bathing areas. The space was designed for this. It wanted guests. Xinyun found himself in a role he had never imagined: proprietor, healer, host. He greeted each visitor at the bathhouse entrance, assessed their condition with his water sense, prescribed the appropriate spring, and monitored their treatment. Between sessions, he cultivated. At night, he studied with Lianhua. In whatever moments remained, he tended the herb garden he had planted around the bathhouse's surface entrance, a camouflage measure that also provided useful ingredients. The income trickled in. Spirit stones accumulated in a storage chest. Rare herbs stocked the shelves of the newly opened storage room. And with each new patient treated, the bathhouse's reputation grew another fraction, building toward a critical mass that would either save him or destroy him. Among the early visitors was a spirit-severing cultivator from the nearby Hollow Pine Sect, whose broken dantian had left her unable to circulate chi for 3 years. She arrived skeptical, driven more by desperation than hope. Xinyun ran her through the first spring twice, the second spring once, and on the fourth session felt the moment her dantian's fracture lines began to smooth. It was delicate work. The damage was old. The surrounding spiritual tissue hardened around the injury. He spent 4 hours on that session, the water sense narrowing to a precision that left him shaking with concentration afterward. She left with a dantian that was 70% repaired. She came back 3 weeks later with 2 other Hollow Pine disciples. The second week brought a young male cultivator, barely 14, foundation establishment, with a cultivation deviation that had caused his chi to cycle in the wrong direction for 6 months. His Sect's healers had tried 3 different correction methods. Each one had made the deviation more entrenched. He sat in the second spring's purifying water for an hour and cried quietly the whole time as the deviation corrected itself, the wrong direction cycling finally breaking against the spring's patient presence. His Sect master sent a formal letter of thanks. The letter included a referral recommendation for the master's own sister, who had a different condition. This was how reputation worked in the cultivation world. Not through announcement, but through result. Each successful treatment becoming a story told to exactly the right people. Xinyun processed each case with Lianhua in the evenings, reviewing what he had done and what he had missed. She was exacting. Where he had taken the straightforward approach, she showed him the elegant one. Where he had used raw spring output, she showed him the precision technique that would have used half the chi to achieve the same result. You have good instincts, she told him. You also have the instincts of someone who was never trained. You are using the spring as a blunt instrument rather than a precise one. I am getting results. You are getting results now, against the cases you have seen so far. The cases you will see in the coming months will not yield to blunt instruments. She paused. Let me teach you properly. He let her. The evenings became the most important part of his schedule. 2 hours of formal instruction in the spring-tide method's deeper applications. Lianhua patient and thorough in the way of someone who had been teaching for 10,000 years and understood exactly where each student's understanding needed refinement. His water sense sharpened. His technique became more articulated, each application fitted to the specific need rather than applied in its general form. The bathhouse improved because he was improving, and he was improving because the bathhouse was making him work. Chapter 23. Ling Xiaotong arrived on a Tuesday, which was notable because she arrived by falling out of the sky. The crash site was a patch of vegetable garden behind Farmer Tao's house. A formation-enhanced parasol, the cheapest possible flying treasure, barely functional, and apparently held together with prayers and optimistic chi reinforcement, had catastrophically failed at approximately 100 feet of altitude, and its occupant had survived only because she had instinctively deployed a protective formation array midway through the plummet. Xinyun found her sitting in the wreckage of 3 rows of cabbages, her parasol in splinters around her, her robes streaked with garden soil, and a grin on her face so wide it seemed physically impossible. That, she said to no one in particular, was the worst landing I have ever had, and I have had some truly spectacular bad landings. She was small, barely 5 feet, with a round face, large dark eyes, and hair that looked like it had been styled by a strong wind and then abandoned. Her robes bore the insignia of the Wandering Cloud Pavilion, a mid-tier sect known for their formation masters and their general reputation for producing eccentric geniuses. She was perhaps 18, with a core formation cultivation that belied her youthful appearance, and she radiated energy the way a bonfire radiates heat, chaotic, intense, and slightly dangerous to stand too close to. I am looking for the celestial bathhouse, she announced to Xinyun, who had been watching the crater formation from a safe distance. The spatial readings from this location are fascinating. Someone has created a dimensional pocket anchored to this hillside, and the formation work is unlike anything in the modern catalog. I have to study it. I have to. Please tell me you are the keeper. I am the keeper, Xinyan said carefully. And you are? Ling Xiaodong, formation master prodigy of the Wandering Cloud Pavilion. Well, self-declared prodigy, my masters would say dangerously overconfident student with a talent for blowing things up, but I think prodigy is more accurate. She bounced to her feet, shedding cabbage leaves. May I please see the formations? I have been tracking the spatial anomaly for 2 weeks. I even built a detection array specifically for this. It broke my parasol, which is why I fell, but that is a minor setback. Xinyan looked at this bubbly, soil-streaked young woman and felt a complicated mixture of alarm and amusement. She was clearly brilliant. A core formation cultivation at 18 spoke to extraordinary talent, and her casual mention of building custom detection arrays confirmed it. She was also clearly a security risk, given that she had found the bathhouse's location through formation analysis alone. If I say no, he asked, will you go away? Absolutely not. I will camp outside and study the spatial readings from here. I have supplies for 3 months. He sighed. Come inside, but touch nothing without asking first. Her squeal of delight startled birds from a tree 30 meters away. She was at the cabbage garden for another 10 minutes, picking garden soil from her robes and writing something in a small notebook she produced from her inner pocket. She wrote quickly, the pen moving with the controlled precision of one who had been documenting things since childhood. Your formation perimeter alarm, she said, without looking up from the notebook. It uses a standard Jade Phoenix resonance signature as a passkey. That works for keeping out Sect-affiliated cultivators who might trigger it by accident. It will not work for a rogue cultivator who does not carry any Sect signature. You noticed that in 30 seconds, he said. I noticed it when I crossed the boundary, she said. The alarm would have triggered for most Jade Phoenix disciples who did not have the passkey. It did not trigger for me because I do not carry any Sect signature in my ambient chi. I am, technically, a security hole in your current perimeter. He looked at her. Are you offering to fix it? I am demonstrating why you need someone who can, she said. She finally closed the notebook. The fix is straightforward. 2 additional formation layers. One that reads the absence of recognized signatures rather than only the presence of hostile ones. You would never have thought to design it that way because your threat model is based on sections. Mine includes the gaps. Xinyan considered this for a moment. Then he gestured toward the bathhouse entrance. Come inside. Chapter 24 Ling Xiaodong's reaction to the bathhouse made Qin Meihua's look restrained by comparison. She spent 4 hours crawling across the marble floor with a magnifying lens made of condensed qi, examining individual formation lines with the intensity of a surgeon performing an operation. She mapped the rune arrays on 3 walls, identified 14 distinct formation types that she claimed had been extinct for millennia, and cried actual tears when she found the bathhouse's central formation core. A sphere of interlocking spatial arrays hidden beneath the main hall's floor that regulated the pocket dimension stability. This is beyond anything, she whispered, pressing her palm to the core's surface. The formation language alone predates every known system by at least 10,000 years. The person who designed this was operating on a level of understanding that makes our best formation masters look like children drawing in sand. Xinyan, who had been training with Lianhua in the deep spring chamber, emerged to find Xiaodong had already sketched 8 pages of formation diagrams and was working on the 9th. The good news, she reported without looking up, is that your bathhouse is structurally sound. The formations are degraded, maybe 40% efficiency, but the underlying architecture is so robust that even at reduced capacity, it functions better than anything built in the modern era. And the bad news? Some of the defensive formations are completely offline. You have no perimeter alarm, no intruder detection, no hostile chi rejection, and no emergency lockdown capability. If someone with sufficient power tried to force their way in, the bathhouse's passive defenses could slow them, but not stop them. Xinyan's stomach tightened. Can you repair them? I can try. Some of the formation lines need materials I do not have. Ancient spirit metals, inscribed jade of a specific grade, that sort of thing. But I can improvise substitutes for the most critical systems. Give me access to study the formations, and I will build you a defense grid that would make a top sect jealous. In exchange for what? She looked up from her diagrams, her dark eyes bright with the particular madness of an obsessive scholar who has found the library of their dreams. In exchange for letting me live here. Permanently. This place is the greatest formation discovery in recorded history. I am not leaving. Xinyan consulted with Lianhua, who approved of the arrangement with surprising enthusiasm. A skilled formation master was always part of the bathhouse's design, she explained. The original bathhouse had an entire department of array specialists. This girl's instincts are sound, and her talent is genuine. And so Ling Xiaotong moved in, establishing a workshop in the storage room adjacent to the changing chamber. Within 3 days, she had installed a basic perimeter alarm around the bathhouse entrance. Within a week, she had the intruder detection system operational. The bathhouse's first permanent resident besides Shun Yun began her work with a cheerfulness that was simultaneously infectious and exhausting. Meanwhile, Shun Yun trained. Lian Hua taught him tidal barrier refinements and a new sensory technique, flowing reflection, which allowed him to perceive everything touching water within his domain. Every raindrop became an eye. Every puddle became a mirror. Within the bathhouse, where water was everywhere, he could see everything simultaneously, an omniscience that was limited in range but absolute in detail. This is how I once perceived the world, Lianhua told him, her translucent form growing more solid by the day. Through the water, through the flow, everything is connected by it, and through that connection, nothing is hidden. He practiced flowing reflection until using it was as natural as breathing. The constant background awareness of his domain's water running beneath his active attention the way a river runs beneath the surface ice in winter. He knew the herb garden by the water in its soil. He knew the village by the water in its wells. He knew the bathhouse by the water in every stone, every pool, every spring, every patient. The technique had a side effect he had not anticipated. It made lying difficult for him. Not because the technique revealed deception in others. It was not that kind of spiritual sense, but because maintaining any separation between what he knew and what he acknowledged became uncomfortable. The water was too honest. It showed things as they were. He found himself speaking more directly as a result, the constant contact with unmediated truth running into his communication patterns. Lianhua noticed. The spring tide method shapes the practitioner, she told him. The water does not just become an extension of you. You become an extension of the water. In time, you will find that deception becomes physically uncomfortable. Not impossible, just wrong. The way a note played out of key is wrong. Is that what happened to the previous inheritors? He asked. The ones who reached significant advancement. She paused. It is why the bathhouse was trusted. Not just because the springs worked, but because the keeper who managed them was shaped by the springs into someone who could not easily abuse the trust placed in them. He considered this for a long time. The method designed its own ethical framework, he said. The method recognized, Lianhua said, that power without character produces corruption. So it built the character first, and the power around it. Chapter 25. The Moonshade Pavilion was not, strictly speaking, a cultivation sect. It was a business empire. Founded 3 centuries ago by a former alchemist with a gift for marketing, the pavilion had grown into the largest supplier of spiritual beauty treatments, youth preservation elixirs, and cultivation enhancement cosmetics in the 3 northern regions. Their products promised everything from wrinkle removal to minor cultivation acceleration. And while the claims were exaggerated, the products were good enough to maintain a loyal customer base among wealthy female cultivators who valued appearance alongside power. Palace Mistress Yu Wanqing had inherited the pavilion 20 years ago and transformed it from a prosperous business into a monopoly. She controlled supply chains, pricing, distribution networks, and, most importantly, the perception that her products were the only reliable option for female cultivators who wanted to maintain their beauty while advancing their cultivation. In a world where spiritual energy could erode physical appearance as readily as it enhanced power, this was a massive market. The bathhouse threatened everything she had built. A facility that could heal, purify, and accelerate breakthroughs, for free or at minimal cost, made her entire product line obsolete. Why spend a fortune on moonshade beauty elixirs when a single session in the spring did more than a year of products? Why buy cultivation acceleration pills when the bathhouse dissolved bottlenecks in hours? Yu Wanqing learned of the bathhouse's existence through her extensive intelligence network, a web of informants, bribed servants, and cultivator gossip collectors that spanned the continent. The information arrived in a sealed jade slip delivered by a trusted agent, a neutral healing facility in the Azure Dragon region, sponsored by the Jade Phoenix Sect, run by a single male cultivator with a trash-tier spiritual root. She read the report 3 times. She was not a woman who panicked. She was, by temperament and training, a woman who saw problems as they were and dealt with them with methodical efficiency. The bathhouse was a problem, a serious one, but it was run by a single young man with no sect, minimal protection, and a spiritual root that the cultivation world had collectively decided was useless. The The cultivation world was often wrong about what was useless. That was one of the principles Yu Wanqing had built her empire on, finding things others dismissed and extracting their value. But it also meant she knew that things dismissed as useless could become dangerous in the right hands. She pulled the relevant intelligence files on the Azure Dragon region's recent events. The standoff with the Duan clan. The Jade Phoenix Sect sponsorship announcement. The patient visits from the Hollow Pine Sect. The Whisper Network's reports from cultivators who had been treated and told no one, except the 2 or 3 people they trusted most, who told 2 or 3 more. The Bathhouse's reputation was not yet a threat. It was becoming one. She summoned her best operative. "I want everything," she told the woman who knelt before her desk. The facility's location, its defenses, its weaknesses. The keeper's personality, his attachments, his fears. And most importantly, can we take it, buy it, or destroy it? The operative, a charming outer disciple named Lu Meng who specialized in infiltration, bowed and departed. The first shadow fell across the bathhouse's threshold, and Shun Yun did not yet feel it. Chapter 26. Lu Meng arrived at the bathhouse posing as a wandering cultivator with a lingering shoulder injury from a beast encounter. Her cover was impeccable. The injury was real, sustained deliberately to provide an authentic reason for seeking treatment. She was pretty without being memorable, pleasant without being suspicious, and she asked exactly the right questions to seem like a curious patient without triggering alarm. Shenyan treated her in the first spring. The shoulder healed quickly. It was a minor injury, barely worth the spring's attention. While she soaked, Lu Meng cataloged everything her spiritual sense could detect. The formation arrays, the spring's chi signature, the layout of the accessible chambers, and Shun Yun's cultivation level, which she assessed as tidal meridian. Impressive for a Stillwater root bearer, but laughably weak by any combat standard. She also studied the man himself. Young, earnest, clearly intelligent, but overwhelmed by the scope of what he had inherited. He treated each patient with genuine care, not the performative concern of a businessman, but the focused attention of someone who actually wanted to help. This last observation troubled her. She had infiltrated 3 other healing facilities in her career. The keepers of those facilities had been, in varying degrees, self-interested. They healed people because it paid well, or because the reputation served their cultivation advancement, or because the power differential between healer and patient provided something they needed. They were not unkind. They were transactional. Shen Yun was not transactional. He asked about the shoulder's old injury, the one she had been compensating for since she was 12, a joint problem from training at too young an age that had never been corrected, and spent an extra 10 minutes addressing it without asking for additional payment. He suggested a herb tea formula for the residual inflammation and told her where to find the primary ingredient in the region. She had not listed the old injury in her cover story. He had found it himself. "How did you come to run this place?" she asked casually while drying her hair with a chi-warm towel. "Inherited it from my master," Shen Yun said. The same careful half-truth he told everyone. It must be difficult. A man running a healing facility for women. People must talk. People always talk. I find that results silence them faster than explanations. She smiled. It was a professional smile, designed to build rapport, but she felt a genuine twinge of admiration beneath the artifice. He was not what she had expected. What she had not expected was what happened next. As she left the main hall, Shen Yun's voice followed her, quiet and conversational. "Lu Meng." She turned. The shoulder injury was real, but it was inflicted deliberately. The angle and depth are consistent with a controlled blade strike, not a beast's claws. You are hiding your true cultivation level. Your blood flow patterns suggest you are at least core formation, not the foundation establishment you are projecting. And you smell of moonshade lilies. Her blood ran cold. "I do not know who sent you," Shen Yun continued, "and I am not going to force an answer. But I want you to know that I know. And I want you to consider something. Whatever your employer fears about this place, the reality is simpler than they imagine. I heal people. That is all I do." Lu Meng stared at him. His water sense had read her like a book. Every concealed detail, every layered deception, stripped bare by his ability to feel the truth flowing through her blood. She left without a word. On the road back to the Moonshade Pavilion, she composed her report. She included all the tactical information Yu Wanqing had requested. She omitted the bathhouse's deepest layout. She softened her assessment of Shun Yun's weaknesses. And she noted, in a personal addendum, she knew Yu Wanqing would read between the lines of, "The keeper showed me mercy when he had no reason to." This may be relevant to future operations. It was the first crack in her loyalty. Neither she nor Shun Yun knew it yet, but it would widen. She lay awake that night thinking about the old shoulder injury being fixed without being mentioned, and the way he had looked at her, not as a threat being neutralized, not as a problem being managed, but as a person whose pain he had found and addressed, because that was what he did. She was not accustomed to people like that. She was not sure she had ever met one before. Chapter 27. Lianhua warned him about the spy 3 days after Lu Meng departed. She carried the scent of moonshade lilies. The goddess said during their evening training session, her translucent form seated on the edge of the deep spring. That fragrance is the signature of Yu Wanqing's operatives. The Moonshade Pavilion uses it in their products, and the residue lingers in the skin of anyone who handles their merchandise regularly. I noticed, Shenyan said. I let her go. Why? Because she was injured. The shoulder wound was self-inflicted for cover, but she also had an older injury, a deep bruise on her ribs that she had been compensating for with qi reinforcement for months. It was not part of her cover. It was real, and it was painful, and the spring healed it along with the shoulder. Lianhua regarded him with an expression that was difficult to read across the divide of 10,000 years. You gambled that kindness would be more effective than confrontation. I gambled that someone who was in genuine pain would remember who took the pain away. If I had confronted her publicly, she would have been forced to act as an enemy. By letting her go with her dignity intact and her real injury healed, I gave her a reason to report something other than our complete destruction. That is either wisdom or foolishness, Lianhua said. I have lived long enough to know that the difference between them often depends on the outcome. Then we will see. She was quiet for a moment. You understand, she said, that I have seen 9 inheritors make choices like this one. The ones who chose mercy over security were not always rewarded for it. The cultivation world does not consistently produce people who respond to kindness the way you are hoping Lu Meng will respond. I know, he said, but I also know that the Bathhouse cannot be protected by treating everyone who comes here as an enemy. If every potential threat is handled through force, we become exactly the kind of place that people are afraid of rather than the kind of place that people trust. She looked at the spring. The springs work because they meet people where they are. I should work the same way. Lianhua was silent for a longer moment. That, she said, is the correct understanding of the spring tide method. He changed the subject to training. Lianhua taught him drowning grasp, the bathhouse's first offensive technique. A sphere of pressurized water that could trap an enemy within it, the water pressure increasing until the target was crushed or submitted. It required enormous qi to maintain and was effective only against opponents below nascent soul, but it was the first weapon in Shun Yun's previously empty arsenal. He practiced on stone blocks, wrapping them in water spheres and increasing the pressure until they cracked. The technique was brutal in its simplicity: contain and compress. No finesse, no elegance, just the relentless, crushing patience of deep water. The bathhouse was never meant to be a weapon, Lianhua said, watching him reduce a marble block to gravel. But every home needs a guard, and every guard needs teeth. What is the most powerful offensive technique the spring tide method contains? He asked. It depends on how you define power, she said. The most immediately destructive technique is the tidal crush, total compression, water pressure equivalent to the deepest ocean trench, delivered in a sphere 6 inches across. At full output, it will destroy anything below nascent soul and seriously injure anything below spirit severing. But it takes 3 seconds to build, during which you cannot move, and it costs half your reserves. Against anyone capable of moving faster than you can build it, it is useless, he said. The most useful offensive technique is this one, she said, gesturing at the drowning grasp he had just executed. It can be deployed in an instant, it scales with the practitioner's output, and it does not require you to be standing still. Trade the ceiling for the floor. The ceiling is what kills you in the rare case, she said. The floor is what saves you in every case. She looked at him. Cultivators who build themselves around exceptional techniques tend to be helpless the moment circumstances do not match what the exceptional technique requires. Cultivators who build themselves around reliable techniques tend to survive every situation. He thought about Elder Mu teaching him herb identification. Know 100 reliable plants completely rather than 1,000 plants by name only. The principle was the same. Reliable first, he said. Exceptional when the reliable proves insufficient. Yes, she said. That is the way. Chapter 28. Bai Suyin returned 1 week after her initial visit, exactly as promised, with a spatial pouch containing enough rare water element herbs to make Xin Yun's eyes water. Frost moon tears, harvested from glacial pools where spiritual energy had concentrated for centuries. Abyssal kelp, grown in undersea caves where the water pressure compressed qi into the plant's cellular structure. Jade dew lotus seeds, each one worth more than everything Xin Yun had ever owned combined. These are my personal reserves, Bai Suyin said, placing the pouch on the bathhouse's reception table with the precise care of someone handling explosives. I have been collecting water element herbs for 8 years in preparation for my master's treatment. Every copper I earned, every reward from Sect missions, every treasure I found in ruins and beast dens, it all went into this collection. Xinyun understood the weight of the gesture. She was placing everything she had into his hands. I will not waste them, he said. I know. She paused. You are not the type to waste things. She settled into the bathhouse's guest quarters, a chamber that Ling Xiaotong had refurbished with new formations for climate control and privacy. The two women had met briefly during the transition, and their interaction had been a study in contrasts, Xiaotong bouncing with enthusiasm, Suyin responding with monosyllables, a collision of fire and ice that somehow did not result in mutual annihilation. Over the following days, Xinyun and Bai Suyin developed a working routine. Mornings, he cultivated in the first spring while she refined herbs with ice qi in the adjacent chamber, her techniques crystallizing the active spiritual compounds with a precision no fire or earth method could match. Afternoons, they combined their efforts, Xinyun channeling the refined herbs into the second spring, while Suyin's ice qi stabilized the integration process, preventing the new energy from disrupting the spring's existing harmonics. The work brought them into close contact for hours at a time. Xinyun's water sense was intimate by nature. He could feel the blood in her veins, the rhythm of her breath, the subtle shifts in her body chemistry that betrayed emotions her face never showed. He learned to read her the way he read water, by the currents beneath the surface. She was afraid, not of him, not of the bathhouse, but of hope. She had spent years preparing for her master's treatment with the grim determination of someone who expected to fail but refused to stop trying. The bathhouse's genuine power, its real capacity to heal what had defeated every other method, terrified her, because hope was the precursor to grief, and she had been guarding herself against grief for a very long time. The afternoon sessions were quiet, focused, professional. She did not speak without purpose and did not spend words she considered unnecessary. But Xinyun's water sense told him the conversation she was not having. She was watching him work, building a picture of his competence through observation, running a slow and careful assessment that had been running since her first visit. You are checking whether I can actually do this, he said on the third afternoon, not looking up from the herb preparation. A pause. Yes, she said. Have you reached a conclusion? Another pause, longer. Not yet, she said. I will tell you when I have. He appreciated the honesty. Most people would have offered reassurance. Of course I trust you. I would not be here otherwise. She gave him the truth instead, which was that she was watching and deciding, and she would tell him what she found. On the fourth evening, they sat together in the herb garden, sorting dried plants by moonlight. Xinyun's hands moved through the familiar motions of an herbalist, while Suyin's ice-cold fingers catalogued each specimen with scientific precision. Their hands brushed over the same jar of frost moon tears. Both pulled back. The moment held for a heartbeat longer than coincidence would allow. Your ice, Xinyun said, because the silence needed to be broken before it grew into something neither of them was ready for. It is thawing again. Bai Suyin looked at her hands, and for one unguarded second, her expression held something Xinyun had never seen on the ice fairy's face. She was smiling. It vanished immediately, replaced by her usual composure, but the afterimage lingered in his memory like sunlight after closing your eyes. Chapter 29. The bathhouse's clientele grew steadily through the second month. 3 more Jade Phoenix disciples came for healing. A wandering cultivator with spiritual poison sought purification. 2 sisters from a minor sect arrived with cultivation deviations that had defied years of treatment. Each one left healed. Each one sworn to secrecy. Each one carrying the bathhouse's reputation a little further into the world. Xinyun developed a rhythm. Dawn. Cultivation in the first spring, pushing toward the third spring's activation. Morning. Patient consultations and treatments. Afternoon. Herb preparation with Bai Suyin. Evening. Formation work with Ling Xiaotong. Night. Training with Lianhua in the deep chambers. He slept 4 hours a night and felt more alive than he ever had. The herb garden expanded. What had started as a camouflage measure became a genuine spiritual herb garden, the soil enriched by the bathhouse's ambient qi and the water purified by Xinyun's abilities. Herbs that normally took years to mature grew in weeks. Xinyun used them to create basic healing pills and purification tinctures, lower quality than the springs themselves, but still superior to anything available on the open market. These products became the bathhouse's public face. He sold them through Meihua's trade network under the label Blue Creek Remedies. generating income that supported the village and funded the bathhouse's operations without revealing the spring's existence to casual buyers. The pills were good enough to build a reputation and modest enough to avoid drawing the attention of major powers. He also trained in combat. Not traditional martial cultivation. His Stillwater route made that impossible, but the specific defensive and support techniques that the spring tide method offered. Tidal barrier became second nature, deployable in an instant, maintainable for hours. Flowing reflection gave him a surveillance network within the bathhouse that missed nothing. And drowning grasp, practiced in secret, grew more precise with each session. He was still not a fighter, but he was becoming something perhaps more dangerous, a fortress. Lianhua watched his progress from the deep spring, her form growing more defined with each passing day. She no longer flickered when she spoke. Her hair moved with genuine weight, instead of floating like a spirit's. Her skin had color, the pale luminescence of a being that was more than human, but had once been more than this. "You are changing this place," she told him one evening, watching him tend the herb garden through the bathhouse's water network. "Changing it from a ruin into a home. I did not think I would see that again." "You will see more than that," he promised. "When we open the third spring." "Yes," she said, and the hope in her voice was the same terrified hope he had felt in Bai Suin's blood. "When we open the third spring." There were evenings when Bai Suin worked late in her herb refinement chamber, and the scent of crystallized qi drifted through the corridor with the specific cold clarity of her technique. And evenings when Ling Xiaodong's formation pen scratched in rapid bursts followed by the soft sound of pages turning. And evenings when the bathhouse was so quietly alive with the work of people who were each doing the thing they were best at that Shun Yun would pause in a corridor and listen to the sounds of it for a moment before continuing. He had not expected to build something. He had expected to inherit something. The distinction was significant. Chapter 30 Duan Machin did not attack directly. That was not his style. Instead, he attacked the bathhouse's supply lines. 3 caravans carrying herbs and formation materials to Blue Creek Village were ambushed in the span of a week. The first was robbed by bandits, who wore no identifying marks but fought with Duan clan sword techniques. The second was scattered by a spirit beast stampede that Meihua's investigators determined had been artificially triggered using beast-luring incense, a specialty item sold exclusively by Duan clan merchants. The third caravan's guards were simply bought off, their loyalty purchased with enough gold to set them up for a decade. The message was clear. The Jade Phoenix sect could protect the bathhouse itself, but they could not protect every road, every supplier, every link in the chain that kept the operation running. Shinya needed someone who could. He also needed someone who would not require a long negotiation, a formal arrangement, or any of the elaborate courtesy that accompanied most cultivation world relationships. He needed someone who solved problems with direct competence and whose loyalty could be established in a single transaction. Wei Chenlong was a rogue cultivator in the truest sense, a man with no sect, no clan, no allegiance, and no particular desire to acquire any. He wandered the regions with a battered sword on his back, took contracts for monster hunting and escort duty, drank too much in every town he passed through, and fought anyone who looked at him sideways with a cheerful ferocity that had earned him a reputation as someone to hire when you wanted a problem solved violently and with minimal paperwork. Shinyan met him at the Blue Creek Village Market, where Wei Chenlong had stopped to resupply on his way to somewhere else. The swordsman was tall and broad, with a foundation establishment cultivation that he wore as casually as his patched coat, and a grin that seemed to be his default expression. He also had a limp, a subtle hitch in his left leg that most people would not notice, but that Shun Yun's water sense identified immediately as the result of an old sword wound that had healed badly, the scar tissue restricting blood flow through the thigh. "That limp," Shin Yun said, bypassing small talk with a directness born of urgency. "I can fix it." Wei Chenlong paused with a skewer of grilled meat halfway to his mouth. "What limp?" "The one you compensate for by shifting your weight to the right side, which has caused secondary strain in your lower back and reduced your sword speed by roughly 15%. The grin faltered. "Who are you?" "A healer who needs an escort. Fix your leg in exchange for 3 months of caravan protection. After that, you are free to go." Wei Chenlong studied him with the sharp, assessing gaze of a man who survived by reading people accurately. Then the grin returned, wider than before. "You have got a pair on you, village boy. Most healers offer to fix things after they have your loyalty. You are offering first. Because I need you healthy more than I need you grateful." Wei Chenlong laughed, a genuine, full-bodied sound that turned heads across the market. "Fine. Fix the leg. If it works, I will guard your cards for 3 months. If it does not work, I will drink your entire herb supply and leave." Shin Yun brought him to the bathhouse, blindfolded, as always, and submerged his leg in the first spring. The old wound dissolved in 20 minutes, the scar tissue flushing from his thigh in a rush of dark fluid that the golden water absorbed and purified. Wei Chenlong stood on both legs without pain for the first time in 6 years, and his expression shifted from skepticism to something dangerously close to loyalty. "Well," he said, flexing his newly healed leg. "I was not expecting that. The caravans leave twice a week. Can you start tomorrow?" "I can start in an hour." He drew his sword and gave it an experimental swing, his full range of motion restored. The blade sang. "Though I should warn you, I am not great at subtlety. I do not need subtle. I need visible. A strong guard who discourages attacks through presence rather than violence. Presence I can do." He grinned. "Violence I do better." The caravan attacks stopped within a week. Wei Chenlong's reputation preceded him, and the anonymous bandits decided that easier targets existed elsewhere. Chapter 31. Granny Phone collapsed outside Blue Creek Village on a day when the rain fell sideways and the wind tasted of autumn. She was found by Farmer Tao's eldest son, crumpled at the roadside like a discarded sack, her gray robes soaked through, her thin body trembling with the effort of drawing each breath. She was old, impossibly old, her face a map of wrinkles so deep they looked like dry riverbeds, her hair white as bone, and she radiated a cultivation aura that made the boy's teeth hum even though he had no spiritual training whatsoever. Nascent soul, the highest cultivation level Shen Yun had encountered outside of Lianhua's divine remnants. He brought her to the bathhouse immediately. Through his water sense, the damage was catastrophic, a wound in her spiritual body, invisible to the eye but gaping to his perception, leaking qi the way a severed artery leaks blood. The wound was old, decades old, sealed with temporary patches of qi that had been applied and reapplied over years like bandages on a wound that refused to close. Her cultivation had been eroding since the injury, dropping from whatever peak she had once occupied to its current level through slow, inevitable attrition. He submerged her in the second spring. The purification water identified the wound as a corruption, a fragment of hostile qi lodged in her spiritual body like a sliver of shrapnel, too deep and too integrated to remove without specialized tools. Standard healing could not reach it. The spring could. The treatment lasted 3 hours. Black mist poured from her body in waves, each wave accompanied by a shudder that racked her thin frame from head to foot. The hostile qi fought back, clinging to her meridians with the tenacity of a parasite that had been feeding for decades. Shen Yun channeled both springs' energy simultaneously, one hand in the golden water and one in the cyan, creating a dual flow that attacked the corruption from both sides. The technique was dangerous for him. He had never attempted to channel 2 springs simultaneously, and the dual output required him to split his concentration across 2 different properties without letting either degrade. The healing property needed to maintain its warmth while the purification property maintained its cleansing frequency. One hand too warm, and the corruption would integrate faster. One hand too cold, and the healing tissue would suffer. He held it for 3 hours. When the last wisp of black mist dissolved, Granny Foam opened her eyes. They were sharp, sharper than eyes that old had any right to be, and they fixed on Shen Yun with an intensity that made his water sense spike with alarm. "That wound," she said, her voice like gravel dragged across stone, "was given to me by a Tao-seeking cultivator 43 years ago. I have visited every healer on this continent. None of them could touch it. Some of them died trying. The spring did the work," Shen Yun said. "I just directed the flow." Humble. She sat up in the pool, water streaming from her white hair, and her nascent soul aura unfolded like a banner in a gale. The force of it pressed against the bathhouse walls and made the formation lights flicker. "I do not like humble. I like honest. And honestly, boy, you just gave me back 2 full cultivation levels that I lost to that wound. That is not directing the flow. That is a miracle." She stood, steady on her feet for perhaps the first time in years, and looked around the bathhouse with the practiced eye of a person who had seen many impossible things and was not easily impressed. "This place," she said. "Who protects it?" "The Jade Phoenix Sect sponsors it. I have a swordsman guarding the supply lines. A Sect sponsorship and a guard." She snorted. "That will keep out the mice. It will not keep out the cats. You need a nascent soul on your doorstep, and as of this moment, you have one. I cannot ask. You are not asking. I am informing. I, Feng Lian, owe you a life debt. I will camp outside this bathhouse until that debt is repaid, or I die. Those are the only 2 ways this ends." She walked out of the bathhouse, found a suitable rock overlooking the entrance, and sat on it. She was still there the next morning, and the morning after that. She had brought a small pack that she had apparently assembled in advance, which suggested she had been planning this before she asked permission. A blanket. Tea. The kind of dried provisions that lasted months. She had known where she was going before she arrived. Shen Yun, standing at the bathhouse entrance and watching her drink her morning tea from a rock in the rain, felt a complicated mixture of gratitude and uncertainty. She knew she was going to offer this, he told Lianhua. Yes, Lianhua said. She was not surprised by the treatment. She knew what this bathhouse could do, Lianhua said. She has been looking for it for 43 years. She did not know the name or the location, but she has been following rumors of miraculous healing for decades. A pause. You did not find her by accident. She found you. She just needed to be in the right condition for the introduction to proceed. Her gaze moved to the old woman on her rock, drinking her tea in the rain with the comfortable certainty from someone who had arrived exactly where they were going. She is going to be difficult, he said. She is going to be invaluable, Lianhua said. Those are often the same person. Chapter 32 Granny Feng's presence changed the bathhouse's strategic calculus overnight. A nascent soul cultivator was a force of nature. Where core formation practitioners could demolish buildings, nascent soul elders could level mountains. Where foundation establishment disciples fought with sword techniques and elemental attacks, nascent soul cultivators wielded their spiritual sense as a weapon, crushing the consciousness of weaker opponents with nothing but focused intent. Having one standing guard outside your door was the cultivation equivalent of parking a warship in your harbor. Word spread quickly. The bandits who had been testing the bathhouse's defenses vanished entirely. Duan Machen's surveillance operatives, who had been maintaining a discreet watch from the surrounding hills, withdrew to a safer distance. Even the local spirit beasts seemed to sense the change, giving Blue Creek Village a wider berth than before. With the immediate security concerns addressed, Shen Yun turned his attention inward. The third spring waited. He descended into the bathhouse's deeper levels, past the second spring chamber, past the staircase leading to Lianhua's golden pool, and into a region of the bathhouse he had not yet explored. The architecture here was different, rougher, more organic, as if the builders had shaped the natural stone rather than replacing it. The corridors narrowed and twisted, following the contours of underground rock formations. The stone down here held a quality he had not felt in the upper chambers. Not heat, not cold, not the spring water warmth of the actively running pools. Something older. The quality of stone that had been in continuous contact with spiritual water for 10,000 years and had absorbed that contact into its material nature, so that the boundary between rock and water was not sharp but gradual. He moved slowly through the lower corridors, his flowing reflection extending through every trace of moisture in the stone. The bathhouse showed him, through the water, a map of itself. The dimensions of chambers he had not yet entered, the layout of sealed doors, the specific geometry of the space beneath the accessible floors. At the end of the longest corridor, behind a door that opened to his jade token's touch, lay the third springs chamber. It was smaller than the previous two, a circular room barely 30 paces across, and the basin at its center was sealed beneath a massive stone slab inscribed with runes that glowed faintly cyan. The third spring is attuned to vitality, Lianhua told him through the water. Its property is the acceleration of living processes, growth, regeneration, the fundamental life force that drives all organic systems. Where the first spring heals damage and the second purifies corruption, the third spring enhances life itself. That sounds like it could be dangerous. It can be. Uncontrolled vitality acceleration can cause cancerous growth, age distortion, or evolutionary chaos. That is why the third spring has a seal. It opens only for someone who has mastered control over the first two springs' properties. You must demonstrate that you can heal and purify before you are allowed to accelerate. Shunyan placed his hands on the sealed stone and reached for the spring's resonant frequency. He found it, a warm, green vibration, like the sound of growing things if growing things made sound. It was alive in a way the first two springs' frequencies were not, pulsing with an organic rhythm that matched the beat of a living heart. He began the attunement. The process required simultaneous mastery of all three tidal meridians, harmonized with the first and second springs' frequencies and then modulated to include the third. Three frequencies playing in harmony. Three aspects of water, healing, purification, vitality, united in a single flow. It was the hardest thing he had ever attempted. Each time he added the third frequency, it disrupted the harmony of the first two, like adding a third voice to a duet and turning it into noise. He failed 17 times before Lianhua's guidance found the key. The third frequency was not a separate note, but a bridge between the first two, the vitality that connected healing and purification into a single, integrated process. On the 18th attempt, The harmony clicked. Chapter 33 The stone slab cracked. A line of green light split the runes down the center, and the two halves ground apart with the sound of ancient mechanisms engaging for once in millennia. Beneath the seal, water surged upward, not cyan or gold but a deep, vibrant green, the color of new growth, of spring meadows after rain, of the moment when a seed cracks and the first shoot pushes toward the sun. The third spring erupted with a force that knocked Shenyun backward. Green water geysered to the ceiling, cascaded down the walls, and filled the basin in seconds. The air changed, no longer just warm and damp, but alive, charged with vitality that made Shenyun's skin tingle and his lungs expand with a freshness that tasted like the first breath of morning. He submerged his hands and felt the spring's properties cascade through his water sense. Vitality acceleration. Every living process within the water's influence was enhanced, cells divided faster, wounds closed quicker, qi circulated with greater efficiency. A plant placed in this water would grow from seed to flower in hours. A cultivator submerged in it would find their cultivation advancing at double or triple the normal rate, their body's natural processes supercharged to peak performance. The opening of the third spring sent a shockwave through his body. New tidal meridians carved themselves through his spiritual architecture, each one burning as it formed, each one widening his capacity to channel qi. The pain was exquisite, the pure, clean agony of growth, of expansion, of becoming more than he had been. When it passed, he was a wellspring adept, the fourth rank of the spring tide method. His water sense doubled in range, reaching 2 kilometers. He could sense the underground water table beneath the entire valley, the hidden aquifers, the deep rivers that flowed through stone far below the surface. His tidal barrier could now absorb attacks that would have shattered it a day ago. His drowning grasp technique gained a new dimension. He could infuse the pressurized water with vitality-draining properties, aging whatever was trapped within at an accelerated rate. And Lianhua, the third spring's activation returned another fragment of her power. Her form, already more solid than when they had met, gained weight and warmth and presence. She could now touch things, not just float above surfaces, but place her hand on stone and feel its texture. She pressed her palm to the third spring's basin and gasped, a sound of reclaimed sensation that was raw with emotion. "I can feel it," she whispered. "My own creation. My own water. For 10,000 years I could only sense it through the seal, and now." She did not finish the sentence. She did not need to. He sat in the third spring's chamber for some time after the opening, the green water moving around him, the vitality property running through his meridians with a warmth that was different from the first spring's warmth, less gentle, more energetic, the warmth of growth rather than the warmth of comfort. He was stronger, more capable. The bathhouse was more alive. He thought about Bai Suyin waiting upstairs, and about what he had just made possible for her master. The third spring changed what was achievable. The palace mistress's spiritual poison, which had been a challenge for the first and second springs combined, was now something the three springs together could approach with genuine confidence. He climbed back up with green water in his hair, and the news that changed everything. Chapter 30 for the third spring's activation did not go unnoticed. A pulse of spiritual energy, the vitality spring's opening signature, radiated outward from the bathhouse and across the entire Azure Dragon region like a ripple in a still pond. It was subtle enough that most cultivators dismissed it as a natural qi fluctuation, but those with specialized detection abilities identified it immediately as something unusual. Within 2 days, Shenyun received formal visit requests from the Wandering Cloud Pavilion, the Silver Lotus Sect, and 3 independent cultivator clans. Message talismans accumulated on his desk like autumn leaves, each one phrased in the elaborate courtesy of cultivation politics, but all asking the same fundamental question. What do you have, and can we access it? Ling Xiaotong, who had been mapping the bathhouse's spatial architecture for weeks, arrived at his desk with a stack of formation blueprints and an excited expression. The pulse you sent out, it was not just a spiritual energy fluctuation. It was a signal. The bathhouse's network architecture includes a broadcasting function that activates when a new spring is opened. In the original design, this would have announced the activation to all connected branches. Since those branches are dormant, the signal just propagated through the open air instead. Can you suppress it for future activations? Already working on it. But the damage from this one is done. Everyone with a spiritual sense within 500 miles knows something happened here. Shenyun rubbed his temples. The bathhouse's own design was conspiring against his secrecy. He held a council in the main hall. Meihua attended via message crystal. Bai Suyin sat beside the second spring, her ice-blue eyes watchful. Ling Xiaotong spread her formation diagrams across the marble floor. Granny Feng perched on her rock outside, listening through the open door. We cannot hide anymore, Xinyun said. The question is how we reveal ourselves on our own terms rather than being exposed on someone else's. The plan they developed over the next 3 hours was simple in concept and complicated in execution. Open the bathhouse to controlled public access. Accept clients from multiple sects simultaneously. Establish the bathhouse as a neutral resource that benefited too many factions for any single one to risk destroying. The risk, Bai Suyin said, from her position by the second spring, is that increased visibility brings increased scrutiny from entities with more resources than the Duan clan. Yes, Xinyun said. That is why the timing matters. We reveal ourselves after the third spring demonstrates results that speak for themselves. Duan Machen's attempt to seize the bathhouse failed because our value was not clear enough to justify the political cost of sponsorship. We need value that is unambiguous. The palace mistress, Qin Meihua said through the message crystal. Yes, he said. If they successfully treated the Frostmoon Palace mistress, one of the most intractable spiritual poison cases in the 3 northern regions, a case that had defeated every other healer on the continent. That result would speak for itself in every cultivation forum and every sect's private communication. The treatment, Bai Suyin said. Her composure was absolute. Her heart rate, which Shun Yun's water sense tracked without permission, had elevated by approximately 20%. When is she ready to travel? He asked. She has been ready for weeks, Bai Suyin said. I was waiting for the third spring. Lianhua's lesson about neutrality as protection was about to be put to the ultimate test. Chapter 35 The Frostmoon Palace mistress arrived on a palanquin of ice. 4 Frostmoon elders carried her, the palanquin suspended between them on threads of frost that shimmered in the afternoon sun. She was old, not in the way mortals aged, with wrinkles and gray hair, but in the way ancient cultivators aged, their vitality consumed from within, leaving a shell of power around a core of decay. Her skin was translucent, the veins beneath visible as dark lines, and her aura flickered like a candle in a strong wind. Bai Suyin walked beside the palanquin, her composure absolute, her eyes betraying nothing. But Shun Yun's water sense told the real story. Her heart was hammering at nearly twice its normal rate, and the ice in her meridians was fluctuating with the erratic patterns of suppressed terror. The palace mistress was lowered into the third spring. Shen Yun had spent 2 days preparing a specialized treatment protocol, combining the healing properties of the first spring, the purification of the second, and the vitality acceleration of the third into a sequential program designed to attack the spiritual poison from 3 angles simultaneously. The poison was unlike anything he had encountered. It was not a simple toxin but a living corruption, a parasitic spiritual organism that had integrated itself into the palace mistress's cultivation base over 11 years, feeding on her qi like a vine feeding on a tree. Removing it meant separating the parasite from the host without destroying the host's cultivation in the process. He worked for 6 hours, the most grueling, precise, demanding healing he had ever attempted. His water sense narrowed to a laser focus, tracking the poison's tendrils through the palace mistress's meridians and dissolving them one by one, while simultaneously supporting the underlying spiritual structures they had been feeding on. Each tendril fought back, trying to burrow deeper, trying to spread to undamaged areas. Each time, the spring's combined properties caught the attempt and neutralized it. Bai Suyin sat at the pool's edge for the entire 6 hours, motionless as a sculpture, her spiritual sense intertwined with Shun Yun's to provide detailed feedback on her master's internal state. Their qi synchronized without conscious effort, his water and her ice working in complementary rhythm, warm and cool, fluid and structured, yin and yin harmonizing in a way that neither had experienced before. At the 3rd hour, when the longest and most integrated of the poison's tendrils finally surrendered to the combined spring pressure and dissolved, Bai Suyin let out a breath that Shun Yun could feel through the water as a shift in her entire body's tension level. That was the primary anchor, he told her, without breaking his concentration. The rest will follow. He felt her nod. The final tendril dissolved at sunset. The palace mistress's eyes, which had been closed for the duration, opened. They were clear, not the clouded, pain-glazed eyes that had arrived on the palanquin, but the sharp, focused eyes of a nascent soul cultivator who could see the world as it truly was. "Where am I?" she asked, and her voice was strong. "The celestial bathhouse," Shenyun said. "You are healed." Bai Suyin's composure shattered. She fell to her knees beside the pool, her ice cracking, and wept openly, great, heaving sobs that she made no attempt to contain or control. The ice in her meridians melted entirely, and as never before, She was simply a young woman crying with relief that the person she loved most had been saved. Xinyun turned away to give her privacy. He found Lianhua watching from the shadows, her golden eyes bright with reflected spring light. That, the goddess said softly, is why I built this place. He stood in the shadow of the doorway and let the relief and the grief and the joy of that moment exist without managing it, and thought about Elder Mu's herb garden and the way that man had always said that the point of healing was not the technique, but the person you were healing it for. Chapter 36. The Frostmoon Palace Mistress, fully recovered, offered Shun Yun a formal alliance within hours of her awakening. She was not a woman who believed in delay. After 40 years of leading one of the 3 great female sects, she had learned that gratitude was a perishable commodity, best spent immediately, before the world provided reasons to reconsider. The Frostmoon Palace will provide the celestial bathhouse with a permanent guard rotation of 4 spirit-severing disciples. She declared from the bathhouse's main hall, her restored nascent soul aura filling the space like sunlight filling a cathedral. We will supply rare ice element herbs, formation materials, and cultivation resources on a quarterly basis. In exchange, Frostmoon disciples will receive priority access for healing services, and I personally will advocate for the bathhouse's protected status before the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Xinyun accepted with the careful gratitude of someone who understood that powerful alliances came with powerful expectations. Combined with the Jade Phoenix Sect sponsorship and Granny Fang's individual protection, the bathhouse now had 3 layers of defense: a nascent soul guardian at the door, a near-nascent soul sect elder's political backing, and a full great sect's military support. It was more protection than most minor sects enjoyed. But Xinyun knew that protection attracted as much attention as vulnerability. Every shield proclaimed the value of what it protected. And the more valuable the bathhouse appeared, the more powerful the forces that would eventually come to claim it. He shared this concern with Lianhua during their nightly session. You are right to worry, she said. Power attracts power. But the alternative is weakness, and weakness invites destruction. The only safe path is to become so valuable to so many factions that destroying you becomes more costly than protecting you. The neutrality principle. Exactly. Serve everyone. Ally with no one exclusively. Make the bathhouse a cornerstone that the entire cultivation world depends on, and no single faction will dare remove it. That is a long-term strategy. What about the short term? In the short term, open the 4th spring. Become stronger. The spring tide method is your greatest asset. The stronger you become, the more the bathhouse can do, and the more indispensable it becomes. She was right. And the 4th spring was already calling to him from the depths, its violet light flickering at the edges of his water sense like a distant lighthouse in a dark sea. The palace mistress spent 3 days at the bathhouse, completing a secondary course of treatment that the long-term spiritual poison had made necessary. 12 years of cultivation under a parasitic drain had left certain chi pathways operating at reduced capacity even after the parasite was removed. The 1st spring addressed these one by one. The healing property now running with the additional vitality support of the 3rd spring to accelerate the restoration. She was, Xinyun discovered, an extraordinarily interesting person to have as a temporary resident. She had the directness of a cultivator who had run a major sect for 4 decades and had stopped filtering her assessments for social comfort. She observed everything. She said what she thought. She asked questions that cut to the essential issue. What is your actual plan? She asked him on the 2nd evening. Not the immediate plan. What are you building? He told her. The full picture. The network, the branches, the spring tide method's potential, the vision Lianhua had shared of a continental healing infrastructure. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she said, that is a 20-year plan. Longer, he said. Then you need protection that lasts 20 years, not the kind that stays until someone better comes along. She folded her hands. I will speak to the other great sect leaders when I return. The case I will make is straightforward. A stable, neutral healing network serves everyone's long-term interests. The short-term cost of supporting it is trivial compared to the long-term benefit. She paused. I cannot guarantee results, but I can guarantee they will hear the case properly. He bowed. She waved the bow off with the impatience of someone not interested in formality. Heal my disciples well, she said. That is the only thanks that matters. Chapter 37. The assassination attempt came at midnight during the autumn festival. Blue Creek Village had transformed for the occasion. Lanterns strung between buildings, music from a borrowed pipa, rice wine flowing in quantities that would embarrass the village for weeks afterward. Even Xinyun had emerged from the bathhouse to join the celebration, standing at the edge of the firelight with a cup of tea while villagers danced and Granny Fong snored on her rock. He sensed the poison through the village's water supply. His water sense, active even in moments of relaxation, detected a foreign substance entering the communal well, not a natural contaminant, but a precisely formulated spiritual poison designed to corrupt water element qi. If it reached the bathhouse's springs through the underground water table, it would contaminate the healing properties from the inside, turning medicine into poison. The compound was advanced, alchemical, the kind of thing that required a master-level poisoner and resources only a wealthy organization could provide. Moonshade Pavilion. Shen Yun moved immediately. He channeled his qi into the village's water supply, his tidal meridian cultivation allowing him to extend his influence through every connected water source within 2 kilometers. He isolated the contaminated section of the well like a surgeon clamping an artery, preventing the poison from spreading further while he analyzed its composition. Wei Chenlong. He called through a water resonance message, a technique he had developed that could transmit his voice through any body of water to a specific target. 2 hostiles. Western approach. Moving fast. Wei Chenlong was already moving. The swordsman had been nursing a cup of wine at the festival's edge, one eye on the celebration and one on the darkness beyond the lantern light. He intercepted the first assassin, a woman in dark robes, at the village boundary. The fight was brief and violent. Wei Chenlong's restored leg made him faster than the assassin expected, and his sword found her shoulder before she could deploy her poison blade. The second assassin was smarter. She had circled the village and approached from the creek side, using the water to mask her presence. A clever strategy that would have worked against anyone who was not Shen Yun. He felt her the moment she touched the water. Every ripple, every displaced molecule, painted a picture of her movement as clear as daylight. He waited until she was fully committed to her approach, then deployed drowning grasp. A sphere of water erupted from the creek and engulfed the assassin in an instant. She thrashed, her qi flaring as she tried to break free, but the pressurized water absorbed her struggles and tightened. Shen Yun held the technique for 30 seconds, long enough to incapacitate without killing, then lowered the sphere to the ground and released it. The assassin lay gasping on the creek bank, her weapons scattered, her robes soaked, her combat effectiveness reduced to 0. Wei Chenlong arrived with the first assassin, conscious but disarmed, slung over his shoulder like a sack of grain. Moonshade Pavilion? He asked, reading the insignia hidden beneath the dark robes. Moonshade Pavilion, Shen Yun confirmed. They tried to poison the water supply. That is a nice trick, Wei Chenlong said, nodding at the captured second assassin. The water-grabbing thing. Very dramatic. Thank you. You should probably learn to do it faster, though. If she had been nascent soul, you would be dead. Noted. They secured the assassins and extracted enough information to confirm that Yuan Qing had ordered the attack. The poison was designed to corrupt the bathhouse springs through the underground water table, a plan that would have worked if Shen Yun's water sense had been even slightly less developed. The festival continued. The villagers, oblivious to the battle that had taken place 100 meters from the dancing, celebrated until dawn. Shen Yun did not celebrate. He sat by the bathhouse entrance, watching the stars, and thought about how close the springs had come to contamination. He needed to be stronger, faster, better. He also thought about Yuan Qing's choice. She had resources. She had reach. She had made the decision to use those resources against an organization that healed people. He was not angry about it. The Moonshade Pavilion's business model genuinely was threatened by the bathhouse's existence, and Yuan Qing was operating from a rational assessment of her interests. But the rational assessment had still sent 2 women to poison a village's water supply, and that was a line that could not be left unaddressed. He needed to neutralize the Moonshade Pavilion as a threat without escalating the conflict. That required something more sophisticated than force. He sent a message to Lu Meng. He needed the 4th spring. Chapter 38. Lianhua was reluctant to teach him the offensive technique he requested. The spring tide method was designed for nurturing, she said, her translucent form pacing the deep spring chamber with an agitation that made the golden water ripple. Healing, growth, purification. The bathhouse was never meant to be a weapon. The bathhouse was nearly destroyed last night by people who do not care what it was meant to be, Shen Yun replied. I need to be able to protect it. You have Granny Feng. You have the Frostmoon Guards. You have Wei Chenlong. I have allies who can protect me. I need to be able to protect them. He met her golden eyes. Lianhua, I am not asking you to teach me to destroy. I am asking you to teach me to defend what we are building. There is a difference. The goddess was silent at length. The water around her feet swirled in slow circles, reflecting her internal conflict in physical patterns. There was a technique, she said finally. Not part of the core method, but an auxiliary system designed for the bathhouse's guardians. They were not warriors. They were protectors. The distinction mattered. She taught him Drowning Grasp's advanced form. Not just a sphere of pressurized water, but a selectively permeable prison that could suppress an enemy's chi circulation while maintaining life support. The target would be immobilized, their cultivation sealed, but they would not suffocate or be crushed. Capture, not kill. Restraint, not destruction. This is the way of water, Lianhua said. Water does not attack. Water surrounds. Water contains. Water waits until the enemy exhausts themselves against its patience. Shun Yun practiced until his chi reserves were empty, then recovered in the springs and practiced again. The advanced Drowning Grasp was enormously more demanding than the basic version. It required constant chi flow to maintain the selective permeability, preventing the target from breathing while also preventing them from dying. It was, in essence, a cultivation technique of precision rather than power. By the end of 3 days, he could maintain the advanced grasp against a target for up to 10 minutes. Against anyone below nascent soul, it was effectively inescapable. Against nascent soul or above, it would slow them enough for allies to respond. He also sent the message to Lu Meng, not asking for information or betrayal of Yuan Qing. Simply, a proposition. The Bathhouse offers to treat the 3 Moonshade Pavilion agents whose injuries from the Autumn Festival were confirmed by his water sense before they escaped. No conditions. No information exchange required. The treatment is available because they are injured and the Bathhouse treats injured people. The message was delivered through a neutral courier. 3 weeks later, Lu Meng appeared at the Bathhouse entrance. Not with injured colleagues. Those arrangements, if they happened, would come later. She came alone, in her own name, without a cover story. I want to know, she said, standing in the entrance without entering. If the proposition is genuine. No strings. No strings, Shenyun said. Come in. She crossed the threshold. It was the first time she had done so as herself. It was not much, but it was enough for now. Chapter 39. Zhou Yanran arrived at the Bathhouse in disguise. A mortal woman's robes, a servant's posture, a face hidden beneath a wide straw hat. And Shenyun almost turned her away before his water sense caught the anomaly. Her blood carried a signature unlike anything he had encountered. Deep within her body, coiled around her dantian like a sleeping dragon, was a spiritual root. But this root was sealed, wrapped in layers of cursed energy so thick and old that Shun Yun could barely perceive the root itself beneath the contamination. It was like looking at a gem buried in tar. Please, she said, and her voice carried the weight of someone who had run out of options. I was told you can do what others cannot. She was 22 years old, tall and straight-backed, with the bearing of someone raised in luxury who had learned to carry hardship with dignity. Her features were sharp and refined, her skin dark from sun exposure that her noble bone structure was not designed for. She had been traveling for weeks, the road's grit in her fingernails and the road's exhaustion in her eyes. I am Zhou Yanran, she said, removing her hat. 3rd princess of the Zhou Kingdom. The Zhou Kingdom was a mortal nation on the Azure Dragon region's southern border, one of the few remaining human kingdoms that had not been absorbed into a cultivation clan's territory. It survived through a combination of geographic isolation, diplomatic cunning, and a military tradition that made it more trouble to conquer than it was worth. My kingdom is dying, she said, sitting in the Bathhouse's reception chamber with her hands clasped in her lap. A neighboring cultivation clan, the Shunhawk clan, has been encroaching on our borders for 3 years, claiming territory, seizing resources, demanding tribute. Our army cannot stand against cultivators. Our diplomats cannot negotiate with people who consider us insects. And she paused, her jaw tightening. I have a spiritual root. My family has always known. But it is sealed by a curse placed on the Zhou royal bloodline 8 generations ago by an entity my ancestors defied. Every royal born with a spiritual root has had it sealed before they could cultivate. An entity, Shin Yun repeated. What kind of entity? The family records describe it as the one without a face. It demanded our fealty. Our ancestors refused. The curse was the punishment. Shin Yun's water sense probed the sealed root more carefully. The curse was ancient, layers upon layers of hostile chi, each one applied over generations, each one reinforcing the seal. But beneath it all, the root itself was remarkable. It resonated with the Bathhouse's waters in a manner that made his tidal meridians vibrate in recognition. You have an imperial water root, he said. Zhou Yanran's eyes widened. You can see it? I can feel it. It is compatible with this place in a fashion that is unusual. He considered his next words carefully. I believe I can unseal it. But the process will be difficult. Multiple sessions, spread over days. And I cannot guarantee success. The curse is old and powerful. I do not need guarantees, she said. I need someone willing to try. He looked at this mortal princess who had walked for weeks through territory controlled by cultivators who could kill her with a thought, who had come to a stranger's bathhouse based on rumors and hope, who carried the fate of a kingdom on shoulders that should not have had to bear it. He thought about what it meant to be told your entire life that you had something the world valued, trapped inside you, inaccessible, the gift and the curse existing simultaneously. Then sit down, he said, and tell me everything about the curse. She told him. 3 hours of family history, political context, cultivation speculation from court advisors who had tried and failed to help her, and the specific memory of each royal child who had been born with the gift sealed before it could be used. She was precise and thorough, and clearly had been preparing this briefing for years. When she finished, he said, "The entity your ancestors called the One Without a Face, do they describe what it wanted?" "Submission," she said. "The records say it wanted the royal bloodline's cultivation potential directed toward its purposes. The specific nature of those purposes was not recorded, or was not understood," he said. "Yes." She paused. "Do you know what it is?" "No," he said honestly. "But the description, faceless, demanding tribute from bloodlines with unusual spiritual roots, it sounds like something old. Something that has been collecting resources for a very long time." He looked at her. "Whatever it is, it used your family's bloodline as leverage. We will remove the leverage." Chapter 40 The unsealing of Zhou Yanran's imperial water root began the following morning and took 3 sessions across 3 days. The first session, in the second spring, stripped the outermost layers of the curse, the most recent applications, only a few generations old, weakened by time and the absence of the original caster's reinforcement. The purification water dissolved them like acid dissolving rust, and Zhou Yanran gasped as spiritual energy touched her meridians with new eyes in her life. The gasp lasted perhaps 3 seconds. Then she pressed her lips together and her composure reasserted. She would allow herself to feel this later. Now she was working. "More of the outer layer is dissolving," she reported, her attention focused inward. "The sensation is, there is qi circulation in pathways that have never been open. Tell me if anything feels wrong," Shenyun said. "The first session is shallow. We are only working the surface applications. If anything unexpected happens in the deeper layers, I need to know immediately." "Understood." The second session, in the first spring, healed the damage the curse had caused to her spiritual architecture. 22 years of sealed cultivation potential had left her meridians atrophied and her dantian collapsed, like muscles that had never been used. The healing water rebuilt them, carefully and thoroughly, preparing the pathways for the qi that would soon flow through them. Zhou Yanran spent the second session with the focused attention of someone studying a document they need to memorize. She was tracking every sensation, cataloging each change, building an internal map of her own cultivation architecture as the healing water revealed it. "Your imperial water root is significant," Shenyun told her after the second session. "Most imperial roots are labeled as such because they carry an elevated affinity with their element. Yours carries something additional." "What?" "The spring-tide method's diagnostic sense reads your root as compatible with celestial water current navigation," he said, "which is unusual. Most water roots are attuned to terrestrial water. Yours points upward." She absorbed this with the measured response of one who had trained herself not to show hope until it was confirmed. "What does that mean practically?" "I'm not sure yet. It may become clearer as your cultivation develops." He paused. "It may explain why the entity placed such significance on your bloodline." The third session, in the third spring, was the breakthrough. Shenyun channeled all 3 springs simultaneously, the vitality water providing the raw force needed to crack the deepest, oldest layer of the curse. The original seal, placed 8 generations ago by the entity Zhou Yanran's records called the One Without a Face. The seal fought back. It was not just a barrier but an intelligence, a fragment of the caster's will preserved in the curse like an insect in amber. It recognized the bathhouse's energy and recoiled from it, as if the waters were something it feared. The seal cracked. The imperial water root erupted from its prison with a force that sent a column of water rocketing from the spring to the chamber ceiling. The water shaped itself into the form of a dragon, long, sinuous, luminous blue, that coiled around the room once before dissolving back into the pool. Zhou Yanran sat in the water, trembling, tears streaming down her face. Spiritual energy poured into her body through channels that had never been opened, and her cultivation advanced with a speed that defied every standard progression chart. Qi condensation to foundation establishment in a single breath, foundation establishment to core formation before the water stilled. She was still trembling when she climbed out of the third spring. Not from cold. From the weight of 22 years of sealed potential releasing all at once, The pressure of a kingdom's hopes and her ancestors' defiance and her own determination all converting simultaneously into something she could actually use. The curse mentioned, the one without a face, Shen Yun told Lianhua that evening, after Zhou Yanran had been settled in the guest quarters. Does that mean anything to you? Lianhua fell quiet for a long time. The golden water around her form darkened by a shade, reflecting an emotion she was struggling to contain. It is a name I had hoped never to hear again, she said finally. An old enemy. One who should have been forgotten. She would not say more. But the fear in her golden eyes, the first genuine fear Shen Yun had ever seen from the goddess, told him that whatever this enemy was, it was something that terrified even a primordial. He filed the information away. He had more immediate concerns. Because the next morning, a formal decree arrived by Spirit Crane from the Heavenly Tao Alliance headquarters. The message was brief, official, and devastating. By order of the Heavenly Tao Alliance Regulatory Council, Grand Elder Situ Kongming will conduct an inspection of the facility known as the Celestial Bathhouse, located in the Azure Dragon region, to assess potential threats to regional cultivation stability. The inspection will commence in 30 days. Cooperation is mandatory. Resistance will be treated as admission of guilt. Qin Meihua, who had delivered the message via emergency talisman, added a single sentence of her own. Inspections by the Alliance are almost never just inspections. Prepare for the worst. Shen Yun stood in the bathhouse's main hall, holding the decree in one hand and the jade token in the other, and felt the weight of a new threat settling onto his shoulders. The bathhouse had survived bandits, spies, assassins, and a clan young master's ambition. Now it faced something far more dangerous. Institutional power with a legal mandate and 30 days' notice. He had 30 days to prepare, and the countdown had already begun. Chapter 41. The decree arrived in a copper tube sealed with 9 dragon wax, delivered by a spirit crane that landed on the bathhouse roof at dawn and waited there with the patient arrogance of an official bird that knew its correspondence would not be ignored. Shen Yun read it standing in the main hall, rain coming in through the open eastern window. He read it twice. Then he set it on the work table and read it a third time, this time not for content, but for the things hiding between the formal characters. Asterisk Grand Elder Situ Kongming will conduct an inspection of the facility known as the Celestial Bathhouse, located in the Azure Dragon region, to assess potential threats to regional cultivation stability. Cooperation is mandatory, asterisk potential threats. The language of a document that had already decided what it was looking for. Qin Meihua read it over his shoulder. He could feel the shift in her qi, the controlled burn she maintained when her mind was running fast and hot. She said nothing for a moment, which was more alarming than if she had said something immediately. Situ Kongming, she said finally. You know him. Of him. Everyone in the cultivation world knows of him. He has sat on the Regulatory Council for 200 years and has spent most of that time finding ways to bring valuable independent resources under Alliance control. She turned away from the table and started pacing, a habit she usually suppressed in front of clients, but they were alone. He does not come personally unless he is serious. An underling inspection is harassment. A Grand Elder inspection is a seizure that hasn't happened yet. What's the process? Survey and documentation first. He's legally required to produce a preliminary report within 30 days of the inspection's end. If that report finds what he calls a threat to cultivation stability, it triggers a council review. 3 members can block it, but council votes can be managed by someone with 2 centuries of alliance relationships. She stopped pacing. We need to be so politically expensive to seize that even managed votes won't produce a majority. Shen Yun looked at the rain coming through the window. How many days do we have? 30. The decree is dated yesterday. 29 days, then. And the spirit crane on the roof had been waiting since dawn. He called everyone in. The gathering filled the main hall in a way it rarely did. Bai Suyin arrived from the resident quarters, still in her inner practice robes, her ice-white hair unbound. Ling Xiaodong appeared from the lower corridor with a formation stone in each hand and calculation marks still on her fingertips. Zhou Yanran had been in the courtyard at dawn performing her water cultivation forms and came in with her outer robe still damp. Wei Zichen descended from the roof where he had been sharpening his sword since before the crane arrived, because Wei Zichen seemed to sharpen his sword whenever he was thinking. Granny Feng did not come in. She was in the healing spring, but she called through the wall to say she was listening. Shen Yun laid the decree on the table and let them all read it. 30 days, Zhou Yanran said first. Her voice was strategic rather than alarmed, the voice she used for political arithmetic. That is enough time to prepare if we use every one of them. The formation problem is first, Ling Xiaotong said. She set down her formation stones and spread her hands on the table. the third spring's chamber and Lianhua's spring below it. A Grand Elder's spiritual sense will not be fooled by ordinary illusions. I need to install layered concealment arrays, the kind that don't just hide the space, but make the space feel absent, as if there is nothing there rather than something hidden. How long? 20 days if I work through nights. I'll need specialized stones, 4th-tier void marble, minimum. The formation material vendors in Crimson Stone City carry them. She paused. Also, I need someone to stop interrupting me with administrative questions while I'm anchoring. Bai Suyin caught Xinyun's eye and made a small gesture that meant she would handle the administrative questions. Her manner in the days since the Frostmoon Palace mistress's recovery had shifted subtly. Not warmer, exactly, but more present. She occupied rooms differently. She brought things to conversations that she had previously reserved for her own council. I will train him in diplomatic engagement, she told the group. Grand Elder Situ Kongming has a reputation for disarming informality. He cultivates the persona of a harmless elder. It is extremely effective on people who believe what they are seeing. She looked at Xinyun directly. You have a natural tendency toward honesty. I will not ask you to lie. I will teach you to be honest about things that do not matter while saying nothing about the things that do. And the legal framing, Qin Meihua added. I'll construct our registration documents to define the alliance's role as observer rather than administrator. That distinction is enforceable if it's in the initial filing. Once it is filed and acknowledged, reversing it requires a full council vote. Zhou Yinran nodded. I can teach you to read Situ Kongming himself. Court politics and cultivation politics share the same human beings underneath the different forms. I want 3 sessions with you before he arrives. 1 on reading posture and chi fluctuations during conversation, 1 on redirect techniques, 1 on knowing when to yield ground to protect what matters. Xinyun looked at all 4 of them. This woman who had memorized alliance law to protect the things she cared about. This woman who had left a dying kingdom to unlock power that could save it. This woman who treated formation arrays like art and never asked for recognition. This woman who had thawed the ice in her own meridians slowly over weeks of proximity to a place that asked nothing of her but her presence. He had come to this bathhouse alone. He needed to remember, frequently, how thoroughly that was no longer true. Then we have 29 days, he said. Let us not waste a single one. That night, he descended to Lianhua's spring. Her form was manifested to its current maximum, translucent but defined, the line of her features clear in the golden water's light. She had been listening to the discussions above through the spring's network. He knew. She always was. He will probe for the source, she said without preamble. Her voice was stripped of the ancient amusement she usually wore the way other people wore outer robes. Underneath, it was something older and more cautious. Situ Kongming has been seeking immortality for 600 years. He has tried every method conventional to his world and failed each time. When a man like that enters a place like this, he does not see a healing resource. He sees a solution. Can he sense you directly? Not without a guide. My existence in these waters is layered behind the springs themselves. To a spiritual sense probing from outside, what he will feel is the springs, magnificent, inexplicable, possibly divine in origin, but not locatable to a specific consciousness. She paused. Unless he has been told what to look for. Who would tell him? A beat. Duan Machen's clan has eyes. They have been watching this place since before the inspection announcement. A clan-level intelligence operation and a Grand Elder's ambitions can find common cause when both parties want the same outcome. Xinyun absorbed this. He pressed his hand to the spring's surface and felt the warmth of it travel up his arm. I will not show him the way, he said. She looked at him. In the golden light, with her ancient eyes that had seen 10 inheritors come and go, her eyes found his for a long time. I believe you, she said finally. He heard in those 3 words something that had cost her more than she made visible. Chapter 42, 700 miles south. In a hall of volcanic rock where the air tasted of sulfur and old ash, Hua Tiangang sat alone at a table of black stone and did not open the reports on his left. He already knew what they said. He had read them twice. The Bathhouse had held off the combined force that he and Duan Machin had deployed, using nothing more than favorable terrain, the domain projection of a current master cultivator, and a coalition of female disciples who should not have been able to stop a half-trained battalion of the Crimson Flame Sect. It had held them for hours and sent them home without a single spring accessed. He placed one hand against the left side of his chest, where the calcification ran thickest through his meridians. The feeling had worsened in the weeks since the battle. Fighting at suppressed effectiveness for 6 hours had put stresses on his cultivation base that would not have mattered when he was younger, but at 640 years, the margin for recovery was narrower than it had once been. The calcification crept inward from the left meridian set at a pace he could now measure in months rather than years. He had tried every solution the cultivation world offered. Peak-tier healing elixirs, meridian reconstruction pills that had cost him the treasury of a medium sect, 3 different nascent soul healers, each of whom had told him what was wrong with different levels of certainty and then admitted they could not fix it with identical levels of regret. The spatial bathhouse in the Azure Dragon region dissolved spiritual poison and opened sealed roots and repaired cultivation bases that should have been permanently damaged. He had read the incident reports carefully. A Frostmoon Palace mistress in her last decade, healed of a poison that had been consuming her for 20 years. A royal cultivator sealed root, unlocked in 3 days. A nascent soul cultivator who had regained cultivation levels lost to a 3-decade wound. The water could fix things that should not be fixable. He needed that water. When Duan Machin arrived through the transport formation, Huitiangang was ready. The young master wore a sling on his sword arm and carried the particular expression of someone whose arrogance had been bruised but whose underlying nature had not changed. The bathhouse humiliated us, Duan Machin said, without greeting. It held us off, Huitiangang corrected. There is a difference. An army that humiliates you has broken your spirit. An army that holds you off merely means you need better tactics. He studied Duan Machin. Your arm. It will heal. Good. I need your intelligence network, not your sword. Huitiangang spread a map on the table. Tell me everything your clan has documented about the bathhouse's layout, defenses, and personnel. What followed was 2 hours of the most detailed intelligence briefing Huitiangang had received about any target in the last century. Duan Machin had been thorough in ways that spite sharpened. The formation network's known anchor points, the personnel roster and their cultivation levels, the supply routes, the political alliances. He had mapped the defensive choke points with the precision of someone planning revenge. His greatest liability, Duan Machin said, is emotional. He takes injuries to the village and to his associates as personal failures. He extends defensive resources beyond what is strategically optimal to protect civilians who provide no tactical value. Huitiangang considered this. You want me to use the village as a lever. I want you to use everything. The man is a healer's apprentice who inherited a spatial anomaly. He has no formal combat training, no sect backing, and his cultivation base is designed for support rather than offense. Strip away his support network, and he is nothing. Huitiangang looked at the map. The alliance inspection runs for 30 days. During that period, the bathhouse will be occupied and its master distracted. When does the inspection end? Day 30 from yesterday's decree date. We move on day 31. 300 Crimson Flame disciples. I want your clan to commit 200. He traced the southern forest route on the map. We avoid the main roads. Alliance observers on the checkpoints will file reports if they see a military formation. Duan Machin nodded. The agreement between them was thin as paper and had the same structural integrity. Neither man trusted the other. Huitiangang had already decided what would happen after the bathhouse fell. Duan Machin would receive whatever concessions kept him cooperative until he was no longer needed. The young master was planning something similar, he was certain. 2 men using each other badly in pursuit of separate goals. After Duan Machin left, Huitiangang pressed his palm flat against the table and looked at the calcification lines visible through the skin of his wrist, like cracks in old jade. The water would fix this, whatever it cost. Chapter 43 Xinyun had been maintaining the 3rd spring's treatment sessions for Zhou Yanran across 3 days, and on the morning of the 3rd day, the spring did something it had not done for any previous patient. He was maintaining the flow from the chamber's threshold. Closer engagement was not necessary for the vitality acceleration work, and Zhou Yanran had asked for privacy during the sessions, which he respected absolutely, when the water rose. Not the gradual level increase of a well being filled. The spring rose in a single coherent column, 20 feet of cyan water climbing toward the chamber, sealing with the intent of something building itself rather than falling. At its peak, the column narrowed and curved, the head of it pushing forward and the body lengthening behind it. And for 3 full seconds it held the form of a dragon, ancient and luminous and completely still, as if considering the room, before it exhaled back into the spring in a wave that sloshed against the chamber walls and soaked Shen Yun's feet through his shoes. He stood there in 2 inches of vitality-charged water and felt the cultivation signature shift. Foundation establishment. Core formation. Not sequentially, simultaneously, as if her cultivation base had been waiting so long that when it finally ran free, it refused to move 1 step at a time. Mid-stage core formation. He gave her an hour. Then he sat at the chamber's threshold and waited. Zhou Yanran emerged from the spring the way she did everything. Deliberately, with full attention to each movement. She sat on the stone at the spring's edge, water streaming from her hair, and did not immediately speak. He did not push her. She had been carrying the weight of an entire kingdom. She had walked for weeks through hostile territory on the strength of a rumor and desperation. She had maintained the composure of a dignified ruler through every session, every conversation, every moment of vulnerability the spring required her to undergo. She had not, in the entire time he had known her, allowed herself to come apart. He watched her shoulders move once, sharply, then again. She had turned her face away, and she did not speak, and her breathing was slightly unsteady. That was all. For a woman who had been sealed from her own power since birth, who had governed a dying kingdom with no tools except intelligence and will, who had arrived at a stranger's bathhouse as a last desperate measure, that was all she gave the moment. He found something to sort in the supply rack until her breathing had steadied. How long? She asked. 3 days. She nodded. I need to send word to the Zhou kingdom. I'll have a message talisman ready this afternoon. And I need to begin formal cultivation of the imperial water art. The cultivation base is mine now, but the technique requires structure. Raw power without refined technique is a blade without a handle. She paused. Will you teach me? What I know, I'll teach you directly. What requires the springs will teach you better than I can. He met her gaze. Your kingdom will not fall. Not while you have this much power and the knowledge to use it. She met his gaze for a moment with an expression that held several things at once, none of which she chose to name. Then she nodded once, the sharp, decisive nod he had come to recognize as her internal closing of a door she would not reopen. Then we should get started. Chapter 44. Zhou Yanran absorbed the imperial water art like the technique had been waiting inside her all along and only needed permission. In the evenings, after her cultivation sessions, she came to the small courtyard outside the bathhouse's eastern wall. The garden Xinyun had planted with herbs that liked water and low light, and they sat with tea and talked. He had learned over the weeks of knowing her that Zhou Yanran processed information differently than anyone else he had met. She did not speak until she understood a thing completely, and she understood things completely before anyone else had finished analyzing them. The cultivation theory discussions she initiated were often 10 steps ahead of where he had thought the conversation was going. The curse, she said one evening. I want to tell you what I know, because I think you need to know it. He listened. The story she told was 8 generations old and passed down in the restricted family records kept in the inner palace vault. An entity that appeared without announcement, without form, in the throne room of her ancestor Zhuo Lianyun on a winter night when the palace guard was fully staffed and every protective formation was active. No one had seen it enter. It was simply present, a silhouette in the air where light declined to exist, a negative space that the eye kept sliding off. It had spoken in a voice with no point of origin. The request was simple, fealty, in exchange for the bloodline's immortality. Zhuo Lianyun had refused and ordered the entity removed. The court cultivators who attempted the removal were deflected without apparent effort. The entity departed, and when the court healers checked the spiritual roots of every child of the bloodline still in the womb, they found the seals already in place, delicate, comprehensive, generational. A punishment designed not for the ancestor who defied it, but for everyone who came after. 8 generations, Xinyun said. 22 years of your life. The seal was always tightest in childhood. As children, we could not cultivate it all. As adults, the pressure eased slightly, just enough that each generation spent their life convinced that with one more effort, one more technique, they might break through on their own. She held her cup in both hands, looking into it. My older sister nearly broke her core trying. She is better than now, has been for 3 years. He did not say he was sorry, because she did not want condolences. She wanted action. Can you describe the entity's appearance in more detail? The records say, a shape that was the outline of a person but contained none of the substance, no face, no features, no visible movement of breath or expression. When it spoke, the sound arrived after the meaning, so that you understood the words before you heard them. She paused. Also, it smelled of salt water. Very old, very deep. This detail settled in his mind alongside the others. Salt water. The faceless sovereign had something to do with the ocean, or had come from a place where the ocean was a frame of reference. He filed it away. The curse is broken, he said. Your root is free. Whatever claim he thought he had on the Zhou bloodline, he may not see it that way, she said. The records also contain a secondary note. After the ancestor's refusal, the entity said one more thing before leaving. She recited it from memory, clearly having committed the precise phrasing to heart. He said, I do not rescind curses. I withdraw attention. The curse remains until the bloodline submits, or until something older than the curse unmakes it. Something older than the curse. The bathhouse was 10,000 years old. The curse was 8 generations, perhaps 200 years. The spring that had unraveled the seal was older than any cultivation system currently operating in the mortal realm. Then we found the loophole, Xinyun said. Zhou Yanren looked at him steadily. Yes, she said. We did. That night, he asked Lianhua about the faceless sovereign. Her form in the golden spring went still with a particular quality of stillness. Not the stillness of calm, but the stillness of something that had decided not to run from a question. He was present at the sundering, she said. Whether he caused it or merely anticipated it and positioned himself to benefit, I have never been able to determine. The moment of the sundering itself took something from me, a section of memory, the specific events leading to the moment the seal closed. I remember before and I remember after. The moment itself is absent. And the previous inheritor, Shen Wei. You said he was offered something. A long pause. When she spoke, her voice had shed several of its protective layers. He had cultivated this bathhouse for 70 years. He had kept the springs, healed countless people, done everything the Covenant asked. And he was tired in ways that 70 years of isolation will tire a person. Her golden eyes were very still. He loved me. Not the way someone loves a stranger. The way someone loves a person they have spent decades learning. Shen Wei knew every version of me that existed within these walls. He knew my fears and my habits and the things I had never told another living soul. And the faceless sovereign knew that. The faceless sovereign offered him a fragment of my divine essence. Not trapped, not sealed, but freed, in a form he could carry. A fragment that would remain with him wherever he went. She pressed her lips together. It was a lie. The fragment would have consumed him within a decade. But Shen Wei believed it, because he wanted it to be true. Because 70 years of knowing someone through walls of water and never being able to take them with you when you leave is a very specific kind of loneliness. The golden water moved in small currents around her form. I blamed him for years, she said quietly. Then I spent centuries alone, and I understood the loneliness, and I blamed him less. Now I do not blame him at all. He made the wrong choice out of love that was genuine. I only wish it had been directed somewhere that could have kept him safe. Xinyun sat with this for a long moment. He thought about a man who looked like him, who had cultivated this same space, who had made a terrible decision for a recognizable reason. I am not him, he said. I know, Lianhua said. And this time, it did not sound like something she was telling herself. Chapter 45 Grand Elder Situ, Kongming arrived on the 29th day, which was one day earlier than expected and clearly intentional. He came with 12 people and a transport formation that deposited them at Blue Creek Village's eastern gate in the pale early morning, before the market stalls had opened. This was also clearly intentional. An official inspection that arrived before the inspected party was fully prepared had a different social dynamic than one that arrived at the expected time. Xinyun was at the gate to meet him. He had been there since the formation activated. The Grand Elder was not physically imposing. He was slight, white-haired, and wore inspection robes that were carefully unremarkable. Quality materials worked to appear moderate, the choice of someone who understood that projecting power through appearance created resistance, while appearing harmless encouraged underestimation. He extended both hands to shake Xinyun's in the traditional senior greeting junior form, which was technically correct for their cultivation rankings, and also placed Xinyun in the socially subordinate position before any other dynamic had been established. Xinyun returned the greeting, noted the tactic, and kept his water sense extended to its full range. 12 people. 6 in documentation robes. The recorders, with jade tablets and survey instruments that Xinyun had seen the technical specifications for in the cultivation supply catalogs Ling Xiaodong kept. Standard Alliance survey equipment, capable of mapping spiritual density and spatial topology. Adequate for the outer springs, but not calibrated for spatial layers deeper than second-tier concealment. Ling Xiaodong's concealment arrays were 6th tier. The 6 guards worried him more. Their formation positioning as they spread across the entrance was not protective, it was containment. Spaced at precise intervals, standing with the relaxed readiness of people who had practiced the specific deployment enough times that the positions required no conscious thought. If all 6 activated simultaneously, they would create an interlocking field that would slow transportation techniques and suppress chi discharge for anyone inside the perimeter. Not guards. Captors. He kept his expression pleasant. Situ Kongming admired the herb garden with what sounded like genuine appreciation. He asked about the cultivation method used for the water-loving varieties in the lower beds and listened to Shun Yun's answer with what appeared to be actual curiosity. By the time they reached the main hall, the social dynamic had been established as a friendly elder visiting a capable young practitioner, which was exactly the frame the Grand Elder wanted and which Shen Yun allowed because disrupting it prematurely would accomplish nothing. The survey team dispersed through the bathhouse's declared areas. Shen Yun felt their spiritual senses moving through the walls like water pressure, a sensation his domain perception made precise. Each inspector's technique had a distinct signature. One was particularly focused on spatial topology, probing for hidden volume. Another was scanning for chi signatures that did not match the declared spring properties. A third was looking for living presences beyond the personnel roster Shen Yun had submitted. They would find the outer 3 springs, the formation network's outermost layer, and the resident quarters. Everything deeper was behind Ling Xiaodong's void marble concealment, which did not hide the space but made the space feel absent. Not blocked, just not there, the way the absence of a room feels different from a locked door. Situ Kongming sat across from Shen Yun in the reception room and accepted tea with both hands. 3 springs, he said pleasantly. The declaration matches the documentation. Tell me, the healing properties, the purification, the vitality acceleration, are these consistently reproducible? We have had some instances in the past where resource facilities overstated their properties in registration documents. Not deception, necessarily. Enthusiasm can exceed precision in self-reporting. The implication was delicate. I am already questioning the accuracy of your documentation. Shen Yun described each spring's properties with technical specificity, citing case examples by cultivation level and condition type, framing the information as the kind of data a carefully maintained facility accumulated through patient record-keeping. He gave numbers. He gave edge cases where the spring's effectiveness had been partial rather than complete. He discussed limitations openly. Situ Kongming listened with the attention of an expert. His spiritual sense, throughout the entire conversation, pressed with polite persistence against the concealed formation on the lower corridor. Like a hand testing a wall for give. The wall gave nothing. Fascinating, the Grand Elder said. The energy source sustaining these properties must be remarkable. The density you're describing exceeds anything currently documented in the literature on spatial pocket dimensions. The foundations were established by an ancient practitioner whose records I have not been able to fully reconstruct, Shen Yun said. I maintain what I inherited. And in the maintenance, you have clearly excelled. The smile remained in its warm configuration. You are very young to be managing something of this significance. You must have excellent advisors. I am fortunate in the people around me, Shen Yun agreed. They looked at each other across the table. Both of them knew exactly what the conversation contained. Both of them were being precise about what they were choosing to name. Chapter 46. The second day of the inspection moved through its routine with the deliberate pace of a process that was not in any hurry because it had time and resources on its side. Morning surveys. Documentation of the outer formation network, which Ling Xiaotong had specifically designed to be impressively sophisticated without suggesting anything hidden beyond it. A masterwork of misdirection. The reaction of the documentation team's spatial specialist when he encountered the formation's outer architecture was the particular mixture of professional appreciation and frustrated incomprehension that Ling Xiaodong had predicted when she explained her design approach. Afternoon brought healing sessions. Shen Yun had deliberately scheduled 3 complex cases for the inspection days, choosing patients whose conditions would demonstrate the spring's properties in ways that could not be easily replicated by any other technique. An inner disciple from the Violet Cloud sect with a cultivation deviation that had shattered her second meridian pathway. A senior elder from the Green Mountain Assembly with an accumulated spiritual congestion that had been compressing her dantian for 30 years. A young woman from a minor clan who had been poisoned by a beast whose venom attacked spiritual roots. Situ Kongming observed all 3 treatments with the focused attention of a physician watching a technique he had not encountered before. His spiritual sense tracked the spring's interaction with each patient's cultivation base in ways that made it clear he was taking detailed mental notes. He said nothing during the treatments. Afterward, he praised the work with specific technical vocabulary that demonstrated he had understood exactly what he was seeing. The interaction between the water's properties and disrupted meridian pathways is unlike any documented technique, he said. It acts without intention, as if it is responding to what is needed rather than applying a fixed treatment protocol. The water does what water does, Shen Yun said. It seeks the lowest point. In a cultivation base, the lowest point is whatever has the greatest need. The Grand Elder looked at him with the thoughtful expression of a man reconsidering something. A remarkably philosophical frame for a practical mechanism. I spent several months observing before I understood it well enough to describe. The observation is the frame. That evening, while Shen Yun was reviewing the next day's appointment schedule in the main hall, his water film sensor activated along the lower corridor. He was at the 4th spring's concealed entrance point in under a minute. An inspector, The young man in the documentation robes who had been particularly focused on spatial topology was crouched at the corridor's lowest junction, pressing a formation stone into the seam where the wall met the floor. The stone was Alliance standard issue. He could tell from the Chi signature. High quality, designed for passive long-term surveillance and relay rather than the crude trap detection of cheaper alternatives. This one would have recorded audio, Chi fluctuations, and spatial topology readings in a passive loop, transmitting compressed data to a receiver stone once every 6 hours. Xinyan waited until the inspector had finished the installation and stood up. Then he cleared his throat. The inspector went very still. The floor in this corridor is uneven, Xinyan said pleasantly. I've been meaning to have it repaired. I notice you've been examining the junction. Was there something in the survey documentation that flagged this area? The inspector was young enough that he had not fully mastered the art of maintaining composure when caught, but professional enough that he made a credible attempt. Standard structural assessment. We check floor seam stability in all spatial facilities. Settlement shifts can indicate spatial compression. Of course. Xinyan crouched and picked up the formation stone, which the inspector had not quite managed to fully embed. He examined it with apparent curiosity. This is a surveillance stone. Alliance residential class, by the formation pattern. He turned it over in his hand. I don't think structural assessment typically involves these. A long pause. I'll see that this is returned to the inspection inventory, Xinyan said, pocketing it. These things happen in large teams. I'm sure the documentation will be updated to reflect the recovery. He turned and walked back to the main hall. That evening, he requested a private meeting with Situ Kongming. Wei Chenlong stood at the door, arms crossed, occupying more space than physically necessary. The Grand Elder arrived with the unhurried manner of someone who had been expecting this and had already decided how to handle it. Xinyan placed the surveillance stone on the table between them. The smile remained. Inspector Fan acted beyond his authorized mandate, Situ Kongming said. His tone was the practiced smooth of long practice. I owe you an apology. The behavior does not reflect Alliance inspection standards, and I will ensure it is properly addressed. I appreciate the apology. Xinyan held the Grand Elder's gaze. I have not filed a formal complaint with the Regional Regulatory Office and do not plan to. I understand that inspection teams operate under significant pressure to produce results, and that individual initiative sometimes outpaces appropriate scope. The subtext was clear to both of them. I am choosing not to use this against you. I am making that choice visible. Consider what that means about what I want from this interaction. Situ Kongming looked at him with the first expression he had worn that was not constructed. Something behind the warm elder performance engaged with something that was actually present. You are more politically aware than your age suggests, he said. I have had good teachers. Xinyan let a moment pass. Grand Elder, I believe we should speak honestly to each other. Not because honesty serves my interests in this specific conversation, it may not, but because I think you are a person who responds to directness when you encounter it, and that efficiency is worth whatever risk it carries. Situ Kongming was quiet for a moment. Then, for the first time, he leaned slightly forward. Tell me what you know, he said. You are 600 years old, and your cultivation is deteriorating, Xinyan said. I can feel it through the water your body contains. The calcification in your left meridian set is well advanced, and your dantian has begun fraying at its outer boundary. You are looking at the springs and seeing a solution that no healer has provided. He paused. You are not wrong. This bathhouse can do things for your condition that nothing else in the current cultivation world can offer. Situ Kongming was very still. The question, Xinyan continued, is what arrangement makes that treatment available to you without compromising what this place is? Because if this bathhouse is seized or placed under administrative control or damaged in any way by the process of acquiring it, it stops working. The springs are not a technique or a resource that can be transferred. They are a relationship between this place and the people who come to it. Disrupt the relationship and you destroy what you came for. A very long silence. What are you proposing? The Grand Elder said finally. I am proposing that you leave here having completed a thorough, comprehensive inspection that documents everything properly. That you file a report that finds the bathhouse in full compliance with regional resource standards. And that you return as a patient. Xinyan met his eyes. I will personally supervise your treatment. I believe I can arrest the deterioration and potentially reverse a significant portion of the meridian calcification. Not all of it. You have 6 centuries of accumulation, but enough that you have decades more of full cultivation function ahead of you. In exchange for what? Your political weight. When the Alliance is pressed to move against this bathhouse, and it will be pressed by people with more direct interest in its seizure than yours, I need a council voice that chooses compliance observation over administrative seizure. He spread his hands. I am not asking you to do anything against your oath or your interests. I am asking you to let this place exist and to live long enough to benefit from it. Another silence. A week, Situ Kongming said finally. I can wait a week for the formal proposal. Chapter 47. The third day of the inspection was conducted with the particular quiet of something that had shifted. Situ Kongming's spiritual sense no longer pressed against the concealed formations in the lower levels. The survey team completed their remaining documentation without unusual initiative. The guards' formation positioning relaxed by approximately 20%, enough to suggest their containment readiness configuration had been stood down. Nothing had been agreed to, but a negotiation had been opened that both parties had chosen to keep open rather than close. Xinyun spent the morning showing the Grand Elder the first spring's operations, the actual healing work, clients and treatment, the interaction between the spring's water and various cultivation conditions. He narrated clearly and answered questions technically. Situ Kongming's questions were expert ones, probing the mechanism with the accumulated knowledge of a 6th century cultivator who had studied healing techniques extensively in his search for solutions. At midday, Xinyun offered access to the first spring for a personal assessment session. The Grand Elder accepted. Xinyun stood at the spring's edge and watched the healing water do what it did to 6 centuries of accumulated wear. The calcification in the left meridian set slowed, not reversed. The first spring was not capable of reversal, but the progression halted. The fraying at the Dantian's outer boundary ceased its outward spread. Color returned to Situ Kongming's face that had not been visible when he arrived. He was in the water for 3 hours. When he emerged, he sat on the stone bench at the spring's edge and was silent for a long time. 40 years, he said finally. Not to Xinyun. To himself, reviewing a calculation. I told myself I had 40 years. I believed it. I have perhaps been generous in the estimate. Xinyun said nothing. What you felt in my meridians. How long, actually? Uncorrected and at current progression? 15 years before function loss reaches critical threshold. 20 before full cultivation collapse. He paused. Corrected, with a full course of treatment from this spring plus the deeper spring's work. I believe the progression can be substantially reversed. You could have 60, possibly 80 years of full function. Situ Kongming looked at his hands. They were old hands, marked with the specific patina of one who had spent centuries in cultivation but still showed the mortal substrate underneath. That is an extraordinary claim, he said. I can show you the case documentation from 6 previous patients with similar conditions, calibrated to their cultivation's levels and presented with anonymized identifiers. Xinyun sat across from him. I do not make claims I cannot support. I also do not make promises I intend to break. If you commit to the arrangement I described last night, I will commit to your treatment with the same sincerity I apply to every patient in this bathhouse. A long silence. The inspection report will declare full compliance, Situ Kongming said at last. Observer role only, as defined in your registration documentation. Quarterly reviews will be conducted by junior inspectors, not myself. He met Xinyun's eyes. And when the council is called to vote on anything concerning this bathhouse, I will know which way to stand. Then I will expect you in 6 months, Xinyun said, when your schedule allows an extended treatment period. The Grand Elder departed the following morning with his retinue, having formally declared the Celestial Bathhouse in full compliance with Azure Dragon Region resource standards. He shook Xinyun's hand in the junior greeting junior form this time. Granny Feng appeared at Xinyun's shoulder as the transport formation activated. You know, she said, there are faster ways. There are more expensive ones, he said. She fell quiet for a moment. That man will find a way to take what he can from the arrangement. He has been doing what is good for himself for 6 centuries. Yes. Xinyun watched the formation's light fade. But now what is good for himself includes this place existing. That's the arrangement. Granny Feng looked at him sideways. You know, she said, you are occasionally alarming for someone your age. I had a very instructive master, Xinyun said. Chapter 48. The registration paperwork took 4 days. This was not because it was complicated. Qin Meihua understood every clause of the Alliance's cultivation resource accords in a way that suggested she had not merely read them, but had interrogated them for weaknesses the way a master formist interrogated an array for structural vulnerabilities. It took 4 days because she refused to file any document until she was certain that every word performed exactly the function she intended and no other function. On the 4th day, she placed the completed packet in front of Xinyun. Read the observer designation clause on page 6, she said. He read it. The language was precise and specific. The Heavenly Tao Alliance's role in relation to the Celestial Bathhouse was formally designated as observational and advisory, defined as the authority to survey, document, and recommend, but explicitly excluded from the right to issue directives, mandate compliance, or exercise administrative authority. The distinction was buried in the third subsection of the regulatory framework, where it would not be immediately visible to a casual reader, but was fully legally operative. How did you manage this? He asked. The Alliance's own accords allow resource facilities registered prior to administrative oversight requests to define the regulatory relationship in their initial filing, if the filing uses the correct framework reference. She sat down with the energy of a person who had not slept well for 4 days. Once it is acknowledged, reversing it requires a full council vote. Not a majority, full. Every member. That is functionally impossible to achieve. She paused. Situ Kongming will notice eventually. It will not make him happy. He has other reasons to tolerate us now. One man's interests change. She folded her arms. The legal language does not. He looked at her across the table. This woman who had spent years reading law books in the margins of sect life, preparing for the day someone tried to take something from the people she cared about. Thank you, he said. She looked away. Don't thank me. Let me sleep for 6 hours. He did. In the 4 days following the filing, the bathhouse resettled into its rhythms. The clients who had been delayed during the inspection period returned, and the schedule filled back to capacity within 2 days. Ling Xiaotong finished installing the remaining formation upgrades. The concealment arrays now operated at 7th tier void marble depth, which she announced with the particular satisfaction of an artist who had finished a piece they were genuinely proud of. If any spiritual sense can find the deeper springs now, she said, I want to meet the cultivator capable of it, because I would like to study how they do that. Zhou Yanran came to Shun Yun with the Zhou Kingdom project. She spread a map of her kingdom on his work table and showed him what she had been building in the 2 weeks since her cultivation breakthrough. She had identified 17 individuals within the kingdom's borders who had been assessed as non-cultivators by traveling sect assessors and turned away, but whose element compatibility, on closer inspection of the assessment records she had obtained through the palace's archives, showed water affinity scores that had been evaluated against the wrong baseline. The sect assessors had been testing for fire, earth, or wood affinity. The water affinity scores had been recorded as minimal because the assessors were not looking for them. Every one of these people is a viable water cultivator, she said. Some of them are middle-aged. Some have physical conditions from mortal labor that will complicate cultivation initiation, but none of them are beyond reach. She looked at Shen Yun. If I bring them here, can you begin the assessments? I'll clear 3 appointment slots a week for them. Bring them in groups when they can travel. He studied the map. Your kingdom will have a cultivator core. It will take time, but it will happen. Zhou Yanran looked at the map for a moment. When she raised her eyes, they held the particular expression she had for moments when the weight she was carrying lightened by some small measurable amount. I know, she said quietly. I know it will. Chapter 49. By the 3rd week after the inspection, the bathhouse had achieved something Shen Yun had not designed but would not have traded for anything. It had become a community. The appointment schedule ran from dawn to late afternoon. The healing sessions were conducted with the same care and individual attention they had always received. Shen Yun had made it a rule, early on, that no treatment would be reduced to a processing line, that every patient who came to the springs received the full engagement of the master's attention for the duration of their session. It was inefficient. It was also why people came back and why the word of mouth that had spread the bathhouse's reputation was qualitatively different from the rumors that spread about elixir sellers and ordinary healing halls. The visitors from rival sects created the social phenomenon he had noticed in the weeks before the inspection and which had continued to develop since. People who had been trained to see each other as competition, who cultivated opposing techniques and served organizations with conflicting interests, found themselves sharing corridors and recovery spaces with the specific vulnerability that deep physical treatment produced. You could not maintain the cultivator persona of impregnable dignity very effectively while you were breathing carefully through a healing session or waiting for a purification treatment to complete. They talked. They compared notes on cultivation theory. They argued about technique with the productive energy of people who had never had access to the other perspective before. One afternoon, Shen Yun walked through the recovery corridor and found 4 disciples from 4 different sects sitting on the floor in a loose circle, sharing a meal that appeared to have been assembled from each of their individual travel rations, debating the relative merits of different meridian training approaches with the focused enthusiasm of people who had just discovered an intellectual argument they could not easily win or lose. He made sure they had tea and kept walking. The bathhouse neutrality was not a rule he had imposed. He had never told anyone that conflict was forbidden within the walls. It had emerged from the function of the place itself. People came here in need. In need, The usual social armor thinned. In thin armor, human beings defaulted to more basic behaviors. And the most basic behavior, when surrounded by other people in need in a place that helped them, turned out to be something closer to kinship than rivalry. He described this to Lianhua that evening, by the Golden Spring. I know, she said. Her form was at its current maximum solidity. She had been maintaining it for longer periods lately, the fifth spring's imminent opening feeding power back through the network. This place was designed for it. The original springs were created to serve the primordial goddess's attendants, women from every realm, every element, every faction. The architecture was intentional. People who use the same water do not stay strangers long. Why only women in the original design? She paused a moment. The world was different then. The primordial goddesses did not distrust men. They simply did not include them. The world they inhabited was entirely female in its structures of power. The bathhouse was a women's space not as a statement, but as a reflection of what existed. She paused. The yang-qi incompatibility for cultivation acceleration is a genuine property of the spring water, not a design choice. The water resonates with yin-dominant spiritual roots because the primordials who built it all carried yin roots. It was built from what they were. And my stillwater root. The stillwater root carries no elemental charge. It is absence rather than presence. It does not generate qi but creates the conditions in which qi can flow undirected. Within a feminine design space, a truly neutral root is perfectly compatible because it does not introduce yang dominance. She watched him. Your predecessors all found this counterintuitive. A trash-tier root turns out to be the only root the bathhouse's original architecture could have accepted. Xinyan looked at his hands. He had spent most of his early life understanding the stillwater root as a deficiency, the thing that closed every door in the cultivation world before he could touch the handle. Elder Mu used to say that a cup that is already full cannot be filled, he said. I thought he meant it as consolation. Perhaps he meant it as instruction, Lianhua said. Xinyan thought about the old man, his bent back in the herb garden, his hands that smelled perpetually of river mud and dried flowers, his unhurried voice when he explained things. The jade token that had been in his possession for 40 years before he gave it to a grieving 19-year-old at his deathbed. Elder Mu had known. He had always known. He had been keeping the entrance to this place, protecting it with his mortal life, and he had given it to the only person whose root matched its lock. He knew what he was sending me to, Xinyan said. Yes, Lianhua said gently. He did. Chapter 50. The intelligence arrived on a Tuesday morning in the form of a message talisman that dissolved into light in Qin Meihua's palm. She was in the courtyard when it arrived. Xinyan was in the herb garden, checking the late-season harvest, and he saw her expression shift from the focused calm she maintained in professional mode to something that had edges on it. She came to him directly. 5 days, she said. Hua Tiangong's army crossed the northern border of the Azure Dragon region last night. 300 Crimson Flame disciples and 200 Duan clan fighters. Moving through forest routes, they're avoiding the main checkpoints. The herbs in his hands fell very still. Forest routes at how much time? At the pace an army of 500 moves through second-growth forest? 5 days, possibly 6. They will arrive in the region of Blue Creek Village on day 5. She paused. The Duan clan contingent includes Duan Machin personally. His arm has healed. Xinyan looked at the herb garden. It was full of late bloom, late-season water lilies in the pond at the center, the cultivation herbs in their careful rows, the protective formations Ling Xiaotong had anchored in the bed's perimeter that made them glow slightly at dawn. Call everyone in, he said. The meeting in the main hall that afternoon was the most strategic conversation the bathhouse had ever hosted. 17 people around the work table, and every one of them had something they could contribute that no one else could. Zhou Yanran ran the tactical accounting without hesitation. 500 cultivators, with a half-immortal at the apex, against a coalition whose strongest member was Granny Foam at Nascent Soul. Standard doctrine said the coalition could not win a direct engagement. We don't fight a standard engagement, Xinyan said. We fight inside our conditions. He turned to Ling Xiaotong. She explained the domain's possibilities with the precision from someone who had spent 2 weeks thinking about nothing else. Within the projected 12-mile radius, fire element qi suppression would run at sustained 40% reduction. Water element amplification would run at 10-to-1. The formation network's outer perimeter was hardened to mid-tier nascent soul defense level. It would hold against anything below Hua Tiangang himself, which meant the half-immortal would need to personally invest time and cultivation in breaching it, while every other engagement occurred around him. He will need to commit to breaching the outer formations before he can engage Granny Foam, Xinyan said. That costs him time, cultivation resources, and position. By the time he is through the outer formations, The domain suppression will have been affecting his fire chi for at least an hour. He will compensate, Granny Feng said. She was sitting on the table's corner, which Shen Yun had stopped trying to redirect her from. A half-immortal with a century of combat experience has methods for working around suppression. He has methods. He has not used them in a field with 10-to-1 water amplification, while his fire techniques are at 60%. Shen Yun looked at her. I want to channel the vitality spring into your meridians during the engagement. Continuous output. It will sustain your cultivation at peak for 3 times longer than your normal reserve capacity. Granny Feng looked at him. Then she looked at her hands. That is either very clever, she said slowly, or it is a guarantee that I will do something catastrophic and need a month to recover. It's both, Shen Yun said. I need you at catastrophic. The month's recovery, the bathhouse will cover. A moment of silence. Then she smiled. The genuine one, not the indulgent grandmother performance she deployed with visiting clients. The smile of a woman who had been doing things alone for so long that the offer of support, even in the form of a tactical necessity, reached somewhere she had stopped expecting things to reach. Tell me where you want me, she said. They planned through the afternoon and into the evening. Bai Suyin would deploy ice suppression arrays in the eastern approach to slow the advance and disrupt formation cohesion. Wei Chenlong would hold the central choke point, choosing defensible ground over aggressive engagement. Zhou Yanran's mortal soldiers, she had quietly sent for them 3 days ago, before the intelligence had even confirmed, on the basis of a pattern she had read in the troop movements and had been right about, would manage the village perimeter. Qin Meihua would handle communication and coordination, positioned at the bathhouse entrance with a network of relay talismans. Shen Yun would channel the springs. That was the job. That was what the bathhouse master did in a battle. He made the water work and let the extraordinary people around him do what they were extraordinary at. He descended to Lianhua's spring as the planning meeting ended. I won't be able to come down during the battle, he said. I know. Her form was fully solid. She looked like a person who happened to be luminous. The springs will hold. I will watch them. If it goes badly, it will not go badly. Her attention settled on him steadily. These waters have chosen their guardian. The guardian has chosen his people. This place has not survived 10,000 years by being easily overcome. He sat at the spring's edge. She sat opposite, in the water, and the silence between them had the quality of something that did not need to be filled. Thank you, he said eventually, for everything you've taught me, for still being here. She looked at him for a long moment. Where else would I go? She said softly. He did not have an answer for that. He sat with the golden light and the sound of water for another hour, and then went to finish his preparations. Chapter 51. The 4 days moved in compressed intensity, every hour carrying the weight of time that understood its own scarcity. Ling Xiaodong did not sleep. This was a statement of approximate accuracy. She slept in 2-hour intervals between formation anchor installations, curled up in whatever corridor she was currently working in, waking automatically when the formation stone's calibration period finished. Shen Yun stopped trying to send her to a proper bed on the second day. He brought her food instead, which she ate while working, and made sure the tea was always warm. The domain perimeter line needs anchors at 70-meter intervals for maximum suppression coherence, she told him on the third afternoon, adjusting calibration on the anchor matrix in the southern approach. Optimal would be 50 meters, but I don't have enough stones. 70 will hold against coordinated formation techniques, as long as the inner anchors compensate. She paused. I've added a reflection function to the outer layer. Anyone using spiritual sense to map the anchor points from outside the domain will get a return signal that shows the anchors in different positions. They'll be trying to hit coordinates that don't exist. You added that in the last 20 hours. I had an idea. She did not look up from the calibration. Also, I found 4 additional void marble stones in my emergency storage kit that I had forgotten about, which gave me the spare capacity. You're remarkable, he said, and meant it completely. She went very still for a fraction of a second, then kept calibrating. You're going to make me fall behind schedule if you say things like that, she said. He left her to her work. Wei Zichen's approach to preparation was the opposite of Ling Xiaodong's. He spent the 4 days in apparent leisure, sleeping full nights, eating slowly, sharpening his sword each morning for exactly the same duration and then stopping. His squad of rogue cultivators drilled once a day, the same choke point defense scenario, and then he released them to rest. When Shen Yun asked him if he wanted to review the formation maps, Wei Zichen looked at them for exactly 3 minutes and said, this choke point and this one. Everything else doesn't matter unless you lose both of those. You read tactical maps very quickly. I read them until I know what I need, and then I stop. He handed them back. Overthinking before a fight is as bad as underpreparing. You know what's coming. You've set your ground. The rest is how you respond to what they actually do, and that doesn't happen on maps. On the morning of the fourth day, Zhou Yinran's soldiers arrived. 120 of them, marching in the orderly formation of a kingdom's household guard that had been drilled by someone who took drill seriously. They were mortal, not a spiritual root among them, and they carried the plain weapons of a mortal army. But they moved with the economy of motion that meant they had been trained to think before they acted, which was more than could be said for many cultivators Shen Yun had met. Zhou Yinran met them at the village's eastern edge. He watched from the roof as she spoke to them, not loudly, but clearly, with the specific manner she used when she was asking for something instead of ordering it. He was too far to hear the words. He could read the response, 120 people who had come to do a job standing a little straighter. He spent his own preparation in the springs. Each spring cycled twice at full output, charged to the maximum the current formation anchors could sustain. The fourth spring alone took 6 hours. It was a slower charger by nature, deep water accumulating energy in the way deep water accumulated everything, patiently and thoroughly. When it was done, the spring ran at a violet so dark it was almost black, every surface shimmering with the suppression domain property that had turned the tide in the earlier engagement with the smaller Duan clan force. He could feel the battle coming through the domain. Not specifically, he could not see the future, but the domain's edge picked up the ambient chi disturbances of large groups of cultivators moving through it, and the southern forest routes were full of fire element signatures getting steadily closer. He ate dinner with everyone that evening, all of them gathered in the main hall. There was not much talking. There did not need to be. Tomorrow, Wei Chenlong said, pouring another cup. This place will still be standing. He said it the way he said everything, matter-of-factly, without drama, as if it were simply the expected outcome. Shen Yun believed him. Chapter 52. The domain expanded outward from the bathhouse's threshold at dawn with a reach he had not managed in practice. 12 miles. Then 13. The fifth spring's recently opened charge was feeding the domain from below, its memory preservation property, creating a baseline saturation that pushed the domain's edge farther than the fourth spring's suppression projection capacity alone. 14 miles. He stopped there. 15 had been his theoretical ceiling. He had no interest in reaching for theoretical ceilings on the day of a battle. 14 was enough. Within that radius, he felt everything. 500 points of fire element chi entering the domain's edge from the south. The signatures distinct enough to distinguish individual cultivators. The tightly bound, high-temperature signatures of Crimson Flame Sect inner disciples versus the more variable fire expression of Duan clan cultivators. He could feel the Duan clan's formation structure, could count the spacing intervals of their advance units. He felt Hua Tiangang arrive at the domain's edge as a wall of fire chi, so compressed it had almost become something other than chi, century-old technique refined to the density of solid heat. The half-immortal paused at the edge, feeling the suppression field. A pause that lasted 20 seconds. Then he moved forward. Shen Yun heard the commander's adjustments in the way the formation structure shifted, spreading wider, slowing the advance to account for reduced fire technique effectiveness. Hua Tiangang had trained his people well. They adapted in real time, which made them more dangerous rather than less. At the outer perimeter, Bai Suin's ice suppression arrays activated. Ice met fire in the eastern approach and produced a sustained exchange that the domain amplified massively in ice's favor. 10-to-1 water element amplification included ice attribute techniques, which was something Bai Suin had pointed out in the planning meeting with the crisp certainty of someone noting a fact rather than making a claim. Her suppression arrays were not built to stop the advance. They were built to cost time and cultivation resources in ways that compounded with the domain suppression. The advance slowed. At the central choke point, Wei Chenlong met Duan Machen's contingent in a valley between two shallow hills that funneled the advance into a 50-meter width. The rogue cultivators held the flanks. Wei Chenlong held the center with 200 feet of operational space behind him and the relaxed posture of a cultivator who had chosen this ground carefully. Shen Yun channeled the vitality spring into Granny Feng's meridians across the domain. Distance channeling at this range required the fifth spring's memory preservation property as a substrate. He was essentially using the spring's ability to maintain a record of everything it had touched to sustain a connection to Granny Feng's cultivation base, which the vitality spring's output could then travel along. It was a technique he had developed entirely by improvisation over the past 3 days and had tested once. It worked. He felt Granny Feng's cultivation level rise by a perceptible margin as the vitality chi entered her system. Her reserves not just sustained but augmented, the peak output capacity that a nascent soul elder could only maintain for minutes stretching into something that could be measured in hours. Then Hua Tiangang reached the outer formation perimeter and began dismantling it. Chapter 53. The battle was 6 hours long, and Shun Yun experienced all of it through water. He could feel every contact point, every exchange of techniques, every cultivator who was injured or killed. His water sense tracked the water content of living bodies, the way it shifted under exertion, the catastrophic drop that announced death, the slow drain of severe injury. It was not an abstraction. He knew each person in his domain as a specific physical reality. He kept channeling. At the central choke point, Wei Chenlong fought Duan Machin for 3 hours. The duel was visible in the water sense as two highly saturated cultivation presences in sustained contact, the peaks and valleys of their exchange leaving signatures in the domain's moisture that he could reconstruct into a partial image of the technique exchanges. Duan Machin was faster than the last time they had encountered each other. His arm had healed with additional cultivation work, and the grudge he was fighting had been refined into something more controlled. But Wei Chenlong was 30 years older as a sword cultivator, and control in a sword fight is a resource that is spent differently than explosive speed. Duan Machin spent fast and hard. Wei Chenlong spent at the pace of someone who had been doing this long enough to recognize when an opponent was burning through what they had. In the third hour, Duan Machin's left guard dropped for 0.2 of a second on the return from an aggressive thrust that Wei Chenlong had drawn deliberately by yielding ground at the precise moment the young master was most committed to the advance. The crack of the sword arm breaking registered in Shun Yun's water sense as a sharp percussion in the relevant bones. Duan Machin's chi signature retreated rapidly south. He was out of the battle. At the eastern approach, Bai Suin's arrays had held through 2 hours of sustained pressure and were beginning to fail. The Crimson Flame Sect's formation specialists had identified the anchor points through the reflection technique Ling Xiaotong had installed and were systematically targeting real ones rather than the false returns. 3 arrays down. Bai Suin did not run more arrays. She advanced. She was a spirit-severing cultivator, which was a level Shen Yun had sometimes forgotten in the quiet domesticity of the Bathhouse's daily rhythms. In combat, the fact of her cultivation level became completely apparent. Her ice technique in direct application was not the controlled suppression of the arrays. It was applied in the specific, targeted way of one who had spent decades learning exactly how to spend 3 strikes where another cultivator would need 30. She did not eliminate the Crimson Flame Sect's advance company. She stopped its formation cohesion. A formation company without formation cohesion is 40 individual cultivators who can no longer coordinate. They retreated to reform. At the northern position, Granny Feng and Huatiangang had been fighting for 4 hours. Shen Yun kept the vitality stream flowing. He could feel the cost of it. The 4th spring dropping toward the level where sustained domain projection would become difficult. The 5th spring's supplementary charge compensating, but drawing on reserves he was not sure extended to the battle's end. He was burning through what he had spent 4 days building. He did not stop. Huatiangang's fire chi was running at 60% effectiveness. After 4 hours in the domain, with his technique adapted but not neutralized, with Granny Feng refusing to tire in the way a nascent soul cultivator should have been tiring by hour 3, the half-immortal's reserves were showing the strain. Fire chi burnt hard and bright and short at 60% suppression. It required more raw cultivation output to achieve the same technique effect, and more output meant faster depletion. Huatiangang was slowing. Granny Feng was not. Chapter 54. In the 6th hour of the battle, Shen Yun felt the 4th spring pass its sustainable output threshold. He could have stopped channeling. The vitality stream into Granny Feng's meridians could have been reduced or cut. The domain projection pulled back to save reserves. The sensible choice, the conservative choice, was to manage what remained and let the engagement conclude at whatever point the forces found equilibrium. He did not make the conservative choice. He closed his eyes at the bathhouse entrance and reached into the 4th spring and the 5th spring simultaneously, doing something the spring tide method's framework technically classified as inadvisable, drawing from both at once, letting the domain's suppression layer and the spring's memory preservation substrate feed each other rather than operating in parallel. It was not a technique. It was an improvisation born of desperation and a very specific understanding of how the water moved. The domain's edge pushed outward by half a mile. Inside the extended range, water element saturation jumped sharply. The humidity in the air became visible. Puddles that had been drying in the morning sun reversed, water climbing back into them from the soil. Cultivators in the domain felt it as a shift in their chi, a pressure from all sides that was not hostile but was undeniable, water element chi flooding every channel whether they wanted it or not. For Huatiangang, whose fire techniques were already at 60%, this felt like being submerged. Shen Yun formed drowning grasp at maximum extension. The technique required him to be within his domain. This he satisfied. It required significant chi investment at the formation point. This he drew from the fourth spring's final reserves. Every charged unit of suppression property water focused down to a single point 3 miles north of his position. It required complete attention for the duration of the formation. He gave it complete attention. The sphere formed around Hua Tiangong's upper body, 12 feet of pressurized domain water, the fire chi inside it collapsing immediately as the suppression field achieved local density at 100% rather than the ambient 40%. Inside the sphere, Hua Tiangang had no fire technique available. He had physical cultivation, Dao comprehension, and whatever he could do with fists and body reinforcement against water that was crushing inward at 3 times the pressure of any ordinary technique. Now, Shen Yun said, though she was 3 miles away. Granny Feng had been building her strongest technique for 20 minutes. The technique was called the Crushing Heaven Palm. She had not used it in 40 years because using it required a recovery period, and she had not, in 40 years, encountered a situation that justified the cost. The recovery period was 1 month, during which her cultivation would be suppressed to early nascent soul levels. The technique itself drew on every unit of qi she had accumulated across a century of cultivation and compressed it into a single strike that operated not like a blow but like a law, something that was simply true in the space it occupied. The strike hit Hua Tiangang inside the sphere. The sphere flashed to steam. The explosion of compressed water meeting compressed fire technique at the moment both were at absolute maximum output produced a shockwave that knocked everyone within 100 meters off their feet, collapsed 3 of Ling Xiaodong's outer formation anchors, and left a 30-foot crater in the forest floor. Hua Tiangang was at the crater's center when the steam cleared. He rose. He was a half-immortal, and his body was built to survive things that should not be survivable. But he rose slowly, and he was missing cultivation density in his fire chi reserves that had not been there before the battle started, and his calcified meridians, which had already been under stress from fighting suppressed for 6 hours, had taken additional damage from the water's internal pressure. His eyes found Shen Yun at the bathhouse's entrance. "You," he said. The battlefield had gone very quiet. "You attacked a neutral facility and a civilian village," Shen Yun said. His voice came out steadier than he felt. "The Heavenly Tao Alliance has registered this facility. Every cultivator who participated today is documented by name. The incident report was filed this morning by the Azure Dragon Regional Regulatory Office. He had filed it before the battle started. Qin Meihua had drafted it the night before." Hua Tiangang stared at him. "This isn't over," he said. "That may be," Shen Yun said. "But today is." The army retreated south. It took most of the afternoon. Shen Yun sat down on the bathhouse step and stayed there for some time, listening to the domain slowly replenish from the 5th spring's steady, patient output, and watching the sun move across the sky over Blue Creek Village. Chapter 55. The 3 days after the battle were for the wounded. Granny Feng went into the healing spring and stayed. Not dramatically. She walked in, lowered herself into the water with the deliberate care of someone managing a severe qi debt, and closed her eyes. Shen Yun had converted the healing spring to full continuous operation and kept it running around the clock, monitoring the levels personally, refilling the charge from the first spring's reserves as they were consumed. On the 3rd day, Granny Feng opened her eyes. "You know," she said, without preamble, "when I was young, I believed that self-sufficiency was the only real security, that depending on anyone was a structural weakness." Shen Yun was sitting at the spring's edge with the maintenance tools, doing nothing more complex than monitoring. "And now I have spent 3 days being kept alive by someone else's water, and I find that I was extremely wrong." She looked at the ceiling. In a tolerable way, for once. 3 Jade Phoenix disciples, 1 Frostmoon Palace junior sister, and 1 Wandering Cloud Pavilion outer disciple had died in the battle. 8 more had serious injuries requiring extended treatment. Shen Yun ran through them systematically. Morning and afternoon sessions in the purification spring for the injuries that involved spiritual damage, vitality spring work for the physical recovery cases, healing spring for the 2 who had taken the most severe hits. He slept 4 hours out of every 24. When he was not in the springs, he was reviewing supply levels, conferring with Qin Meihua about the legal proceedings that the incident report had triggered, or sitting for an hour with Lianhua in the Golden Spring, because the Golden Spring was the place in the bathhouse that was specifically not a crisis, and he needed that. Lianhua's form maintained its full solid manifestation throughout the battle's aftermath. She had been managing the deeper springs during the engagement, sustaining the charge levels with the conserved divine power her increasingly recovered form could access, and the effort had cost her something that showed in the way she moved, more deliberate, more carefully economical. "You pushed the domain to 14 miles, she said one evening. 14.7 at peak. She went still moment. The spring tide method's documented maximum for current master rank is 10. I know. You drew both 4th and 5th springs simultaneously to achieve it. Yes. That technique has no formal name because it is not in the method's formal documentation. Her eyes found his. You invented it during the battle. I wouldn't say invented. I improvised. Invention is often improvisation that survives to be used twice, she said. Name it. He thought about it for a moment. Confluent tide. She nodded slowly. Confluent tide. Yes. A pause. I will note it in the Bathhouse records. The Heavenly Tao Alliance's response to the incident report came on the 5th day. A formal acknowledgement of the attack, a classification of the engagement as an unauthorized military action against a registered independent resource facility, and a preliminary advisory that Huatiangang and Duan Machin would face review proceedings. The review proceedings, Qin Meihua noted, had approximately a 40% chance of producing meaningful consequences and a 60% chance of producing a large amount of documentation that accomplished very little. Situ Kongming? Xinyun asked. His office submitted a supporting statement to the acknowledgement document. She paused. It was more substantive than I expected. It appeared that the Grand Elder had already begun calculating his interests. Word of the battle spread through the cultivation world's information networks in ways that Shun Yun could track through Qin Meihua's intelligence contacts. Not the accurate version, which would have taken weeks to propagate, but the increasingly distorted version that moved at the speed of rumor. The Bathhouse had repelled a 500-person army. The Bathhouse master had personally defeated a half-immortal. The water could do anything. The water could do nothing, and it was all a fraud. The Bathhouse was secretly controlled by a major sect. The Bathhouse was secretly controlled by a primordial entity. Some of these were further from the truth than others. All of them attracted attention. Shen Yun had been preparing for what that attention meant when Lianhua, one evening in the 5th day's quiet, said a name he had not heard before. Shuemoyan, she said, quietly, the way you say a thing you have been not saying at length. Chapter 56. The history Lianhua told took most of the night. 500 years ago, when the faceless sovereign had been actively seeking methods to permanently destroy the celestial bathhouse rather than merely waiting out its deterioration, he had conducted a series of experiments with corrupted spring water. He had not had access to the bathhouse itself. The previous inheritor Shen Wei had not yet made his catastrophic choice, and the bathhouse's defenses were intact. But the faceless sovereign was patient in the way that entities beyond mortal time horizons are patient, and he had found alternative approaches. He had located a cultivator with exceptional water affinity, a young woman from a minor sect in the Northern Territories, whose natural resonance with water element qi was stronger than anything Lianhua had seen in centuries. He had offered her power. When she accepted, he had introduced a fragment of corrupted divine essence into her cultivation base. Not the same fragment he had offered Shen Wei. That was a corruption of Lianhua's own divine form, a piece of the goddess filtered through the faceless sovereign's malevolent will. What he gave Shuemoyan was something from himself, a piece of the entity that had no name and no face, adapted for use as a cultivation-based component in a water aspect spiritual root. The effect was immediate and comprehensive. Her cultivation advanced at a speed that should have been impossible. Her water techniques achieved potency levels that matched golden immortal tier practitioners. Her physical durability became extraordinary. Her mind held for approximately a decade. Then the corruption reached the core of what she had been, and what remained was something that used her memories and her face and knew everything she had known, but was oriented primarily toward the faceless sovereign's purposes. Not mindless, it retained full intelligence and the specific competence she had built across a lifetime of cultivation. Just directed. 500 years of direction. She was one of mine, Lianhua said. Her voice was flat in the way voices become flat when they have processed something so many times that the feeling has been worn smooth. Before the corruption, she had come to the bathhouse once. Briefly, when the previous inheritor was still tending the springs faithfully. She bathed in the second spring, and her cultivation advanced 3 substages in a single session. She was very young. She laughed at the way the water felt. A pause. She did not come back. She found another path. And now she is what the faceless sovereign made her. She is what the corruption made of what he introduced. I do not think he anticipated how much she would retain. The intelligence, the memory, the particular attention to craft she had always applied to her cultivation work. All of that remained, and he channeled it. Lianhua looked at her hands. She is not his servant in the way a person serves a master. She is more like an instrument that remembers being a musician. Shen Yun held the image of that. 3 days after the battle's end, Shuemoyan arrived. She came alone, crossing the domain's edge at dawn. He felt her before he saw her. The water element chi that was categorically wrong in that specific way, like a familiar note played in an impossible key. By the time she reached the bathhouse entrance, he was there. She was 30 in appearance. Black robes, dark veins at wrist, and temple running their deep water patterns, eyes the color of water at the bottom of something very deep. Her gaze moved to the bathhouse for a moment with an expression that was almost nothing. You repelled Hua Tiangang, she said. That was not the expected outcome. I was motivated. She met his gaze. The almost nothing expression held for a beat. I carry a message, she said, and produced a scroll from her sleeve sealed in dark wax. She did not attempt to hand it to him. He offers terms. Your life, the village's safety, access to the outer springs for a negotiated period. In exchange for the goddess. You know I won't accept. I know. The message is a formality. She held the scroll and looked at it. He sends me with formalities because it ensures I have seen you refuse, which is more useful to him than the acceptance he does not expect. There was something in the way she said this, a precision that bordered on commentary about the person who had sent her. He accelerated his timeline after the army failed, she said. He is sending an avatar. Not within the year. Now, you have perhaps 10 days. Wei Chenlong was at the door behind Xinyun, hand on his sword. Xinyun looked at Xuemoyan, at the dark veins, at the water element chi that had been hollowed and refilled with something that used the same channels, but was not what water was supposed to be, at the expression that was almost nothing, which was different from no expression at all. He thought about what Lianhua had said, an instrument that remembers being a musician. Come inside, he said. She stared at him. You warned us, he said. That matters. Come inside. The springs can do things for what was done to you that nothing else in this realm can. He held the door open. You know that. You bathed here once, 500 years ago. You laughed at the way the water felt. The silence stretched for long enough that Wei Chenlong's sword shifted half an inch toward drawn. Then Xuemoyan looked at the open door, at the light coming from inside, at Xinyun's face, which was not guarded. 500 years, she said quietly. I know. She stepped across the threshold. The bathhouse accepted her the way water accepts everything, without judgment, without exclusion, taking the shape of what arrived and offering what it had. The springs, somewhere deep below, shifted in their circulation as they recognized the water element chi in the woman who had just entered. Old recognition. Patient as water. Chapter 57. The 10 days between Xuemoyan's warning and the Avatar's expected arrival were different from any period that had preceded them. The bathhouse continued its operations. Clients came and went. Treatments were conducted. The schedule ran. But there was a quality to the interval that was neither the compressed urgency of battle preparation nor the quiet rebuilding of the aftermath. It was the particular attention of people who are doing ordinary things while knowing the ordinary is a container with a limit. Xuemoyan stayed. He had put her in the guest quarters on the bathhouse's east side, the rooms that got morning light through water glass panels that diffused it into cool blue patterns on the stone walls. She spent most of the first 2 days alone in those rooms, which he respected. On the third day, she came to the main hall in the afternoon and sat down at the edge of the common area with a cup of tea she had made herself in the kitchen. No one spoke to her immediately. This was Granny Feng's influence. The old woman, still recovering in the healing spring, had communicated her position through Wei Chenlong. Let her breathe. Don't crowd someone who has just remembered they are a person. Xinyun had brought her to the second spring on the second day, briefly, for what he described as a baseline assessment. The purification water had reacted to the corruption in her cultivation base with a visible agitation, the water's surface disturbing in sharp patterns around her body, the way it moved when encountering a significant impurity. He had not tried to remove anything. He had simply let the spring's natural response do its work for 30 minutes, noting the areas of greatest agitation, building a map of what was present. The corruption was thorough. It had been there for 5 centuries and had integrated itself into the structure of her cultivation base in the way long-established things integrate, not as a foreign object, but as a layer, something that had grown alongside what it inhabited. Removing it would not be a simple purification. It would be a reconstruction. He told her this directly. She received the information with the particular flat attention that was. He was beginning to understand, not absence of emotion, but the management of emotion that had been necessary for 5 centuries of being an instrument. Is it possible? She asked. I don't know yet, he said honestly. I believe it is. I've seen things the springs can do that I could not have predicted. But I will not promise you what I cannot guarantee. She watched him. Something crossed her face that was brief and unguarded. He told me, she said, when I first accepted his offer, that there would be a cure, that the cultivation enhancement was temporary, a decade, perhaps 2, and then he would restore what I had been. She paused. I knew by year 3 that this was not going to happen. I have known for 497 years. The number sat in the room. I'm sorry, he said. Don't, she said. Not yet. A pause. When it is done. If it is done, then you can say that. Meanwhile, the network was mobilizing. Qin Meihua's intelligence contacts had flagged the signs of the faceless sovereign's approach in the way that entities of that magnitude approached anything, not directly, but through the disturbances their passage created. Spatial anomalies in the region south of the Azure Dragon region, cultivators reporting strange experiences in their dream cultivation, ancient formations in the area flickering with activation attempts as something tested boundaries from outside. An avatar was not the entity itself. It was a portion of the faceless sovereign's consciousness and power, given temporary form and sent ahead as a weapon. Significantly less powerful than the full entity, but significantly more capable than anything the cultivation world had currently developed defenses against. We need the sixth spring, Lianhua said. He had known this was coming. The sixth spring, the memory spring, had not revealed its nature beyond suggesting it existed at the level below the fifth, which meant it predated everything else in the bathhouse's current structure and had properties he could not predict from the lower spring's pattern. How long do I have? 5 days before the avatar materializes fully, possibly 6. The signs Qin Meihua's contacts are describing suggest the materialization process has begun but is not yet complete. Her attention settled on him steadily. You need to open the sixth spring now, before the avatar arrives. Tell me what it takes. She was quiet for a moment. The fifth spring required you to be read by the water. The sixth spring requires something more. She paused. It requires you to read yourself. Fully. Without defense or deflection. Every truth you have been carrying about who you are, and what you want, and what you fear. The spring will require you to hold all of it at once, with complete clarity. And if I can't, then it stays closed. Her voice held no judgment. The spring does not punish failure. It simply remains dormant until someone arrives who can do it. He sat with this for a while. I'll begin tonight, he said. Chapter 58. The sixth spring's entrance was not in the fifth spring's chamber. He had looked. The fifth spring's floor and walls were solid stone, no current to follow as he had found in the fourth spring's descent. He spent an afternoon probing the lower levels and found nothing that corresponded to an entrance, which told him the sixth spring was accessed differently. Lianhua guided him, eventually, to the answer. The sixth spring is the origin spring, she said. It is not accessed through the bathhouse's physical architecture. It exists in the space between what the bathhouse contains and what exists outside it, the liminal layer where the spatial pocket dimension's walls interface with the outer world. She showed him, in the golden spring's water, a map of the bathhouse's spatial structure as she understood it. Here, at the boundary layer, you have to go to the edge. He had never gone to the edge. The bathhouse's spatial pocket dimension had a boundary. Every spatial pocket did. He had been dimly aware of it as a feeling at the limits of his extended domain, a pressure that was not resistance but enclosure. He had always moved inward, never outward, because outward was the limit. He went outward. Standing at the bathhouse's outermost wall, he pushed his cultivation awareness past the stone, past the formation anchors, past the outermost layer of the spatial architecture, to the place where the dimension's boundary existed. He felt it, a membrane, thin and ancient and saturated with the kind of qi that predated the cultivation world's current understanding by millennia. He pressed against it with his stillwater root. The stillwater root had no elemental charge. It created the conditions in which qi could flow. At the boundary layer, where the membrane was made of the most undifferentiated form of qi that existed, origin qi, the kind that predated elemental separation, his root resonated with the membrane in a manner that a charged root could not have done. Like recognizing like. The membrane parted. And behind it, in the space that was neither inside the bathhouse nor outside it, the sixth spring waited. It was larger than he had expected. Not the intimate chamber scales of the inner springs, but an underground ocean, water that extended beyond his ability to perceive its edges, lit from below by a source that was not light, but was what light became when it was absorbed into water over 10,000 years of accumulation. He waded in. The water here did not ask to read him. It already knew him. He understood, as his feet passed through the shallow entry, and then the floor dropped away beneath him, and he was swimming in water that held 10,000 years of memory from the bathhouse, and everyone who had ever been in it. He understood that this spring had been watching him since the moment he first activated the Jade token. The reading that the fifth spring had conducted in a dedicated 30-minute session, this spring had been conducting since his first day. What it asked was not for him to be read. It asked him to hold what it knew about him and not look away from any of it. He held it. His childhood, his grief, his satisfaction in work done well, his anxiety about work that went wrong, his complicated feelings about the women who depended on this bathhouse, and what he owed them, and what he wanted, and what the difference was. His loneliness before this. His confusion about Lianhua, the ancient goddess who had claimed him by covenant, who he had been spending months deciding what he felt about, and what he felt was not simple, and he had not been fully honest with himself about its components. He held that one for quite a while, and then the seal released. The sixth spring filled around him with color that had no name. Not the absence of color like the fifth spring, but the presence of all colors simultaneously, each one distinct and all of them coexisting without collision. The chi that flooded his tidal meridians carried properties he could not immediately catalog, had no framework for. They felt like creation itself, like the capacity to make things that had not existed before. He surfaced from the sixth spring, an abyssal sage. Chapter 59, he came back to the bathhouse's main hall at dawn and found Lianhua waiting. Not in the golden spring. Standing in the corridor outside it. Her form solid and self-sustaining without the spring's immediate proximity for once since he had known her. She was holding herself carefully, the way someone holds something they are not accustomed to carrying, but she was standing. "You opened it," she said. "Yes." She looked at him for a moment with an expression he had never seen from her before. The sixth spring is the creation spring. Its property is, I don't have a word for it yet. No, you won't, immediately. She moved slightly toward him and then stopped. The Abyssal Sage rank gives you access to spatial manipulation within the bathhouse's domain. You can create subspaces, extend the pocket dimension, anchor new formations at a depth that will not yield to any spiritual sense currently active in the mortal realm. A pause. And the combat application. I felt that. What did it feel like? He tried to find the words. Like I could make decisions that water had already enacted before I made them. Like the water was already moving in the right directions, and I was completing a pattern rather than creating one. She nodded slowly. The creation Tao is not construction. It is recognition, the ability to perceive what wants to exist and give it permission. She paused. The faceless sovereign's avatar will be here in 4 days. This rank is what you will need. He looked at her, at the corridor light falling across her newly solid form. There is something I want to say, he said, and I want to say it before the next 4 days, because I do not know what the next 4 days will produce. She was very still. I know about the covenant, he said. I know that I am bound to this place by something that predates my choice. I have spent months deciding what I think about that, and what I think is, the covenant is not the reason I am here. It is the circumstance that allowed me to be here. The reasons are different. He paused. I want you to know that the reasons exist. I don't need you to respond to that right now. I just want you to know. Lianhua stood in the corridor for a long moment. I have had 10 inheritors, she said finally. Of those 10, 7 were faithful and 3 were not. And I loved all of them and grieved all of them and understood all of them in the way you understand people when you have watched them for decades through water that holds all their truths. She met his eyes. You were the first one I have stood in a corridor with. He absorbed this. That seems important, he said. It is, she said. They stood in the corridor for a while longer. Neither of them moved toward the other. Neither of them needed to, right now. The 4 days were coming, and after the 4 days there would be time. The water in the bathhouse ran at full charge in all 6 springs, warm and clear and patient, waiting for what came next. Chapter 60. The Faceless Sovereign's avatar arrived on the 4th day, in the morning. It did not announce itself. It was simply present at the domain's edge, a negative space in the water element saturation, a hole in the chi field where everything stopped existing. Shen Yun felt it from the bathhouse's entrance the moment it crossed the boundary. He had called everyone to positions 2 hours earlier, when the spatial anomalies had spiked in ways that matched the precursor signatures they had been tracking. The bathhouse was fully operational. Clients had been sent home the previous evening with genuine regret and thorough explanations. The formation network was fully activated. All 6 springs were at maximum charge. The avatar manifested 50 meters from the bathhouse entrance. It had no face. This was not a stylistic choice or a mask. It was a fundamental property of the entity. Where the head should have been, there was the shape of a head, a silhouette, an outline, the spatial suggestion of features, but no features filled the outline. The light near it behaved differently, bending slightly away, as if the avatar's presence created a refraction in reality rather than a physical form. The feeling that arrived with it was ancient weight, not malevolence, exactly, something older than intent. The pressure of something that had been present since before the cultivation world's current epoch and would be present after it. Shuemoyan moved to stand at Shen Yun's shoulder. She had spent 4 days in the bathhouse. She had eaten in the main hall. She had allowed the second spring to work on the corruption's outer layers. Carefully, supervised, no sudden moves. She had talked to Ling Xiaotong about formation theory for 3 hours on the second day, the two of them falling into technical argument with the ease of people who share a particular type of mind. She had not committed to anything. She had not been asked to. But she was standing at his shoulder now, and her water element qi, corrupted, deep water dark, unmistakably powerful, was oriented outward. The avatar raised one hand. Shen Yun felt the domain shudder as something pressed against it from outside. Not a technique, not a formation, but direct application of the faceless sovereign's will through the avatar's form. The domain's edge bent inward. He reached into the sixth spring. The creation spring's property was not offensive, but it could do something nothing in his arsenal had previously managed. It could make the bathhouse's spatial boundary real. Not projected, not maintained through constant cultivation output. Real in the way that permanent things are real, self-sustaining, anchored in the Tao itself, existing because it had been given permission to exist rather than because something was actively holding it up. He spread his hands and felt the boundary layer he had touched when opening the sixth spring, and he made it a wall. The avatars will hit the wall and stopped. Not deflected, not absorbed. Stopped. As if the wall existed in a different category of reality than the force pressing against it. One that the force could not reach because they did not share an ontological frame. The faceless outline was still for a long moment. Then, from somewhere, a voice arrived. It had no origin. It came from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, arriving before the sound of it caught up. This place cannot be held by what you are. I disagree, Shen said. The wall held. The avatar's hand lowered. The negative space where its face should have been oriented toward him, and he felt the weight of ancient assessment falling across him like a shadow with no source. Then the avatar withdrew. Not defeated, not even diminished, exactly, but withdrawn, in the way of something that has assessed a situation and determined that a different approach is required. The domain settled. The springs ran clear. In the silence afterward, the fourth spring surfaced a memory. He saw it in the water. Shen Wei, 500 years younger than the memory the spring had shown before, standing in this same bathhouse's main hall with Lianhua's golden form visible in the corridor beyond. His predecessor's face held the specific exhaustion of a person who had been holding something for decades and felt the weight more every year. And beside him, the faceless sovereign's avatar. Not as it had appeared today, smaller, thin, less certain of itself. 500 years younger and still negotiating rather than commanding. Shen Wei had not looked afraid. He had looked tired. And he had looked, very briefly, at Lianhua's form in the corridor with an expression that contained everything Lianhua had described. The love, the longing, the specific ache of proximity without the ability to take someone with you when you had to leave. The avatar had known exactly where to press. Shen Yun stood at the fourth spring's edge for an extended moment after the memory faded. Then he went to find Lianhua, and when he found her, he sat beside her golden spring and said, Shen Wei knew what he was giving up when he chose wrong. He knew and he chose anyway because the loneliness had been that long and the offer was that precisely shaped. Lianhua was quiet. I am not going to betray you, Shen Yun said. Not because the covenant prevents it. Because what I have here, all of it, the bathhouse, the people, you, is worth more than anything I could be offered in exchange. And I need you to believe that is a choice I am making with full understanding of the cost of other choices, not just a promise that sounds good before I have been tested. Lianhua looked at him. He will try again, she said. Differently. He always finds the right pressure point. Then we will deal with it differently. She was silent for a long moment. Then she said, very quietly, I believe you. And this time, it sounded like something she had decided rather than something she was telling herself. The bathhouse ran on around them, warm and clear, its 6 springs cycling with the patient certainty of water that had been doing this for 10,000 years and intended to continue. Chapter 61 The Avatar left no mark. This was the detail that stayed with Shen Yun long after everything else about the encounter had been processed and catalogued and discussed. An attack that damaged things left evidence that could be assessed, scorched walls, broken formations, the specific violence of qi discharge. An entity that came, assessed, and withdrew without damaging anything left only the knowledge that something had come, decided, and was now building a different approach. He spent the morning in each spring in sequence, checking the charges, monitoring the flow rates, verifying that the boundary wall he had constructed from the 6 springs creation property was still intact and self-sustaining rather than leaching qi at a rate that would need active maintenance. It held. The 6 springs property operated differently from every other technique he had developed. Not a technique that required ongoing cultivation input, but a change in what the spatial architecture was, anchored in the Tao itself rather than held in place by will. It would hold whether he was attending to it or not. This thought gave him more comfort than he expected. Lianhua was in her spring when he descended, her fully manifested form occupying the golden chamber with a physicality she had been developing steadily for months. She sat at the spring's edge with her feet in the water, something she had started doing recently as her connection to the physical space deepened, not immersed in the water, but in contact with it. A distinction that seemed to matter to her. He will not send another avatar directly, she said, before he had asked. The boundary wall. He has never encountered anything like it. The bathhouse has existed for 10,000 years, and none of the previous inheritors reached the sixth spring. The creation property was built into the architecture, but never accessible. He is recalibrating. She paused. He is very old and very patient. Recalibration is something he does without distress. This gives us time, not safety. How long do we have? Months, almost certainly. Possibly a year before he has a specific approach ready. She looked at her reflection in the golden water. He will work through existing structures, not direct approaches. He finds the seam that already exists and works it open. The previous inheritor's journal was accurate. The loneliness was cultivated deliberately, not simply discovered. Then we close the seams. Close the ones you can see, she said. The unseeable ones require different attention. He took this seriously. He spent the rest of the day doing something that felt, in the moment, like ordinary housekeeping, and which he recognized only in retrospect as strategic maintenance of the kind that mattered most. He went to each person in the bathhouse and had a direct conversation. Qin Meihua. She was managing the bathhouse's legal and political interface with the efficiency of someone who had been preparing for this work her whole life. But she was doing it as a function of her own choosing, and she needed the Jade Phoenix Sect to understand the distinction. Sect sponsorship and her personal loyalty were not the same thing, and the blurring of the two left a seam. He sent a formal letter to Elder Madame Hua clarifying the arrangement. By Suyin, the omission about Lianhua felt like a concealment rather than a protection, and she did not know which it was. He sat with this one for a while, feeling the distinction himself. Then, tell your master what you think she needs to know to remain a genuine ally. Not everything. The bathhouse has guests whose privacy is absolute. But what she needs, trust that cannot withstand the truth, is not trust. Wei Chenlong. The tea was extremely average, and the situation in the kitchen pantry was an embarrassment. He replaced the tea. He also restocked the pantry properly for the first time since the summer, which took 2 hours and was oddly satisfying. Ling Xiaodong. 3 days into a formation array rebalancing project she had been putting off for 2 weeks, consumed in the technical detail she loved. He checked in, confirmed she had everything she needed, and asked how the void marble supply was holding. She looked up with slight surprise that he had asked about the supply specifically and told him she was 2 formation stones short for the southern perimeter completion. He ordered them that afternoon. Granny Foam. Still recovering from the crushing Heaven Palm's aftermath. 3 weeks in and beginning to show the restlessness of a nascent soul cultivator whose cultivation was being suppressed during recovery. He asked what she needed. She said she needed to hit something soon or she would start redecorating the healing spring out of boredom. He arranged a light sparring session with Wei Chenlong for the following week. In Shuemoyan, he knocked on the door frame of the east side guest quarters in the evening. She had left it open, a choice he had noticed and noted without comment since her second day. What do you need? He asked. Not what can I do for you. What do you need? She looked at him for a long moment. The dark veins at her wrists had softened in the 2 weeks of treatment. Not gone. The corruption was deep and the middle layers were the hardest, but softened, the sharp contrast against pale skin giving way to something less absolute. I am trying to remember what needing something feels like, she said. Before the corruption, I knew what I wanted from a day. Simple things. Tea at a particular temperature. The feeling of running water element techniques in natural water rather than cultivated channels. She looked at her hands. Somewhere in the 500 years, the ability to want simple things was replaced by the ability to execute assigned purposes. I do not know how to reclaim the former. You want things, he said. You just do not trust the wanting. Her eyes found his with the deep water eyes. How do you know? Because you came inside when I opened the door. Because you left yours open. He paused. Because when Ling Xiaotong started talking formation theory at you on the second day, you stayed for 3 hours. Something crossed her face that was brief and unguarded. Take whatever time the wanting needs, he said. The bathhouse is not in a hurry. He went back to the main hall and sat for a long time with the warm air and the sound of the springs cycling below. The seams he could see were managed. The unseen ones required vigilance he could not apply directly. Only continue building what he was building and trust that what he was building was less exploitable than what had come before. The springs ran clear in the rooms below. Chapter 62. 3 days after the Avatar's withdrawal, Shen Yun found the hidden chamber. He had been doing his daily perimeter walk, a habit he had developed not from any specific necessity, but from the understanding that knowing his own space precisely was its own form of security. The Sixth Spring's creation Dao sensitivity had been sharpening steadily since his advancement, giving him a kind of architectural awareness that went beyond the water sense he had cultivated at earlier ranks. He felt the bathhouse as a complete structure rather than a collection of rooms. The wall in the original western wing that had always registered as solid stone felt, on this morning, different. Not hollow in a simple physical sense, different at the spatial level, as if the stone occupied a slightly different position in the architecture than it appeared to from the outside. He pressed his hand flat against it and let the still water root interface with the spatial structure. The stone became permeable without moving. The doorway was not a physical mechanism. It was a spatial rearrangement, the architecture adjusting to grant passage in the way the Sixth Spring had adjusted the boundary layer. He stepped through into a chamber that smelled of deep time, dry stone, and something that was not dust, but was what dust became when left undisturbed for long enough that the original particles had entirely settled. A stone table, a single shelf, 10 jade records in treated leather sleeves stamped with the same rune as the bathhouse's original inscription. One for each inheritor. He took them to the main hall and read them over the next 3 days. 7 records of faithful service. They were all different from each other, different people, different circumstances, different epochs of the cultivation world's history, different relationships with the bathhouse and with Lianhua. The first inheritor had been a woman, which surprised him until he considered it, and then seemed obvious. The fifth had been a traveling healer who had spent 30 years rebuilding the bathhouse after a structural collapse before anyone else found it. The eighth had been a young cultivator, barely older than Xin Yun, who had discovered the jade token in an inheritance auction and spent 6 months not telling anyone before accepting the role. 3 records of betrayal. He read these more slowly. The first betrayer, 1,000 years ago, had been offered sect leadership by a rival faction that wanted the bathhouse closed. He had made the choice quickly, regretted it immediately, and spent the remaining years of his life in what the record described as persistent, purposeless cultivation. No dramatic destruction, just the long emptiness of one who had given up something that mattered for something that turned out to matter less. The second, 2,000 years ago, had been afraid. A continental war, the cultivation world tearing itself apart in a conflict that made the Huatiangang confrontation look like a village dispute, and the faceless sovereign's agents had offered the bathhouse's master immunity in exchange for the location of Lianhua's specific sealing anchor. He had given it. The immunity had held. He had survived the war in comfortable, protected circumstances. His record ended with 2 sentences. Asterisk, the immunity was real. I have not been comfortable since. Asterisk, Xinwei's record was last and longest. 70 years of patient documentation, the writing changing over the decades in ways that reflected the person the young cultivator had become, more precise, more careful, more attentive to the exact language needed to describe exact experiences. A man who had found his purpose and grown into it with genuine fullness. The final 30 entries described the deterioration. Not dramatic. That was what made it most disturbing to read. The faceless sovereign's agents had not appeared dramatically and offered something spectacular. They had simply been present, in peripheral ways, for years. Comments that found the seams. Questions that made him notice things he had been not noticing. Observations about his isolation that were accurate, delivered with the particular sympathy of someone who appeared to understand. The last entry. Asterisk, I have done an irrevocable thing. I knew it was irrevocable before I did it. I am writing this because I do not want the next inheritor, if there is one, to believe it was simple, that I was weak or foolish, or that the choice was easy. It was none of those things. I was tired. The faceless one understood the specific texture of my tiredness better than I did. He cultivated it for years before he offered me what I wanted. I have been a gardener all my life. I did not notice I was the garden. Asterisk, Xinyan sat with that for some time. Then he descended to Lianhua's spring and read it to her aloud, because she deserved to know what had actually happened rather than the simpler version of it. She was quiet for a long time after he finished. He cultivated the loneliness deliberately, she said, over years, before the offer was ever made. She looked at her hands, which were solid and still. I was here. I felt everything about him. I felt the exhaustion, the isolation, the weight of decades. I thought the exhaustion was from the work. Her voice held something that was not quite grief and not quite guilt, but lived between them. I did not understand that being known through water and being known through conversation are different things. That I could feel his entire being and still not reach him. You can now. She looked up. You stood in a corridor yesterday, he said. Not in a spring. Not manifested from water. standing in the corridor with your feet on the floor. He met her eyes. Whatever changed, it matters. She was silent for a moment. What changed, she said carefully, is that you named things. The covenant would have bound you regardless of what either of us wanted. You declined to be bound by the covenant and insisted on choosing instead. A pause. No one has chosen before. They were all very good people who accepted the covenant and fulfilled it faithfully. But you objected to the frame. And the objection made space for something different. He thought about this. I want to ask you something, he said. Yes. The loneliness you felt for 10,000 years. Can you talk about what it actually was? Not the general principle. What it felt like. She was silent for long enough that he thought he had asked something she did not want to answer. Then she said, quietly, have you ever been in a crowd of people who are all well and happy and laughing, and felt more alone than if you had been entirely by yourself? Yes. Multiply that by the number of people who have sat in my springs over 10,000 years. I could feel every one of them. Their relief, their joy, the specific physical pleasure of healing. Their gratitude, sometimes. I could feel them being helped. She looked at the golden water. I could not be a person to them. I was the water. Very beautiful and very useful and not a person. And now, she met his gaze. Now there is someone who keeps coming back to the same spring not because he is healing, but because he wants to tell me about his day. He felt something shift in him that was not surprise, but was the completion of something that had been building for months. I do want to tell you about my day, he said. I know, she said. And she was smiling. Tell me. Chapter 63. The Bathhouse's reputation had escaped the Azure Dragon region entirely, traveling on the legs of every cultivator who had returned to their home territory with a resolved condition or a broken bottleneck, and answered questions from their sect members with specific honesty. Qin Meihua's intelligence network, which tracked information flows through the cultivation world's communication channels, produced a summary every 10 days. The summary for the first day of the 10th month showed inquiry volume from 3 regions, 14 major sects, and an independent cultivation territory in the Northern Highlands that Shen Yun had not heard of before. Some of the inquiries were for treatment. Many were political, sects attempting to establish formal relationships that would give them preferential access or, less subtly, administrative oversight. I want to address a specific one before it becomes a problem, Qin Meihua said, laying the summary on the table. The Jade Serpent Brotherhood from the Vermilion Bird region. Male-only sect, healing inquiry. They have sent 3 progressively more formal requests. The 3rd request went directly to Situ Kongming's office asking for a facilitated introduction, which suggests they understand the Alliance's relationship with us. What are they actually after? Unknown. The healing request is genuine. One of their senior disciples has a combat injury that their own healers cannot address. But the Brotherhood has been attempting to establish a presence in the Azure Dragon region for 8 years, and this inquiry is functionally an excuse to get a representative inside the Bathhouse's trust network. Then we treat the injury, Shenyun said. Under standard terms. No preferential access. No formal relationship. A patient with a genuine need receives treatment. That is all. Qin Meihua nodded. This was the Bathhouse's consistent position and she approved of it, even when the political complications it avoided were temporarily replaced by the frustration of parties who expected a different response. Ling Xiaotong arrived from her formation work that evening with the schematic she had been refining since her first analysis. It had grown considerably. Where the original had been a clean spatial map with 7 marked nodes, the current version included layers of annotation, the accumulated detail of months of careful study. I want to show you something, she said, and spread it on the table. He looked at it. The 5th node. Here. She pointed. The 5th connection point's spatial orientation is unusual. The other 6 are oriented outward, toward their respective branch locations. This one is oriented inward. She paused for effect, which was unlike her. It connects to the central springs from below, not from outside the bathhouse, but from underneath it. There is something beneath the main springs. The geometry suggests a formation structure significantly larger than the branches. Not a branch, a root. Something the entire network is built on top of. She watched him. I cannot map it without access to whatever is below, and the entrance point does not appear to be accessible through any existing connection I can identify. It would require the same spatial permeability technique you used at the branch sites. He had not known there was something below the deepest spring. He had assumed the 6th spring was the foundation, the deepest layer of what the bathhouse was. He said this to Lianhua that night, in the Golden Springs chamber. Her expression, when he described what Ling Xiaotong had found, was the expression of a person who had been waiting for a question to be asked and had not known how to raise it themselves. A very specific expression, The contained tension of something that has been held back for so long the holding back has become its own practice. The origin chamber, she said. Yes, I know it is there. I have always known. Her gaze moved to the golden water around her. It is where I was before the sundering. Not in the springs. The springs were built outward from it, like rooms built around a hearth. The origin chamber is the hearth. The actual foundation of what this bathhouse is, not architecturally, but essentially. She paused. I have not been able to access it since the ceiling. The sundering's damage closed the passage. From inside the springs, from inside the ceiling, the entrance was not reachable. But with the creation property, you operate at the boundary layer. The boundary layer is where the spatial architecture interfaces with what is outside it. The origin chamber is below the spatial architecture's conventional structure, at the layer where the dimensions foundation logic operates. Her attention settled on him. The creation property is the only access mechanism currently active in this bathhouse that reaches that layer. It is possible you could open it. What is in it? She fell quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice had the careful quality of someone choosing words that did not allow hope too much room to move. The reason the bathhouse works at all, not the springs are the method. The origin chamber is the reason the method works. The source that all 6 springs express. She paused. If it is still intact, her form brightened by a degree. Lianhua, if it is intact, she said, more carefully, it would change what is possible here. My recovery, not partial, not fragmentary, not through the springs. Full. She paused. I stopped allowing myself to think about full recovery at some point in the last 1,000 years. Thinking about things you cannot reach is a specific kind of suffering. I chose not to. He looked at her, at the care she was taking with her own hope. I'll look for the entrance, he said. He told Ling Xiaodong the following morning. Not the full context, but enough. She looked at him for a moment, then at her schematic, then at him again. I found it, she said. Yes. I found the entrance to the origin chamber. She said it as a statement rather than a question, and then looked away at the formation maps on the table with an expression that he had learned to recognize. The specific expression she wore when something had landed at a depth that required her to look at something else for a moment, so she could continue functioning at normal capacity. You did, he said. And it matters more than I have the words to explain properly. She nodded once, still looking at the formation maps. He left her to the work. Chapter 64. The preparations for the Vermilion Bird journey took 4 days and ran in parallel with everything else. He had decided to move quickly before the Faceless Sovereign's recalibration could produce specific obstacles. 2 branches active was better than 1. 3 was better than 2. Every active branch strengthened the network, and the network strength was the bathhouse's most durable protection. Not any individual spring's power, not any individual cultivator's capability, but the fact of a system that extended beyond any single point that could be attacked. He assembled the team with Lianhua's advice. By Suyin for the political introductions and spirit-severing combat capability, Wei Chenlong for the road's practical dangers and territory knowledge, and Xuemoi. He asked Xuemoi in last, in the evening, in the east side garden. She listened to the full explanation. Where they were going. How long. What the specific intelligence value of her presence was. And then the part that was not tactical. The second spring will continue your treatment while I am gone. Lianhua will supervise directly. But I would rather you come. Not because I need the asset. Because you have been somewhere else for 500 years and you deserve to choose where you are. She paused a long time. The last of the evening light made the garden's water-loving herbs glow slightly at their edges. Every plant in this garden chosen for its spring affinity, the chi they emitted gentle and clean. He will know I have defected, she said. He probably already suspects. You warned us. Suspecting and confirming are different. She turned the choice over visibly, like examining an object from all angles. If he confirms, he will act against me more directly. Not immediately. He is not impulsive, but eventually. Then you should be where the treatment is and where the protection is, Shenyan said. Which is here, and also wherever you go with us. Her eyes found his with the deep water eyes. You understand that I am not a simple ally, she said. 500 years of service means 500 years of methods I learned from him. I know how to do things that are not compatible with what this bathhouse is. I know. And you still want me along. The things you learned can be used for other purposes than they were originally used for. He paused. You already did that when you warned us. The knowledge did not change. The direction changed. A long silence. I will think about it until morning, she said. She came to the main hall at dawn with her travel pack already assembled, standing by the entrance with the particular quality of stillness that meant she had spent the night resolving something and had arrived at a decision that was fully her own. He handed her the travel schedule Qin Meihua had prepared. She read it without comment, folded it once, and put it in her sleeve. They departed that morning into a clear autumn day. The domain followed him outward as he walked, the familiar chi saturation of his home territory thinning and then fading as they passed beyond its range. He was aware of the bathhouse at his back for the first 3 miles, a warmth and presence in his cultivation sense that faded with distance but did not entirely disappear. The springs were the connection. They did not depend on proximity. The road south was unremarkable for the first 5 days. Ordinary travel, cultivator towns, the kind of anonymity that came from carrying no visible identifying insignia and moving with the quiet competence that did not invite questions. Bai Suyin managed their official interactions at checkpoints and posting stations with a practiced ease from someone who had navigated social interfaces her whole life. Wei Chenlong bought food, assessed threats, and made dry observations about the scenery that were rarely complimentary. Shui Moyan was quiet, not withdrawn, present, observing, occasionally making brief, precise contributions to operational discussions. What she was not was performing a social role. She was simply there, in the way that someone is simply there when they have stopped needing to be something for whoever is watching. On the 6th day, she said, "We are being tracked." Chapter 65. The constructs were not immediately visible to any ordinary spiritual sense. Shen Yun felt them through the water element awareness that the 6th spring had expanded into something more comprehensive. Not just water in the physical sense, but the chi medium that water element practitioners used, which permeated every environment at a level that was invisible to most observation but present to his perception. 2 of them, trailing at a half-mile interval, moving with the specific efficiency of things that did not tire and did not need to eat and were not curious about anything except position and identity. He described them to Shui Moyan. Tracking constructs, 5th tier, she said, without particular expression. He deploys them as standard surveillance when a person or location enters active monitoring status. They relay position, companion identities, and technique signatures when any are displayed. She paused. They cannot engage. They are eyes only. Can we destroy them? 2 destroys them. He deploys 3. A day's delay and then surveillance resumes. She paused. The better approach is to behave in ways that are consistent with a legitimate business trip and provide nothing in the surveillance that triggers escalated interest. "We are on a legitimate business trip," Bai Suyin said. "Exactly." Shui Moyan looked at the road ahead. "What I will not do is suppress or conceal my presence. He already knows I have defected. The warning I gave you would have registered through the constructs that were watching the bathhouse at the time. Concealing myself now would confirm that I am actively working against him, which triggers more aggressive responses than simply being observed in neutral behavior. So we proceed normally. We proceed exactly as we described when the White Tiger Region's intelligence discussed our purpose, a resource facility master investigating expansion opportunities and securing the provenance of discovered formations. This is true." A pause. "The part we do not display is the full network implications." Wei Chenlong, without looking up from the roadmap. "This is the most elaborate version of minding your own business I have ever been party to." "Welcome to working adjacent to an ancient intelligence operation," Shui Moyan said. And it was close to dry humor, which made Bai Suyin glance at her sideways with something that was close to surprise. Over the following days, the intelligence she provided was organized and delivered with the precision of a cultivator who had been a professional analyst for 5 centuries. Not all of it was directly tactical. Much was behavioral, the kind of deep pattern recognition you develop by watching someone closely for a very long time. The faceless sovereign's oldest operational weakness was impatience wearing the costume of patience. He planned across centuries, but burned through his attention capacity rapidly when a specific plan was disrupted. The Avatar's withdrawal had cost him more than he would acknowledge. The months of recalibration she had described were real. He was not going to move again until he had something he believed in, and building belief in a new approach required more time than he had expected to need. His second weakness was the assumption that isolation was the fundamental human condition. He had operated for 10,000 years in a world where the things he wanted could always be obtained by finding the right loneliness to exploit. The bathhouse's dense web of mutual loyalty, the community of people who had come to the springs and stayed, the network of treatment relationships that extended across regional boundaries. This was a structure he had no template for. "He has never been healed," Shen Yun said. They were camped in the hills east of the Vermilion Bird border on the 4th night. Shui Moyan looked at him. "No. He uses loneliness as a weapon because he understands it from the inside." A long pause. "I had thought that myself," she said. "Rarely. It is not a comfortable thought. A being that ancient and that isolated," Shen Yun said slowly. "Whatever made him what he is, the facelessness, the namelessness, it did not start that way. Nothing starts without a face." Shuemoyan was very still. If you are suggesting that he is healable, she said, you are suggesting something that requires much more certainty than you have. I am not suggesting it. I am wondering. She regarded the fire. There is a difference. Chapter 66 Scarlet Feather had been built to be seen. The city climbed a red rock mesa in sweeping terraced tiers, each district visible from the one below it. Cultivation structures at the upper levels lit at night, with practiced illumination that turned the entire mesa into a column of controlled light visible for 50 miles. The Vermilion Bird region's cultivation culture was public in ways the Azure Dragon region's was not. Sects displayed their techniques openly. Competitions happened in public squares. Reputation was built and maintained through visible performance rather than exclusive access. The effect, walking into the city for once, was of being seen. Not washed with hostility, seen, in the way that public cultures see everyone in them. It was different from the Azure Dragon region's particular form of cultivator caution, and he spent the first hour recalibrating to it. Bai Suyin had prepared him for the adjustment and had mapped the social terrain of the city's cultivation community with the thorough attention she brought to any domain she needed to navigate competently. She handed him a briefing document on the transport formation that was remarkably specific. Not just who the key individuals were and what their interests were, but how each one preferred to receive information, which ones valued directness, and which ones needed the conversational approach of someone who appeared to have just thought of the relevant point rather than having planned to make it. He read the document twice and handed it back. Did you write this from memory? I updated it on the way here from what I knew before. She met his gaze. The Frostmoon Palace's political training is thorough. I'm glad you're on my side. She looked briefly away. Don't be grateful. Just use the briefing. He spent 3 days in the city. The retired Red Phoenix elder received them in a study full of formation texts and was enthusiastic to a degree that required management. She had been following the Bathhouse's reputation through correspondence for months and had developed opinions about what the Vermilion Bird branch should do that were specific and not all wrong, but needed to be incorporated into a plan that she did not control rather than a plan that she had already decided on. He listened carefully, agreed with the parts that were right, and redirected the parts that would not work without making her feel dismissed. The formation master was different, immediately technical, immediately interested in the spatial architecture, immediately certain that he wanted to be involved. He was the most straightforwardly easy conversation of the three. Offer him access to study the formation, include him in the architectural documentation work, give him problems to solve that use his particular talent. He would protect something he had helped build in a way that he would not protect something built entirely by someone else. Shen Cooling came last. He had been told she was precise and direct and did not waste words. What the briefing had not fully conveyed was the quality of her attention, the specific way she heard everything that was said, including the shape of the pauses, including the words that were not chosen. She was an independent cultivator who had spent 20 years building a regional association through the specific difficulty of getting people with competing interests to cooperate on the things they had in common. She had learned, in that time, to hear what people meant more accurately than what they said. He told her everything, not just the branch and the network and the resource implications, the faceless sovereign, the sundering, Lianhua, the full context of what was being built and what threatened it. She listened with complete stillness. When he finished, she asked, "Why are you telling me the full threat picture? The more people who know, the more vectors he has for influence. Because the branches cannot protect themselves through secrecy. Secrecy worked for the central bathhouse for months. A continental network cannot rely on it. The branches need communities who understand what they are and choose to protect them. The choice requires the full information." He paused. "I have seen what genuine loyalty looks like. It looks different from contracted protection. The people at Blue Creek Village who protected the bathhouse through the battle did it knowing exactly what they were protecting and why. That knowledge is what made the protection hold." Shen Cooling went still long moment. "You are building something that has to be defended by people who choose to defend it," she said. "Yes. And your calculation is that the people who benefit from it will choose to defend it. My calculation is that people who have genuinely been helped by something and understand its full context are more reliable protectors than people who are simply contracted to protect it." She watched him. The assessment in her eyes was the kind that took its time and did not apologize for it. "I have been building the Independent Cultivator Association in this region for 20 years, she said. 300 independent cultivators who owe me nothing but would stand for something worth standing for." She picked up the map he had brought. "Show me the branch location." Chapter 67 The Vermilion Bird branch was under 15 feet of consolidated rock and soil, as Ling Xiaodong's spatial mapping had indicated. He stood at the surface location and felt the connection point below, muffled, ancient, patient. Bai Suyin confirmed the spatial architecture's integrity. The formation was not damaged by the burial. The soil around it had compacted slowly over 10,000 years in a manner that had actually provided additional structural support rather than stress. The formation itself was in better condition than he had hoped. He applied the Sixth Springs creation property downward. The technique was becoming more natural each time he used it, the creation Tao's fundamental logic becoming more legible as he worked with it. A passage formed in the rock and soil, not by moving the matter but by adjusting the space it occupied, so that where there had been solid stone there was now an entrance that felt, from the inside, as though it had always been there. The chamber below was smaller than the central springs chambers, compact and preserved. The connection point formation glowed with residual resonance from the activation Ling Xiaodong's mapping had confirmed. He completed the activation. The resonance that established between this point and the sixth spring was immediate and clear. The network, with 2 active branches feeding into it, hummed at a level perceptibly higher than before. He could feel it as a kind of warmth in his tidal meridians, the supplementary chi from the vermilion bird branch adding its weight to the central spring's charge. He told Shin cooling the branch would develop its first spring within 3 months. He gave her the rules, the same rules as the central bathhouse. Healing for all, cultivation assistance through the spring's natural compatibility, the springs choose their guests. He told her about the faceless sovereign and what the threat looked like, because she had asked for full information and deserved to have it. She received all of it without visible alarm. The specific quality of her composure was the composure of someone who had already thought through the implications before asking for them. The branch will have guardians when it opens, she said. And something else. I have been building the Independent Cultivator Association in this region for 20 years. There are 300 independent cultivators in the Vermilion Bird region who owe me nothing but would stand for something they believed in. She watched the activated formation. Show them something worth believing in, and they will be here. He thought about Granny Feng, who had sworn a life debt after the healing spring removed a decades-old wound. About Qin Meihua reading law books to protect things she cared about. About Wei Chenlong who had come to guard a bathhouse because someone healed a sword wound that had been limiting him for years. I know what you mean, he said. Chapter 68. The tracking constructs were still present on the return journey, maintaining their half-mile interval with the patient indifference of things that did not form opinions about what they were watching. On the 9th day of the return, while they were camped in the Highland Pass between the Vermilion Bird region's northern edge and the Azure Dragon region's southern border, Xuan Moyan said, he has recalled them. Wei Chenlong, that is not encouraging. No. She sat with the fire between them, her hands wrapped around a teacup. The dark veins at her wrists were visible in the firelight. It means the surveillance has provided what it needed. He has received the tracking reports, assessed the information, determined the situation. The constructs are no longer useful because he is no longer in a reconnaissance phase. She paused. He knows about the Vermilion Bird branch. The constructs will have transmitted coordinate data from the activation. He knows the network is expanding. How does he respond to that? She thought about it in the way she thought about things involving the faceless sovereign, with the specific patience of one who had spent centuries learning to predict a specific intelligence. He will not attack the central bathhouse directly again. The boundary wall showed him that approach is closed. But a network can be disrupted by disrupting its nodes. The branches are not yet as protected as the central location. So he disrupts branches. He will try to prevent activation rather than destroy active ones. Destroying an active spring creates the kind of visible interference that generates political complications. Preventing activation is invisible and deniable. She looked at Shenyun. Each branch that activates before he reaches it is harder to address than one that is still dormant. He will be racing the network's expansion. Then we move faster. Yes. Bai Suyin, across the fire, said, the White Tiger branch was already partially activated by the Silverstone Sect's excavation. It is already in his awareness. Which means full activation needs to happen before he can deploy interference at that site. Shenyun made the decision as he said it. We go to the White Tiger branch before returning to Blue Creek Village. Activate it fully. Establish a protective network. That extends the journey by 8 days, Bai Suyin said. I know. He was aware of the bathhouse at the extended edges of his cultivation sense, 3,000 miles northeast. The Sixth Springs boundary wall maintained itself without his presence. That was its entire value, the self-sustaining permanence that freestanding things had. The springs cycled. He had left excellent people in charge of every function that required presence. But the origin chamber was waiting. Lianhua had not allowed herself to hope for it for 1,000 years, and now it was accessible, and he was not there. First the White Tiger branch. Then home. He sent a message talisman to Qin Meihua describing the change of plan. She replied within hours with the efficiency of a person who had been composing her reply in anticipation. The regional review appeal dismissed by secondary board. Cultivation damage rumor at low level with no documented effect on treatment relationships. Appointment list full. 3 new applications from Silver Crane Sect requiring review. And at the bottom, a note in her handwriting that was not the formal channel's voice. Asterisk Ling Xiaotong found the entrance to the origin chamber. She is not entering it without you. She says to tell you the 3rd subsection's architectural geometry was the key, and she is very pleased with herself. Asterisk he smiled at the fire. Good news. Wei Chenlong asked. Home news, Shen Yun said. He accelerated the pace the following morning. Chapter 69. The White Tiger region received them in the specific way that mountains receive everyone, indifferently and absolutely. The mountain territory was cold at this altitude, even in autumn. The air carrying the compression of stone element chi that made every breath slightly denser than lowland air. Cultivation sects were built into the cliffsides in ways that expressed a philosophy of endurance. These were structures designed to withstand rather than to impress, solid and functional and gray as the rock they were anchored to. The excavation site had been formalized in the weeks since the Silverstone sect's discovery. The White Tiger Authority's containment team had been replaced by a permanent site guard, and the area had accumulated the markers of an official archaeological designation, boundary stakes, documentation postings, the particular bureaucratic density that followed significant discoveries. Shen Yun had sent a formal advance communication through Situ Kongming's office. The Grand Elder had responded with a letter of introduction to the White Tiger Authority's senior inspector that was brief and unambiguous in its endorsement of the Bathhouse Master's jurisdiction over the formation. The senior inspector, a methodical woman named Inspector Lei Kong, received them at the site with professional courtesy and the expression from someone who had been managing a complicated situation for weeks and was genuinely relieved to hand part of it to someone with clearer authority. The Silverstone Sect's formal finder's rights claim has been submitted to the White Tiger Cultivation Authority, she said. The formation's spatial classification has been pending your visit, and the Moonshade Pavilion affiliates that were here last week have been asked to leave the exclusion zone twice. They have complied each time, but have not left the area. I see 3 of them at the eastern perimeter right now, Wei Chenlong said. Yes. Inspector Lei Kong did not look surprised. They arrived 3 hours before your transport formation activated. Documentation, Qin Meihua said pleasantly. The activation of the White Tiger branch took less than an hour once he was below. The formation was in excellent condition. The mountain had preserved it even better than the Vermilion bird site soil burial. The connection to the network established cleanly. The mountain territory's stone-filtered water element, chi feeding into the central springs with a mineralic richness that he could already imagine the specific healing properties of. He settled the Silverstone Sect's claim with a finder's compensation agreement and the exclusive surface rights over the formation site. They would be the branch's host structure, responsible for access management and basic security. Inspector Lei Kong documented everything. When he resurfaced, Granny Feng, who had come on this leg of the trip, having sufficiently recovered from the crushing heaven palm by the time the change of plan had been communicated, looked at the Moonshade Pavilion affiliates at the perimeter and said, 3 of them. Interesting equipment, second-rank scout technique. They're not going to interfere directly. But they are reporting back, Shuem Moyen said. Let them report, Shen Yun said. We did nothing here that is not fully documented with 2 regional authorities and the Heavenly Tao Alliance. What they saw is what happened. There is nothing to manage. Shuem Moyen looked at him with the deep water eyes. You genuinely do not find them frightening, she said. I find the faceless sovereign frightening, he said. People with notebooks, not so much. She almost smiled. Chapter 70. Yu Wanqing's move against the demonstration clients had been running for 3 weeks by the time Shen Yun returned to Blue Creek Village. He had known about it through Qin Meihua's dispatches. Coming home and engaging with it directly was different. He met with each of the 23 targeted clients personally, not en masse, individually, over 5 days, in private sessions that he scheduled with the same care as treatment appointments. He explained clearly what had been said to them, why it was false, and what the documentation supporting the denial was. He also said something that was not in any documentation. What you experienced in the springs is real. Your judgment of your own cultivation state is accurate. No one with an ulterior interest in undermining this place gets to tell you what your own body knows. 8 of the 23 had been significantly uncertain. 5 of the 8 resolved their uncertainty immediately in those conversations. 2 remained cautious but did not withdraw their treatment relationships. 1 scheduled a new appointment. He missed the 4th uncertain party from the original demonstration. That person had stopped responding to communication entirely, not rejection, Just silence. The specific silence of a cultivator who had been frightened enough that even the prospect of resolution felt like risk. He sent a single message. Not to the person directly, but to their sect's healer, whom he had met at a regional cultivation gathering earlier in the year. Asterisk, if the situation changes and the door seems closed, let me know. The Bathhouse does not close doors. Asterisk, the Moonshade Pavilion's appeal moved through the secondary review process at its bureaucratic pace. Qin Meihua had been right that winning the legal case was not Yu Wanqing's objective. The objective was the cloud, the uncertainty, the hesitation it produced in potential clients who encountered an active appeal in the regional registry. The documentation he had built would defeat the claim eventually. In the interim, the best response was continued operation and the accumulation of visible results. He met with Situ Kongming for the second treatment session the week after returning. The Grand Elder arrived again alone, at dawn, without ceremony. The second session extended to 8 hours. The purification spring addressed the middle layers of the spiritual residue, the accumulated technique impressions that were not dangerous individually, but had been pressing on the meridian's natural flexibility for decades. He could feel them releasing under the spring's attention. Old chi signatures, practice residue from 6 centuries of cultivation, the specific density that came from a practitioner who had never used the same kind of deep cleaning that the spring provided. Situ Kongming emerged from the session with a clarity of qi circulation that he described as feeling 30 years younger, and then looked thoughtful about the description. I need to warn you, Shenyan said. He may approach you. The Grand Elder looked at him. The faceless sovereign. Through agents or through direct influence. He will frame the Bathhouse as more dangerous than the alternative and offer you a better guarantee of extended life than I can provide. He paused. What he offers will feel more certain than what I offer, because what I offer has honest uncertainty in it, and what he offers will not. You are telling me this before it happens, so that when it happens, you recognize it. Situ Kongming was quiet for a long time. Her attention settled on the purification spring, which was still processing the last residue of the session. I have been in this work for 600 years, he said. I have seen every variety of coercion and deception that exists. I have used many of them myself. A pause. I know what a good offer looks like when someone needs you to make a specific choice. I know what the absence of honest uncertainty means. He looked at Shenyun. The Bathhouse's honest uncertainty is one of the things that makes it credible. He acknowledged this with a nod. And the Bathhouse, the Grand Elder said, is the only place in the cultivation world where I have felt my own meridians in 40 years. He stood. I will not be moved. Chapter 71. The Faceless Sovereign's second interference came through the Cultivation Academy. A scholar at the White Tiger Region's major institution published a paper on the instability of spatial pocket dimensions of the celestial Bathhouse's configuration, projecting structural collapse within 3 to 5 years based on void pressure accumulation models. The paper was technically sophisticated, peer-reviewed, and published in the continent's most widely read cultivation theory journal. Ling Xiaotong read it in one sitting. Her expression moved through engaged attention, focused concern, and then a particular kind of indignation that manifested as very precise, very fast writing. The structural model is accurate for standard spatial pocket dimensions, she said, bringing the annotated paper to the main hall. The void pressure failure mode is a real phenomenon. His mathematics are correct for the system he is modeling. She set it on the table. He is modeling the Bathhouse as of the 3rd spring's activation. The 6th spring's boundary wall reinforcement fundamentally changes the spatial physics. The void pressure mechanism he describes cannot occur in a dimension with an origin-anchored permanent boundary because the boundary redistributes the accumulating pressure instead of containing it. Can you write a rebuttal? I can write a rebuttal that will be definitively correct for everyone who understands 7th-tier spatial formation theory. She paused. The readership of the journal includes a very large population of people who do not have that background. To them, the headline is Prominent Formation Theorist Projects Collapse in 3 to 5 Years. The rebuttal is Another formation theorist disagrees. Lay audiences tend to register those as approximately equally weighted. Then we need something that does not require the technical background to understand. Bai Suyin, who had been reading the paper over Ling Xiaodong's shoulder, said, the paper's author should come here. They looked at her. The easiest way to demonstrate that a structure is stable is to show it functioning. The paper is a theoretical argument. A theoretical counterargument is the weakest possible response. But if the author refuses an invitation to visit, documented in the public record, the question becomes why a scholar confident in their findings would decline to test them against the subject. They invited the author publicly, through the same journal that had published the paper. He declined within 2 days, citing scheduling constraints. They published the invitation, the declination, and Ling Xiaodong's technical rebuttal together in a response submission that the journal published 3 weeks later. The response framing. The paper's theory sits alongside both technical disagreement and the author's refusal to visit the facility to test his findings, was difficult for readers to interpret as simply two competing opinions. 3 formation theorists from different regions contacted Ling Xiaodong privately in the following weeks, asking for access to the Bathhouse's spatial architecture for independent study. She replied to all 3 with invitations. The best defense against a theoretical attack is empirical transparency, she told Xin Yun, with the satisfaction of someone who had solved a problem in the most correct possible way. Chapter 72 Hua Tiangong's death arrived in a message through Qin Meihua's network on the last day of the 10th month. Brief, specific, factual in delivery. Xin Yun did not feel triumph. He found, examining the feeling carefully, that he felt something more complicated. The specific weight of learning that someone who had tried to harm you had been killed, not by you, but by the consequences of the circumstances that led them to make the choices they made. Hua Tiangong had been dying before the battle. His cultivation base had already been failing. The battle had accelerated the timeline, but the endpoint had been the same regardless. He said this to Wei Chenlong, who received the news in the courtyard where he had been sharpening his sword. He was going to die either way. Wei Chenlong said, not asking. Yes. And if he had come here as a patient rather than an attacker? Xin Yun thought about it honestly. I don't know if I could have reversed the calcification at that stage. The deterioration had been advancing for 40 years. I might have bought him a decade. Possibly 2, with the deeper springs work. He paused. He never asked. He tried to take instead. Yes. Her gaze moved to the road south, the direction the army had retreated. He was a half-immortal practitioner who had spent over 3 centuries building something remarkable. His cultivation, at its peak, was genuinely extraordinary. And in the end, he made one catastrophic decision from desperation and spent the resources he had built on the wrong thing. A pause. There is a lesson in it. Don't be desperate when you are powerful, Wei Chenlong said. Don't let desperation convince you that taking is faster than asking. Xin Yun looked at him. He could have walked in here, told me what his condition was. I would have assessed it. If I could help, I would have helped. That is what this place does. But he had spent his whole life in a cultivation culture where the response to needing something was to take it. And that culture had worked for 300 years, so why would he question it? Wei Chenlong was silent for a moment. That's very generous for someone who killed his cultivation base. He killed his own cultivation base by bringing 500 people to attack a village. He shook his head. I feel bad about the decision he didn't make. Not about the one he did. Wei Chenlong considered this, the way he considered things, briefly, precisely. Fair, he said, and went back to sharpening. A moment of quiet that held the names of the 3 who had died. The Crimson Flame Sect is in succession conflict, Qin Meihua said, appearing at the door as if she had timed the end of the exchange. 3 deputy sect masters, and a formal competition process that historically takes 8 months. Their military capacity has collapsed to approximately a third of what it was. She paused. Duan Machen's influence in the Duan clan has been similarly reduced. 2 failed campaigns and a broken arm have not played well in a clan culture that values results. Both threats neutralized. For the near future. She sat down. New ones will emerge. They always do. He accepted this as the truth it was. The external threats had contracted. The internal work was ongoing and would not stop. He turned his attention back to the Bathhouse's daily operations and to the question of the origin chamber, which Ling Xiaodong had found the entrance to and was waiting to open. The origin chamber. Lianhua's description of it had been careful, the care of someone protecting themselves against hoping too much. He wanted to understand exactly what he was walking toward before he walked toward it. He asked her again, that evening. Tell me what it was, he said. Before the sundering. What happened in it? Her gaze moved to the golden spring for a moment before answering. It was where I was most myself, she said simply. Not the goddess serving the primordials. Not the creator maintaining the springs. Just me. Whatever that is, after 10,000 years of questions about it. She paused. I cultivated there. I rested there. I thought there without any obligation to the thinking having a purpose. A longer pause. I knew every stone of it, and every stone knew me. And you have not been in it since. I could not find it from inside the ceiling. The passage was blocked. The sundering's damage did not destroy the origin chamber, but it closed the entry point. From inside the springs, I had no way to reach it. Her attention settled on him. Until you opened a way that does not depend on the spring's architecture. The 6th spring's creation property operates at the boundary layer. The boundary layer interfaces with everything, including what is sealed below. He thought about this. A primordial goddess, sealed for 10,000 years, separated from the place she had most been herself by a passage she could not reach from inside the ceiling. And Ling Xiaodong's methodical mapping, working outward from the spatial architecture, finding the entrance point not because she was looking for it, but because she had documented the structure so thoroughly that what was absent from the pattern became visible. She will want to know, he said. Ling Xiaotong, that she was the one who found it. Tell her, Lianhua said. And something about her voice, when she said it, told him that the gratitude behind the instruction ran very deep. Chapter 73. The entrance to the origin chamber was in the floor of the fifth springs chamber, at the memory spring's lowest point. Ling Xiaodong had found it during a deep survey mapping session, following the spatial geometry she had been developing for months. It was not visually distinct, same stone as the rest of the chamber floor, same qi saturation level. What was distinct was its position in the spatial architecture, a point that the entire structure oriented toward. The way a building's foundation point is the location that every other element is referenced to. She had placed a small marker stone on it and left it for him. He descended alone. The entrance was not locked in any conventional sense. There was no seal, no formation, no barrier. The space simply did not open without the specific resonance of a stillwater root interfacing with origin qi. The same resonance that had let him pass through the western wing's hidden chamber wall, the same that had opened the branch sites. The bathhouse's entire architecture was built on a key system that used his root as the key. He pressed his palm flat against the floor at the marked point. The chamber opened below him, not a descent but a shift, as if the floor simply became the ceiling of a much larger space. He stood in the origin chamber and looked up at his own feet above him through the floor he had just passed through, which was not how physics worked and which he was no longer surprised by. The origin chamber was large. Not the compact preservation of the branch sites, not the intimate scale of the spring chambers above. Large in the way that the word large stops being accurate and needs to be replaced with something that acknowledges scale as a property of the experience rather than the space. The walls were not walls. They were the boundary layer, the membrane he had made into a permanent wall by applying the sixth spring's creation property. From outside, it held everything in. From inside, looking out, it showed the structure of the spatial pocket dimension itself, the layered geometry of a space built to exist outside the conventional world's physics, constructed from intention and primordial qi and 10,000 years of continuous cultivation. And at the center of the chamber, suspended above the origin spring, something he had no reference point for. Not water, not formation, not qi in any conventional sense. A presence. The most accurate word was presence. That was simultaneously the source of everything the bathhouse was and the explanation of everything it did. The reason the water healed. The reason the springs responded to need. The reason the space attracted the specific people it attracted. He understood, looking at it, what Lianhua had meant when she said, the reason the bathhouse works at all. He stood in the origin chamber for a very long time, simply present with what he was looking at. Then he went back up to tell Lianhua. Chapter 70. For she had not been in the origin chamber since the sundering. He stood at Lianhua's spring and described what he had seen, and as he spoke, her form became less stable, not from weakness but from the opposite. Too much feeling to maintain the careful composure she had cultivated across 10,000 years of containment. Is it intact? She asked. I don't have the language to describe it precisely, he said. But yes, I believe so. She was quiet. Her hands, which had been resting on her knees in the composed way she always held herself, moved slightly together. Can you take me there? I need to check whether the spatial transition point allows passage for, he paused. For what you are now, not the spring manifested form. You. I do not know what I am now, she said. I am more solid than I have been. The springs have been strengthening. The network strengthens the springs. She looked at him. I was a primordial. The ceiling reduced what I could access. Every spring you opened recovered some portion. The origin chamber. She trailed off. What would access to the origin chamber change? A long pause. I do not know precisely. I know that before the sundering, the origin chamber was where I cultivated, where I rested, where I was most fully myself. Returning to it. Her voice was carefully controlled. I believe it would begin the process of reclaiming what the ceiling took. Not immediately, not completely, but beginning. He thought about Shun Wei's journal entry, the specific loneliness of knowing something is possible and not being able to reach it, and the accumulated weight of not allowing yourself to want it, because wanting things you cannot reach is its own suffering. Let's find out, he said. Chapter 75. The passage through the origin chamber's entrance did not require him to provide the opening. When Lianhua approached the floor marker in the fifth spring's chamber, it opened for her directly. He watched this happen with a specific feeling that was not surprise, but was its close neighbor. She had built this place. Of course it opened for her. She had simply not been able to reach the entrance from the spring in which she had been contained. The Sundering's damage had severed the path from inside the ceiling. The creation property's boundary layer access had not unlocked the entrance. It had unlocked the approach. They descended together, or rather she went through and he followed, into the origin chamber. The moment she entered it, something changed. He could not have described the change in precise technical terms except to say that the origin presence at the chamber's center responded to her the way water responds to a hand entering it. It moved. Not dramatically, but the pattern of qi in the chamber shifted, orienting toward the goddess who had built this place 10,000 years ago and had not been in it since. He had expected, he realized, that she would have a response he could observe, an expression, a sound, some visible register of the moment. She stood in the origin chamber for a very long time, without speaking and barely moving. And if she had a response, he could not see it, because it was happening somewhere that was too deep for expression to reach. He stayed near the entrance and gave her the space. When she finally moved, it was to walk toward the origin presence at the chamber's center, slowly, with the attention of someone moving through a space they are relearning how to be in. She came within arm's reach of it and stopped. He watched the quality of her form change. Not visibly, not in the sense of a physical transformation. The same features, the same golden light. But where the light had always had a quality of something projected, generated from the springs, and sustained by cultivation. Now it had the quality of something simply present, not maintained, existing. The distinction between a reflection of a person and the person themselves. He had not fully understood until this moment that there had been a difference. "It is intact," she said. Her voice came from somewhere different than it usually came from. Yes. 10,000 years. Her composure, which was the most accomplished composure he had ever encountered in a person, was handling something that was working very hard to get through it. "Do you know what this means? Tell me." "The process of recovering what I was, fully, not partially, not in fragments through the springs, begins here. It will take time, possibly years, but it begins." She turned to face him. Her eyes were the same golden they had always been, and something behind them was different in a fashion that would take him time to learn. "I had decided, at some point in the last 1,000 years, that full recovery was not possible. The sealing had been thorough and the isolation had been long, and I had constructed an understanding of myself that did not require the original to have survived." A pause. "I was wrong, and I did not know I was wrong until I stood here." He did not say anything. Some moments needed the space made by not filling them. "Shenyun." "Yes. Thank you for the jade token." Her voice was very careful. "Not to you personally. You inherited it without knowing its significance. But to your bloodline. To Elder Mu, who carried it for 40 years without fully understanding what he was carrying. To everyone who kept this key intact across 500 years from Shunwei's failure to the day you received it." Her eyes found his. This place should have been unreachable. It was not, because the key survived. "I'll tell his grave," Shenyun said, "when I go back to the village." She smiled. Not the composed, centuries-deep smile she wore when she was the primordial goddess of flowing waters performing the role with appropriate grandeur. Something that was younger and more surprised and entirely without precedent in any interaction he had had with her. "That is an extremely practical answer to a significant moment," she said. "He would have appreciated the practicality," Shenyun said. "He was a practical man." She laughed. Briefly, genuinely. The sound of something that had not happened in a very long time being given permission to happen. He stayed in the origin chamber with her for the rest of the evening. They did not speak much after that. There was something in the quality of the presence at the chamber's center that was not a conversation, but was something adjacent to one, an orientation, a resonance, the feeling of being somewhere that knew you were there. He sat cross-legged by the entrance and let his cultivation sense rest open, not probing or analyzing, simply present. The origin spring below the chamber's presence. He could feel it faintly, the way you feel weather changing before you can describe exactly what is different. The seventh spring. One he had not yet been asked to open. He filed this away for later. Right now, the evening was for the goddess who had come home. Chapter 76. The news from Xue Moyan's treatment moved forward in the 3rd month after his return. She came to him in the morning and said, "I am ready." He had been waiting for this without knowing how long it would take, and the specific quality of her voice when she said it. Not uncertain, not performing certainty to get through the moment, but genuinely ready in the way that readiness feels when it is real, made him set down what he was doing immediately. They went to the 6th spring. The creation property, when applied to the corruption's middle layer, operated on a logic he had been working out for weeks. The origin of anything leaves a trace in the space it occupied. The original cultivation base that had existed before the corruption was like the original architecture of a room before renovations, present in the spatial memory of the structure even when it had been covered over, overlaid, changed. The creation property could recognize what had been there and give permission for it to reassert. Not removal, recognition, and then permission. It required sustained contact, not passive treatment. Active, engaged channeling of the Sixth Springs property through his own cultivation directly into her. The most intimate healing work the Springtide method was capable of. This will not be comfortable, he told her. I have been living with the corruption for 500 years, she said. Uncomfortable is relative. He applied the technique. The middle layer's resistance was immediate and comprehensive. It had been part of her cultivation base for so long that it had become structural, woven through the architecture of her meridians and dantian and the conceptual framework of her technique knowledge like load-bearing material. Removing load-bearing material from a structure without replacement caused collapse. He was not removing. He was recognizing what existed underneath it and giving the original structure permission to reassert itself into the space the corruption occupied. It was slower than anything else he had done because it was more precise. A single wrong application of the creation property could have reinforced the corruption rather than displaced it. Creation operates on what it recognizes, and the corruption had made itself very recognizable over 5 centuries. He had to work at the level of differentiation that distinguished what she had been from what had been done to her, which required a quality of attention that was closer to listening than to technique. He listened. The spring's water responded to the technique by becoming very clear, clearer than he had ever seen it in any treatment session. So clear it was almost invisible, showing only the faint refraction at its edges. The water itself was holding the space for the process rather than actively participating, which was unusual, as if it recognized what was happening and was being respectful of it. Xuemoyan made no sound. Her eyes were closed and her hands were flat on the spring's surface in the position he had seen her meditate in since her 3rd day at the bathhouse, the position she had arrived at on her own, in the days before she had decided to stay, finding it by instinct the way water finds the shape of the vessel it is in. The dark veins at her wrists pulsed once, very sharply, and then the color began to change. Not disappearing. Lightning. The deep water near black moving through shades toward the ordinary blue-gray of water element chi that had not been corrupted. The natural color. The original color. She had been born with water affinity, which meant this color had existed in her long before he had, and its return was less something new and more something found. It took 3 hours. When he withdrew the technique, she was sitting in the spring with the quality of stillness that followed something significant. Not the stillness of suppression, not the particular stillness of someone who was holding themselves carefully together. The stillness of someone learning what quiet sounds like when the thing that had been making noise inside them had stopped. She opened her eyes. Oh, she said, very quietly, and then she pressed both hands against her face and breathed in the specific way of someone breathing differently than they have been breathing for 500 years. He stepped back from the spring's edge, turned to the supply rack, and found something to organize that needed organizing until she was ready. Chapter 77. 2 weeks after Xuemoyan's treatment, Qin Meihua's network delivered the intelligence that had been building toward delivery since Shun Yun's return from the White Tiger region. The faceless sovereign had located Shen Wei. Not the memory of him, not the historical record. The person, preserved through 500 years by the specific method that an entity operating on a 10,000-year timescale used to preserve useful assets. Not alive in the sense of having lived a life for 500 years. Preserved in the sense of a state maintained at minimal entropy expenditure, available to be used when the moment required it. And the moment was approaching. He will send him here, Lianhua said, when Shun Yun brought the intelligence to her spring. Her voice was flat in the way it was flat when she was managing something that was not manageable. As an attack vector. Yes, he knows the bathhouse from inside out. 500 years ago, but the core springs do not change, and Shun Wei knew every weakness, every node, every point of structural vulnerability. She paused. And he knows what I respond to. What makes me afraid? What makes me trust? She met Shen Yun's eyes. The previous inheritor knew all of this because he spent 70 years learning it. The faceless sovereign spent 500 years cataloging what he learned. What will Shen Wei do when he arrives? He will be used, she said. Not necessarily willingly. The preservation may have left him aware of what is being done with him. Or it may not have. She looked at her hands. I do not know which would be worse. Shen Yun thought about the last journal entry. A man who had done an irrevocable thing and had been precise about what it was. A man who had known what he was giving up and had done it anyway, not from weakness, but from a specific loneliness that had been cultivated for the purpose. 500 years of preservation, he said. He has had a very long time to think about what he chose. Yes. And what the faceless sovereign is doing with him. Another silence. Prepare for someone who knows this place completely, he said. Every spring, every formation, every weakness. And prepare for the possibility that the person being sent here is not entirely the faceless sovereign's instrument, that the thing Shenwei is may have survived the 500 years and may be looking for a door out of the situation it is in. Nianhua looked at him for a long moment. You are going to try to help him, she said. I am going to try to understand the situation before I act in it, he said carefully, which is not the same as committing to anything. That distinction is very thin. I know. He held her gaze. But it is a real one. Chapter 78. The White Tiger Branch's first spring activated in the 3rd week after his return. He felt it through the network. A new point of water element Qi coming online 3,000 miles to the west-northwest. The signal reaching him through the connection the activation had established. It was smaller than the central springs, a fraction of the charge, the raw output of a spring that was only just beginning rather than one that had been running for months. But it was distinct and specific in functioning. He felt it at dawn, standing in the 6th springs chamber where the connection to the origin chamber ran clear and the network signals arrived with particular clarity. The sensation was specific, a new voice joining an existing conversation, tentative at first, growing steadily stronger as the spring settled into its operation. 3 active branches now. The central 6 springs. A system. He waited until the evening meal to tell people. He was not sure why. Something about wanting to let the feeling settle fully before sharing it. The confirmation that the work was real. The response around the table was quieter than he expected. Not undramatic, but the particular quiet of people who had been building towards something for long enough that when it arrived, it was less surprise than confirmation. 3 springs across 2 regions, Ling Xiaotong said. She had set down her chopsticks and was doing the network math in the air with the formation workers' instinctive spatial gesturing. Plus 6 at the central location. The feedback effect on the central springs, at full network activation, the amplification factor would be, she stopped. Started again. I need to do the calculation properly. It would be very significant. 7 branches, Zhou Yanran said, from the end of the table. She was reading the connection point schematic that Ling Xiaotong had placed there 2 days ago. You have activated 2. 5 remaining, including the Iron Valley one that is already signaling. I know where 3 are, Shenyan said. The other 2 will require more mapping. He looked at Ling Xiaodong. That is your project for the next month, if you are willing. I've been doing it already, she said, with the specific tone of someone who considers a project ongoing from the moment it is identified rather than the moment it is formally assigned. I just hadn't located the other 2. The second one, she pushed a new schematic across the table. I found it this morning. Western Territory, deep in the ocean current region, which is going to complicate logistics considerably because the ocean current region's cultivation governance is the most politically complex on the continent, and they have very strong opinions about outside resource facilities. We deal with that when we get there, Shenyan said. Yes. She picked up her chopsticks again. I just wanted you to know it would be complicated. Qin Meihua, who had been reading the updated map with a focused expression she used for political threat assessment. The ocean current region has at minimum 2 factions that would actively oppose a Bathhouse branch on their territory. I'll begin the intelligence work now. By Suyin. My master's network does not extend into the ocean current region, but I know someone who does have contacts there. I'll make an introduction. Xuan Moyan, who had been quiet at the table's edge for most of the meal, said, he operates an information network through the ocean current region's major port city. If you are going there, you should know that before you go. The faceless sovereign's reach. Always wider than expected. Then we go in fully informed, Shun Yun said, which is better than going surprised. The Vermilion Bird Branch's development report arrived from Shun Cooling 3 days later. 112 cultivators treated in the first week of operation. Treatment quality consistent with the central bathhouse's documented standards. The protective network was established and functioning. 3 of the independent cultivators she had mentioned were already providing regular perimeter security in exchange for access rights. He wrote back with something that was not just a status acknowledgement. He thanked her, specifically, for the kind of trust that preceded proof, the decision to commit before the results were visible. Her reply was brief. Asterisk good work always earns the trust it required. Keep building. Asterisk he pinned the message in the bathhouse's communication log, which Qin Meihua had started maintaining as a record of key alliance correspondences. It went next to the first message Qin Meihua had ever sent him, which had been a warning, and the first message from Bai Suin's master after the Frostmoon Palace mistress's treatment, which had been a formal offer of alliance phrased in the careful language of someone who was not accustomed to asking for things. The log was the history of the bathhouse in a different form. Every alliance that had been built, every trust that had been offered, every relationship that had been formed through the spring's work. He had come here alone. The log was proof of how thoroughly that was no longer true. Chapter 79. In the months since the Avatar's withdrawal, the domain had changed quality. Not in extent. 14 miles had been its stable range since the sixth spring's opening. Not in the suppression properties or the amplification factor. The change was subtler. The domain felt inhabited rather than projected. Not maintained by his active attention, but existing as a property of the space it occupied, in the same way the sixth spring's boundary wall existed as a property of the bathhouse's spatial architecture. He was standing at the bathhouse's entrance looking out across the domain one afternoon in early winter when the quality of it registered consciously as never before. 14 miles. Every stream and well and puddle, every water element cultivator moving through it, every living body's water content, every plant drawing moisture from the earth. He knew it all in the ambient way you know the temperature of a room you have been in for hours, not focused attention, just persistent awareness. He had been doing this long enough that it was becoming what he was rather than something he did. This was what advancement meant at the higher levels, he understood. Not just more power, a change in what you were at the level of identity. The spring-tide method's advancement mechanism was unlike standard cultivation specifically because of this. Each spring opened was not an accumulation of capability, but a transformation of relationship. His relationship to water had changed with each spring. At Spring Initiate, he had been someone who worked with water. At Tidal Meridian, he had been someone who understood water. At Wellspring Adept and Current Master, he had been someone water responded to. At Torrent Lord, he had been someone water extended through. At Abyssal Sage, with the Sixth Spring's creation property, he was beginning to be something else. Something in which the distinction between him and the domain was becoming less precisely located. He was not alarmed by this. It was the method working as the method was designed. He was thoughtful about it. Ling Xiaotong appeared beside him with the specific timing of one who had been waiting for him to stop staring at the middle distance long enough to receive information. Fourth connection point, she said, without preamble. East. Edge of the Azure Dragon region, in the territory of the Iron Valley Sect. The spatial signature is consistent with the other branch sites. She unrolled the schematic and showed him the analysis. But there is something different about this one. Different how? The connection point is not dormant. She pointed to the analysis layer. The other dormant branches are completely static. No chi circulation, no output signal, essentially zero until activation. This one, she tapped the signature line. It is pulsing, low intensity, rhythmic. I measured the interval at 4 hours and 12 minutes consistently, which is too regular to be geological noise. He stared at the signature. It has awareness, he said. It has awareness, she confirmed. Or something close to it. I do not know what awareness means for a formation that is 10,000 years old, but the pulse is not passive. It is directed outward, like a signal. She regarded the coordinate. Iron Valley Sect territory. The deep-cut geological feature. A river gorge that ran along the Sect's eastern boundary, deep and narrow, with the water table breaching the surface in 3 places. Ancient cultivation territory, the Sect one of the Azure Dragon region's older establishments, their stone element work rooted in the gorge's geology. A formation at the gorge floor, pulsing, waiting to be found. Had been pulsing. For how long? How long, can you determine? He asked. The formation's current chi state suggests continuous operation without decay for an extended period. Given the depletion rate I can measure and back-calculate from, minimum estimate is 200 years of sustained signaling. She paused. It has been trying to be found for at least 200 years. Something moved in him that was not quite guilt and not quite urgency, but held both. A branch that had been trying to be found and had not been, because the bathhouse had not had someone who could receive the signal until now. We go next month, he said, after the winter solstice. I want the springs at full charge before I leave the central location again. I expected that answer. She rolled up the schematic with the efficiency of a person who had already started the approach plan in her head. I'll have the full documentation ready in 3 days. He looked back out across the domain. 14 miles of water-saturated air and 2 active branches feeding their chi back into the central springs, and an origin chamber beginning its slow return to what it had been, and a woman who had spent 500 years as something she had not chosen standing in the East Wing garden learning what wanting simple things felt like. The world was wider than it had been a year ago. The bathhouse was still here. More than here, it was growing. Chapter 80. The Golden Spring was different in winter. He had not been in the bathhouse through a winter before. The previous year's colder months had passed while the springs were still in early development, the facility too young for the season to show. Now the bathhouse was a year into its operation, and winter arrived with the quiet it brought to places that were genuinely alive rather than performatively active. The springs were warmer in comparison to the air outside, the differential creating a gentle mist above the water's surface in the morning. The herb garden had gone into its winter state, the medicinal plants that could not withstand cold mulched and covered, the hardy ones standing unchanged, the water plants in the pond maintaining their winter green because the spring's qi kept the temperature moderate even when the air outside frosted. Xinyan came to Lianhua's spring in the evening with tea. He had started doing this months ago, bringing tea not because it was necessary, not because there was a specific reason, but because he was there and she was there, and sharing a warm drink was what you did with someone you wanted to be present with. Lianhua had accepted the first cup with some uncertainty, the way she accepted any physical world accommodation that was new, and had over subsequent weeks developed specific opinions about which teas she preferred. She liked the ones that tasted like rain. He sat at the spring's edge. She sat across from him with her feet in the water, which was her preferred position on evenings when she was not cultivating. The faceless sovereign will move before spring, she said. Not alarmed. Not panicked. Informational. How do you know? The origin chamber. As my access to it deepens, the quality of my perception changes. I am not reading the future, that is beyond what I can do. But I am reading the present with more precision than the springs alone provided. She looked at her hands, which were solid and warm in the spring's golden light. He has completed his recalibration. He has a specific approach, and he has decided on the timing. Before spring. Before the network reaches 4 active branches. She paused. Every branch that activates makes the network harder to disrupt. He is aware of this timeline. He intends to move before we reach the critical threshold. Xinyan thought about the Iron Valley branch with its pulsing formation and the approach plan Ling Xiaotong had prepared. 3rd active branch. The network was building toward its threshold, and the faceless sovereign knew it. Shenwei, he said. Yes, that is the approach he has chosen. She watched the teacup in her hands. Not the avatar. The avatar encountered something it did not have a response to. Shenwei is different. He has knowledge of the specific vulnerabilities here that no external approach can replicate, and the possibility that Shenwei is not entirely the faceless sovereign's instrument. She met his gaze. You still believe that? I believe it is worth considering before we encounter him. He held her gaze. Shenwei chose wrong once, 500 years ago, out of a loneliness that was deliberately cultivated. He has had 500 years to understand what was done to him and what he did with it. He paused. If there is a person still in there who knows both of those things, what happens when he walks through this door? Lianhua was very still at length. Then this bathhouse has to be ready to do what it does, she said finally, which is look at what arrives and offer what it has. Her attention settled on the golden water and the warm light it cast across the stone walls of the chamber that had been waiting for 10,000 years. Yes, he said. The springs cycled below them in the winter quiet. 3 branches active. The network building toward its threshold. And something coming that would test whether what had been built here was as durable as the water it was built from. The answer would be spring. Until then, the bathhouse worked, and the water healed, and the springs ran clear. Chapter 81. The Iron Valley Sect's territory occupied the eastern edge of the Azure Dragon region, where the terrain changed from rolling hills to the deep geological wound of the Deep Cut, a river gorge that ran for 40 miles, narrow enough in places that the walls blocked direct sunlight for most of the day, and deep enough that the cultivators who had built their sect structures into the cliff faces lived their lives in the particular light that comes from knowing exactly where the sun is, without being able to see it directly. The Iron Valley sect cultivated stone element techniques, which made them structurally resilient, politically conservative, and deeply suspicious of water element practitioners who showed up claiming that the pulsing formation in their gorge floor was connected to a continental network they managed. Xinyan had anticipated this. He had sent advanced documentation through Qin Meihua's network, had arranged an introduction through Granny Feng's connections. The old woman knew someone at every sect in the region, it seemed, by virtue of having passed through every region at some point in her long career, and had reviewed the sect's governance structure carefully enough to understand where the decision-making authority actually resided versus where it formally resided. These 2 locations were not the same. They rarely were. The formal authority was the sect master, a man named Elder Yan Wei who had held the position for 30 years and whose primary qualification appeared to be his ability to keep the sect's various internal factions from actively harming each other while generating modest but reliable cultivation resources from the gorge's natural stone element qi. He was not incompetent. He was also not the person who would decide whether the formation in his gorge floor was something to cooperate with or resist. That person was the Sect's keeper of formation records, a woman named Jing Leroux who had been maintaining, studying, and defending the Iron Valley Sect's formation heritage for 40 years. She had been aware of the pulsing formation since the beginning of her tenure, had documented it meticulously, and had blocked 3 previous attempts by outside formation specialists to conduct access studies. She was the person Xinyun needed to talk to. He found her in the formation archive, a deep gorge chamber carved into the western wall with perfect acoustic isolation, where the stone element qi ran so thick it made his water sense slightly fuzzy at the edges. She was a compact woman in her 60s who looked at him the way formation masters tended to look at things, as if she was measuring him for a place in a system whose total structure she had already worked out. "You are the Bathhouse master," she said. "I read your preliminary documentation. It was thorough. Thank you. I am not complimenting it. I am noting that someone took the trouble to be thorough, which is worth noting." She folded her arms. "The formation in the gorge floor has been pulsing for as long as I have been here. I have 40 years of pulse records. The interval is 4 hours and 12 minutes, with a variation of plus or minus 3 seconds. In 40 years, it has never missed a pulse. It has been signaling for longer than 40 years, Xinyun said. The depletion rate back calculation suggests 200 years minimum of continuous operation. 237 years, she said. I ran the calculation when your preliminary documentation arrived. He looked at her. I also ran a cross-correlation between the formation's spatial architecture and the schematic you provided for the Celestial Bathhouse's connection point system. She unfolded her arms and picked up a document from the archive table. The correlation is 100%. This is the branch formation you described. It has been trying to signal the central node for 237 years. She paused. It found its receiver recently. The signal output increased by a measurable factor approximately 8 months ago, which corresponds to the date your preliminary records indicate the 6th spring was opened. He had not known it was this precise. He had known the Iron Valley branch was signaling. He had not known the signal had measurably strengthened when he advanced. You have been watching for this, he said. I have been waiting for someone who knew what the formation was, she corrected. There is a difference. She set down the document. The Sect Master will require a formal arrangement that includes compensation terms and access management rights. I will facilitate that meeting. But I want you to understand, before that meeting, what my position is. Tell me. This formation has been in my care for 40 years. Before me, in Keeper Shu Li's care for 32. Before that, in formation hands going back to the sect's founding. None of us knew what it was. All of us felt it was important. She looked at him steadily. I will not allow anything to be done to it that is not clearly in its best interest. The sect's rights and the compensation arrangement are secondary to that. We agree completely, Xinyun said. She studied him. How do you know you agree? You don't know what terms I would insist on. Because anything you insist on that is genuinely in the formation's best interest will be compatible with what I am trying to do, he said. And anything that is not in the formation's best interest will also not be in mine. A long pause. The meeting with Sect Master Yin Wei is tomorrow morning, she said. Tonight, you may visit the formation. Chapter 82 The Deep Cuts Gorge floor at night was a place of absolute darkness and extraordinary sound. The river running along the cut's center produced a resonance in the stone walls that the stone element qi of the area amplified into something between music and geological event. Xinyun descended alone, which was unusual for him now. He had become accustomed to being surrounded by people who had each contributed to what the bathhouse was, and solitude in operational context felt strange in a way it had not when he was young. But Jing Leroux had been specific. The first visit to the formation should be by the keeper and the inheritor only. And since she was not accompanying him, she had her reasons, which she did not share. That meant alone. The formation was at the gorge floor's lowest point, where the river had carved a shallow basin before turning east. He felt it from 50 meters up the descent path, the specific pulse of a water element formation in stone element territory, like hearing your own language spoken in a foreign country. Not startling, just precise. He reached the basin and sat at its edge. The formation was embedded in the basalt, not placed, but grown into the stone over centuries, the ancient formation anchors integrating with the mineral structure the way roots integrate with soil. Ling Xiaotong had described this phenomenon in her preliminary notes. Branch formations that had been dormant long enough in mineral-dense environments sometimes calcified into the rock in ways that made them look geological rather than constructed. This one was vibrating, subtle, below the threshold of visual detection, visible only in the slight shimmer of standing water in the river basin. But his water sense felt it as a distinct and insistent presence, the pulse arriving at 4-hour 12-minute intervals like a heartbeat that had been beating for 237 years and intended to continue. He placed his hand on the formation's surface. The resonance that answered was not what he expected. The vermilion bird and white tiger branch formations had responded to his touch, with the characteristic recognition of dormant systems greeting the correct activation key: warm, functional, ready. This one answered with something more complicated. Not warmth. Urgency. He felt, in the pulse that came back through his palm, an image. The gorge, this exact location, from a perspective underground. 237 years of accumulated signal, not just spatial data, but something that was almost intention, not the intelligence of a living being, but the particular insistency of a system that was built to call for help and had been calling for a very long time. "I'm here," he said aloud. To the formation. It sounded absurd. He said it anyway. The next pulse, 4 hours and 12 minutes later when he was still sitting at the basin's edge, was different. The interval held. It always held, but the intensity had changed. Not an SOS. Something closer to acknowledgement. He began the activation. This branch, unlike the others, required more than his root's resonance at the connection point. The 200-year urgency had created an unusual charge in the formation, compressed signal energy that needed to be resolved before the standard activation sequence could proceed. He channeled the sixth spring's creation property into the stored charge and let it recognize what all those years of pulse had been building toward. The resolution, when it came, released a pulse strong enough to be felt 30 miles in every direction. Every cultivator in the Iron Valley Sect's territory felt it. From the gorge floor, looking up, Shenyun saw lights appearing in the cliff-face windows, people waking, people moving, the sect reacting to something they did not have a frame for. He heard Jing Liru descending the gorge path at speed. She arrived at the basin's edge and looked at the formation. The basalt was warm. The formation's embedded anchors were glowing with the steady cyan of an active spring. "It resolved," she said. "Yes." She was quiet for a moment, looking at the activated formation. Then, very quietly, 237 years. "I know." She did not say anything else. She sat down at the basin's edge and looked at the activated formation for a long time, and Shun Yun sat beside her, and the river ran through the gorge floor in the darkness, while the third branch of the celestial bathhouse's network came fully alive. Chapter 83. The arrangement with the Iron Valley sect was simpler than he had expected. Jing Liru handled the meeting with Sect Master Yen Wei with the authority of someone who had been the formation's de facto custodian for 40 years and intended to continue in that role. She proposed, and Yen Wei accepted, an arrangement where the sect retained surface rights over the formation site and would provide structural support for the branch's eventual physical development, in exchange for priority access to the branch's healing springs when they became operational and a standard finder's compensation. The arrangement was signed and documented with the regional authority before the end of the day. Shenyun departed the Iron Valley Sect's territory the following morning with 3 active branches feeding into the network and a 4th, the Iron Valley branch, whose first spring would develop over the coming months. Already in progress. The return journey to Blue Creek Village took 5 days. He spent the first 2 days reviewing everything Xue Moyan had told him about the Faceless Sovereign's operational patterns, this time not as intelligence for immediate tactical use, but as preparation for what was coming. Shun Wei's arrival, the timing, the method, the specific way in which someone who had known the bathhouse intimately for 70 years would be used against it. Xue Moyan had been with the bathhouse for 3 months now. The corruption's removal had been gradual, not a single treatment, but a slow process, each session of the second spring dissolving another layer. The 7th spring's restoration property in the origin chamber reaching the deeper damage that the second spring alone could not address. She was, at the present moment, approximately 80% herself, functional, perceptive, genuinely helpful, and still carrying in her deeper layers some residual damage that would take additional months to fully clear. The Faceless Sovereign does not deploy Shun Wei directly, she had told him during the preparation briefing. He waits for a moment of vulnerability, a period when your defenses are distributed, when your attention is elsewhere, when the bathhouse is dealing with something demanding. Then he activates the preservation and sends his weapon. What does Shun Wei believe he is doing when he arrives? Xinyan had asked. She had been quiet for a long moment. When I was being used as a weapon, I believed I was acting of my own will, she said. The corruption did not replace my intentions. It reshaped them. I thought I was making choices. The choices were the sovereign's choices, but I experienced them as mine. A pause. Shun Wei will experience the same thing. He will believe he is making a genuine decision when he arrives. The sovereign's purpose will feel like his own motivation. Except, Shun Yun said, That the preservation has been running for 500 years, and the mind inside it has been thinking about that experience for 500 years. Shuemoyan had looked at him with the expression of someone hearing their own insight articulated by someone else. Yes, she said. I had not thought about that specifically. On the third day, she said, there is something I have not told you. He looked at her. During the 3 years I spent in Shun Wei's company before I was sent here, before the corruption fully consumed my ability to form my own assessments, I understood something about him. She paused. He was not entirely what the faceless sovereign believed he was. The preservation maintained him, yes. But the preservation also preserved his mind, and a mind that had access to 70 years of knowledge about what the faceless sovereign was, about what had been done to him, and to me, and to others, does not emerge from 500 years of preservation unchanged. He has been thinking. For 500 years. In a very specific kind of isolation that I understand from the inside. She looked at the road ahead. I do not know what conclusions he has reached. I know that the version of him the faceless sovereign believes he controls is the version from the moment of betrayal. Whether that version still accurately describes him, I doubt it. He became a weapon 500 years ago, Xinyan said. The faceless sovereign is sending the weapon he remembers. Yes. But 500 years of thinking about what you did and why, and what has been done with you since, may have produced something the faceless sovereign did not intend to preserve. She paused. I am not telling you to trust him when he arrives. I am telling you that the situation may be more complex than an enemy appearing. Be ready for complexity. He thought about the journal entry. The man who had written those last words had understood exactly what he had done and exactly why. A mind that precise, preserved for 500 years with nothing to do but understand. He was not going to emerge as a simple weapon. Thank you, he said. She nodded once. The nod of one who had thought carefully about whether to share the information before sharing it. Chapter 84. He arrived at Blue Creek Village on the 5th day to find it larger than he had left it. This was not a metaphor. In the months he had been away, the village had grown. 3 new structures had been added to the outer ring, and the market area had expanded to accommodate the steady traffic of cultivators arriving for bathhouse appointments. The village now had a small inn, 2 additional tea houses that had sprung up to serve waiting clients, and a formal gate at the road's northern entrance that had not been there before. Qin Meihua had managed this. She had anticipated the growth pattern and had worked with the village's headman to develop it in a direction that benefited the existing residents rather than displacing them. New structures built on land that had been unused, businesses run by village families, the economic activity of the bathhouse's traffic flowing into the community rather than through it. He walked through it slowly. The village he had grown up in had been poor in the specific way of places that were merely overlooked rather than unfortunate. Good land, reasonable weather, Elder Mu's considerable knowledge keeping people healthy, but no cultivation resources, no sect attention, no reason for anyone with power to notice them. He had spent his childhood understanding himself as belonging to a place that the cultivation world had not found yet. The cultivation world had found it now, and it had not consumed it. It had changed it, yes, but in a direction that felt right. The inn was run by the Qin family, who had been farming the eastern field for 3 generations. The tea houses were operated by 2 sisters who had never had the resources to open a business before and who were now, by the look of things, earning more than the field had produced in years. The formal gate had been built by the village's own craftsmen from stone quarried by the same family that had been quarrying in the valley for 40 years. He stopped at Elder Mu's grave on the way in. It was maintained now. The village had adopted it without being asked, keeping the grass trimmed and a jar of water lilies from the bathhouse's pond fresh beside the stone. He stood there for a while. The bathhouse has 3 branches now, he said. The network is working. Lianhua has her origin chamber back. A pause. I think you would have been satisfied. The afternoon was clear. Wind from the north, carrying the first serious cold of winter. The gravestone was warm where the sun had been on it. Elder Mu had spent 70 years healing people with herbs and careful attention and the accumulated knowledge of someone who genuinely loved the work. He had never been recognized by the cultivation world, had never sought recognition from it, had treated mortal farmers with the same care he gave sect disciples who occasionally passed through. He had told Xin Yun, once, that the cultivation world's hierarchy was based on who could destroy things most impressively, and that the people who could rebuild things were always more important even when they were less noticed. The bathhouse was rebuilding things. A network that had been broken for 10,000 years. Springs that had been sealed. Relationships between sects that had been adversarial for generations, mediated by a neutral resource they all needed. He was doing the thing Elder Mu had described, at a scale Elder Mu could not have imagined. He went home. Chapter 85. The Faceless Sovereign's third interference was the most sophisticated. It did not arrive as an obvious attack or a visible propaganda campaign. It arrived as a cultivation technique. A newly published advancement method for water element practitioners, called the resonant tide method, appeared through 3 different regional Sect publications simultaneously, attributed to an anonymous master practitioner who had achieved a breakthrough that reconciled several long-standing theoretical problems in water element cultivation theory. The method was technically impressive. It offered water element cultivators a faster advancement track by using an external resonance source to amplify their natural qi circulation. The external resonance source, per the technique's documentation, should ideally be a high-output water element spatial formation. The technique was designed to create dependency on the Bathhouse's springs. Ling Xiaodong identified this within 2 hours of reading the publication. She brought it to Shen Yun with the focused intensity she reserved for problems that genuinely alarmed her. A cultivator who practices this method and then uses the Bathhouse springs will develop a specific resonance coupling between their cultivation base and the spring's output signature, she said. Initially beneficial, faster advancement, smoother qi circulation. Over time, the coupling becomes structural. The cultivator's advancement becomes dependent on access to the resonance source. Her eyes found his. If the source is then removed, if the springs are destroyed or the access is revoked, the coupled cultivator's cultivation base experiences catastrophic regression. He is trying to make the bathhouse into a trap, Shen Yun said. He is trying to make it into a weapon, Ling Xiaodong said. Not against its users. Against you. A bathhouse that destroys its client's cultivation when it is threatened is a bathhouse that cannot be allowed to exist. The moment this coupling dependency is known publicly, the bathhouse becomes a liability, he finished. To every cultivator who has used it, and every sect that sent disciples here. He sat with this for some time. The technique itself was genuinely brilliant. Not in the way of something that had been made to be brilliant. It was brilliant in the way of something designed by someone who understood cultivation theory at depth and had used that understanding to build the most precisely targeted trap he had encountered. The method was credible enough that practitioners would adopt it. The coupling effect was subtle enough that the dependency would not become apparent for weeks or months. And by the time it became apparent, the trap would be fully set. The 3 simultaneous publications were designed to create the impression of independent discovery, the kind of corroboration that made practitioners take a new method seriously. He needed to respond before adoption spread. Counterpublication, Qin Meihua said, when he brought it to the group. We need our own technical documentation in the same regional publications within the next 2 weeks, identifying the coupling mechanism and warning against it. That requires explaining how the coupling mechanism works in enough detail to be credible, Ling Xiaodong said. Which means publishing sensitive information about the spring's output signature. Can we describe the coupling without describing the spring's internal properties? Ling Xiaodong thought for a moment. Yes, if we frame it as a general warning about external resonance-dependent techniques. The coupling mechanism is not unique to this specific method. It is a structural risk in any technique that uses an external source for base amplification. The bathhouse's springs are one possible source, but the warning applies to all of them. Then we publish it as a general cultivation health warning, Shen Yun said. Not specific to our springs. Applicable to any resonance-dependent technique. We contact the regional medical associations and request they co-sign it. That is slow, Qin Meihua said. Slower than letting the method spread. He looked at her. What is your read on how quickly this technique will reach significant adoption without a counter? She thought for a moment. 3 months before it is practiced widely enough that the coupling dependency starts becoming visible in patients. A pause. You will start seeing cultivators in the springs whose advancement patterns show the early-stage coupling signature. That will happen before the public response reaches full saturation. Then we have 3 months, and we use them. He also sent a private communication to Sidu Kongming, not requesting alliance intervention. The alliance's involvement in cultivation technique disputes was limited and politically complicated. But the Grand Elder had demonstrated, in the months since the inspection, that his interests were genuinely aligned with the bathhouse's stability, and a private warning about the technique, framed as information sharing rather than a request for action, was the kind of communication that built the relationship in the direction it needed to go. Kongming's response arrived the next day. 2 sentences. I have reviewed the technique documentation. The Alliance's Cultivation Health Division will be included in any counterpublication as co-authors. That was worth more than military support. Chapter 86. Shun Wei arrived in spring. He came on a morning when the first spring was running at maximum brightness, the heating season's demand for its properties having charged it to a level it maintained for weeks at a time in late winter and early spring. The herb garden was showing new growth. The bathhouse's appointment schedule was full through the end of the month. Xinyun felt him cross the domain's edge at dawn. Not the negative space signature of the faceless sovereign's constructs or avatars. A water element chi signature, specific and familiar in the way that a family resemblance is familiar, not the same as his own cultivation base, but carrying the same underlying root frequency. The Stillwater root. The same inheritance, a different holder. He had prepared for this. He had prepared everyone for this. The specific way you prepared for something that might be an enemy and might be something more complicated than an enemy. You made sure you could respond to both possibilities without committing to either prematurely. He was at the bathhouse's entrance when Shenwei arrived. His predecessor was not what the journal's writing had led him to imagine. The writing had suggested someone tired and precise, aged by 70 years of careful work. What he saw was someone who looked like a version of himself 20 years older, preserved at that age for 5 centuries, wearing the specific expression of someone who has been in a confined space for a very long time and has just seen the door open. Not the fixed vacancy of a person who had lost their mind. Not the controlled blankness of someone acting under compulsion. Not the flat effect from someone who had been so thoroughly used that the original person had been worn away. Just a very tired man who had been preserved in his mistake for 500 years and was now standing at the door of the place where the mistake had been made. Xinyun, he said. Shenwei. A silence. The silence held for longer than most silences. Xinyun let it hold. This was not a situation that was improved by filling the space. The man in front of him had traveled from a 500-year imprisonment to this threshold, and whatever he was carrying deserved the space to arrive. He sent me to exploit whatever weakness I know, Shenwei said. That is the purpose I am intended to serve. He paused. I am telling you this because 500 years of being preserved as a weapon gave me some time to reconsider the choice that made me one, and the conclusion I reached, eventually, was that the only thing I can do that costs him something is refuse to be what he sent me to be. Xinyun looked at him. Come inside, he said. Shenwei looked at the open door the way Shuem Moyan had looked at it, with the expression of someone who has stopped expecting anything from any door and has encountered an open one unexpectedly. He came inside. Chapter 87. The first hours with Shenwei in the bathhouse were the strangest hours Xinyun had spent there. He put his predecessor in the room adjacent to the guest quarters where Shuem Moyan had stayed when she first arrived, the rooms that got morning light through the water glass panels. He arranged tea. He sat across from the older man in the common area between the two rooms and let the silence settle before asking anything. Shenwei sat with his hands wrapped around the teacup and looked at the bathhouse walls. He had been in them before. He was in them again. What that meant to him was visible in the quality of his stillness. Not peace, not resolution, but the specific quality of something finding its own position after being moved without consent. The faceless sovereign will know you refused, Xinyun said. He will feel it through the preservation connection, Shenwei said. When I entered the bathhouse, the connection's nature changed. He built it to transmit what I intended to do. What I intended, when I came through the domain's edge, was this. He paused. The connection will have transmitted that. He knows I have chosen differently. What does that mean for the preservation? It means he will attempt to withdraw it. Shenwei looked at his hands. 500 years of preservation is deeply integrated. Withdrawal is not like ending a technique. It will be a process, with consequences. He paused. I will be fine. The consequences will be that I will age. Quickly, then normally. I was 42 when he sealed me. I have not aged a day since. Xinyun looked at the man who had written those final journal entries. I have done an irrevocable thing. At 42, preserved at that moment and that age for 5 centuries. What do you want? Xinyun asked. Not what you were sent for. What do you want? Shenwei was silent for a long time. He turned the teacup in his hands. A small cup, plain ceramic, the kind of cup that was in every bathhouse receiving room because Granny Feng had sourced them from the village potter and ordered 3 dozen at once. A cup with no cultivation significance whatsoever, just a thing to hold while you were thinking. I want to sit in the first spring, he said finally. That is the only honest answer I have right now. I cultivated this bathhouse for 70 years, and I betrayed it, and I want to sit in the first spring and feel what it feels like to be here as a person who has come to be healed rather than a weapon that has been delivered. Then you should do that, Xinyun said. He took Shenwei to the first spring himself. He did not accompany him into the water. Some healings were private. He sat at the spring's threshold and maintained the flow, and the water did what the water did. It looked at what had arrived and offered what it had. No judgment about what had happened 500 years ago. No memory of the betrayal. Or if it had memory, the memory was subsumed in the present, in the fact of a water element practitioner sitting in the spring with wounds that needed the healing water's attention. Through the corridor, faintly, He heard Lianhua's presence in the deeper chambers. She had not come up. He had not asked her to. This moment was not hers to navigate for him. But he knew she was there, knew she was aware. 500 years. She and Shen Wei, separated by the consequence of one choice. The spring ran warm and clear. Chapter 88. Lianhua came to Shen Wei at his request on the third day. She appeared in the corridor outside the first spring's chamber while Shen Wei was completing his morning session. Solid, fully manifested, wearing the composed expression she maintained when the thing she was feeling was too significant for expression to contain. They stood in the corridor and looked at each other. Xin Yun was at the far end of the corridor, not close enough to hear the words, present enough to be there. What he observed, from that distance, was not a dramatic reunion or a confrontation. It was two very old people, one of them ancient beyond measure, one of them preserved for 5 centuries, standing in a corridor and being honest with each other. He could read the exchange by the quality of the silences, long ones, which meant things were being said that required time to be heard fully, short ones, which meant something had been received and acknowledged and they were ready to continue. The conversation had the quality of things that had been waiting a very long time to be said, not rushed, not pin up in a way that would break through uncontrolled, but held carefully, the way you hold something fragile that you have been carrying for a long journey and finally set down in a place where it is safe to open. It lasted approximately 20 minutes. When Lianhua came back down the corridor toward him, her expression was different from how it had been going in. Not resolved. The complexity was still there, but less braced, the way a person looks when they have been carrying a weight for so long that they had forgotten what their own posture felt like without it, and then set it down. He asked me to forgive him, she said. Did you? I told him I stopped blaming him a long time ago. She paused. I do not know if that is the same as forgiveness. It may be, or it may be that forgiveness is a concept that requires a frame I no longer have. Sure gaze moved to the corridor wall. I told him that what happened was what the faceless sovereign wanted, and that Shen Wei had been the instrument, and that I was tired of the faceless sovereign having consequences in my life that I had not chosen. That seems right. It also seems incomplete, she said. I expect it will continue to be worked out over time. She met his eyes. He asked about you. What did you tell him? That you objected to the covenant and insisted on choosing instead. She paused. He fell quiet for a moment long time after that. Then he said, I should have done that. She looked away. I told him yes. But the person who could do that had to come along, and they took a while. Xinyan absorbed this. What happens with him now, he asked. Practically. He is aging, she said. The preservation withdrawal is active. He was 42 when it was applied. He will pass through the years he missed. Quickly at first, then normally. If the springs can support the process, and they can, he will come out the other side as an old man who is exactly as old as he is, rather than a preserved version of a man who chose wrong at 42. And then he is a very old water element cultivator with 70 years of bathhouse knowledge and 500 years of knowledge about the faceless sovereign's operations, who has chosen to be here rather than to be an instrument. She paused. That seems useful. It seems like more than useful, Xinyan said. She met his gaze for a moment with the expression he was learning to read, the one that held 10,000 years of wariness and the specific, careful exception she was allowing to develop. Yes, she said. It does. Chapter 89. The Resonant Tide Methods counterpublication reached the regional cultivation associations in 3 weeks. Ling Xiaodong had written the core technical documentation with the precision of someone who was simultaneously infuriated by the method's sophistication and determined to dismantle it completely. The documentation identified the coupling mechanism, explained how to detect early-stage coupling in a patient's cultivation base, and provided a safe dissolution technique that water element healers could apply in any qualified setting, not exclusively at the bathhouse. Qin Meihua had arranged co-signatures from 5 regional medical associations and the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Cultivation Health Division, which Situ Kongming had facilitated with the quiet efficiency of someone who understood that his interests were aligned with this outcome. The publication ran in the same 3 regional journals as the original Resonant Tide Method, under the combined authorship of the Celestial Bathhouse, the Alliance Cultivation Health Division, and the 5 medical associations. The response was substantially what they had hoped for. The Resonant Tide Method's practitioners, those who had tried it, and those who had been considering it, received the warning before the coupling had developed into structural dependency. The anonymous master practitioner's technique documentation was pulled from one of the 3 journals voluntarily. The other 2 journals added warning notices. 3 practitioners who had developed early-stage coupling came to the bathhouse for the dissolution treatment. Xin Yun ran all 3 personally, applying the dissolution technique Ling Xiaotong had developed with the methodical care it required. All three resolved cleanly. The dissolution process was not simple. It required identifying the specific coupling signature in the patient's cultivation base, running a targeted second spring purification sequence that dissolved the resonance bond without disturbing the surrounding cultivation structure, and then verifying through the water sense that the dissolution was complete and not partially intact. Shen Yun spent 4 hours on the first patient, 2 on the second as his technique refined, 90 minutes on the third. He will adjust the technique and republish, Xuan Moyan said, when he reported this to the group. He will also need to choose a different indirect vector, Qin Meihua said. Each time we identify and counter one of his approaches, the ones that remain viable narrow. She paused. Eventually he runs out of indirect approaches and has to try something more direct. Or he opens a completely new category of approach that we haven't seen before, Ling Xiaodong said. Yes, Qin Meihua agreed. That is also a possibility. Xin Wei, who had been sitting in the main hall during this conversation, the aging process had given him 30 years in the first 2 weeks, and he now looked 70-something. The specific age of a cultivator who had been young for too long and was now catching up, said, he will go after the origin chamber. Everyone looked at him. The origin chamber is the foundation, he said. I did not know it existed when I was the keeper here, but I have had 500 years to observe how he operates, and the origin chamber is exactly the kind of target he prefers. Fundamental, not obvious, not defended because its defenders do not know it is there. He paused. He will have learned about it from whatever intelligence he gathered before and during the Avatar's visit. His priority will be to destroy it while it is still in the early stages of Lianhua's recovery process, before she is fully restored. The room was quiet. Shen Yun looked at Lianhua, who was present in the main hall. She had been coming up from the deeper springs more frequently since the origin chamber, her presence in the physical spaces of the bathhouse becoming more routine. How do we protect it, he asked. The same way you protected everything else, Shenwei said. You make it real. The origin chamber is currently accessible through the 6th spring's creation property. The creation property operates at the boundary layer. If you anchor the origin chamber's boundary to the same permanent framework you used for the outer boundary wall, it becomes self-sustaining, Ling Xiaodong said, already calculating. Yes. Shenwei looked at Shen Yun. I cannot teach you how to do it. My cultivation was at current master when I left. But you are at Abyssal Sage. The creation property at your level should be sufficient. He paused. I am telling you this because I know the bathhouse and I know what it needs. What I can contribute is knowledge. Nothing else, right now. But the knowledge is real. Shen Yun looked at his predecessor. Thank you, he said. Shen Wei nodded once. Chapter 90. The anchoring of the origin chamber's boundary took 3 days of work and the complete output of the 6th spring across that period. The technique was an extension of what he had done for the bathhouse's outer boundary, taking a space that was maintained by cultivation output and making it self-sustaining by anchoring it in the Tao itself, in what existed rather than what was held. But the origin chamber was more fundamental than the outer boundary, and the anchoring required working at a level he had not previously attempted. Lianhua was with him through all 3 days. Not because her presence was required technically, the creation property operated through his root and his cultivation, not through hers. But her presence in the origin chamber, while he worked, was doing something to the process that he could not have explained in technical terms. The origin presence at the chamber's center was responding to her. To both of them. To the fact of both of them in the space simultaneously. He noticed, on the second day, that the anchoring was going faster than his technical analysis had suggested it should. Not because of anything different he was doing. Because of the resonance that existed between the origin presence and Lianhua's returning power, and between Lianhua's returning power and the work he was doing. You are helping, he told her. I am being present, she said. Those appear to be the same thing. She smiled. On the third day, when the anchoring completed, the origin chamber settling into the same self-sustaining existence as the outer boundary wall, existing because it existed rather than being maintained, because something was holding it in place. The origin presence at the chamber's center changed quality. Not dramatically. Not with the column of light dramatic releases he had come to associate with spring activations. But the presence brightened by a degree, and a warmth distributed through the chamber's air that had not been there before, and Lianhua, who had been standing across the chamber, put both hands over her mouth for a moment before she composed herself. What just happened, he asked. The 7th spring, she said. Inside the origin chamber. It activated when you anchored the boundary. She looked at her hands, which were warmer than they had been. The origin spring was always there. It needed the origin chamber to be secured before it could open. She met his eyes. This is what I did not tell you because I did not want to hope for it until it was real. What does it do? She paused a moment, listening to something he could not hear. It restores, she said. Not healing. That is the other springs. Not purification or vitality or memory. The seventh spring's property is restoration of what a thing originally was. What existed before damage, before time, before loss. She looked around the origin chamber. For the bathhouse, this means the network reaches its full original capacity. For me, she stopped. He waited. For me, she said, very quietly. It means the ceiling's residual damage can be undone. The seventh spring, in its origin chamber, ran with a light that was the color of everything before specific colors had been chosen. He sat down at its edge. Tell me what you need, he said. Chapter 91. What Lianhua needed from the seventh spring took 30 days. Xinyun spent those 30 days managing the bathhouse at full capacity while maintaining the seventh spring's specialized output for Lianhua's recovery process. A balancing act that required him to be in 3 places at once, and which he managed by developing a cultivation technique he had never been taught and did not have a name for. A method of splitting his cultivation awareness across multiple spring connections simultaneously without losing precision in any of them. He called it the branching current. Ling Xiaotong, when he described it to her, said it was theoretically impossible and would document it anyway. The bathhouse operated with an unusual quality during those 30 days. The clients noticed something. Most of them could not identify it precisely, but the sessions in the first 3 springs produced results slightly beyond their normal parameters. The healing spring healed faster. The purification spring cleared things that had previously resisted its work. The vitality spring produced advances that pushed past ceilings several practitioners had been working against for months. The seventh spring's restoration property was distributing through the network. It was not a targeted technique. The restoration ran through the connections between the origin chamber and the upper springs in the way that a deep river's current influences every surface stream that feeds from it. The effect was subtle, systemic, invisible at the level of any individual session but visible in aggregate. Qin Meihua noticed it first, reviewing the treatment records at the end of the first week. She brought the statistical analysis to Shun Yun with the expression she wore when data said something she had not expected but was immediately credible. The average treatment efficacy across all 3 springs is up 17% compared to last month's baseline, she said. The highest outliers are in cases that had previously been assessed as near their resolution limit. The seventh spring, he said. Yes. She paused. What does it mean for what we can offer? He thought about this carefully. It means the cases we previously assessed as partial solutions may have complete solutions now. Not immediately. The restoration property works the same way everything here does, through time and accumulated presence. But the ceiling has moved. How much? She asked. I do not know yet, he said. We observe. Track each case that was previously at resolution limit. See where the new ceiling is. The 6 practitioners who had been assessed as having reached their partial solution limit came back for additional sessions that month. All 6 showed improvement. 3 showed resolution of conditions that had been previously characterized as permanent. He wrote to each of them personally with the updated assessment. The letters were among the most careful communications he had written. He had told these practitioners, months ago, that the springs could do so much and no more. Now he was revising that assessment upward. He wanted them to understand why. Not that the springs had somehow become more powerful, but that the network had grown to the point where the 7th spring's restoration property could run through everything, and the restoration property changed what possible looked like. The network was performing at a level it had not achieved before the 7th spring's activation. 3 active branches feeding into a central core with the restoration property running through every spring. The bathhouse was more itself than it had ever been. Chapter 92. The Faceless Sovereign's response to Shun Wei's defection came on the 21st day of Lianhua's recovery. It did not come as an attack. It came as a withdrawal of the remaining threads of control he had maintained over the cultivation world's institutional structures through his 2-century presence in its margins. The Moonshade Pavilion's second appeal was dropped without explanation. The academic paper about bathhouse instability was retracted from the last journal that had not yet removed it. 3 regional cultivation organizations that had been circulating vague concerns about the bathhouse's origins issued brief statements of clarification that they had no evidence of wrongdoing. Xuemoyan recognized the pattern immediately. He is consolidating, she said, pulling back from positions that require ongoing cultivation investment to maintain, freeing those resources for a different purpose. She looked at Xinyun. This is not retreat. This is preparation. For what? For moving directly. He has run out of indirect approaches. The alliance with Tiangang failed. The resonant tide method was countered. The academic interference was countered. The institutional channels are no longer viable. She paused. He has one remaining indirect approach that has not been tried, which is the faceless sovereign himself. Not an avatar, not a preserved weapon, not an agent. She met his eyes. He will come to this bathhouse personally. The silence in the main hall held for several beats. Can he? Xinyun asked. He is sealed outside the realm's standard spatial boundaries, she said. But he is not sealed outside the realm. He operates in the margins, the liminal spaces between formal domains. The bathhouse's domain edge is the boundary between inside and outside, between what is part of the bathhouse and what is the wider world. If he can reach the domain's edge, he can apply force at the boundary layer. And the boundary wall was built from the Sixth Spring's creation property, which is powerful and permanent. She paused. He has never encountered it before. He does not know how to get through it. But he is 10,000 years old, and he is not arriving assuming the wall is impossible. She watched him steadily. He is arriving to learn what the wall actually is. Shen Wei, from his chair by the window, said, he will arrive before Lianhua's recovery is complete if he can manage it. The most dangerous version of Lianhua for him is the fully restored version. He has been managing the incomplete version for 10,000 years and knows how to apply pressure to it. The complete version, he paused. He has never encountered the complete version. How long does Lianhua need? Xinyun asked. 9 more days, Lianhua said, from the corridor entrance. She had been listening. She did not look apologetic about it. 9 days, and the 7th Spring's restoration process will have addressed the deepest sealing damage. Not all of it. Some of what was done will take longer than 30 days. But 9 more days, and I will be significantly more than what I am now. He will arrive before 9 days, Shuemoyan said. Yes, Lianhua agreed. He will. She paused. Then we protect the 9 days. The planning session that followed was the most thorough they had conducted. Every person in the bathhouse who had been present through the previous conflicts, Bai Suyin, Qin Meihua, Ling Xiaodong, Zhou Yanran, Wei Chenlong, Granny Feng, Shuemoyan, Shen Wei, sat in the main hall and contributed every piece of relevant knowledge they had. The result was not a single plan, but a layered preparation. Multiple responses to multiple possible approaches, each one calibrated to the specific form the threat might take. 9 days, Xinyun said at the end. We hold the bathhouse for 9 days. Chapter 93, they had 7 days. The domain showed it on the morning of the 7th day before the 9 were complete. A spatial disturbance at the western edge, not the clean negative space of the faceless sovereign's constructs, but the entity's own presence, approaching through the margin spaces between formal domains. Different in quality from the avatar. More real. More weight. Xinyun was at the bathhouse's entrance at dawn. Full defense, he told Qin Meihua. She had already begun. The message talismans went out in the next 20 minutes. Every allied sect, every cultivation authority with a standing relationship with the bathhouse, the Heavenly Tao Alliance's regional representative. Not requests for combat assistance. Notifications of a hostile approach by an entity of unprecedented threat level. Documentation in advance, because documentation before events was more useful than documentation after. Situ Kongming's response arrived in 3 hours. Not military support. A formal alliance statement of recognized jurisdiction. The Celestial Bathhouse was a registered independent resource facility, and any hostile action against it would be reviewed under the Cultivation Resource Accords. Legal protection rather than combat protection. The Grand Elder knew what he could offer and offered it precisely. Granny Feng took up her position without being asked. Bai Suin's ice suppression arrays were already deployed at the perimeter. She had been maintaining them at low output for weeks, refreshing the anchors quietly, ready to activate at full strength with a single technique. Wei Chenlong cleaned his sword. Shuemoyan stood at the bathhouse's eastern wall, facing the direction the faceless sovereign was not coming from. Her water element qi, now clean, the corruption's removal complete, extended into a specific pattern he recognized as a detection formation. She was watching the places he might come from that were not the obvious approach. Ling Xiaotong was below, in the formation network's deepest maintenance chamber, running the system at absolute maximum. Every anchor at full activation. Every formation layer at operational peak. The defensive network had been improving for a year. It was not the same system it had been when Hou Tiangong's army arrived. Shen Wei sat in the main hall with his tea and his 70-something years. He had been asked, and had answered with characteristic precision. I cannot fight at my current cultivation level, and my knowledge of his operational patterns is already known to you through my briefings. What I can do is remain here as a visible indicator that his approach of using weapons against their original sources has failed. He will know I am inside. He will know I refused. Lianhua was in the origin chamber. Xinyun stood at the entrance and extended the domain to its full reach. 14 miles. The 6 Springs permanent boundary at the edge of it. The seventh spring's restoration property running through everything. He waited. Chapter 94. The faceless sovereign arrived at the domain's edge at midday. Not with the avatar's manifested form. Not with the construct surveillance's passive watching. With the entity itself. A presence that pressed against the domain's edge the way deep ocean presses against a hull, distributed and immense, and without the specificity of a directed technique. Just wait. Ancient wait. 10,000 years of it. Shen Yun felt it through his cultivation sense as a sustained pressure against the boundary wall, different from the avatar's directed assault. Not trying to break through. Testing the wall's nature. He had expected this, based on Shui Moyan's assessment. He extended his perception into the boundary wall and felt the faceless sovereign's attention moving along its surface the way a hand moves along an unfamiliar texture. Methodical, systematic, looking for what the wall was made of rather than where it was weak. The creation property was genuinely novel to the entity. It did not share an ontological frame with the force being applied against it. The wall existed differently than the force that was examining it. He felt the moment the faceless sovereign understood this. The pressure shifted, not removed, but repositioned. The entity's attention withdrew from the boundary wall and extended to the edge of the domain instead. Not the wall itself. The territory inside the wall. The domain. It was looking at the domain. At the 14 miles of water-saturated territory and everything in it. At the springs, and the network, and the people, and the relationships. Shen Yun understood. The faceless sovereign was reading what had been built inside the protection rather than continuing to probe the protection. He is learning, he said aloud. Shui Moyan, at his shoulder. Yes. He is learning what this place is. Yes. A pause. He has never understood it. In 10,000 years, he has never understood why it exists and why it works, and what it actually is. He has only seen the springs as resources to be used or destroyed, and Lianhua as a divine power to be absorbed, and the inheritors as obstacles to be removed. She paused. What he is reading now is different. The pressure at the domain's edge held steady for an hour. 2 hours. The faceless sovereign did not push. Did not attack. Did not advance. He was studying. Shen Yun let him study. He walked slowly through the bathhouse while the ancient entity read the domain from outside. And what he did while walking was also a kind of answer. He checked on Shen Wei in the main hall, who was drinking his tea and watching the morning light on the garden. He stopped at Ling Xiaodong's formation chamber and confirmed the system was stable. He went to the fourth spring and sat with it for 20 minutes. The memory preservation property running through his cultivation base. The record of the year clear and specific. He had come here alone. He was not alone now. The faceless sovereign was reading a place built from mutual care and genuine trust, where the healing was real and the loyalty was chosen and the protection came from people who understood what they were protecting and had decided it was worth protecting. The domain contained 3 years of work and every person who had contributed to that work. It contained the first spring's warmth and Lianhua's gradual return and the 4 branches of the network pulsing with their specific properties. It contained Bai Suyin's precise competence and Qin Meihua's fierce loyalty and Ling Xiaodong's creative intelligence and Zhou Yanran's recovered strength and Wei Zichen's stubborn presence. It contained Granny Feng's life debt, paid and still paying, because she was the kind of person who had decided what she owed and intended to honor it fully. After 4 hours, the pressure withdrew. Not defeated. Withdrawn. And in the withdrawal, for the first time since this had begun, Shen Yun felt something from the entity that was not hostility. Not approval, nothing so comprehensible. Just an alteration. As if the entity had expected to understand what it was dealing with and had not understood, and the failure to understand had produced something that was not quite surprise, but was adjacent to it. He stood at the entrance at length after the pressure withdrew, feeling the boundary wall steady and intact, and the domain quiet within it. They had held the 7 days. 2 more. Chapter 95. Lianhua completed her recovery on the 9th day. He knew it before she told him. The 7th spring's output signature changed at dawn, the restoration property shifting from the active treatment mode he had been sustaining for 30 days to something quieter and steadier. Maintenance rather than intervention. The work was done. He descended to the origin chamber and found her there. The difference was not primarily visible. She looked as she had looked for the past month, fully manifested, solid, present. The change was in the quality of her presence, the same kind of change that the origin chamber had shown when the 7th spring activated. Less maintained, more simply real. Her attention settled on him. How do you feel? He asked. I feel like myself, she said. I had forgotten what that felt like. She paused. No, that is not accurate. I had not forgotten. I had decided not to remember, because remembering was painful. The difference is important. He sat across from her at the origin spring. The faceless sovereign came to the boundary, he said. I know. I felt it. She went still moment. He did not attack. No. He studied. That is more alarming than an attack, she said. An attack is a choice made. Studying is a choice being formed. But he withdrew. Yes. She regarded the origin spring. Do you know why? He had been thinking about this since it happened. Because what he found was not what he expected, he said. He has been dealing with the bathhouse as a resource to be seized and as a threat to be eliminated. What he read in the domain was neither of those things. What was it? A place where people came and were genuinely helped and left more capable of helping others. He paused. I don't think he has an operational response to that. Every previous approach has assumed the bathhouse was essentially the same kind of thing as everything else in the cultivation world, a resource, a power, something that could be taken or destroyed. It is not any of those things fundamentally. Lianhua looked at him for a long moment. You have built something he does not know how to oppose, she said. We have built something, he said. She held his gaze. Yes, she said. We have. She was quiet for a moment longer. Then, he will try again. He has been patient for 10,000 years. His withdrawal now is not surrender, it is recalibration. He is forming a different choice. She watched the origin spring. But I am here now. And I am not what I was when he studied the domain. I will not be what he found when he comes back. You are stronger. I am complete, she said. Those are not the same thing, but they are both true. He looked at her, at the quality of her presence, the specific way the origin chamber's light fell on a face that had been returning to itself for months and had now arrived. Good, he said. She met his eyes with the expression he was learning to recognize, the one that held 10,000 years and was careful about hope and was allowing something careful through anyway. Good, she agreed. Chapter 96. The fourth active branch, Iron Valley, opened its first spring 3 weeks after Lianhua's recovery. He felt it through the network at the same hour he felt the origin chamber's 7th spring settle into its maintenance mode. The two events happening within days of each other, the network strengthening and the goddess strengthening in parallel. The Iron Valley branch's first spring carried the mineral signature of the gorgeous stone element environment. The water element chi filtered through ancient basalt into something that had a particular potency for physical cultivation damage. The deep structural injuries that combat training and decades of technique application introduced into a practitioner's framework. Jing Liru sent a detailed report the same day. The spring's first operational week. 43 cultivators, including 12 from the Iron Valley Sect itself, who had been living with combat injuries for years, treated with results Jing Liru described as extraordinary. The gorgeous cultivation community had been waiting for this. They had felt the branch formation's pulse for their entire lives. Every Iron Valley Sect member had grown up with it as a feature of the landscape, unexplained and persistent. The activation had not surprised them. It had confirmed something they had always half suspected. The branch communities formed differently than the central location's community did, Qin Meihua observed, reviewing the Iron Valley report alongside the Vermilion Bird and White Tiger updates. The central bathhouse grew from nothing. Every relationship was built from zero. The branches are activating into communities that have already been primed. Primed by the pulse, Shenyun said. By the waiting. 200 years of an unexplained formation pulsing in their gorge floor. Shin Cooling's 20 years building the Independent Cultivator Association in Scarlet Feather. The White Tiger's Silverstone Sect, who excavated a formation they felt was important for reasons they couldn't explain. She paused. The bathhouse prepared the ground before the seeds were planted. He had not thought about this precisely, but it was accurate. The network had been sending signals for centuries. The communities that received those signals had been shaped by the receiving, even without understanding what they were receiving. The faceless sovereign had been shaping things for centuries too. But he had been shaping loneliness and corruption. The bathhouse had been shaping something else. For branches, Ling Xiaodong said, coming in with an updated network schematic. 5 connection points remaining unmapped. 1 confirmed mapped, but not yet visited. The feedback effect on the central springs is measurable now. Total network output is at 163% of the central location's standalone baseline. What does that mean practically? It means the springs are doing more work than they were when we started, with the same human resource requirement on our end. She laid the schematic on the table. It also means the faceless sovereign's ability to damage the network by attacking a single point is decreasing with every branch that activates. To meaningfully impair the central springs, he would need to destroy at least 3 branches simultaneously. She paused. That requires either direct force at multiple locations or a method of disrupting the network's connection infrastructure. Which he has not found yet, Qin Meihua said. Which he has not found yet, Ling Xiaodong agreed. She pointed to the 3 unmapped connection points on the schematic. When do we go after these? After the Far Abyss expedition, Shenyun said. The Far Abyss branch is the one that changes our timeline the most. It has been running on stored charge for 10,000 years, and the Sovereign has been operating in its region. We need it active and integrated before he makes his next move. The Far Abyss region, Zhou Yanran said from the doorway, where she had appeared during the conversation. She was reviewing a separate set of documents. The political briefing Qin Meihua had prepared. 3 major factions, for if you count the independent ocean current practitioners. None of them will receive a claim of neutral resource management without skepticism. They never do, Shenyun said. We bring evidence instead of claims. Chapter 97 Shun Yun opened the 7th spring formally in the Origin Chamber on the first day of summer. It had been operating in passive mode since its activation during the anchoring work. Formal opening, the structured integration of its property into the Spring-Tide Method's cultivation framework, the full acceptance of what it meant for his advancement, was different. He descended alone. The Origin Chamber was familiar now. He had spent enough time in it over the past months that the initial awe had settled into something more like home. The specific feeling of a place that has become part of your framework rather than something you are visiting. The 7th spring ran at its center, its light the color of everything before colors had been chosen, steady and warm and older than anything else in the bathhouse. He sat at its edge. The advancement itself was not dramatic in the way the earlier springs had been. No tidal meridians being forced open, no agonizing expansion of cultivation channels, no physical transformation that required recovery. The 7th spring's restoration property, applied inward to his own cultivation base, simply resolved several structural questions that the 6 previous advancements had posed without answering. His tidal meridians had been building towards something for a year. The 7th spring showed him what. The restoration property, when fully integrated, gave him access to what water was before it was used, not the healing spring's therapeutic application, not the purification spring's cleansing, not the vitality spring's acceleration, not the 4th spring's suppression or the 5th spring's memory or the 6th spring's creation. Those were all things water did. The 7th spring's property was what water was before it did anything. Origin Qi, the most undifferentiated form of spiritual energy, the form from which all elemental and conceptual Qi diverged. He was a primordial tide. The rank's implications unfolded through his cultivation base as the 7th spring's integration completed. Access to Origin Qi meant access to the foundational layer of every other cultivator's technique, not the technique itself, but the Qi from which it was built. A fire cultivator's flame was built from Yang Origin Qi. An ice cultivator's barrier was built from Yin Origin Qi. At the origin layer, everything shared a common source. He could work with that layer. He sat in the Origin Chamber for quite a while, letting the implications settle. When he came back up, Lianhua was waiting in the Golden Springs corridor with a look he had learned to read. The look of someone who had felt what happened and was deciding how to say what they wanted to say about it. You are a primordial tide, she said. Yes. She was silent for a moment. I want to tell you something. Not as the bathhouse's goddess. Just as me. She paused. I have been with 9 inheritors before you. Some of them reached this rank. None of them reached it and still felt like the same person they were at rank 1. He waited. You are still exactly yourself, she said. You are still someone who brings tea and talks about his day and sends careful letters and checks on everyone he is responsible for and replaces the tea in the kitchen when it is extremely average. A pause. The 7th spring gave you Origin tier cultivation. You are using it to be the same person you have always been, with more capacity. He thought about this. Is that strange? It is, she said, the entire point. She looked at him steadily. The bathhouse works because the person who keeps it does not become something else when he becomes more powerful. Shenwei became less himself as he grew more capable. The weight of the cultivation compressed him. She paused. You keep growing outward instead of inward. He thought about Elder Mu, who had ended every cultivation session in the village herb garden, hands in soil, because he said the plants kept him honest. I had a good example, he said. Her eyes found his with the expression that held 10,000 years of history and the careful allowance she was making for something new. Yes, she said. You did. Chapter 98 The 5th branch signaled 3 weeks after his advancement. Not a physical signal, not the pulsing formation of the Iron Valley branch or the partially activated response of the White Tiger branch. This signal came through the network itself, a resonance in the 7th spring's Origin Qi that was distinct from the Central Spring's baseline signature. A remote source. A connection point so far from the central bathhouse that it had taken the network's expansion to 4 branches for the signal to reach him. Ling Xiaodong was already at the mapping table when he found her, having felt the resonance herself through the formation network's monitoring system. Far Abyss region, she said, without looking up. Western coast. The connection point is in a tidal zone, underwater at high tide, exposed at low. 3,800 miles from the central location. She paused. It is actively running. Not a signal pulse. The formation is active. Low output, but functioning. A branch that has been running on its own? Without a keeper. Without cultivation input. On whatever residual charge it accumulated from the original network before the sundering. She looked up. It has been running for 10,000 years on stored charge. He absorbed this. A formation that had been sustaining itself for 10 millennia on the power built into it before the network fell apart. A branch that had never gone dormant because its initial charge had been enormous. The implication took a moment to reach its full weight. 10,000 years of continuous operation, alone, without anyone to tend it, running on the momentum of a purpose built into it before the world broke. He had been feeling the network's history through his connection to the springs, the accumulated time of branches that had been waiting. But this was different. This branch had not been waiting. It had been working. What is a treat? He asked. I don't have the property signature from this distance, she said. But tidal zone location, western coast. The Far Abyss region has the highest concentration of ocean-type spiritual roots on the continent. Practitioners who cultivate in harmony with the tidal cycle, the ocean's rhythm. I would guess the branch's property involves temporal alignment, treating conditions related to Taoist harmony with natural cycles. The Far Abyss region is politically complex, Qin Meihua said from the doorway. I know, Shenyan said. Brief me. She was already prepared. She always was. Chapter 99. The Far Abyss region was the most politically complex cultivation territory on the continent, and it had been that way for 800 years for the same reason. It was also the most geographically spectacular. It sat at the junction of the ocean's deep current system and the continent's western edge, where the water did things that could not be entirely explained by conventional physics, and the cultivation world had been arguing about the implications ever since. 3 major factions, none of which recognized the other's authority, each with legitimate historical claims to the region's cultivation resources. A 4th faction composed entirely of independent ocean current cultivators who refused to acknowledge any of the 3. And underneath all of it, a mortal maritime culture with its own cultivation traditions that predated all 4 factions and which everyone else had been unsuccessfully trying to domesticate for 3 centuries. The Bathhouse network represents, to these factions, either an opportunity or a threat depending on how it is presented, Qin Meihua said. The independent ocean current cultivators are the most likely to be receptive. Their traditions have been marginalized by the 3 major factions for generations, and a network that operates on genuine cultivation benefit rather than political alignment is the kind of thing they would support. And the 3 major factions? Will each try to claim the branch as their exclusive resource. She paused. The approach that works in this situation is the same one that works everywhere, but needs to be applied with more precision. Make the branch unambiguously neutral before any faction can claim it. Get the independent cultivators' support established before the major factions realize what they are dealing with. We need to move fast, Shenyan said. Yes. She paused. I also want to point out that we have not yet visited 3 of the 7 connection points, and the Faceless Sovereign withdrew from the domain edge 3 weeks ago and has not been detected since. The period of his recalibration is not infinite. I know. The Far Abyss region trip will require a minimum of 20 days round trip, and significantly more if the political situation is as complex as expected. She met his eyes. I am not advising against it. I am ensuring you have the full picture. Shenyan looked at the network schematic that showed 5 active branches, the central location, and the 3 unmapped connection points and territories he had not yet reached. The map showed the current state of what had been built. The 3 unmapped points represented what remained to be built. The Faceless Sovereign's withdrawal represented a window, the specific kind of dangerous window that appears when an enemy is between strategies, when the previous approach has failed and the new one has not yet been decided. Prepare the Far Abyss documentation, he said. We leave in 2 weeks. All 7 branches need to be active before he makes his next move. Understood, she said. I will coordinate with Ling Xiaotong on the network stability analysis for managing the central springs during an absence of this length. Also brief Zhou Yanran on the political situation, he said. Her diplomatic experience and her knowledge of how cultivation factions operate is exactly what this situation requires. She has already reviewed the preliminary materials, Qin Meihua said. Of course she had. Chapter 100. The day before the Far Abyss expedition's departure, Shen Yun sat in the origin chamber with Lianhua for the last time before the road. She had been spending more time here since the recovery. The origin chamber was home in a way the Golden Spring had never quite been, the spring being the prison and the origin chamber being what existed before the prison. She cultivated here now. When she cultivated, she thought here. He brought the tea she preferred, rain taste, which he had managed to source from a mountain herb vendor in the Azure Dragon region, who grew a particular blend at high altitude that absorbed the mineral composition of mountain rainfall in a manner that came through in the flavor. They sat at the seventh spring's edge and drank. The faceless sovereign will move while you are traveling, Lianhua said. I know. You are going anyway. The network needs to be complete before his next move. Incomplete leaves nodes he can target. Complete makes simultaneous disruption the only viable strategy, and simultaneous disruption of a full 7-branch network requires resources even he may not be able to deploy. He paused. Staying here and leaving the network incomplete is a different kind of risk. She nodded. She had already come to the same conclusion. She was not warning him away from going. She was acknowledging that she knew it would happen while he was away. The boundary wall holds without your presence, she said. Yes. The 7th Springs restoration property runs through the network without your attention. Yes. Shenwei knows the bathhouse better than anyone except me. She paused. And I am here. Yes, he said. Sure, attention settled on the 7th Spring. The origin light moved in slow patterns through the water, older than any technique, older than the cultivation world's current epoch, patient in the way that only things that have always existed could be patient. When the faceless sovereign makes his next move, she said, I will not be what I was the last time he tried something. She did not say it with drama. It was a simple statement of fact. Whatever he learned from studying the domain, I will be more than what he learned. He held his teacup in both hands and looked at the woman who had been sealed in this bathhouse for 10,000 years and was now, for once in that span, entirely herself. I know, he said. She met his gaze. Come back quickly, she said. Simply. I will, he said. The same simplicity. The origin spring ran at its ancient pace, and the network hummed through the walls, and the bathhouse was quiet in the specific way of a place that was ready for what came next. Outside, the domain extended 14 miles in every direction. Warm with spring, clear with water, patient and present and entirely real. He went a pack. Chapter 101 The Faceless Sovereign's avatar did not announce itself. One moment the bathhouse courtyard was clear, the low blue light of the perimeter wards holding steady, the night watch formations humming their quiet patrol cycles, and then the darkness between the eastern stones became a different kind of darkness, and the avatar stepped through. Shen Yun had seen the outer manifestations of the sovereign's power before, the corrupted branch waters, the tendril constructs that his scouts deployed, the void pressure that preceded his serious attacks. He had not seen the avatar. None of them had. It was tall. That was the first thing that registered. Not threatening, not monstrous in the conventional sense, simply tall in a way that wrong. 15 feet, 20, it was hard to fix because its outline refused to settle. Where a cultivator's body held chi in stable meridian patterns, this thing held anti-patterns, the shadow of what cultivation should be, running in reverse. Each step it took left a depression in the courtyard stone that filled slowly, like water running uphill. Wife, it said. The word did not come from a mouth. It came from everywhere. Bai Suyin moved first. Her ice formation had been prepared for 3 days, the crystalline arrays buried in the courtyard in the configuration Ling Xiaotong had specified. A containment net, not a killing blow, designed to restrict movement and give the rest of them angles to work with. She slapped her palm to the nearest activation stone, and the net snapped upward in a cage of spiritual ice, each bar 12 inches thick, reinforced with her full cultivation output. The avatar's hand dissolved through the nearest bar, reformed on the other side. The ice fell in fragments. That's what I was afraid of, Wei Chenlong said, already drawing his sword. He was positioned on the bathhouse's eastern steps, which gave him the high ground and a clean angle at the avatar's lower mass. Standard containment doesn't work on something that isn't entirely here. Noted, Qin Meihua said. She had taken the west gate pillar, her flame formation already running at 3/4 output. Burning the physical components of the avatar, then? Try the tendril clusters, Ling Xiaotong called from the formation chamber's window. She had refused to leave her post. The bathhouse's defensive arrays required active coordination, and she was the only one who could manage all 17 layers simultaneously. The main body phases through attacks, but the tendrils that extend from it are semi-material. Hit those and you disrupt the avatar's integration. Shen Yun absorbed this and moved to the center position, the geometric midpoint of the courtyard that gave him lines to each companion's location. The jade token at his chest burned with the combined pressure of 4 primordial essences, and his tidal meridians ran at full output, the spring tide method cycling at its highest sustainable rate. The avatar extended a tendril toward the bathhouse entrance, not threatening, not charging, simply reaching, the way a hand reaches for a door handle out of habit. It's going for the entrance seals, Shenyun said. Zhou Yinran materialized from the formation hall side door. She had been coordinating the outer wall defenses, but the avatar's movement had shifted the priority. Her imperial water art gathered at both hands in dense indigo patterns. I will disrupt its approach formation. Shenyun, second spring pressure when I signal. He was already building it. The second spring's cleansing property, channeled at maximum output, could strip corruption from water constructs. The avatar was, at its core, water, dark and corrupted, antithesis water, but water. The second spring had been designed for exactly this category of condition. Zhou Yinran struck. 3 imperial water dragons, each 30 feet long, hammered the avatar's leading mass in converging spirals. The impact staggered it, not damaged, but disrupted, the avatar's integration losing coherence for 2 full seconds while its pattern logic re-established. Now, she said. Shenyun released the second spring's pressure in a targeted stream. The corrupted water where his stream struck peeled back, the anti-cultivation patterns destabilizing. The avatar made a sound. Not pain, exactly, but the sound of something that had never before encountered a force that rejected its existence. Then the peeled sections reformed. Darker than before. The sovereign's voice returned. You have studied the springs. You know what I was. A pause. You cannot cleanse what chose its corruption. Bai Suyin caught Shenyun's eye from across the courtyard. Her expression was calm, calculating, already working the problem. She had spent 3 months studying the sovereign's corruption patterns, and what she had found was not reassuring. It can regenerate against cleansing because it anticipates the frequency, she said. We need variable approach, different springs in rapid alternating sequence. Too fast for it to tune its defense. How fast? Wei Chenlong asked, his sword already trailing 3 clean cuts along a tendril cluster that dissolved and reformed behind him. Faster than our natural coordination, Shenyun said. He understood what she was describing. Ling Xiaotong. Already building the timing array, she called back. Give me 40 seconds. The avatar had not moved toward the entrance again. It stood in the center of the courtyard and let them attack it, and the attacks did damage. The tendrils were real enough to cut and burn, but the main body absorbed everything and the regeneration outpaced the damage. It was learning their rhythms. Every strike that landed gave it data. Wei Chenlong took a tendril hit to the shoulder. He rolled with it, used the momentum to close distance, drove his sword through a tendril cluster at the avatar's base. The cluster exploded. The main body stumbled. There, Qin Meihua said. The base clusters carry most of the avatar's local coherence. Destroy enough of them, and the whole thing loses integration. Timing array is ready, Ling Xiaotong said, activating on Shenyun's signal. Shenyun looked at the avatar, standing patient and enormous in the courtyard he had spent 3 years restoring. The jade token burned in his chest. The 4 primordial essences answered his call. Ice, fire, earth, and cleansing water, the 4 springs he had awakened through years of work and sacrifice. The avatar turned its faceless regard toward him. Give me the bathhouse, it said. And your people live. My people, Shenyun said, are not a bargaining chip. He signaled Ling Xiaotong and stepped forward to press the attack. The formation synchronized strike began, and the fight for the bathhouse entrance became something no cultivation manual had ever described. For springs, 6 cultivators, and 1 ancient evil that had been patient for 10,000 years and was running out of patience now. The battle was not going in their favor. By the 15th exchange, Shenyun recognized the arithmetic. They were inflicting genuine damage. The base cluster strategy was working, but the avatar's regeneration was still outpacing their output. At the current rate, they would exhaust their reserves before it fell. Then the avatar caught Wei Chenlong with a full tendril wrap and flung him into the eastern wall hard enough to crack the stone, and Zhou Yinran took a void pressure strike that dropped her to 1 knee, and Qin Meihua's flame output dropped 15% as her meridians flagged, and Shenyun understood that they had perhaps 3 minutes of peak performance left before cascading failure set in. She looked at the bathhouse entrance behind him. The entrance seals, running at full power, held the spatial compression of the pocket dimension in stable configuration. If he activated the spatial fold, pulling the entire bathhouse structure into its own compressed dimension, the avatar could not follow without a key it did not have. They would lose the courtyard. They would lose the outer structures. But they would keep the bathhouse and everyone inside it. Fall back, he said. Inner threshold. Now. The look Bai Suyin gave him said she understood and hated it, and agreed. She blasted a freeze barrier between the avatar and their retreat line. Qin Meihua grabbed Wei Zichen's arm and dragged him to the inner threshold at a run. Zhou Yin ran back through the gate with her water dragons covering the approach. Shen Yun was last. He faced the avatar at the threshold. "You are retreating," the avatar said. It had learned to project something like satisfaction. "I am repositioning," Shen Yun said. He slapped both hands to the entrance seals and activated the spatial fold. The world compressed around the bathhouse with a sound like a mountain range collapsing into a single stone, and the avatar's outstretched tendril hit the dimensional wall instead of the entrance and left a scar that glowed and did not close. Inside the compressed dimension, the bathhouse was intact. Outside, the avatar hammered the walls, and the dimensional membrane flexed with each blow, and through Shen Yun's connection to the entrance seals he felt each impact like a fist against his own chest. They had bought time. But the dimensional walls would not hold indefinitely, and the faceless sovereign was not going anywhere. Lianhua manifested from the seventh spring's direction, her form clear and fully present in a manner that had only become possible in the last months. She looked at Shen Yun, at the toll the spatial fold activation had taken on him, the blood at the corner of his mouth, the way he held himself very still because moving hurt, and she did not soften what she had to say. "We cannot fight him here," she said. "Not with the springs as they are. His true body exists in the abyss, and as long as it is intact, this avatar is functionally unlimited. Destroying the avatar only delays him." "I know," Shen Yun said. "Then you know what the alternative is." He did. He had known since he first read the seventh spring's inscription and understood what the abyss represented. He had been hoping to avoid it. He was done hoping. "Tell me about the seventh spring," he said. "All of it. What it costs and what it gives." Outside, the dimensional walls took another blow. The bathhouse held. For now. Chapter 102. The spatial fold's dimensional walls were rated for 7 days at full integrity before pressure degradation began. Ling Xiaotong had calculated this 3 months ago as a theoretical contingency. Now she was running the actual numbers as the sovereign's avatar hammered the outer membrane in 12-hour cycles, pausing only when it recalculated its approach. "Each cycle is slightly different," she said. Her formation map spread across the receiving hall's central table. "It is learning the wall's resonant frequencies. Standard attritional pressure." She traced a finger along the degradation curve she had plotted. "Day 7 if it maintains current effort. Day 4 if it escalates." "It will escalate," Zhou Yanran said. She sat at the table's far end, her right arm in a sling. The void pressure strike had done real damage, cracked 2 meridian channels that would need a week in the second spring to fully heal. She was already in the second spring 4 hours a day. She was also already back at the planning table 6 hours before Shen Yun had expected her. "The sovereign has been patient for 10,000 years. Now that he has us contained, he will be patient for 4 more days. We need options that aren't waiting for the walls to fail," Qin Meihua said. She had not sustained serious injury in the courtyard fight. The fire formation had kept the tendrils at range, but she had pushed her meridians hard and the fatigue showed in the slight tension around her eyes. "What do we have?" Shen Yun was standing at the window that overlooked the first spring. The spring's water was disturbed, not corrupted, but responding to the pressure on the dimensional walls, the surface agitated in the slow patterns that preceded a storm. He turned from the window. "2 options," he said. "We find a way to defeat the avatar without the seventh spring. Use up our reserves in a concentrated assault, except that several of us will be seriously injured or worse, and hope the damage accumulates faster than his regeneration. Or we access the abyss through the seventh spring and take the fight to his true body. If we fight the avatar to destruction," Wei Zichen said from the doorway, his shoulder wrapped and his voice carrying the particular flatness of someone assessing a situation they do not like. "What are our actual odds?" Bai Suyin had been running those numbers since the retreat. 17%, she said. "If we deploy every resource simultaneously, including the 3 primordial essence reserves and the primordial allies, with perfect coordination and no major injuries, 17% that we destroy the avatar before our reserves collapse." The silence that followed was the kind that acknowledged an answer without accepting it. "Abyss approach?" Wei Zichen asked. "Unknown odds," Shen Yun said. "The abyss itself is unmapped. The sovereign's true body has never been directly attacked, but destroying it severs his avatar's regeneration, not just delays it, severs it. Permanently." Lianhua, standing by the first spring's near edge, had been listening with the focus of someone who had spent 10,000 years thinking about exactly this problem. She spoke carefully. "I want to be clear about what the abyssal descent means," she said. "The abyss is not a location in the conventional sense. It is the space that exists between what is and what was, the residue of the sundering. The sovereign's true body has been anchored there for 10 millennia, growing in the dark. To reach it, you must pass through things that were once part of this world and are now part of nothing. She paused. The seventh spring is the only access point, and the seventh spring demands a price. Tell me the price, Shenyun said. I will, she said. But I want you to understand first that I have considered every other option and found none that work. This is not the path I would have chosen for you. Lianhua. She met his eyes. In them he saw 10,000 years of thought and loss and the specific sorrow of someone who must deliver a truth they wish did not exist. The seventh spring opens for the bearer of the jade token, she said. It opened for me once, in the original design. I was part of the system, so the price was different. For a mortal inheritor, the spring demands something of equal value to the power it grants. The power it grants is access to time-water fusion, the ability to work within temporal currents, to reach the abyss, to fight at a level that can threaten the sovereign's true body. She paused. The price it sets is not a fixed cost. It reads the cultivator. It takes what is most valuable that can be taken without destroying the cultivator's function. What has it taken from previous inheritors? Qin Meihua asked. Years of life. Cultivation progress. Decades of advancement dissolved. Memories of specific periods. The ability to experience certain emotions. Lianhua kept her eyes on Shenyun. I do not know what it will ask of you. I know that it will not ask for something trivial. Wei Chenlong crossed his arms. So we don't know the cost until he's already in the spring. No, Lianhua said. The spring shows the price before taking it. He can refuse. And if he refuses? He exits the spring unharmed. She paused. And the sovereign destroys the dimensional walls in 4 days, kills everyone present, and absorbs my divine essence. So he can refuse if he wants to watch us all die, Qin Meihua said. Meihua, Shenyun said. I am not criticizing you, she said, and her voice had none of the sharpness it sometimes carried. I am stating what everyone is thinking, so we do not have to spend time pretending we are not thinking it. Shenyun looked at the people in the room. Zhou Yanran with her cracked meridians and her strategic mind already working toward the best possible version of a bad situation. Bai Suyin, quiet in the way she got quiet when she was managing her own reaction so carefully it looked like calm. Ling Xiaodong at the formation map, her pen still, her eyes on him. Wei Chenlong in the doorway, weight balanced, ready to back whatever decision came. And Lianhua, standing by the spring she had been sealed into for 10,000 years, telling him the truth because she was incapable of anything else. I will enter the seventh spring, Shenyun said. Whatever it asks for, I will consider. But I will not enter it without preparation. If there is a way to mitigate the cost, preserve what is taken so it can be recovered, we find that first. There might be, Ling Xiaotong said slowly. She had not looked up from the formation map, but her pen had started moving again. The spring takes something of equal value. But equal value is a measurement of significance, not of permanence. If something can be stored externally. She trailed off, calculating. I need to think about this. Give me the night. You have it, Shenyun said. Tomorrow we decide. Whatever the spring asks, we will be as ready as we can be. Outside, the faceless sovereign's avatar resumed its rhythmic pressure against the dimensional wall. Patient. Certain. Already building toward day 4. Chapter 103. The preparation took 2 days rather than 1. Ling Xiaotong worked without sleep for the first 20 hours. Her formation pen leaving traces on 3 different grades of formation paper before she found the configuration that satisfied her theoretical requirements. Shenyun spent those hours in continuous consultation with Lianhua, extracting every detail she could provide about the seventh spring's operating principles, the abyss's known geography, and the sovereign's true body's defensive structure. What he learned was not comfortable. The abyss has a geography, Lianhua said, but it is not stable. The fragments of the pre-sundering world that drifted into that space after the heavens broke, they shift. What was there 10,000 years ago may not be there now, or may be in a different position, or may have changed its nature through exposure to abyssal energies. She was working from memory, and her memory was excellent, but 10 millennia old. What I can tell you is the fixed landmarks, the descent current, which flows downward toward the sovereign's core and is navigable with the seventh spring's temporal properties. The shard fields, remnants of destroyed cultivation structures that float in clusters and can tear spatial fabrics. And the warden rings, 3 defensive barriers the sovereign constructed around his core during his early years of dormancy. What do the warden rings do? Wei Chenlong asked. He had been sitting in on every briefing, asking the practical questions that others sometimes missed. The first ring disrupts spatial movement. You cannot use any form of spatial technique within its boundary, Lianhua said. No gates, no folding, no short-range flicker steps. You move on foot, through the abyss. She paused. The second ring amplifies corrupted qi and suppresses purified qi. Our techniques will be weakened there. The sovereign's forces will be stronger. And the third? The third ring is a mirror construct, Lianhua said. It reflects the cultivator's own power back at them. The stronger you are, the more dangerous it becomes. I do not know if the seventh spring's temporal properties will be subject to the mirror effect. They might be categorically different enough to bypass it. Or they might not. Xinyan processed this. Team configuration, he said. Small group is better than large, Lianhua said. The abyss responds to presence. More cultivators means more disruption to the local environment, means faster destabilization. You need people who can fight in suppressed conditions without spatial movement and adapt in real time to unknown variables. Xinyan looked at his companions and made the calculations that a leader makes and hates. Not who he wanted to bring, who the mission required. By Suyin, he said, her ice techniques have the longest range-to-energy cost ratio of our available fighters, and cold is a suppressing element that works against corruption specifically. Qin Meihua. Fire is the element most resistant to the second ring's suppression because purifying fire and corrupted water are categorical opposites. And Wei Zichen. Why Wei Zichen over Zhou Yanran? Bai Suyin asked. Not challenging, genuinely asking, because the analysis was hers to understand. Zhou Yanran's imperial water art uses a form of environmental control that requires stable spatial conditions, Xinyan said. In the first ring, where spatial techniques are disrupted, her highest level techniques become unreliable. Wei Zichen's sword art is entirely physical, no spatial component, no environmental dependency. He fights the same way at the bottom of the abyss as he does here. Zhou Yanran, across the table, gave a single nod. She had arrived at the same conclusion. I will coordinate the surface defense with Ling Xiaodong and Granny Feng, she said. And I want a formation relay established so Ling Xiaodong can communicate with you through the descent. The formation master's eyes need to be everywhere. Already in the design, Ling Xiaodong said. She had emerged from her working session with the look of one who had found something that might work, the exhaustion still visible, but sitting below a layer of focused satisfaction. The relay crystal. I can maintain a communication thread through the seventh spring's access point for up to 72 hours before the abyssal interference overwhelms it. After that, you are on your own. 72 hours to reach the core, destroy it, and return, Wei Zichen said. Is that realistic? I do not know, Xinyan said. We move as fast as the abyss permits. Granny Feng, who had said nothing throughout the briefing, cleared her throat from her position near the entrance. She was the oldest person in the bathhouse, old enough that her age was genuinely unclear, and she had survived 6 major cultivation wars through a combination of strategic wisdom and a refusal to die on anyone's schedule but her own. The boy should know, she said, that what he is about to do is the kind of thing that gets turned into a story after the fact. Stories are romantic. The actual thing is not. I know, Xinyan said. Good, Granny Feng said. Then stop explaining and start doing. The walls are on day 3. We are burning daylight. She was right. They had one more thing to do before the descent. The preparation Ling Xiaotong had designed, the thing that might preserve what the seventh spring took. And that required everyone present to understand what they were contributing and why. The seventh spring will read him, Ling Xiaotong said, standing at the head of the table. And it will take what it reads as most valuable. I have built a formation array that creates an external container, a jade crystal, that can store a specific category of spiritual construct that doesn't have a good name in formation theory, but which I am calling emotional memory imprints. Not the memories themselves, but the effective core of the memories, the feelings encoded in them. She held up a jade crystal the size of a closed fist, perfectly clear, etched on every surface with formation characters too small to read at distance. If we imprint the crystal with the emotional signatures of everyone significant to him before he enters the spring may take the memory's feeling resonance from inside him, because that is what it reads as valuable, but the resonance will exist outside him. The memories will be detached, but not destroyed. Recoverable. May take, Bai Suyin said. I cannot guarantee what the spring reads as most valuable, Ling Xiaotong said. This is based on theoretical analysis of the spring's inscription language and historical records of what previous inheritors lost. If the spring takes something other than emotional memory, cultivation progress, years of life, physical capacity, the crystal is irrelevant. She paused. But given who he is and what his cultivation method is built on, I believe emotional connection is what the spring will read as highest value. The silence in the room held a weight that everyone felt and no one named. Do it, Xinyan said. Each of them contributed. Lianhua first, a strand of golden white qi, warm in a fashion that had no physical explanation, that settled into the crystal and made it glow. Then by Suyin, her ice blue signature steady and deep. Qin Meihua, whose contribution arrived in a quick, bright burst that the crystal absorbed before it could fully manifest. Zhou Yanran, careful and precise. Ling Xiaodong, who added hers last with the matter-of-fact efficiency of someone completing a task she is proud of. Wei Chenlong touched the crystal with his cultivation roughened hand, and something quiet moved through the formation. The crystal held 7 signatures. 7 lives that had grown around the bathhouse and the man who kept it. Xinyan looked at it for a long moment. Then he put it in his inner pocket, pressed it against his heart, and went to prepare for the 7th spring. Chapter 10 for the 7th spring had never been opened. Not in the 3 years Xinyan had been the bathhouse's keeper, not in the decades before that when the bathhouse lay dormant. Lianhua had sealed it herself. At the end, when she understood what was coming and understood also that opening it alone would not be sufficient and might make things worse. It looked nothing like the other springs. The other springs had presence, warmth, color, texture, the specific quality of water that has been attuned to a purpose and knows what it is. The first spring's golden warmth was visible from across the chamber. The 6th spring's black depth absorbed light such that announced itself. The 7th spring was a hole in the chamber floor filled with water that had no color at all. Not clear in the way that clean water is clear. Clear in the way that air is clear, that the space between stars is clear. The water occupied space the way glass occupies space. You knew it was there because of the subtle distortion of what lay beneath it, and what lay beneath it was unclear and deep beyond measurement. Xinyan knelt at its edge and touched the surface with 2 fingers. Cold. Not the cold of temperature, the cold of the absence of expectation. The 7th spring had no character of its own. It would take on the character of whatever it consumed. Enter fully, Lianhua said beside him. The spring reads only when the cultivator is submerged. Touching is not enough. He stripped off his outer robe, the jade token still pressing warm against his chest through his inner clothes, and he descended into the colorless water. It was depth without content. He submerged to chest height and felt nothing, not cold, not warm, not the spring's property asserting itself. Just the neutral presence of water that was waiting to know what it was dealing with. He submerged to his chin, his shoulders, his eyes, and then the 7th spring showed him what it wanted. The images came in a sequence that was not chronological, not a life played back in order, but a curated selection, the spring extracting what it considered relevant. A winter morning 3 years ago, Elder Mu's hand on his shoulder as he held the jade token and tried to understand what he had inherited. Lianhua's first manifestation, incomplete and flickering, telling him the bathhouse's history in a voice that held no hope, because she had learned hope was dangerous. By Suyin arriving at the bathhouse gate, composed and precise and hiding behind composure in a way he had only understood later. Qin Meihua arguing with him about a patient who did not want to be helped and being magnificently, infuriatingly right. Zhou Yanran the first time she truly smiled, weeks into her stay, when the weight of the bloodline curse lifted enough to let her. Ling Xiaodong's laugh at something that was not that funny, the laugh that came from relief rather than amusement. Wei Chenlong showing up uninvited and becoming essential. All of it, the small moments and the large ones, threaded through with the particular warmth of a life built in community with people who had chosen to be there. The 7th spring held these images before him the way a merchant displays goods. Then it showed him what would happen if it took them. He saw himself emerging from the spring, functional, precise, technically complete. A version of himself that knew these people existed and understood their strategic value and felt nothing particular about any of them. He saw himself fighting in the abyss with perfect efficiency. He saw himself defeating the sovereign, coming back, walking through the restored bathhouse with a calm that was not peace but vacancy. He saw the way each of them looked at his eyes when he emerged and understood they would see the absence, and that understanding did not stop him from feeling the weight of it now, before the feeling was taken. He would lose this. The warmth of the first spring on a cold morning. The particular quality of Lianhua's attention when she looked at him and saw something worth seeing. The specific way Bai Suyin's composure shifted slightly when she was pleased, the fraction of softening that was enormous by her own standards. The comfort of Wei Chenlong's irreverence, the way it made every serious situation easier to carry. All of it, drained. He would remember the people. He would not know why they mattered. The price was named. The spring waited. He thought of the crystal in his inner pocket. He thought of Ling Xiaodong's voice saying may take, not will take, theoretical analysis. He thought of the dimensional walls taking their daily pressure and the 4 days that remained. He thought about the moment he had to make a choice, and the difference between knowing a thing is necessary and being willing to do the necessary thing. He gave his answer to the spring and felt the water rise to take what it had been offered, and watched each image play one final time before it dissolved into the colorless depths, and understood as it happened that even this experience, the moment of losing everything warm, was itself being taken from him, so that afterward he would not even know what he had sacrificed or why it had mattered. He let it go. He rose from the spring. His power had changed. He could feel it immediately, not larger, exactly, but differently shaped, running in temporal currents that coexisted with his tidal meridians and gave him access to a dimension of technique he had not previously possessed. The seventh spring's gift was what Lianhua had described: time-water fusion, the ability to work within temporal currents, the abyssal access that made the descent possible. He stood dripping at the spring's edge and looked at the people waiting for him. The crystal in his inner pocket pressed against his chest. He knew, abstractly, that it was important. He could not recall why. Bai Suyin was the first to see his eyes. She held his gaze for 3 full seconds, reading what was and was not there, and then she looked away. The movement was swift and controlled. He noted it without understanding its cause. "Preparation complete," he said. "We descend at dawn." His voice was steady. His hands were steady. He was functional. It was Lianhua, watching him from across the chamber with an expression he could observe but not parse, who turned away last. Chapter 105. In the hours between his emergence from the seventh spring and dawn, Shenyun moved through the bathhouse with the clear-eyed efficiency of someone who has no emotional static to manage. He reviewed the mission parameters with Ling Xiaotong, confirming the relay crystal's communication protocols. He checked Wei Zichen's equipment, not from concern, but because unverified equipment in a high-risk environment was an operational problem. He confirmed that Zhou Yanran and Granny Feng had reviewed the surface defense plan in full and had contingencies for contingencies. He drank water from the second spring, which tasted clean and did nothing else. He was functional. He was also, in the part of him that could observe itself, aware that something had changed in a way he could not characterize. Bai Suyin found him in the preparation chamber at the second hour past midnight. She stood in the doorway for a moment, studying him in the way she had always studied him when she was deciding what kind of conversation they were having. He waited. "Do you remember," she said, "why you chose to enter the spring?" "Yes," he said. "The mission requires abyssal access. The seventh spring provides it. The cost was assessed as acceptable given the alternative." She absorbed this. "The cost," she said. "The crystal holds it externally," he said. Ling Xiaodong explained the design. "The imprints are preserved. Do you know what the imprints are?" He considered the question with genuine analytical attention. He knew, in an informational sense, that the crystal contained emotional memory signatures contributed by 7 people who were significant to his operation. He knew that these signatures corresponded to relationships that had developed over the course of 3 years. He could not access what those relationships felt like. "No," he said. "I know they are there. I cannot access them." Bai Suyin was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice carried the particular steadiness she used when she was managing a reaction internally so that it did not disrupt the conversation externally. "There is something I want to say," she said. "You may not understand why it matters until after, but I want to say it while I still can, and while you can still hear it without it being an abstract thing. Say it. You are worth more than the mission," she said. "Not more than the people the mission protects. I am not making a calculation error. I mean that what you are, the specific person you are, not the cultivator or the bathhouse keeper or the strategic asset. That is something that should not be lost for anything." She paused. The spring took the feelings. "I want you to know the facts. You are cared for. By specific people, for specific reasons, and not because of what you can do for them." He looked at her. He processed the statement with genuine attention. He recognized it as important so that bypassed his current capacity to understand why it was important. "I will remember that you said it," he said. "Good," she said. She was already moving toward the door. "That is enough for now." He watched her go and held the crystal in his hand for a moment, then put it away. What he did not understand, could not understand in his current state, was that Bai Suyin had just done something he would only grasp later. She had planted a marker in his memory that did not require emotional resonance to function. When the feelings came back, they would find this moment waiting, and it would tell them something true about who had held steady while he was hollow. Dawn came. He went to gather his team. Lianhua had been at the seventh spring all night, and she appeared at the descent chamber's entrance with something in her expression that Shun Yun observed and could not classify. "There is something else," she said quietly. "Something I did not tell you before." He waited. "I have been thinking of a way to spare you the full price," she said. "What the spring took is held in the crystal. I know that. But there is another path I considered and dismissed, and I dismissed it too quickly, and I want to correct that now before it is too late. Sure gaze moved to the seventh spring's colorless surface. I can enter the spring again. As the original deity of this place, my price would be different. The spring reads me as native, not as an inheritor. It would not take emotional memories from me. It would take divine essence, but I have been restoring it. She paused. If I enter the spring alongside you for the abyssal descent, my presence amplifies your temporal properties significantly. The 3 warden rings become, not easy, but manageable. You told me you considered this and dismissed it, Shenyan said. I dismissed it because it would cost me years of the restoration I have fought for, she said. I will return to a diminished state. Not sealed. I will still be here, still present. But less capable, for perhaps a year. And you are reconsidering. I am reconsidering because the mission is what matters, she said. And because you sacrificed something enormous to make this possible, and making your sacrifice count is more important than my comfort. Shenyan looked at her. In his current state, he could not access what Lianhua meant to him, could not locate the warmth that lived in their years of collaboration. But he could recognize, with clear analytical precision, that she was offering to pay an additional price for a mission that he was already paying for, and that this meant something about her character that deserved an honest response. No, he said. She blinked. The mission needs to be achievable with the resources we have already committed, he said. Adding your cost on top of my cost is not an acceptable solution. We find another way through the warden rings. Your restoration matters, not to me. I cannot access what it means to me, but I know it matters. I refuse to trade it for operational convenience. Lianhua was silent for a long time. Then she said, even without the feelings, you are still you. I am functional, he said. That is enough for today. She gave the first real smile he had seen from her since his emergence from the spring. He could not feel what the smile meant. He filed it for later. Then let us go defeat an ancient evil, she said. Chapter 106. Ling Xiaotong had worked through the preparation night and arrived at the descent chamber with the relay crystal in one hand and a formation diagram in the other, her eyes holding the particular brightness of someone who has solved a problem through sheer refusal to leave it unsolved. I've mapped the warden ring structures based on what Lianhua described, she said, spreading the diagram across the chamber's side table. The 3 rings operate on different formation principles, but they share a weakness. They are 10,000-year-old defensive constructs, and defensive constructs age. Their parameters were set when the sovereign built them and never updated. He didn't expect anyone to reach his core, so he didn't maintain the rings with any sophistication. She tapped 3 points on the diagram. First ring spatial disruption has a frequency. If you establish a counter-resonance in your spatial technique before crossing the boundary, the disruption is reduced, not eliminated, but manageable. I will transmit the frequency through the relay crystal when you reach it. The second ring? Qin Meihua asked. She was already dressed for the abyss, her flame formation wrapped tight around her body in the configuration that maximized output to stability ratio. She had not said much since Shenyun emerged from the 7th spring, but she had also not looked at his eyes again, and the restraint of that told him more about her reaction than any words would have. Second ring suppresses purified qi and amplifies corrupted qi, Ling Xiaotong said. You counter-suppress by anchoring your techniques to the spring properties rather than to pure cultivation qi. The springs are categorically different. The second ring was built for conventional cultivation interference, not for primordial spring water. It may not recognize what you are generating. May not, Wei Chenlong said. I would say will not. But the abyss is 10,000 years old, and I am working from secondary sources, Ling Xiaodong said. May not is honest. Will probably not is what I actually believe. Good enough, Wei Chenlong said. Third ring, Shenyan said. The mirror construct. This one I cannot counter. It reflects the cultivator's power directly. The 7th spring's temporal properties, whether they are subject to reflection, is outside my analytical capacity. Her eyes found his. You will know when you hit it. What you do about it is contingent on what you find. We adapt, Shenyan said. Bai Suyin had been reviewing the descent protocol. She looked up from the formation notes. The 60-hour supply window. We are carrying everything we need internally. No external supply dependency. You are carrying cultivation pills, spring water from the 1st and 2nd springs in sealed jade containers. And Wei Chenlong has emergency meridian repair patches from Granny Feng's supply, Shenyan said. External dependency is the relay crystal only. And if the relay cuts out before 72 hours, we continue without it. She nodded. That was the answer she had expected. Lianhua entered the chamber from the 7th spring's direction. She had made her own preparations. Shenyan did not know precisely what, because his interest in her specifics was currently limited to operational relevance. but she carried a different quality of presence than she had before. Steadier. Resolved. I want to be clear about my role in the abyss, she said. I am not a combatant in the conventional sense. My divine essence has been partially restored, but using it aggressively accelerates the depletion. I will navigate, advise, and act as a guide for the Seventh Spring's temporal interactions. In combat, I am a last resort, not a first line. Understood, Xinyan said. The descent current is accessible from the Seventh Spring's depth, she said. Once we submerge, the spring will interpret our intent and route us toward the abyss. It is not a comfortable experience. She paused. Xinyan will find it familiar. For the rest of you, prepare for disorientation. How much disorientation? Qin Meihua asked. Temporal disorientation. The Seventh Spring's access point moves through time as well as space. You will experience moments of adjacency to other points in your personal timeline. Past moments, future possibilities. It is not real. None of them are stable enough to affect your actual timeline, but it can be distressing. Wonderful, Wei Chenlong said. A descent into an ancient evil's fortress with bonus time trauma. He picked up his sword. I'll live. Zhou Yan ran, standing at the chamber entrance. Watch the descent team make their final preparations with the particular attention of someone who is staying behind and has made peace with it. She had asked, once, to join the descent. Xinyan had explained his reasoning. She had accepted it with the grace that defined her, and then put all of her considerable capability into making the surface defense as strong as possible. Come back, she said. Simply. Yes, Xinyan said. Ling Xiaotong handed him the relay crystal. I will be here, she said. Every hour. Granny Phone was, as usual, not sentimental about it. Don't dawdle, she said. The four of them, Xinyan, Bai Suyin, Qin Meihua, Wei Chenlong, descended into the Seventh Spring behind Lianhua, and the colorless water closed over them, and the abyss began. Chapter 107. The memory sacrifice had happened. Now, in the abyssal entry current, Xinyan experienced what Lianhua had warned about, the temporal adjacency. It came as impressions rather than scenes, moments from his own life pressing against the present like hands against glass. A kitchen table in Blue Creek Village. Elder Mu's voice, teaching the properties of herbs that he could still name and identify with precision. The day the jade token appeared in his hand, and everything changed. He experienced these not with warmth, but with the flat clarity of a man reading his own history from a ledger. Then the impressions shifted, and for 3 seconds that felt much longer, he experienced something that was not memory, a possible future, the Seventh Spring's temporal range brushing against probability. He saw himself in the bathhouse, walking through chambers he recognized, and his hands were moving to adjust a formation array, and beside him was, the future image dissolved. He could not see who had been beside him, because the adjacency had ended, and he was back in the descent current, the abyss opening around him in all its dark enormity. It was large. That was the first impression. The abyss was not dark in the way underground spaces are dark. It was dark in the way that space is dark, a darkness that had distance built into it, that suggested scale without providing landmarks. Fragments of the pre-sundering world drifted at various depths, pieces of what had been cultivation structures, palace remnants, the ruins of formations so old their purpose was no longer readable. Each fragment glowed with a residual trace of the world it had come from. Faint, like embers that had been burning for 10,000 years and were not yet out. Lianhua materialized fully the moment they cleared the descent current's entry zone. Her form held here differently than in the bathhouse. She was less distinct at the edges, her divine essence maintaining coherence in the abyssal environment at a visible cost. But she was present, and she knew this space. The descent current runs deeper into the southeast, she said. We follow it to the first warden ring. I estimate 4 hours at our current rate. She paused, scanning the fragment field with eyes that held 10,000 years of reference. The current has shifted since I last mapped it. The sovereign may have modified his approach structures. Change from your mental map? The current should flow due south. It is running southeast by perhaps 30 degrees. She was already adjusting. This may be irrelevant, or it may mean his core position has shifted. We proceed and observe. Wei Chenlong was looking at the nearest fragment, a piece of carved stone, archaic inscription still faintly visible on its surface, drifting 30 feet away. What was this? He asked. I believe it was part of the Celestial Archive, Lianhua said. One of the great repository structures that existed before the sundering. Most of it fell into the abyss. She looked at it without apparent emotion. There are things down here that should grieve me. I find I am past the grief. Qin Meihua was running a low-level flame scan, not projecting qi, just reading the ambient environment with her spiritual sense. I can feel the corruption pressure increasing at depth, she said. consistent with what Lianhua described. It will be heavier near the core. Yes, Lianhua said. And we will be well inside the second warden ring by then. Your techniques will feel sluggish. Do not compensate by pushing harder. That is the ring's trap. It wants you to force your qi, which disrupts your own meridian stability. Hold to the spring-anchored output, Ling Xiaotong advised. Noted, Qin Meihua said. Shen Yun touched the relay crystal in his inner pocket. Different pocket from the memory crystal, separate containers for separate purposes. He activated it. Ling Xiaotong, he said. The crystal hummed. Her voice arrived slightly compressed, clarity about 80%. Receiving. Relay is functional. Dimensional interference is low at your current depth. Expect it to degrade as you go deeper. A pause. How is the descent? Normal so far. Deviation from Lianhua's mapped current, 30 degrees southeast. Note that for the surface team. Noted. Zhou Yanran wants you to know the Sovereign's avatar has been quiet since you descended. She thinks it knows you are in the abyss and is, she used the word anticipating. Tell her to maintain full perimeter watch regardless. Quiet is not safe. She knows. She wanted you to know she knows. Another pause. Be careful. He put the crystal away and followed Lianhua deeper into the abyss, and the fragment light of the pre-sundering world drifted past them as they went. The emotional memories that had lived in him for 3 years were in a crystal in his other pocket. The absence where they had lived was like a room from which the furniture has been removed. Not painful, not empty in a distressing sense, simply open in a way that rooms are not meant to be open. He was functional. He was going deeper. The seventh spring's power ran through him in temporal currents, patient and ancient and waiting for the moment he would need it. For hours to the first warden ring. Then beyond that into darker water. Chapter 108. The first warden ring announced itself differently than expected. Shen Yun had anticipated a formation boundary, a clear threshold, the kind of thing that registered as pressure against a cultivator's spiritual sense before they reached it. What they found instead was a gradual shift in the abyssal environment's character. The fragments drifted at increasing density, crowding the descent current, and the darkness between them took on a slightly different quality, more purposeful, as if it had been arranged rather than naturally occurring. Then Bai Suyin attempted a short-range spatial extension, reaching her ice formation ahead of them to test the ground, and the extension simply stopped. Not blocked with resistance. Stopped, as if the intention to extend spatially had encountered a concept that made spatial extension temporarily unthinkable. First ring, Shenyan said. He activated the relay crystal. Ling Xiaotong. First ring boundary. Need the counter-resonance frequency. Her voice arrived at about 60% clarity now. Ready to transmit. Stabilize your spiritual sense and hold the second spring's frequency as a reference point. He did. She transmitted a complex cultivation pattern through the relay crystal. Not sound, not formation characters, but a direct chi impression that required him to hold it in his meridians simultaneously with the second spring's active output. The spatial disruption lessened, not eliminated. Reaching past his immediate surroundings was still beyond reliable execution, but the immediate range flicker step and the short spatial projections that he used for close-quarters combat were functional. 60% of normal spatial capacity rather than 0. Confirm it worked, Ling Xiaotong said. Confirmed, Shenyan said. Relay crystal at about 60% clarity. How long? At your depth, I estimate 12 hours of reliable communication remaining, then degrading. 72 hours total was assuming slower descent. You are moving faster than I projected. We will be at the core well before 72 hours. Good. She paused. The Sovereign's avatar moved. It tried the eastern dimensional wall. Zhou Yanran and Granny Feng held it. No damage to the structure. Status of Granny Feng? Bruised and annoyed. No serious injury. Good. Continue monitoring. He put the crystal away and reported to the group. Wei Chenlong had been running a test of his sword arm's spatial technique component. He used a microspatial extension to accelerate his strikes beyond physical speed. Within the first ring, it was degraded. How much does it affect your combat effectiveness? Shenyan asked. Wei Chenlong made a moderate gesture with his free hand. I lose the fastest strike tier. Everything else works. He rotated the sword once. I was worried about worse. Second ring will affect your fire output by an unknown amount, Shenyan said to Qin Meihua. I know, she said. I have been preloading a reserve buildup since we entered the first ring. When the second ring suppression hits, I will draw on the reserve rather than regenerating in real time. Should give me 20 minutes of full output before I need to start managing carefully. Good strategy, Bai Suyin said. She had been methodical in her own preparations, layering her ice formations in the building sequences that required no external spatial movement, entirely self-contained. Lianhua was looking ahead, where the abyssal environment continued to shift. The fragment density increases ahead. We are entering a region that used to be a cultivation center. The fragments of multiple major structures are clustered here. The Sovereign chose his core location well. The debris field provides natural cover against approach. Can we navigate through it? With the Seventh Spring's temporal properties, yes. I can guide you through the most stable paths. She paused. There is something in the debris field that I did not expect. The fragments ahead, several of them are active. Residual spiritual energy, not inert. Active how? Wei Chenlong asked. The corrupted water spirits, Lianhua said. Her voice had shifted, not fear, but the specific quality of someone encountering something they had known was possible, but hoped was not. The Sovereign's guardians. They nest in the fragment fields. How many? Qin Meihua asked. Unknown. The field is large. Lianhua looked at the fragments ahead with an expression that Shen Yun observed but could not read. These were servants of the original divine court. Beings I knew. They are corrupted, Shen Yun said. They are not what they were. I know, she said. Knowing does not make the sight easier. He could not access what that cost her. He could recognize that it was a cost, and that moving through it was a choice she was making, and that the choice deserved acknowledgement. We will free them if we can, he said. The Seventh Spring can reverse corruption. We demonstrated that on the surface. If the temporal properties extend the capacity, we use it. And if it costs time, she asked. Then it costs time, he said. We did not come here only to destroy the Sovereign. We came to fix what he broke. Lianhua looked at him with the expression he had been unable to classify since he left the Seventh Spring. He was starting to understand it, despite the absence of emotional access. It was the expression of someone watching a person they care for act according to their best nature even when their capacity to feel why it matters has been temporarily removed. Yes, she said. We came to fix what he broke. They entered the fragment field, and the spirits inside it woke up. Chapter 109. The first spirit came at them from behind a fragment that had been part of a bridge or a wall, some architectural element, too fragmented to identify. It moved in the particular way of corrupted water constructs. Fast, purposeful, the corruption giving it momentum that its original nature had not possessed. Wei Chenlong cut it from its trajectory in 2 strokes. The first severed the leading tendril. The second cut through the spirit's core construct, and it dissolved in a spray of dark water. 3 more appeared from the left. Hold the primary path, Lianhua said. She was moving through the fragment field with the assurance of someone navigating by a combination of memory and sense. The abyssal environment responded to her presence differently than to the others, the fragments shifting slightly to give her passage as if recognizing the original divine energy. Bai Suyin put an ice barrier between the 3 incoming spirits and the group's right flank. The barrier held the spirits long enough for Qin Meihua to hit them with targeted fire bursts, not the full formation deployment, conserving the reserve, and 2 of the 3 dissolved. The third pushed through the fire and drove at Shen Yun's position. He caught it with the Seventh Spring's temporal property and reversed its approach vector, not a spatial technique, but a temporal one, rewinding the spirit's forward motion to before it had begun. The spirit stalled, confused by the reversal, and Lianhua reached it and poured a thin stream of purified divine essence into its core. The corruption buckled. The spirit stopped moving. For 3 seconds it held a shape that was not the corrupted construct, something older, lighter, a form that corresponded to what it had been before the Sundering's aftermath warped it. Then the corruption reasserted. The spirit collapsed into dark water and dissipated. It was too far gone, Lianhua said. Her voice was steady. The ones on the surface were recently corrupted, weeks, months. These have been corrupted for thousands of years. The corruption is their entire structure now. Can any of them be saved? Shen Yun asked. I don't know yet, she said. We look for fresher corruption as we move deeper. She paused. The Sovereign has been pulling in new material. Mortals who fall into the abyss, cultivation constructs that drift down. There may be recently corrupted spirits closer to the core. The group moved in formation through the debris field. Wei Chenlong clearing the forward path, Bai Suyin managing the flanks, Qin Meihua taking the rear and dealing with spirits that followed their passage, and Shen Yun in the center near Lianhua. The Seventh Spring's temporal properties providing a sphere of influence that disrupted the most aggressive incoming spirits before they reached their targets. It was efficient. It was also the most direct demonstration Shen Yun had encountered of the difference between himself as he currently was and himself as he had been. He managed the combat with precise analytical competence. Nothing wasted, nothing redundant. No hesitation, no emotional response to the sight of the corrupted spirits, no reaction to the evidence of what the Sovereign had done to beings that had once served Lianhua's divine court. He was effective. He was also less than he had been, and the seventh spring's gift was the only thing that prevented that observation from maturing. 12 spirits neutralized, Wei Chenlong said, wiping his blade after the latest engagement. How deep into the field are we? 40%, Lianhua said. The density is highest at the center. We are approaching it. Second warden ring? Bai Suyin asked. Past the center of the field. The ring and the field overlap here. The spirits are more numerous near the second ring's boundary because the ring's suppression creates conditions the corrupted spirits prefer. Comfortable in suppressed qi environments, Qin Meihua said. Natural selection. They are not intelligent, but they have adapted. Not entirely unintelligent, Lianhua said. The older ones retain fragments of their original nature. Instinct rather than personality, but more than pure mechanism. She paused. There is one ahead that I can feel from here. It is very old. One of the original Divine Court's senior attendants. She stopped moving. I know this spirit. The fragment field in front of them was quiet. The spirit Lianhua had sensed was not attacking. It was waiting. Shen Yun activated the relay crystal. Ling Xiaotong. We are in the fragment field, 40% depth. Encountered significant spirit activity, manageable. Approaching a large spirit that Lianhua recognizes. Stand by for updates. He paused. How is the surface? Avatar has been quiet for 3 hours, Ling Xiaodong said, her voice at about 40% clarity now. Granny Feng thinks it is monitoring the seventh spring's output somehow, looking for signs of when you will return. Zhou Yan ran, and I think it is building toward a major push before you can come back with the sovereign defeated. Maintain readiness for the major push. Always. A pause. Shen Yun, come back. He put the crystal away. Lianhua was moving toward the waiting spirit, and the rest of them followed her, and the abyss held its ancient darkness around them, and the spirit that had been waiting 10,000 years for someone to finally come and find it watched them approach. Chapter 1:10 The spirit was not what the others had been. It occupied a fragment that had once been a section of flooring, pale stone, intact despite 10 millennia in the abyss, held in place by whatever faint spiritual charge remained in the material. The spirit rested on this fragment in a configuration that was not threatening. It had a shape, humanoid, roughly, with the blurred edges of all the corrupted spirits, but more defined, more present. Lianhua stopped at the fragment's edge. She regarded the spirit for a long time. Watching, she said. The spirit's edges shifted. Not motion, more like a response. A shiver of something that had almost forgotten it had a name. This was my first attendant, Lianhua said to Shen Yun, her voice very quiet. She served the Divine Court for 500 years before the Sundering. She was in the Bathhouse when the Sovereign's corruption reached us. She tried to seal the spatial access points against him. The last thing I saw before I sealed myself was her fighting at the western gate. She paused. I did not know she ended up here. Can she be reached? Shen Yun asked. I don't know, Lianhua said. The corruption is very deep, but she is not entirely gone. She is still rewatching enough to have been waiting here, in one place, for 10,000 years. Something in her remembered this location as meaningful. Shen Yun crouched to the fragment's level. The spirit watched him with something that might have been curiosity and might have been residual hostility. He opened the seventh spring's temporal channel, a thin stream, careful, exploratory. The temporal properties reached toward the spirit's corruption and looked for the boundary between what was original and what had been added. The corruption was old and layered. Lianhua was right. There was almost nothing left of the original water spirit nature underneath. But almost nothing was not nothing. I found the original resonance, Shen Yun said. It is very thin. The temporal channel can amplify it, but it would require sustained effort. 10 minutes minimum, during which we are stationary in a corrupted fragment field, Wei Chenlong observed. He was already scanning the perimeter, sort out, ready for spirits that might be drawn by the activity. Yes, Shen Yun said. Your call, Wei Chenlong said. He turned to face the field's eastern quadrant and planted his feet. Bai Suyin, Shen Yun said. Perimeter coverage, she said. She was already placing her ice formation anchors. Qin Meihua, take the west. Qin Meihua moved without needing the instruction confirmed. The two of them established a perimeter that gave Shen Yun the 10 minutes he had requested. He focused on the spirit, on rewatching, and began the temporal amplification. What happened over those 10 minutes was not dramatic in the way that cultivation battles are dramatic. It was subtle, painstaking work, finding the residual original resonance in a spirit that had been corrupted for 10,000 years, reinforcing it thread by thread, using the seventh spring's temporal properties to effectively reverse the degradation by locating the moment before the corruption fully integrated and pulling that pre-corruption state forward. The corruption fought back. Not intelligently, it had no mind, but structurally, the way a long-held shape resists being changed. Lianhua poured a carefully metered thread of her divine essence alongside Shun Yun's temporal work, and the combination found a fulcrum point that neither could have reached alone. The spirit of Ruoqing emerged from her corruption like a woman stepping out of a flood. She was not fully restored. The 10,000-year damage was too extensive for complete reversal in 10 minutes. But she was clear enough to be recognized, to have continuity, to understand where she was and who was with her. She looked at Lianhua. "Lady," she said. Her voice was damaged by time, but present. Lianhua's expression, Shun Yun observed it carefully, because he could no longer parse it intuitively, and so relied on observation. Lianhua's expression was the face of someone encountering, after very long absence, something they had given up as lost. "Rest," Lianhua told Ruoqing. "The divine court is gone. The sovereign will be dealt with. When we return, I will bring you home, to whatever home looks like now." "The bathhouse?" Ruoqing asked. "The bathhouse," Lianhua confirmed. The spirit did not dissolve. She settled back into her fragment, not the corrupted settling of before, but a genuine resting posture, and closed whatever she used for eyes, and was quiet. "She will be here when we return," Lianhua said. "The partial restoration is stable enough to hold for the time we need." She turned from the fragment. "Shun Yun." "Yes. Thank you," she said. And then, quieter, "Whatever the spring took, it did not take the part of you that does that." He processed this without fully understanding its significance. He filed it. Wei Chenlong resheathed his sword. He had cut 3 spirits during the 10 minutes without announcing it. "Clear?" he asked. "Clear," Bai Suyin said. "We move." They moved. The fragment field continued around them, and the spirits were numerous. And ahead, the second warden ring's suppression pressure was already beginning to be felt. But there was one spirit in the abyss who would not be in the abyss when this was over, and that was one more reason to make sure this was over. The sovereign's core waited at the bottom, in the dark, in the spiral of corrupted water that had been building for 10,000 years. They went down to meet it. Chapter 1:11. The second warden ring hit Qin Meihua first. She felt it as a sudden drag on her flame output. Not the suppression of combat, where an opponent actively fought her technique, but the specific heaviness of an environment that treated purified qi as foreign and made maintaining it an act of constant assertion. She had expected it. She had preloaded the reserve buildup in the first ring. She drew on the reserve, and her output stabilized at full power levels. "Second ring confirmed," she said. "Reserve activated. I estimate 20 minutes before I need to manage output carefully." "Noted," Shun Yun said. He was already running the spring-anchored technique pattern Ling Xiaotong had specified, the spring's water energy categorically different enough from conventional cultivation qi that the second ring's suppression registered it as. He was not sure what it registered it as, but the effect was significantly reduced compared to what conventional qi would have experienced. His output was at about 90% of normal. Bai Suin's ice techniques were responding differently. The cold formation anchored to the environment's ambient energy rather than projecting from her own qi reserves, which meant the suppression had less to grip. She was at full efficiency. Wei Chenlong noticed no difference. He moved through the second ring's boundary as if it did not exist. "I think," Wei Chenlong said, "that my sword style's base form is old enough that it predates whatever the second ring was designed to suppress." "Your sword technique is pure physical plus intent," Lianhua said. "The second ring targets qi-structured techniques. Your base form uses physical force directed by focused intent. There is no qi structure to suppress." That seems like a significant design oversight on the sovereign's part. He was not expecting anyone who fought the way you do, Lianhua said. His experience was with divine court cultivators. Everyone in the divine court used qi-structured techniques. "Well," Wei Chenlong said, in the tone of someone finding unexpected satisfaction in a bad situation, "useful to be the exception." They were deeper now. The abyssal darkness had its own texture at this depth, not just visual but tactile, a quality of pressure that the body registered as environment even though there was no physical medium exerting it. The fragment field had thinned. They were below most of it, in the region between the fragments and the core. The descent current ran faster here, pulling downward, the sovereign's core acting as a kind of drain at the bottom of the abyssal space. Shun Yun activated the relay crystal. 45% clarity. Barely functional. Ling Xiaotong. Second ring crossed. Team status nominal. Approaching fragment field's lower boundary. "Receiving," she said, heavily compressed. Avatar made a move. Granny Feng and Qin Meihua's primordial fire ally held it. I activated the third defensive layer. No breach. A pause. "How are you?" "Functional," he said. A longer pause on her end. "Come back," she said, for the second time. That is all. He put the crystal away. The descent current began to slow as the space around them changed. The ruins were thinner here, scattered, individual fragments rather than the clustered debris of the field above. But the fragments here were larger and more recognizable. Not structural pieces, but entire sections of what had been buildings, formations, cultivated landscapes. One fragment, drifting to their left, held a complete garden. 3 trees, a stone path, a cultivation platform. The trees had been dead for 10,000 years, and the formation stones were dark, but the geometry was intact. The sovereign collected these, Lianhua said. Her voice had an edge to it. He brought them here. Arrangements of the world he destroyed, preserved in the abyss. Why? Bai Suyin asked. Grief, Lianhua said. He grieved. Even in his corruption, he grieved for what he had done, and what had been done to him. He could not stop consuming, but he kept pieces of what he consumed. She paused. This is the most difficult thing to understand about the sovereign. He was not only a monster. He was a god who broke, and the breaking was not entirely his fault, and he was never able to stop. Does that change what we need to do? Wei Chenlong asked. Not challenging, genuinely asking. No, Lianhua said. He must be stopped. What he is now causes only destruction. But it matters for how we approach it. There may be, in his final moments, a version of him that can be reached. Not saved, but reached. She paused. That was Tianhuan, my husband. I do not know if any part of him remains. I hope to find out. Xinyan could not access what that meant to her. He could recognize the precision of her language. Hope to find out, not hope to save him. And the discipline it required to hold hope and realism in the same sentence about someone you had loved. The descent current stopped. Not slowed. Stopped. They were in a space without current, without fragment drift, without the ambient movement that had characterized the entire descent. Absolute stillness. And in the stillness, the third warden ring. It looked nothing like the other two. The first had been environmental modification, the second suppression pressure. The third was visible, a boundary of water, mirror smooth, perfectly spherical, surrounding the deepest point of the abyssal space. Inside the boundary, the sovereign's stronghold. Outside them, the mirror surface reflected everything that approached it. Xinyan looked at his own reflection and saw a cultivator with 7 springs worth of power running through his meridians, standing in the abyss with 3 companions and a divine figure, having sacrificed his emotional memory to a colorless spring in order to reach this place. He looked at his reflection and felt nothing in particular about what he saw. The mirror reflects power, Lianhua said. Whatever technique you use to pass through it will be reflected back at you. The stronger the technique, the more dangerous the reflection. So we pass through softly, Wei Chenlong said. Or we find the seam, Ling Xiaodong's voice said through the relay crystal. Barely audible, almost entirely static, the last usable range of the communication thread. Mirror constructs have seams. Where the formation closes on itself. Press that point. Passes without reflection. Then the crystal went silent. Xinyan looked at the mirror sphere. 70 meters across. Somewhere in its surface, a seam where the formation had closed on itself 10,000 years ago. We find the seam, he said. They began to move around the sphere's circumference, and inside it, the faceless sovereign's true body breathed in the dark, and did not seem to be in any hurry. Chapter 112, Finding the Seam, took an hour. Wei Chenlong found it. He had been running his hand along the mirror surface at shoulder height, feeling for the formation's texture rather than looking for visual difference. The mirror was too consistent for sight to distinguish, but his hand, trained by years of sword practice to feel the world through physical contact, found the place where the formation's closing point created a fractional irregularity. Half a centimeter of slight roughness in a smooth surface. Here, he said. They pressed the seam together, 4 hands at the point Wei Chenlong indicated, with Lianhua adding her divine essence to the contact, and the mirror formation separated at its closure point, opening a gap wide enough for one person to pass through at a time. The world inside the third warden ring was different in a manner that was hard to name. Outside the ring, the abyssal darkness had been extensive, vast, filled with the drifted fragments and the ruins of the pre-sundering world. Inside the ring, the space was compressed. 100 meters across, no more. The walls of the ring formed the boundary, and at the center of that bounded space, the inverted whirlpool. It was not what Xinyan had expected. He had expected something impressive in the conventional cultivation villain sense. Dramatic, overwhelming, difficult to look at. What he found instead was impressive in a different register. The way deep water is impressive, not through spectacle, but through implication. The whirlpool was quiet. Its rotation was slow, barely perceptible, the immense mass of corrupted water moving with the patience of something that has not been in a hurry for 10,000 years. At its center, suspended at the top of the inverted vortex, the formless mass of the sovereign's true body. Lianhua stopped walking when she saw it. She stood for perhaps 10 seconds without speaking. Shen Yun did not have the emotional range to understand what she was experiencing, but he could observe. The way she held herself became different, slightly less composed. The controlled grief of a person who has known an ending was coming and finds, upon arrival, that knowing did not prepare her. Then she was composed again. Formation structure of the core? Shen Yun asked. 3 layers, she said. The outer layer is corrupted water defense. He absorbs attacks of water-type energy and uses them to reinforce the layer. The second layer is void pressure, anti-cultivation law, what you felt from the avatar on the surface, but in concentrated form. The inner core is what remains of his original divine nature. Attack strategy? Bai Suyin asked. The outer layer, Shen Yun said. I can use the second spring's cleansing property. He absorbs water attacks, but the cleansing property is not an attack. It is a conversion. If I run it as continuous contact rather than projected force, it may convert the outer layer's absorbed material rather than adding to it. Converting rather than attacking, Qin Meihua said. Turn his defense against itself. The void pressure of the second layer is Wei Zichen's problem, Shen Yun said. Wei Zichen looked at the void pressure layer, visible as a slight distortion around the core, the way heat distorts air. My sword technique is purely physical intent. Same logic as the second ring. The void pressure will resist you more than the ring did, Shen Yun said. But it cannot absorb you the way it can absorb qi techniques. You cut through it. I cut through it. Wei Zichen repeated, as if confirming a plan that was simpler than the situation deserved but would probably work. Right. The third layer, the core's original divine nature, that requires the 7th spring, Lianhua said. The temporal properties, applied to the divine layer, can identify the moment before Tianhuan's corruption became irreversible and target the structural integrity of the corrupted additions. She paused. It will not restore him. It will unravel what was built on top of him. The original nature is what we sever. By destroying the original nature, we destroy the existence entirely, Shen Yun said. Yes, Lianhua said. There is no restoration path for the third layer? She was very quiet for a moment. I do not know, she said. I genuinely do not know. I have considered it for 10,000 years, and I do not know if there is a Tianhuan left inside the sovereign who could survive the unraveling of the corruption. She paused. I will know more when we are there. But I want you to be prepared for the answer being no. Understood, Shen Yun said. The sovereign's true body had not moved. It had not reacted to their presence at all. It sat at the top of its inverted vortex and breathed its dark existence. And Shen Yun could feel, through the 7th spring's temporal sense, the immense weight of time the sovereign carried. 10,000 years of wrong direction, 10,000 years of damage that could not be undone, and somewhere at the center of all of it, the ghost of a god who had loved his wife and lost everything else. We begin, Shen Yun said. Chapter 113, they found the formation relay's remnant in the boundary wall as they moved into position. It was Ling Xiaodong's work, not the relay crystal he carried, but a secondary thread she had apparently embedded in the third ring's seam when they pressed through it. The thread was a single strand of her formation qi, so thin it was nearly invisible, running from the seam to a point she had designated as a communication anchor. When Shen Yun's formation sense touched it, Ling Xiaodong's voice arrived, compressed to the edge of intelligibility. Can you hear this? Secondary thread. Much shorter range than the crystal, but should function within the ring's boundary. Confirm if received. He pressed his own qi into the thread. Receive. Good. Her voice was very compressed, but present. I can hear you. I am monitoring the whirlpool structure from the outside. There are 3 approach vectors that the formation's internal layout favors. Do you want them? She watched the whirlpool. Yes. She gave him 3 coordinates. He matched them against his own spatial sense of the 3-layer structure. The second one aligned with the gap between the outer layer's thickest corruption cluster and the void pressure boundary, a natural entry point where the outer layer's absorption capacity was lowest. Second vector, he said. We approach from the second. Confirmed. The formation relay at this range will degrade in about 2 hours. I cannot maintain the thread past that. We will be done in less than 2 hours, Shen Yun said. He was not entirely certain of that, but it was the correct thing to say. They moved to the second approach vector, and the inverted whirlpool turned its slow rotation, and the sovereign's true body remained inert at its top. Wei Zichen moved first. He was comfortable being first. It was where his sword style worked best, the forward momentum of the approach giving his strikes additional weight. He crossed the boundary into the outer layer's range with his sword held in the extended position, and the corrupted water reached toward him with the automatic defense response of a construct that treats all approaching motion as attack. His sword cut. The corrupted water construct that tried to form around him was cut before it could close. He advanced 6 feet into the outer layer, cutting constantly, each strike preventing the defensive formation from establishing. Now, he said. Shen Yun activated the second spring's cleansing property and pushed it forward in the contact conversion mode he had theorized, not a projected force, but a sustained reach, the cleansing property touching the outer layer's material directly. The outer layer's response was immediate. It tried to absorb the cleansing property the way it absorbed attack chi. The cleansing property did not behave like attack chi. It was a conversion agent, not a force. The outer layer's absorption mechanism grabbed it and immediately encountered the conversion effect. The corrupted water that made up the absorption mechanism began to convert, not from corrupted to purified, but from structured to unstructured. The mechanism fell apart rather than reinforcing. The outer layer weakened. It is working, Bai Suyin said. She was at the perimeter, maintaining ice formations that slowed the outer layer's regeneration, not stopping it, but buying the conversion mechanism time to outpace the regeneration cycle. Qin Meihua was at the right flank, her flame reserve maintaining full output, keeping the outer layer's right side occupied with defensive responses so it could not concentrate its regeneration on the front where the conversion was active. The outer layer buckled. Then it broke. Wei Chenlong stepped through the break and into the void pressure layer, and the void pressure hit him like a wall. He did not stop. He was slower. The void pressure was not nothing, even for a technique that used physical intent rather than chi structure. It slowed his movement, increased the force required for each strike, made the air itself feel resistant. He breathed through it and kept moving. The void pressure reached for his cultivation base, seeking the chi structure to disrupt. There was no chi structure to find, not in his sword style's base form. The void pressure's searching mechanism ran into a void of its own, a technique with no chi to disrupt. He cut through the layer in 45 seconds of continuous movement and reached the inner boundary. Then he stepped back out. His job was not to breach the inner layer. That was Shen Yun and Lianhua's work. His job was to hold the opening in the void pressure layer, to keep cutting the regenerating void pressure constructs so they could not close the breach. He planted his feet at the breach point, facing outward, and began the work of holding a door open by cutting everything that tried to close it. Go, he said. Shen Yun and Lianhua passed through the breach. Bai Suyin followed. She would maintain the conversion effect on the outer layer from inside. Qin Meihua stayed at Wei Chenlong's side, adding her fire to his sword work, the two of them forming the rearguard that kept the breach open. The sovereign's true body was 3 feet above them. It was, up close, even less what Shen Yun had expected. Not the void presence of the avatar, not a thing made of wrongness. Just a mass of water, dark and dense, moving in microcurrents that traced formations too old to read. The divine nature at its core was visible from this range, a faint luminescence, the color of water in deep sunlight, buried under 10,000 years of corruption. Tianhuan, Lianhua said. The true body moved. Chapter 114. The reaction was not immediate aggression. The sovereign's true body rotated its mass toward the sound of Lianhua's voice. Not a sharp movement, nothing as defined as turning, but an orientation, the way a sleeping person orients toward a familiar sound without fully waking. Then it held. You feel it, Lianhua said. What remains of him? It recognizes me. Does that help us or hurt us? Shen Yun asked. I don't know yet, she said. The formation thread thrummed against Shen Yun's formation sense. Ling Xiaotong, barely audible. The whirlpool structure is reacting. External formation activity is increasing. The outer layers are regenerating faster than the standard rate. The core is responding to our presence, Shen Yun said. It is activating the defensive systems. How long before the void pressure layer closes on Wei Chenlong and Qin Meihua's position? Bai Suyin asked. Shen Yun assessed through the 7th spring's temporal sense. 11 minutes. Then we have 11 minutes, she said. She moved to his right, ice formations ready, and did not say anything else. Shen Yun channeled the first primordial essence, ice, the cleansing cold of the 2nd spring's refined output, and aligned it with the 7th spring's temporal properties. The combination felt new. Time water cleansing, a technique that had no name because no one had possessed both properties before him. It reached toward the sovereign's core and looked for the structural boundary between the original divine nature and the corruption built on top of it. The sovereign spoke. It was not words exactly. The true body did not have the avatar's projection capability. What emerged was closer to what Shen Yun had heard from the 7th spring. Impression rather than language, the emotional content of a communication stripped of its medium. Grief. That was the primary register. Not the grief of someone who has recently lost something, but 10,000-year grief. The grief of a person who has been in a specific pain for so long that the pain is no longer distinguished from the person. And underneath it, fainter, something that might have been recognition. Lianhua exhaled slowly. He is still there. Tianhuan is still there. Can he separate from the corruption? Xinyun asked. I don't know, she said. I am going to try to reach him. She stepped forward, and her divine essence reached out toward the core. Tianhuan. It is Lianhua. I am here. The core's microcurrents changed pattern. The grief impression intensified, and with it, something that might have been shame, or might have been relief, or might have been both at once, the way those two things often coexist. Shen Yun watched Lianhua try to reach her husband with the attention of someone who cannot feel the weight of the moment, but can observe it clearly. She was standing before the thing that had imprisoned her for 10,000 years, that had killed her divine court, that had been consuming the world in the name of grief for what it had itself destroyed, and she was trying to find the person inside it. The outer corruption surged. Whatever remained of Tianhuan's consciousness had lost control of the defensive systems for a moment, and they responded to the loss of control by activating at maximum. A wave of void pressure and dark water that expanded outward from the core in all directions simultaneously. Xinyun caught it with the seventh spring. He rewound the wave's leading edge to before it had begun. Temporal reversal, applied not to his own movement, but to the attack's initial moment. The wave stalled at 3 feet from the source, its opening frame cancelled. I can hold this for approximately 4 minutes, he said. We need to reach the core before the 4 minutes end. Lianhua looked back at him. She had not finished what she was trying to do. Go, he said. 4 minutes. Do what you need to do. She turned back to the core and poured her divine essence into it with the urgency of a person who has 4 minutes to say everything they need to say to someone they have not spoken to in 10,000 years. Chapter 115. I remember what we built, Lianhua said to the core. Her voice was steady, precise, giving each word its full weight. The bathhouse, the springs, the network we wove into the fabric of the world so that every cultivator who walked through our gates could be healed. You wanted it as much as I did. You designed the fourth spring, do you remember? The strengthening property. You said cultivation should make people more themselves, not less. The core's microcurrents shifted again. The pattern that might have been recognition grew. You became less yourself, she said. I know why. I know what happened at the sundering. The damage to your divine nature, the inversion it created, the way the corruption told you that consuming was the same as reclaiming. I know it was not a choice you made clearly. She paused. But it is where you arrived. And it needs to end. The grief impression expanded. Something surfaced in the core's luminescent center, brighter than before, as if Lianhua's direct address had given the original divine nature something to anchor to. Tianhuan's consciousness was there. Present. Aware. Can you choose? She asked. Can you choose, right now, to stop? The answer came not as impression, but as something closer to intent. A tightening in the core's pattern, the corrupted defensive systems beginning to respond to a direction other than raw hunger. Tianhuan was trying. The 10,000-year weight of the corruption was fighting his attempt with everything it had. He cannot do it alone, Lianhua said to Shenyun. The corruption is too ingrained. He can choose, but the choice is not enough. It needs to be supported. If you sever the corruption's integration points while he holds the direction, the original nature can separate. Where are the integration points? Shenyun asked. He had 2 minutes of temporal reversal left before the wave would continue. 6 points, Lianhua said. Around the core's equator. They are the structural joins between the original divine nature and the corruption's earliest layer. She was pointing, not with her hand, but with a thread of divine essence that indicated each point in sequence. He formed them during the first years of his corruption, when the structure was still being built. They are the oldest corruption in him, and the deepest. 6 points. 2 minutes. Shun Yun channeled all 7 springs through his tidal meridians simultaneously. The first time he had attempted full activation in combat conditions, and addressed the integration points with the 7th spring's temporal precision. Find the moment before each integration point was formed. Apply cleansing pressure at that precise moment. The 7th spring had no name for this technique. It was temporal surgery, operating on the past to change the present, threading the cleansing property back through time to the moment when the corruption had first joined itself to Tianhuan's divine nature. Each point resisted. Each point had 10,000 years of history reinforcing it. 1, 2, 3. He felt the third one break, the integration structure giving way, a small flood of pre-corruption divine nature cascading free. 4, 5. The temporal reversal of the void wave ran out. The wave continued toward them. Bai Suyin intercepted it with a full-output ice barrier. She had been preparing this for the full 4 minutes, layering the formation far past her normal maximum, the ice reaching absolute zero spiritual temperature. The wave hit the barrier, and its outer mass froze solid. Shen Yun severed the 6th integration point. The core opened. What emerged was not dramatic in the way that cultivation battles resolve dramatically. There was no explosion, no divine lightning, no transformation visible from outside. What happened was quiet. The sovereign's true body's cohesion ended. The corrupted mass that had built up over 10,000 years of consuming began to dissolve. Not violently, not all at once, but with the inevitability of something that has lost its organizing principle. At the center of the dissolving mass, for approximately 3 seconds, there was a face. Not fully formed, not entirely present, but a face. The original divine countenance of Tianhuan, the god who had been Lianhua's husband and had helped build the bathhouse and had broken apart and spent 10,000 years trying to reclaim what breaking had destroyed. He looked at Lianhua. "I'm sorry," he said. His voice was the original version of the voice that had spoken from the avatar, the same resonance, but in its correct direction, warm rather than void. "I know," Lianhua said. "Was it?" His face flickered. "Was it enough? What I left? The network. I kept parts of it running. I never fully corrupted the outer branches." "I know," she said. "I know what you held back." Her voice did not break. It was enough. It helped. His face held for 1 more second. Then the dissolution reached the center, and he was gone. The void where his existence had been was enormous. 10,000-year-old pressure, simply absent. The abyssal space, freed from its organizing principle, began to change. Shen Yun caught Lianhua before she fell. Her divine essence had depleted past stability in the effort to reach Tianhuan, and without the sovereign's pressure as a reference point, the toll of the last minutes hit her all at once. She was not destroyed, but she was barely light. "Hold on," he said. His voice was steady. He could not access what she meant to him, could not feel the weight of holding her. But he could observe that she was vital, that the mission required her survival, and that he was going to ensure it. "Hold on. We are almost out." Outside the whirlpool boundary, Wei Chenlong was still standing at the breach point, still cutting, 12 hours into the fight of his life. The void pressure had degraded as the core dissolved, but the remnant defensive constructs were still active, still attacking, and he had been holding the door open alone. His sword was making sounds it should not be making. Chapter 116. The return through the disintegrating abyssal space was not orderly. With the sovereign's true body dissolved, the organizing principle that had kept the abyss's internal structure stable for 10 millennia was gone. The inverted whirlpool collapsed inward. The void pressure layer, suddenly without a source of energy, shed its mass in expanding waves. The fragment field above was responding to the structural change, fragments beginning to drift in new directions without the slow pull of the sovereign's gravity to organize them. Shen Yun carried Lianhua. This was a practical assessment. She could not move under her own power at her current level of depletion, and leaving her was not an option. He adjusted the spatial fold technique to accommodate the additional weight and the third ring's residual spatial disruption, and moved. Qin Meihua had her arm around Wei Chenlong. His sword had broken, not the blade, but the grip wrapping had finally given way, and he was holding it barehanded, and the blade was chipped along its edge in a fashion that spoke to the kind of sustained cutting that precision is not enough to prevent. He walked under his own power, barely. "How bad?" Qin Meihua asked him. "I am entirely fine," Wei Chenlong said. His voice was normal. The only indication that this was not true was the way he was breathing, carefully, as if breathing wrong would be expensive. "Wei Chenlong, 3 cracked ribs, I think," he said. "Void pressure is unpleasant. I will recover." Bai Suyin was at the front, breaking the path through the collapsing fragment field. Her ice formations had served as both weapon and navigation for the entire descent, and she ran them now at minimum output, conserving what remained of her reserves for the obstacles ahead. She moved with the efficiency of someone who has been in dangerous situations before and understands that calm is a choice, not a feeling. The second ring's boundary they crossed without incident. With the core dissolved, the ring's energy source was severed, the suppression pressure already fading. The first ring was the same. The spatial disruption had dissipated before they reached it. The descent current had reversed. What had been pulling them down was now carrying them up, the abyss collapsing its own internal structure, and the movement of that collapse generating an upward current that accelerated their ascent. Shen Yun used the 7th spring's temporal sense to keep them in the current's most stable channel, avoiding the turbulence at the edges where fragmenting spatial structures made the movement unpredictable. 40 minutes after the core's dissolution, They breached the seventh spring's entry point. The colorless water received them. The descent current delivered them to the chamber floor. Shen Yun came out of the spring holding Lianhua, his feet finding the stone floor of the seventh spring's chamber, and it was the main bathhouse around him, and the air smelled like spring water and old stone, and Zhou Yanran was standing by the far door, already moving toward them. Status, Zhou Yanran said. Command voice, not panic. Assessment mode. Sovereign's true body dissolved, Shen Yun said. Lianhua is depleted, significant divine essence cost, not stable on her own. Wei Chenlong has 3 cracked ribs. Qin Meihua and Bai Suyin are exhausted but uninjured. I am functional. Zhou Yanran had already turned to call through the door. Granny Feng. Treatment priority. Lianhua in the first spring, Wei Chenlong in the second. Now, Granny Feng appeared in the doorway, assessed the situation in approximately 1 second, and began issuing her own instructions in a voice that left no room for anything but compliance. Ling Xiaodong was at the formation chamber's entrance, the secondary relay crystal in her hand. She looked at Shen Yun, not at his condition, not at the assessment, but at his eyes. Looking for what was there? His eyes were the same they had been since the 7th spring. Clear, analytical, present, and without the warmth she was looking for. She closed her hands around the relay crystal. The surface avatar, Shen Yun said. What happened? It collapsed 30 minutes after you dissolved the core, she said. The outer corruption across the world has been receding since then, reports coming in from the regional branches. The Sovereign's network is falling apart without a source. She paused. You succeeded. Yes, he said. He looked at Lianhua, who Granny Feng was carefully supporting toward the first spring, barely luminous, barely present, still here. He looked at Wei Chenlong, who had taken a wall and was holding himself up against it with one arm, grinning at Qin Meihua's expression of exasperation. He looked at Bai Suyin, who had not stopped moving since the abyss. She was already reviewing the bathhouse's status through the formation network, checking for damage, identifying the work that needed to happen now that the crisis was resolved. He looked at all of them and knew, with precise analytical certainty, that they mattered enormously. He could not feel why. The memory crystal was in his inner pocket. Ling Xiaodong's gaze moved to it, and he understood what the look meant. The option was there. The restoration was possible. The question was when. He put his hand on the crystal. He looked at his team. Later, he said, when the work is done. Bai Suyin, without looking up from her formation review, said, we hold you to that. He went to help assess the bathhouse, and the 7th spring's chamber behind him was quiet, and the colorless water returned slowly to stillness. Chapter 1 17 hours after the Sovereign's dissolution, the first signs of the structural damage appeared. It was Ling Xiaotong who noticed it. She noticed most things of formation significance first, her spiritual sense spanning the bathhouse's entire network simultaneously. She was at the central formation map, tracking the recovery of the regional branches as the corruption receded, when the map's overlay began showing something she had not been monitoring. Shen Yun, she said. He was in the 2nd spring chamber, checking on Zhou Yanran's arm, which Granny Feng had also reviewed and cleared as healing normally. He came to the formation map at Ling Xiaodong's call. She pointed. The map's overlay was not a formation map. It was a spatial integrity map, one of the secondary monitoring systems that tracked the fabric of the physical world in the bathhouse's local area. It was showing fractures. Small ones. Fine lines spreading across the spatial fabric like cracks in very cold glass. They were not in the bathhouse. They were above it. Above the world. The heavens, Shen Yun said. Yes, Ling Xiaodong said. Her voice was very controlled. The Sovereign's existence was anchored to the sundering structure. The sundering was the event that broke the heavens 10,000 years ago. It is also the seal that has been holding the heavens together since then. She pointed to the fracture lines. His existence was part of that seal. The sundering structure incorporated him. When he dissolved, he was holding it together, Shen Yun said. In a way, yes, she said. Not intentionally, not consciously, but structurally, his corrupted presence was an organizing factor in the sundering's equilibrium. Remove the factor and the equilibrium destabilizes. Her attention settled on the fracture lines spreading across the spatial integrity overlay. Slow, still manageable at current rate. But the lines were not stopping. Lianhua's voice came from the 1st spring chamber. Granny Feng had helped her to the water, and the restoration was already making her more present, though she was still a whisper of her full self. Her voice was quiet but clear. I knew this was a possibility, she said. I hoped the dissolution would be clean enough to avoid it. It was not. Shen Yun walked to the 1st spring chamber doorway. Lianhua was in the water, the golden warmth of the 1st spring moving through her depleted divine essence, the restoration process running. She was aware, fully conscious, no longer in immediate danger. But the cost of what she had done in the abyss was written across her form. What do we need to do, he asked. The 8th spring, she said. I sealed it with the 7th. When I sealed the bathhouse, I sealed the 8th spring also, because its power, the power of creation, is not something that should exist unsecured. She met his gaze. The 8th spring can create things from nothing, not rebuild existing things, create new structures. The fractures in the heavens cannot be stitched back to what they were. They need new structures growing into the gaps. You are describing the 8th spring as the solution, Shenyun said. Yes, she said. And the network, Ling Xiaotong said from the doorway behind him. He turned. She had been listening. The Bathhouse network, the branches across the continent. Each branch is an anchor point in the world's spiritual infrastructure. If the 8th spring creates new celestial structures, and the network provides the scaffolding, the branches become anchor points for the new heavens, Shenyun said. The branches are incomplete, Lianhua said. 3 were lost to the abyss and 1 was destroyed by the sovereign. Then we complete the network, Shenyun said. Her gaze moved to the fracture lines on the map. How much time? At current propagation rate, Ling Xiaotong said. The fractures will be significant enough to cause spatial storm events in 14 days. Catastrophic fracture in approximately 30. 14 days to complete the network and open the 8th spring, Shenyun said. Yes, Lianhua said. Her gaze moved to the map, at the fractures that were the cost of having done the right thing, at the work that remained, at the bathhouse that had held through everything it had been asked to hold through. Then we have 14 days, he said. Ling Xiaodong, I need the full network map and the status of every branch. Zhou Yanran, regional coordination for the 3 abyssal branches. Bai Suyin, assessment of the destroyed Black Tortoise branch. Qin Meihua and Wei Chenlong will coordinate with the primordial allies. He paused. Later, he said, to Ling Xiaodong's slightly questioning look. I will deal with the other thing. When the work is done. He tapped the crystal in his inner pocket. I promise. She nodded. Once. The bathhouse had survived the sovereign. Now it needed to survive its own success. That was not the ending he had expected, but it was the correct kind of problem. The kind that came from having done the necessary thing and now needing to build something in the space the necessary thing had made. He went to begin. Chapter 118. The fracture lines and the spatial integrity overlay were moving faster by the next morning. Ling Xiaodong had updated her propagation model at dawn, and the revised estimate was 12 days to significant spatial storms, not 14. The difference was not catastrophic. 12 days was still workable, but it was evidence that the fractures were accelerating as they spread, each new crack making adjacent areas slightly more vulnerable. 3 abyssal branches, Shenyun said to Zhou Yanran. They were in the formation chamber, the network maps spread between them, the branch markers showing the status of each location across the continent. Qin Meihua's group will handle the first. She knows the central region best, and that branch fell into the abyss near the central region's formation grid. Bai Suyin's group takes the second, which fell into the far western abyss and is likely connected to the tidal current branches we identified 3 months ago. The third, I will take it, Zhou Yanran said. He had expected her to say this. Your arm is functional, she said. Granny Phone cleared me for cultivation at 80% output. The third branch is in the southern reaches, which is my family's ancestral territory. The spring there will respond to an imperial water route. I am the only person here who has one. She paused. My cracked meridians will not prevent me from resonating with a dormant spring. I have done it before in worse condition. Take Ling Xiaodong's secondary formation relay and a full set of communication crystals, he said. Already arranged, she said. The departures were coordinated over the next 6 hours. Qin Meihua left with 2 of the primordial fire allies' attendants, who provided additional fire purification capability for clearing the corrupted ruins. Bai Suyin traveled with the primordial ice ally, whose presence would stabilize the far western branch's ambient environment. Zhou Yanran and her contingent headed south. Wei Chenlong, bandaged and moving more carefully than usual but declining any suggestion that he should rest, was assigned to the Central Region branch as defensive coordination. His 3 cracked ribs were healing. Granny Feng estimated 3 days in the second spring for full restoration. He spent 1 day in the spring, pronounced himself recovered enough, and left. Shenyun remained at the main bathhouse. The Black Tortoise branch was his work, the destroyed branch, the one the sovereign had targeted because it was the most strategically positioned and the most difficult to replace. He had spent 6 months studying the Black Tortoise branch's records, recovered from the main bathhouse's archive, before the sovereign made his final move. He knew the branch's design. He knew what it had been. The 8th spring could create. The question was whether he was capable of receiving the eighth spring's gift in his current state, emotionally hollow, functional, but not whole, and using it with the precision the task required. Creation, Lianhua had said, responds to will and intent. What you create is shaped by what you bring to the act of creation. He thought about this, standing by the sealed door of the eighth spring's chamber. He was not the right person to open the eighth spring right now. He was functional, but the eighth spring's power required more than function. It required the full register of human intent, the knowledge of why something is worth building, not just the knowledge of how it is built. He could build the black tortoise branch from technical specification. He could not imbue it with the same quality of purpose that the original had possessed, because that quality came from the emotional connection to what the bathhouse was for, and that connection was currently in a crystal in his pocket. He sat down in the hallway outside the eighth spring's chamber. He took out both crystals, the memory crystal, jade and etched, holding what the seventh spring had taken. The relay crystal, dormant now, its threads severed. He held the memory crystal in both hands. Bai Suyin had said, "You are worth more than the mission. Not more than the people the mission protects. More than the mission." He had filed that statement without understanding it. He had told himself he would deal with the other thing when the work was done. The work was not done. The eighth spring needed to be opened. The black tortoise branch needed to be rebuilt. 12 days until significant spatial storms. But the work needed the eighth spring, and the eighth spring needed something from him that he did not currently have, and waiting for the work to be done before restoring himself was the wrong order of operations. He held the crystal. He had been running the calculations wrong. The emotional memory was not a luxury to be restored after the mission was complete. It was an operational requirement for the mission's next phase. He went to find Ling Xiaodong. She was at the formation map, as usual. She looked up when he came in. "I need the restoration process," he said. "Now." She studied him for a long moment. "What changed?" "The eighth spring requires intent," he said. "Complete intent. I cannot open it as I am." "That is practical reasoning," she said. "It is the right reasoning for the right reasons," he said. "I cannot verify the emotional content of that statement because I do not currently have access to the emotional content. But I can verify the operational logic." She watched him for another long moment. Then she said, "Come to the first spring." Chapter 119. The restoration process required the first spring, the warmth spring, the most fundamental of the bathhouse's 8 active properties. Ling Xiaodong had designed the crystal's restoration protocol to work through the first spring's ambient field, which provided the emotional resonance with a stable foundation rather than delivering the stored content directly into a cold environment. Lianhua was still in the first spring, her restoration ongoing. She moved to the spring's edge when Shen Yun and Ling Xiaotong arrived, and she watched from there, and said nothing. Shen Yun entered the spring. The water was warm, genuinely warm, not temperature warm but quality warm, the way the first spring had always felt. He had lost the emotional resonance of that quality. It was just warm water to him. He submerged to shoulder depth and held the memory crystal out to Ling Xiaotong. "Ready," he said. She activated the crystal's restoration formation. The crystal's etched characters lit in sequence, the 7 signatures contained within it aligning with the first spring's ambient field, and the restoration began. It came back the way a tide comes back, not all at once, not in a sequence, but as a rising level, the warmth of the first spring providing a medium for the emotional content to find its correct residence. The first thing that returned was the bathhouse itself. Not a specific memory, but the foundational feeling. The way it felt to walk through the chambers each morning and know this was his responsibility, was his love. That feeling arrived like blood returning to a numb limb. Uncomfortable before it was comfortable, the pins and needles of a self coming back online. Then the people. They arrived in the order of what mattered most, not chronologically. Lianhua first, the 10,000 years of history that existed in their relationship. The way she had trusted him when trust was not in her nature anymore. The way his understanding of the bathhouse was inseparable from his understanding of her. The warmth of that arrived, and it was too much, and then it was the correct amount. Bai Suyin. The specificity of her. The precision that was not coldness but care expressed carefully. The way she made him feel that things mattered because she did not say things mattered unless they did. Her voice saying you are worth more than the mission, and now he understood why she had said it. Qin Meihua. The fierce presence. The loyalty that ran so deep it expressed itself as argument because she trusted him enough to argue. The particular quality of her laughter at something genuinely funny. The way the fire cultivation made every part of her slightly more than normal temperature. Zhou Yanran. Dignity and grief, and the way she had grown into the person she had always been underneath the weight of her family's history. Her strategic mind, which worked like his in some respects and differently in others, and the way those differences made thinking alongside her more accurate than thinking alone. Ling Xiaotong. The creative energy that had saved them more than once by finding the solution no one else had conceived. The formation diagrams scattered across every available surface. The secondary relay thread she had embedded in the third ring seemed without mentioning it. Wei Chenlong. The irreverence that made every crisis easier to carry. The two broken hands from the continental battle, the knife when the sword broke, the fists when the knife broke, the daring the corruption to pass him when the fists gave out. His friendship, which was not soft and was entirely sincere. All of it came back. In the warm water of the first spring, with the crystal discharging in Ling Xiaotong's hands, Shen Yun received his own life back, and the weight of it was enormous, and the weight was exactly right, and he understood what Bai Suyin had understood from the beginning. That what he was, the specific, complete person he was what made everything else possible. He was not just functional. He was whole. He surfaced from the spring with water in his eyes that was not entirely the spring's doing. Lianhua, at the spring's edge, looked at him the way she had been trying not to look at him since the seventh spring. Openly, without the management that the hollow version of him had required. "Hello," she said. "Hello," he said. It was quiet in the way of things that do not require more words. Ling Xiaotong, practical and precise as ever, let him have the moment for approximately 10 seconds, and then said, "The 8th spring is waiting. 12 days on the fracture clock, now 11 and a half." He climbed out of the first spring. He was dripping on the stone, and he was entirely himself for the first time since the 7th spring. And the weight of who he was included the weight of what still needed doing. "The black tortoise branch," he said. "Yes," Lianhua said. "Show me the 8th spring," he said. "Let's build something." She stood from the spring's edge and led him to the sealed chamber. And behind him Ling Xiaotong was already pulling up the black tortoise branch's architectural records. And somewhere across the continent, 3 teams were fighting their own battles to restore what had been lost, and the fracture lines in the heavens were spreading, and the work that remained was enormous. He was ready for it. All of it. The 8th spring's chamber door was ahead, and the spring behind it had been waiting for 10,000 years for someone who could use creation with the full weight of knowing why things are worth creating. He opened the door. Chapter 120. The 8th spring's water was alive. Every other spring in the bathhouse had a property, a quality, a purpose, a direction that the water expressed. The 8th spring did not have a property in that sense. It was the source of properties. Its water moved with the specific responsiveness of a medium that had not yet decided what it was, waiting for the decision to be made by whoever touched it. Golden. Yes, the color was gold, warm and deep. Not the acquired warmth of the first spring, but the inherent warmth of something that had always been exactly what it was. It moved in patterns that responded to observation. When Shen Yun looked at it, it moved toward him. "It reads intent," Lianhua said. "It has always done this. When I first created it, with Tianwan's help, the spring took 3 days to establish because we kept changing our minds about what it was for. The water responded to every shift in our intention and tried to become each new thing we wanted. We had to hold a single clear intent for 3 full days before the spring settled." "What settled it?" "The belief that the world can be healed," she said. "The specific belief, not the abstract hope, but the working belief that enough cultivation, enough care, enough genuine attention to what is broken could repair it." She paused. "The 8th spring became creation because we believed that healing was fundamentally an act of creation, of bringing into existence the thing that should be there but isn't." Shen Yun looked at the water. It moved toward him with the attention of a living thing that recognizes something relevant. "To open it fully," he said, "I enter and hold that intent." "Yes," she said. "And unlike the 7th spring, the 8th spring's price is not extracted. It is contributed. You give something to the spring, it doesn't take something from you. Whatever you bring to it, it amplifies." Her attention settled on him. The 7th spring required sacrifice. The 8th spring requires generosity. He understood the distinction immediately. The 7th spring had been an act of giving up, a trade. The 8th spring was an act of giving out, pouring in, contributing, the spring amplifying what was offered rather than extracting a toll. He had just had his emotional memory fully restored. He was whole. The things he had been unable to feel for weeks were present in their complete, compound intensity. The accumulated warmth of 3 years of building the bathhouse, of the relationships that had grown inside it, of the specific joy of watching a damaged person be healed and walk out into the world more fully themselves. He had never been better equipped to approach the 8th spring. "I'm going in," he said. The golden water was warm such that the first spring was warm, but not the same. Warmer, more present. The warmth of something that knew what it was doing and was pleased to be doing it. He submerged, and the spring responded to his presence with immediate engagement, the water moving in patterns around him that corresponded to his intent, reaching toward his cultivation and reading what was offered. He offered everything, not the way the seventh spring had demanded, not sacrifice but generosity, the deliberate contribution of the full weight of what he had become and what he had built. The spring accepted it. Creation expanded through his meridians alongside the 7 existing properties. It was not like the others, not an additional technique, but a different register of interaction with the world. The 7th spring's temporal properties let him work within time. The 8th spring's creation property let him work at the moment of origin, the point before a thing existed, where existence was still a question being answered. He advanced to Celestial Spring Emperor. The title was automatic, the Bathhouse's cultivation framework recognizing the achievement, but he barely registered it. He was already thinking about the Black Tortoise branch. He emerged from the spring with Ling Xiaodong's architectural records in his mind, and the full 7 springs plus the 8th running through his meridians, and Lianhua behind him, and the fracture lines spreading through the heavens above, and 12 days remaining. Enough. It was enough. He began to build. Outside the bathhouse, across the continent, the spatial storms had not yet reached catastrophic level, but they were visible, distortions in the sky, columns of displaced air that the less experienced cultivators were calling weather, and the formation masters were calling what they were. The fractures were not subtle anymore. Everyone with spiritual sense could feel them. Through the bathhouse network, through the 11 active branches whose springs were now pulsing with the 8th spring's reflected creation energy, the signals were clear. Every ally he had deployed was fighting to hold their branch against the increasing instability. And in the main bathhouse, in the first light of early morning, Shen Yun sat at the nexus and began to pour the 8th spring's creation into the rebuilding of the Black Tortoise branch. The fracture lines were spreading through the frozen glass sky. They were spreading faster. They needed to be stopped before they reached the point of cascade failure, and the only way to stop them was to finish what had been started, to build the scaffolding before the structure it was meant to support collapsed entirely. He had 11 days. He had the 8th spring. He had his team across the continent. What he did not yet have was the completed network, and the fractures had just shifted from slow propagation to accelerating propagation, which meant his timeline had compressed by a day he had not planned to lose. 10 days, he corrected himself. 10 days to finish the network, anchor the branches, and use the creation property to grow new celestial structures into the spreading gaps. The golden spring water ran through him in living currents, and he began. Chapter 121. The fractures arrived in the sky like writing that had always been there. That was how Shen thought of them in the first days after the sovereign's dissolution, not as new damage being done, but as damage that had been deferred for 10,000 years, held in equilibrium by the sovereign's corrupted existence, now finally expressing itself. The heavens had been broken at the sundering. The sovereign had been, in his grotesque way, one of the things that kept the break from fully opening. Remove the sovereign. The break begins to open. The spatial storms arrived on the 2nd day, not catastrophic, not yet, but present. They appeared as distortions in the upper sky visible to any cultivator with developed spiritual sense, columns of compressed and displaced spatial energy that moved with the slow purposefulness of weather that knows what it is doing. Formation towers in the major sects registered the anomaly. Message constructs began arriving at the bathhouse network's receiving stations. What is happening? What can we do? Shen Yun was sitting at the bathhouse's nexus point, the 8 springs running through him in full integration, the creation property of the 8th spring threading outward through the spiritual network toward the site of the Black Tortoise branch. Building from nothing was different from restoration work. Restoration, the work of the previous 3 years, had involved the principles of finding, coaxing, recovering. Structures existed, springs existed. He catalyzed their return to function. Creation required the opposite orientation. Bring the structure into existence, not by finding what was lost, but by generating what was needed. The 8th spring showed him the way to think about it. Not architecture first. Not the walls, floors, and formation arrays of the branch. Those could be created once the framework existed. What needed to come first was the spring itself, the essence of the branch's purpose, the specific healing property that the Black Tortoise branch had carried. He found the records in the bathhouse's archive, recovered from a storage crystal that had been sealed in the 7th spring's chamber since the sundering. The Black Tortoise branch, practitioners of formations and arrays, whose cultivation created patterns in spiritual energy that required exceptional precision of mind. The spring's property, clarity, the specific kind of clarity that allowed a cultivator to see the full architecture of a formation at once rather than step by step, the aerial view of complex structures that the best formation masters reported experiencing at their highest levels. He held that property in his intent and poured the 8 springs creation into the black tortoise branch's geographic location. The work took 8 hours the first day. He felt it as physical labor, the sustained focus required to generate from nothing, to hold the intent precise enough that the creation property amplified the right thing and not a distorted version of it. Ling Xiaotong sat with him for the first 3 hours, providing architectural reference from the records, verifying that what he was creating matched the original design. The formation nodes are correct, she said at the 3-hour mark, consulting her spiritual sense reading of the distant site. The spring water is establishing. Property is, wait. She paused. The clarity property is running higher than the original specification. Is that a problem? He asked. No, she said. It means you are creating something better than what was destroyed. She paused. That seems right. He worked until the light changed and his meridians told him rest was necessary. The black tortoise branch's spring was established. The structure would need 2 more days to be fully functional. Above them, the spatial storms grew. The fractures in the heavens were not invisible anymore. At night, they caught the light of the stars behind them and showed as slightly too bright lines across the sky, the places where the fabric had thinned. Children were pointing at them and asking questions. Mortal populations near the major fault lines were beginning to feel the pressure changes that preceded spatial distortion events. 12 sects sent formal communications requesting the Bathhouse network's assessment of the situation. Shen Yun had Qin Meihua's proxy coordinate the responses. She was managing the first abyssal branch's restoration simultaneously, 2 critical tasks at once, doing both with the focused intensity that characterized everything she did. Day 2. The black tortoise branch's walls rose. The formation nodes integrated. The spring's clarity property began expressing itself in the ambient environment around the branch. Cultivators within range reported unexpectedly clear thinking, formation work completing faster than usual. Day 3. The branch opened. Its spring connected to the main network. 12 branches. The network was at 12. Xinyan looked at the map and then looked at the spatial integrity overlay. The fractures had spread to cover 40% of the continent's overhead spatial fabric. At this rate, the catastrophic threshold was 6 days away, not 10. He called all available hands to the work and accelerated the timeline. The abyssal branches were next, and they were not going to be simple. Chapter 122 Qin Meihua's report arrived through the formation relay on the morning of day 4. The first abyssal branch is more intact than expected, her voice said, compressed but legible through the relay crystal. The spring is dormant but not destroyed. The abyss preserved the ruins rather than consuming them. The formation nodes are degraded to about 40%, but that is reparable. A pause. The problem is the surrounding environment. The abyssal exposure has changed the branch's local spatial properties. There are minor dimensional anomalies within 50 feet of the site, nothing that threatens cultivators directly, but enough to make conventional formation work unstable. Can you work around the anomalies? Xinyun asked. I have been, she said. I am adapting the restoration approach. Instead of repairing the existing formation nodes, I am using the primordial fire essence to burn away the abyssal contamination first, then restore the nodes to clean substrate. It is slower. Her tone shifted slightly. I should have the spring running in 2 days. You have 2 days, he said. I know. Another pause. Xinyun. The cultivators in this region, they can see the fractures from here. They are scared. I told them the Bathhouse network is working on it. They asked me to. They asked specifically if you were involved. What did you tell them? That you were at the Nexus doing the work, she said. They went back to their business. Your reputation has reached the point where your personal involvement is load-bearing for regional confidence. A pause. I thought you should know. Noted, he said. 2 days, Qin Meihua. I need that branch. 2 days, she confirmed. He put down the relay crystal and looked at the network map. 12 branches active, 3 still needed. The black tortoise branch had taken 3 days. The 3 abyssal branches were more complicated, damaged by 10 millennia in the abyss, contaminated by abyssal energy, requiring purification before restoration. Each one was at minimum 2 days' work for the team assigned to it. Parallel. 3 teams running simultaneously. 2 days to 3 active branches, if nothing went wrong. The spatial storms were escalating. He could feel them through the Bathhouse network's connection to the world's spiritual infrastructure. Not just the storms themselves, but the feedback, the way each storm's passage weakened the adjacent spatial fabric slightly, the weakening making the next storm slightly larger, the cumulative effect building toward the catastrophic threshold faster than linear propagation would suggest. 5 days. His best estimate had just dropped to 5. Lianhua, he said. She was at the first spring, Her restoration advanced enough that she could move through the bathhouse under her own power now, though she was still significantly below her full divine capacity. She appeared at the doorway of the operation chamber. The timeline has moved, he said. I know, she said. I can feel the fractures through the spring system. The 3 abyssal branches, 2 days each, parallel. That gets us to 15 branches in 4 days. I still need to anchor the network to the heavens using the 8th spring's creation property before the fractures reach cascade. She looked at the map. Is 4 days enough? She studied the spatial integrity overlay. Her expression was the focused one, the one that meant she was drawing on 10,000 years of direct experience with exactly this kind of structural problem. If the 3 abyssal branches connect cleanly, she said. If the network integration holds at 15 points simultaneously. If the anchoring technique performs at theoretical maximum. She paused. Yes. 4 days is enough if everything performs correctly. And if one thing fails, then we have less margin, she said. Which is why we prepare for nothing to fail. He had not expected a different answer. He was asking the questions not because the answers were uncertain, but because stating the plan out loud to Lianhua was a form of verification. She would catch anything he had missed, and she had caught things he had missed before. The fact that she confirmed the analysis without caveat was useful data. The 4th abyssal branch, he said. Zhou Yanran is in the southern reaches. Her report was 2 hours ago, Lianhua said. The branch there is the least damaged. The southern reaches' ambient spiritual environment is close enough to the abyssal conditions that the contamination is lighter. She has the spring running. He looked up. She is done. She sent the confirmation at dawn, Lianhua said. 13 branches. He had not seen that report. He checked the formation relay queue. There it was, Zhou Yanran's characteristic precision. Branch 3 operational. Spring connected. Local political support established. Returning to main bathhouse. 13. 3 more needed. 2 days. Tell her to come back directly, he said. I need Zhou Yanran at the nexus for the anchoring operation. Her imperial water route provides a connection to the heaven's natural water current structure that the operation needs. Lianhua was already reaching for the relay crystal. She is 2 days' travel from here. She has fast movement techniques. She will be here, Lianhua said. He turned to the work of keeping the existing 12 branches stable, while 3 more were restored and the fracture lines spread overhead. The work was not glamorous in the way that fighting the sovereign had been. It was sustained, precise, the cultivation equivalent of holding a building together by hand while others worked to repair its foundation. He did it. Each hour, the springs held. The spatial storms above the continent were visible to the naked eye now. They glittered. Chapter 123 by Suin's branch report arrived on day 5, morning. The far western branch is operational, she said. The spring's tidal property is running. I have confirmed it responds to the local ocean cycle, the way the branch was originally designed. The primordial ice ally stabilized the ambient environment with a sustained cold barrier that displaced the abyssal contamination without destroying the underlying formation structure. She paused. 14 branches. 14, Xinyan confirmed. He marked it on the map. What do you need from me? She asked. Return, he said. As fast as you can. I need everyone here for the anchoring operation. I estimated that, she said. I will be there by end of day. He put down the crystal and looked at the spatial integrity overlay. The fracture lines had reached 60% of the continental overhead fabric. The storms were intensifying. 3 had escalated to the level that caused spatial distortion events at ground level in the last 18 hours. Formations failing in their proximity, transportation arrays going unreliable. The eastern sects were in crisis communication mode. The continent's major powers were convening emergency councils. For different faction leaders had sent formal delegations to the Bathhouse asking what was happening and what the Bathhouse intended to do about it. He had Granny Feng handle the delegations. She was, of all the people in the Bathhouse, best equipped to manage powerful people who needed to be given truth in a form they could function with rather than panic about. Her technique was direct, calm, and entirely without deference, which powerful people found simultaneously refreshing and unsettling. They left better prepared than they had arrived. One day, Qin Meihua's first abyssal branch needed one more day. He could feel it through the network. The branch was connecting, the formation nodes coming fully online, the spring's property expressing itself in the region's ambient environment. Another 6 hours, and the connection would be solid. Ling Xiaotong, he said. She was at the formation map. She had been at the formation map for most of the last 5 days, leaving only to sleep and eat, and the sleep had been abbreviated. The anchoring operations design was hers. He had conceived the approach, but the technical implementation, The formation architecture that would translate the eighth spring's creation energy into celestial structures that could grow organically into the fractures. That was her work. Ready to review, he said. She spread the operation diagram across the central table. He had seen versions of it before. This was the complete version. 15 anchor points, she said. Each branch provides a thread connecting the physical world to the celestial fabric. The spring's properties run upward through the network's infrastructure and reach the fracture zones. At each fracture, the eighth spring's creation energy, channeled through the threads, seeds new celestial structure. She traced the diagram with her pen. The structure does not grow in a predetermined shape. It grows organically. The creation energy follows the fracture's geometry and fills in the gaps with material that is native to the celestial environment. Like scar tissue, but living. Not a reconstruction, he said. A regeneration, she said. The original heavens cannot be restored because they no longer exist as a coherent reference. But new heavens can grow in the spaces where the old ones broke, and those new structures will be native to this world's current spiritual environment rather than remnants of the pre-sundering era. She paused. The result may look different from what was there before. Different how? She hesitated. I believe the spring tide patterns will be visible, she said. The creation energy channeled through the springs will have the spring's characteristic qualities. The new celestial structures will carry those qualities. The patterns of water cultivation, tidal, flowing, cyclical, will be written into the sky's fabric. She looked at him. When the operation is complete, the heavens will be new, and they will carry the bathhouse's mark. He was quiet for a moment. Lianhua should hear this. Lianhua designed the springs, Ling Xiaotong said. She already knows what the creation energy will produce. I think she has feelings about it. What kind? The kind that come from building something with your husband that outlives the marriage and now becomes something new, Ling Xiaotong said. She was practical about it, not unkind. The kind that takes time. He nodded. He would speak with Lianhua before the operation. There were things that needed to be said before he poured the eighth spring's creation energy into the heavens and changed what the sky looked like for everyone who had ever lived and would ever live. One more day, he said. Qin Meihua's branch connects. Everyone returns. Then we go. I will be ready, Ling Xiaodong said. She was already at the formation diagram again, refining, checking, the work of a formation master who has found the problem worth solving. Outside, the spatial storms moved in their slow and growing patterns, and the fracture lines caught the day's light and looked almost beautiful. Chapter 124. Zhou Yanran arrived at the main bathhouse at the 6th hour of day 5, traveling the last segment at full-speed movement technique, her cultivation expenditure calculated against the timeline. She walked through the main bathhouse's entrance with the carriage of someone who has been leading in difficult conditions for 5 days and has not yet allowed herself to stop. Her right arm, which Granny Feng had cleared at 80% 3 days ago, had clearly been pushed to full output throughout the operation. She would not mention it. Xinyun would ensure she spent time in the second spring before the anchoring operation. Zhou Yanran, he said. Branch 14 is operational and stable, she said. The local sect masters have established a protective agreement. They will monitor the branch and report anomalies. The spring's imperial water resonance property is running at the designed frequency. Sure gaze moved to the spatial integrity overlay, which was now showing fracture coverage across most of the continental overhead fabric. You have one branch left to activate. Qin Meihua. End of today. She nodded. And then the anchoring operation, he said. I need your imperial water route for the celestial threading. The spring's upward threads need a conductor, someone whose cultivation natural affinity aligns with the celestial water current structure. I have reviewed Ling Xiaodong's diagram, she said. Not surprised. Zhou Yanran reviewed all relevant operational documents as a matter of course. Your thoughts? She considered. The technique is theoretically sound, she said. My concern is the celestial water current structure's behavior during active spatial storm conditions. The storms disrupt the currents. They will not sit still while we thread through them. She paused. I will need to navigate the disruption in real time. I cannot give you a clean thread in stormy conditions. I can give you a thread that adapts to the disruption. Is an adaptive thread sufficient for the operation? It is better than a clean thread, she said. A clean thread breaks when the storm moves. An adaptive thread bends. Good, he said. Second spring, 2 hours. Then be here. She went to the second spring without protest, which told him how tired she was. Bai Suyin arrived from the west 4 hours later. She came in quietly, the way she always moved, and went directly to the formation map where Ling Xiaodong was working. He heard them conferring in low voices. Bai Suyin reviewing the operation diagram. asking the questions that Ling Xiaotong answered with the efficiency of someone who has been answering the same questions in their head for days and is pleased to have the external verification. The seventh spring's temporal component, by Suyin said. You have it in the diagram as a stabilizer for the eighth spring's creation output, preventing the creation energy from over-generating and producing structures larger than the gaps require. Yes, Ling Xiaodong said. The seventh spring's temporal stabilization in the outer celestial environment. Has this been tested at that range? No, Ling Xiaodong said. Theoretical extension from the spring's demonstrated range in the bathhouse. How confident are you in the theoretical extension? A pause. 85%, Ling Xiaotong said. The seventh spring's temporal range scales with cultivation level. At Celestial Spring Emperor, Xinyun's range should be, another pause. I am confident in the theoretical extension. I trust your 85% more than most people's certainty, Bai Suyin said. Xinyun, at the Nexus, was listening while simultaneously maintaining the network stability and running a pre-operation check on the 8 Springs output levels. He heard this exchange and filed it. The confidence these women had in each other's capabilities was an operational asset as real as any spring property. Evening. Qin Meihua's formation relay transmitted the confirmation. First abyssal branch fully operational. Spring connected to network. 15 branches active. He marked it on the map. 15. The complete network, or as complete as the network, could be with the 4 branches still in progress of establishment, but the critical minimum for the anchoring operation achieved. She regarded the spatial integrity overlay. The fractures were at 70% coverage. The cascade threshold was 18 hours away by Ling Xiaodong's current model. 18 hours. Anchoring operation at dawn, he said. Everyone rests tonight. No one argued. They were all exhausted. Even Granny Feng, who had managed the bathhouse's day-to-day operations and the diplomatic delegations throughout, had the look of someone who was holding their reserves with care. At dawn, Lianhua said. She had been in the room for the last hour. Her restoration advanced enough that she held herself fully, moved without the careful economy of depletion, spoke without the slight luminosity loss that had marked her since the abyss. She was not fully herself. That would take months. But she was present. He met her eyes across the room. The look that passed between them carried the weight of everything that had happened since Step 5. The descent, the sovereign's dissolution, the hollow weeks, the memory restoration, the 8th spring, the building. All of it. At dawn, he said. Chapter 125. The night before the anchoring operation, Shun Yun sat with Lianhua in the origin chamber, the deepest room, the place where the bathhouse's foundations met the world's spiritual bedrock, the room that existed before the prison and after it. He had brought the tea she preferred. Rain taste, from the mountain vendor. They sat at the 7th spring's edge, the colorless spring that had taken his memories and given him the abyss, and he poured 2 cups and offered her one. The new heavens, he said. She held the cup in both hands, the way she held warmth when she found it. Yes. The spring tide patterns will be written into them, he said. You understand what that means, not just for now, for always. The sky will carry this. I know, she said. Is that all right? She was silent for a moment. The question was a genuine one, not rhetorical. He was asking her, specifically, whether the transformation of the sky into something that bore the bathhouse's mark and the spring tide cultivation methods patterns was something she could accept. She had built the original heavens with her husband. The new heavens would bear her signature and his, not Tianhuan's. What Tianhuan and I built, she said slowly, was a beginning. The springs, the network, the healing system. It was the right idea in an early form, and it served its purpose, and the sundering ended it before it could become what it should have been. She paused. What you have done with the network is not what we built. It is what we were trying to build. You went further than we managed. Because I had your foundation to stand on, he said. Yes, she said. And because you are who you are. She watched the 7th spring's colorless surface. Tianhuan is gone. What he and I made together is not gone. It is in the springs. It is in the network. It is in the new heavens that Ling Xiaodong has designed to carry those patterns. She paused. He said he was sorry. Before the end. She held the cup more firmly. I will take that as the answer to a question I have been carrying for 10,000 years. What question? Whether any part of him knew what had happened to us, she said. Whether there was anything left of him that understood and regretted. She paused. There was. What he became was not him. Who he was, at the center, he understood, and he regretted. That matters to me. Xinyan was quiet. He had not been present for Tianhuan's final moment in any emotional sense. The hollow efficiency had been running. He had his memory of it now, restored. He had watched Lianhua try to reach her husband with 4 minutes, and used them well, and he had watched Tianhuan's face appear and say what it needed to say. I think, he said carefully, that you gave him something in those last seconds that he had not had in 10,000 years. Her eyes found his. He was alone with the corruption for all of that time, Shenyun said. The grief of having destroyed what he loved, with no one to tell him it was understood. You told him. He paused. You gave him the end he should have had. She fell quiet for a long time. Yes, she said. I think I did. The tea cooled. The seventh spring ran at its colorless depth. The origin chamber held the specific quality of peace that had characterized it since before any of this had happened. The peace of a place that had always existed and would continue to. The new heavens will be beautiful, he said. They will, she said. And the bathhouse will be what it should have been from the beginning, he said. The one in the sky and the one here. She met his gaze with the expression he had learned to read. The one that held 10,000 years of hope deferred and now, carefully, allowed itself to be present. Yes, she said. Outside, the spatial storms moved in the dark, and the fracture lines caught starlight, and the continent turned under them, and the people in it went about their lives and worried about the strange lights in the sky, and waited for whoever was going to fix it to finish fixing it. Dawn was 6 hours away. Chapter 126. At dawn, the anchoring operation began. They arranged themselves at the nexus points Ling Xiaotong had specified, not around the 8th Springs chamber, but distributed through the bathhouse's key rooms, each position aligned with a spring and connected to the others through the formation network's operational layer. Shenyun at the center, the nexus of the nexus, the point where all 8 springs properties converged and the 8th spring's creation energy would be channeled outward. Lianhua at the 7th spring, her divine essence would provide the temporal stability that Ling Xiaotong's design required. The 7th spring's time-water properties running as a moderating layer over the 8th spring's creation output. Zhou Yanran at the 4th spring, the strengthening property, her imperial water route providing the celestial current threading that the operation's upper reach required. Bai Suyin at the 2nd spring, the cleansing property, her ice cultivation providing a purity layer that would prevent the creation energy from generating anything other than the intended structure. Qin Meihua at the 3rd spring, the vitality property, her fire cultivation providing the activation energy that would keep the creation process running through the operation's full duration. Ling Xiaotong at the formation relay, not at a spring position, because her role was coordination rather than energy contribution. She would run the timing, manage the formation network's output balance, and provide real-time feedback on the celestial structure's development as it grew. Wei Chenlong at the main entrance, not a formation position, but someone needed to hold the threshold while the operation ran, and the entire bathhouse's cultivation output was diverted to the anchoring work. If anything physical tried to interrupt the operation in the next several hours, Wei Chenlong was the answer. His ribs were healed. His sword was new. He had borrowed one from the bathhouse's storage, older design, well-maintained, unfamiliar but functional. Granny Foam was everywhere. She moved through the bathhouse during the preparation with a specific purposefulness, checking each station, offering no opinions on the plan because she had reviewed it already and had no objections and was not in the habit of saying things she had already said. Everything is ready, Ling Xiaotong said through the formation relay. Her voice reached every station simultaneously. On Shenyun's signal, the network activates. The springs run at maximum simultaneous output for the first time since the bathhouse's original construction. She paused. I want to note that the springs have never run simultaneously at full output in the current era. Theoretically, they can. I have verified this through every analytical method available to me. I have not verified it empirically. We are verifying it empirically now, Shenyun said. Yes, she said. Ready. Her attention settled on the 8th spring's water. Golden, alive, responsive. It had been building toward this since he opened it. The creation energy had been running at low output through the network, seeding the branches as they activated, preparing the infrastructure. Now it needed to run at full. He thought of what Lianhua had said the spring required. The belief that the world can be healed. Not hope. Belief. The working belief of someone who has seen the evidence and reached the conclusion. He had 3 years of evidence. Cultivators healed. Springs restored. Corruption confronted and defeated. A network of 15 branches woven into the continent's spiritual infrastructure, each one a place where someone in pain could come and be made more fully themselves. He believed. He opened the 8th spring's creation output to full and felt the network respond. The springs lit. All 15 branches simultaneously, visible from outside the bathhouse as pillars of different colored light. Gold from the 1st spring, cyan from the 2nd, green from the 3rd, violet from the 4th, silver from the 5th, black from the 6th, colorless bright from the 7th, living gold from the 8th. The 5 properties replicated through the network added their own colors to the branches, a harmony of light visible from miles away. The creation energy ran upward through Zhou Yinran's threading. Through the celestial water current structure, her imperial water route navigated toward the fracture lines overhead. Contact, Ling Xiaotong said. Creation energy at the first fracture zone. Seeding beginning. Shen Yun held the output, held the intent. The belief was doing what belief is supposed to do when it is genuine. It was running without maintenance, not requiring his attention to continue, because it was not an effort but a fact. Structure growing, Ling Xiaotong said. First zone. Second zone. The growth pattern is organic. I cannot predict the final form, but the rate is consistent with the repair model. The storms, he asked. Responding to the creation energy, she said. They are wait. They are changing direction. She paused. Shen Yun. The spatial storms are not dissipating. They are being incorporated. The creation energy is including them in the new structure. Is that a problem? A long pause. No, she said. It is what I would have designed if I had thought of it. The storms are spatial energy. Chaotic, yes, but energy. The creation property is absorbing them as building material. Her voice shifted to the specific register of a formation master encountering something more elegant than they expected. The new celestial structure is being built partly from the storms that were threatening to destroy us. The fractures are feeding their own repair. The 8th spring reads intent, Lianhua said from the 7th spring chamber. The intent was healing. Healing uses what is present. The storms were present. The operation ran for 6 hours. Shen Yun held the output. The springs held. The network held. Across the continent, 15 pillars of light ran from earth to sky, and at the top of each pillar, the creation energy wove new celestial structures into the fracture lines. The spatial storms, one by one, were folded into the growing fabric and became part of it. The fractures, one by one, closed, not the way a wound closes, scar tissue laying down, but the way a river closes around a stone dropped into it. Movement, integration, the gap absorbed into flow. At the 6th hour, Ling Xiaotong said, the last fracture zone is closing. Shen Yun, you should see this. He looked through the network's connection to the celestial level and saw what she was describing. The heavens were new. Chapter 127, where the fractured sky had been, the spring tide patterns ran. Not written. Exactly. Not the way formation characters are written, inscribed and static. They flowed. The new celestial fabric moved in the patterns of tidal cultivation, the rhythms of water running its natural course, the cycle of the ocean's breath, the slow turn of deep currents in the dark. Anyone on the surface who looked up and had cultivated the spring tide method, or any water cultivation method, would feel it. The resonance of the sky with the deepest principles of water cultivation, as if the heavens had been tuned to the same frequency. Beautiful, Ling Xiaotong said. She was at the formation relay, her spiritual sense extended to its maximum, reading the new structure with the attention of a formation master given access to the most complex and living formation that had ever existed. It is not static. The structure is alive. It will continue to develop. The spring tide patterns will deepen over time. The 9th and 10th springs, Lianhua said from the 7th spring chamber. She had been running the temporal stabilization throughout the operation, and her divine essence had deepened rather than depleted. The operation had provided a channel for her restoration rather than drawing on it. She was, at this moment, more fully present than she had been at any point since the abyss. The new celestial structure has, Shen Yun. It has created access points. To the 9th and 10th springs, he asked. To the upper heavens, she said. The new structure connects this realm to the realms above. The damage at the upper levels is worse. The sundering's origin was there, and 10,000 years of unchecked fracturing has created conditions that the upper heavens cultivators have been managing in isolation. She paused. They have been watching what you did here. I can feel it through the new connections. He absorbed this. New connections to upper realms, opened by the operation's success. Not a problem, but a future. Later, he said, one world at a time. He became aware, as he reduced the creation output and the springs settled from full simultaneous operation to their normal levels, that his meridians were registering a new state. Not exhaustion. He had pushed past exhaustion during the operation and found that the 8th spring's creation property did not deplete in the way the other spring's properties depleted. It generated as it ran. But the new state was a kind of completion he had not experienced before. The sense of having done the thing the cultivation was designed to do. The right technique applied at the right moment with the right intent. He let the sensation settle. It was a good one. Qin Meihua arrived at the nexus first, walking from the 3rd spring's chamber with the specific energy of someone who has been running at full output for 6 hours and wants everyone to know they are fine. Done? She asked. Done, he said. She looked out the window at the sky. The spring tide patterns were visible from inside the bathhouse, flowing across the overhead fabric in their tidal rhythms. Her face held an expression he recognized, the expression she made when something exceeded what she had been willing to hope for. "Oh," she said. "That was all. But from Qin Meihua." Oh, and that register meant more than most people's paragraphs. Bai Suyin came from the second spring's chamber and stood beside him and looked up at the new heavens and did not say anything, because she had no need to fill silence with words. Wei Chenlong opened the main entrance from outside. He had been standing at the threshold for 6 hours and had apparently spent the time watching the sky change. His face had the particular expression that irreverent people wear when something has genuinely moved them. "The sky is different," he said. "Yes," Shenyun said. "You did that." "We did it," Shenyun said. "I stood at the door," Wei Chenlong said. "I am counting it." "You are allowed," Shenyun said. Granny Feng appeared from somewhere in the interior with a tray of tea. Not the mountain vendor's rain taste, ordinary tea, good quality. The kind that is made for people who have just done something that required everything they had and need something simple and warm. She moved through the group, distributing cups without ceremony, and everyone took one. Lianhua was the last to enter the Nexus room. She walked in solid and present, and more fully herself than Shun Yun had seen her since before the 7th spring. The restoration running full, and the operations channeling having provided the cultivation input that accelerated it. Her gaze moved to the sky through the window. She held her tea. "It is beautiful," she said. "You built the original," Ling Xiaotong said. "This is the continuation." Lianhua looked at Ling Xiaotong, at the formation master who had designed the operation that translated the bathhouse's principles into celestial structure. "You did that," she said. "The original design was the foundation. The continuation is yours." Ling Xiaotong held her tea in both hands and did not say anything. But her expression was the one she wore when she had been seen accurately and did not know how to respond to it. The bathhouse was quiet in the way of a place that has just done its most important work and is resting. Outside, the spring tide patterns moved in the new heavens, and they were written there now, permanent and growing, and the world would never again have the same sky it had before this morning. Chapter 128. The reports began arriving that afternoon. Not the emergency communications of the previous 5 days, not what is happening and what should we do, but something different, something closer to, we saw it, we felt it. What was that? The formation masters of the major sects, their spiritual senses attuned to the high sky, described the change in the celestial fabric in terms that were technically precise and emotionally inadequate. Spatial integrity restored, anomalous formation patterns observed at upper levels, storm activity ceased. But between the technical lines, in the message constructs that arrived with personal chi signatures from the people who had written them, was the word they kept reaching for and finding insufficient: beautiful. Shen Yun read them at the formation chamber table and relayed the ones that needed response to Qin Meihua, who had taken on the coordination role for the next several weeks while the bathhouse settled into its new configuration. "The primordial allies," she said, looking up from the message pile. "All three have confirmed the new celestial structure's stability from their perspective. The primordial of Earth says, she says it is the first time in 10,000 years that the upper sky has not felt wrong to her." "The primordials feel the sky," Xinyan said. "Apparently," Qin Meihua said. 10,000 years of something feeling wrong. I cannot imagine how this morning felt to her by contrast. He could not quite imagine it either, but he could hold the information. 10,000 years of accumulated wrongness, corrected in 6 hours. The scale of that was difficult to process directly, and the part of him that resisted grandiosity preferred not to try. What he understood was the specific and practical. The world was more intact now than it had been. The bathhouse network was the instrument of that repair, and the work of maintaining both was ongoing. Lianhua was in the origin chamber. He went there in the late afternoon, carrying tea. She was at the 7th spring's edge in the posture of someone not performing a task, but simply being in a place they love. He sat beside her and put the tea within reach and did not require anything from her. After a while, she said, "I can feel the new heavens through the springs." "What do they feel like?" "Mine," she said, "and not mine. Both at once." She paused. "The patterns I built with Tianhuan are in there. The original spring configurations, the harmonic ratios. They are the foundation. But what is built on the foundation is yours and Ling Xiaodong's, and Zhou Yinran's threading and everything else." She picked up the tea. "It is what inheritance feels like, I think. The original generation builds something that enables the next generation to build something neither could have built alone." "Does it feel like a loss?" he asked. "No," she said. She held the tea. "It feels like what I was sealed in this bathhouse for 10,000 years for the chance to see." Her gaze moved to the 7th spring's colorless surface. "The world is healed. Not perfectly, Never perfectly, but more than it was. She paused. That is enough. That is more than enough. He sat with her in the origin chamber while the afternoon light moved and the seventh spring ran at its ancient depth and the new heavens moved overhead in their tidal patterns. After a while longer, she said, Shenyun. Yes. Thank you, she said. For everything. For all of it. She held the tea and looked at the spring. For the bathhouse. For the springs. For what you sacrificed at the seventh spring and what you restored at the eighth. For coming back from the abyss. She paused. For being someone I can sit with in a quiet room. He looked at her, fully present, fully feeling the weight of what she was expressing. The emotional memory had been back for days now and had settled, the compound intensity of the return normalizing into something sustainable and true. I think, he said, that I am exactly where I am supposed to be. She watched him. The expression was the one he had come to understand over 3 years, the one that held 10,000 years of learned wariness and the specific, precious exception she had made. Yes, she said. You are. The spring ran. The new heavens moved. The bathhouse was warm. Chapter 129. 2 weeks after the anchoring operation, the bathhouse had its highest attendance day since its reopening. Not a planned event. Cultivators had been arriving at the main bathhouse and its 15 branches in increasing numbers since the news of the sovereign's defeat and the celestial restoration spread across the continent. What arrived on the 14th day was not a delegation or a political visit, but something more unexpected, a line. An actual line of cultivators, stretching from the main bathhouse's entrance down the restored courtyard path and out the main gate, waiting their turn. Sects, families, independent cultivators, mortal practitioners with minor spiritual roots, a cross-section of the cultivation world that had, in the weeks since the bathhouse's final battle, reached the collective conclusion that if there was a bathhouse that healed cultivation injuries and offered genuine spring water and was apparently staffed by people who treated every visitor as a person rather than a cultivation rank, it was worth traveling to. Shenyun walked out the front gate in the morning to check the outer perimeter wards and found the line. He stood and looked at it for a moment. It stretched perhaps 200 people. He went back inside and found Granny Feng, who was already aware because Granny Feng was always already aware. We need to expand the intake process, he said. 12 more reception stations, she said. I have the staff plan ready. She produced a document. We also need to discuss the network branch's intake capacity. 3 of the 15 branches are currently at maximum occupancy. Which 3? She named them. He reviewed the document. She had anticipated every problem he was about to identify and had solutions drafted. He approved them all. One more thing, she said. There is a man at the back of the line. He has been there since last night. He did not want to be moved to the front. He said he would wait his turn. He says he is a mortal herbalist former apprentice from Blue Creek Village. Shenyun was still looking at the document. He stopped. What? He says he knew you when you were young, Granny Feng said. She had the expression she wore when she was delivering information that was significant and not pretending it was not. He heard about the bathhouse through a traveling merchant 6 months ago and has been walking here ever since. Shenyun put the document down. Blue Creek Village. Elder Mu's students. The ones who had been there when he was growing up, the other apprentices, the village people who had been part of his life before the jade token and the bathhouse. He had not been back. There had been no time, and then more no time, and then the sovereign, and the abyss, and the celestial restoration, and more time had passed than he had been tracking. Bring him in, Shenyun said. The man was perhaps 60, mortal in the way of people who have spent decades in physical outdoor labor. He walked with the slight stiffness of too many miles in too short a time and the particular dignity of someone who had decided to do a difficult thing and done it, and was not looking for credit. Shenyun, he said. He used the familiar address from before the cultivation world. No honorifics, no courtesy titles. Just the name. Uncle Bao, Shenyun said. It was Elder Mu's older brother. He had helped raise Shenyun alongside the herbalist during the years before the Jade Token, in the particular loose way of village communities where responsibility for the orphan boy was distributed across whoever was available and willing. He looked at Shenyun with the expression of someone who is prepared for a meeting and found the preparation inadequate because the person in front of them is substantially different from the person they remembered, in ways that are confusing and not entirely unwelcome. My brother was right about you, Uncle Bao said. Elder Mu saw things I didn't, Shenyun said. He said you were going to do something important, Uncle Bao said. He looked up at the new heavens through the gate, at the spring tide patterns moving in the morning light. I don't know much about cultivation, but I know the sky is different. And the merchant said you did that. He looked back at Shenyun. Is that true? We did it, Shenyun said. A lot of people. But you. Mostly, Shenyun said. Yes. Uncle Bao nodded once. The nod of a person receiving information they traveled a very long way to confirm. Good, he said. Elder Mu would have been pleased. They went inside, and Xin Yun spent an hour with him. Not in the springs, because Uncle Bao was mortal and the springs' effects on mortals required careful management, but in the common room with T, catching up on Blue Creek Village and what had happened there in the years since, who had survived and who had not, what the village looked like now. The line outside continued to move, and the bathhouse worked through it steadily, and Granny Feng's 12 additional intake stations ran at full capacity, and every person who came in was treated as a person. That afternoon, a message arrived from the upper heavens. Not a formation construct, something older, passed through the new celestial connections that the anchoring operation had opened. Lianhua received it and brought it to Xin Yun with an expression that combined caution and recognition. There are cultivators in the upper heavens, she said. Survivors of the pre-sundering era who have been managing the damage at the upper levels for 10,000 years. They felt the restoration. They are asking for contact. She paused. They know the celestial bathhouse. She regarded the message, written in characters he did not fully recognize, but that the bathhouse's archive could translate. The message said, in essence, we have been waiting. The bathhouse is restored. We have wounded who need the springs. She watched the 15-branch network map. Her attention settled on the 3 branch markers in the upper realms that Ling Xiaotong had pinned to the wall months ago, locations they could not yet reach. Not yet. Tell them we are coming, he said. When we are ready. Lianhua relayed the message. Outside, the line was still there. Chapter 130. Wei Zichen's hands healed completely on the 19th day. He had been using them throughout, not at full capacity, working around the residual soreness with the adaptability of someone who has always preferred to be in motion rather than recovering. But on the 19th morning he woke up and closed his hands into fists and opened them and flexed the fingers and noted that the process was painless in every degree. He went to find Xin Yun. My hands are done, he said. Good, Xin Yun said. He was at the formation chamber reviewing branch reports. I want a proper training session, Wei Zichen said. My sword work has been approximate for 3 weeks. I need to know how much I lost. How much do you think you lost? Some speed, some precision, not the fundamentals. He considered. The borrowed sword is also not my sword. That contributes. There is a weaponsmith in the Eastern District who specializes in swords for physical intent cultivators, Shen Yun said. Ling Xiaodong found the reference 3 months ago when I was planning for the abyssal descent and thinking about your equipment. I should have told you sooner. Wei Zichen looked at him with the slightly amused expression he wore when Shen Yun produced logistical information that revealed how long and carefully he had been thinking about everyone's needs. You were planning my sword 3 months ago, he said. I was planning everything 3 months ago, Shen Yun said. I know, Wei Zichen said. I just like to remind you that I notice it. He paused. Thank you. Go to the weaponsmith, Shen Yun said. Take a week. You have earned a week. Wei Zichen did not argue. He was gone by midday. The bathhouse's operational tempo in the weeks after the celestial restoration had settled into a rhythm that was demanding but sustainable, the kind of demanding that came from genuine prosperity rather than crisis management. The branches were full. New patients arrived daily. The cultivation world was, by observable evidence, choosing the bathhouse network as a resource in the way that it had not before the sovereign's defeat, the thing that had happened to the sky serving as a convincing demonstration of the network's place in the world. Shen Yun sat at the nexus each morning and ran the network check. 15 branches, 8 springs, every formation node, every incoming patient's condition assessed against the available spring properties for optimal treatment assignment. It was the work he had always done, expanded by an order of magnitude. Bai Suyin had taken over the patient assessment protocol, the systematic approach to matching each cultivator's condition to the correct spring's property. She had not been asked to do this. She had reviewed the existing protocol, identified 3 inefficiencies, proposed improvements, implemented the improvements while Shen Yun was occupied with the anchoring operation, and presented him with the revised system as a completed fact. You restructured the assessment protocol, he said when he found the new documentation. The previous version had a 2-step redundancy in the meridian condition screening, she said. The new version consolidates it. I also added a pre-intake spiritual sense scan that can identify the 2 spring types most likely to be relevant before the patient reaches the intake counter, which reduces assessment time by approximately 30%. It works, he said. He had been running it for 3 days without realizing it had changed. It works, she agreed. She paused. There is also the question of the upper heavens patients. If they come through the new connections, the assessment protocol needs modification for divine realm conditions. I have started that framework, but I do not have sufficient data on the specific conditions we will encounter. Lianhua can provide the clinical reference, he said. I have already asked her, Bai Suyin said. She is compiling it. He looked at her. The efficient flow of the bathhouse's new systems through her hands was not a coincidence. It was the accumulation of months of paying attention and the particular intelligence of someone who understood systems at a foundational level. Bai Suyin, he said. Yes. You are doing the work of 3 people, he said. You have been doing it quietly since the abyssal descent. You did not need to tell me the reasons. You just did it. She paused a moment. Then she said, someone had to. Yes, he said. But you specifically, in the way you specifically do it, is something I notice. I wanted to say that. She held his gaze for a moment. Her composure was intact. The fraction of softening that he had learned to read over 3 years moved through it briefly. I know you notice, she said. That is part of why I do it. She looked away. The protocol documentation is on the formation chamber table when you want to review it formally. He reviewed it that afternoon. It was excellent. Chapter 131. The month-end review was held in the main common room. The full group assembled for once since the anchoring operation. Outside, the spring tide patterns moved in the heavens. The morning had been clear, the kind of clear that happens when the air is genuinely clean and not just the absence of clouds, and the patterns were visible even to people without cultivated spiritual sense. Just light, moving in rhythms. Xingyun stood at the common room's head. She regarded the people who had, in the years since he inherited the jade token and the cracked ruin of the celestial bathhouse, become the thing that made the work possible. He had a report to give. He gave it. 15 branches operational across the continent. Total patient visits in the first month since the celestial restoration, 4,312. Branch occupancy at 11 of 15 locations is at or above the planned maximum. We are expanding 3 more branches. The locations have been identified, the geological assessments are done, construction begins next month. When those 3 open, the network will be at 18 branches. Nods around the room. The numbers were known. The report was a formality that grounded the scope in reality. The sovereign's legacy corruption continues to recede. The 6-month projection is for full dissolution of the remaining corruption in the major channels. The regional branches are tracking this and will report anomalies if the timeline shifts. The upper heavens communication? Zhou Yanran asked. Active, he said. Lianhua has been in contact with the upper realm representatives for 3 weeks. The situation there is significant. The sundering's damage at the upper levels is more severe than at this level, and there are conditions that have been developing for 10,000 years without treatment. The Bathhouse network's 3 upper realm branch locations are confirmed. We will reach them when we have the capacity. When is that? Ling Xiaodong asked. When the 3 new branches are operational and the continental network is running stably without requiring the core team's full attention, he said. My estimate is 3 months. He looked at her. You are involved in the upper realm branch design. The access conditions are different, and the formation architecture requires significant modification. I have been working on it, she said, with the tone of someone who has been working on it since before she was asked. He moved through the remaining items. The Primordial Allies' continued engagement, the Mortal Cultivation Community's access program that Zhou Yanran had developed, the weaponsmith Wei Chenlong had visited, the spring property research that Lianhua and Bai Suyin had begun compiling for the upper realm case types. When he was done with the report, he paused. I want to say something that is not in the report, he said. The room was quiet. 3 years ago, he said, I arrived at a ruined bathhouse with no cultivation above mortal tier and a jade token that I did not understand. I did not know what the Stillwater spiritual root was for. I did not know who I was or what I was building toward. He paused. I know now. The bathhouse is what it is because of what everyone in this room chose to do. Not for me. You did not do it for me. You did it because it was worth doing, and because you are the kind of people who do things that are worth doing. He looked around the room, at each of them. That matters more than anything I could put in a cultivation report. Wei Chenlong said. Are you going to get sentimental on us now that you have your emotions back? Yes, Xingyun said. Get used to it. Wei Chenlong grinned in the way of someone who is very pleased with an answer and does not intend to show it clearly. Qin Meihua looked at the ceiling for a moment, then looked back down, and her expression was the one she wore when she was managing the fact that she had feelings about something. Bai Suyin was simply present, the way she was always present, fully, without performance, her attention on him like a clear window. Zhou Yanran said, with the exact precision of someone who means exactly what they say. We are glad you were the one who found the bathhouse. Lianhua, from her seat by the window, looked at him with the expression she had been allowing herself since his return from the 7th spring, the open one, The 10,000 years past caution one. He held that look for a moment. Then he turned to the work. 3 months to the upper realm branches, he said. Let's begin. Chapter 132. 3 days after the month-end review, the weather changed. It was weather in the conventional sense. Wind, the smell of rain, the pressure shifts that preceded a late-season storm. And it coincided with the spring tide patterns in the new heavens running in their deep tidal rhythm. And the combination produced something that the Bathhouse's eldest patients, the ones who had been cultivating for a very long time, described in similar terms. It feels like the world is breathing correctly. Shen Yun was in the origin chamber when the rain arrived, sitting with the 8th spring's water warm beside him, running the morning cultivation cycle. The rain on the stone was the specific sound of water doing what water does, falling, returning, completing a circuit that was also the entire circuit of all water everywhere. The same water the springs held moving through the world in its endless form. Lianhua appeared at the doorway. Come outside, she said. He followed her through the bathhouse's rear exit, the one that opened onto the restored courtyard's garden section. The trees that had been planted in the first year, now substantial. The cultivation beds where medicinal herbs grew in the configurations Shen Yun had designed from Elder Mu's teaching. The small water feature that ran from the first spring's overflow. It was raining. Light rain, the kind that is comfortable rather than cold, that the air absorbs as it falls so that the rain and the air become one medium. Lianhua stood in it and did not move to shelter. She was solid enough now to feel the rain, the restoration having reached the level where physical sensation was fully present, and the expression on her face was the one that came from experiencing something ordinary as never before. Not the first time in a long time, but the first time ever in this form, in this world, as this version of herself. I have not stood in the rain in this realm before, she said. When I was divine, rain was a different experience. I could feel every drop simultaneously as a pattern, not as individual impacts. This is, she held out her hand. Each drop is its own thing. He stood beside her in the rain and watched her discover it. You will have the upper heavens, he said. Eventually, when we reach the upper realm branches, it will be different again. Different again, she said. She watched the rain on her outstretched hand. I have been many things. I think I like this version. Which version? Standing in the rain in a garden, she said. With someone I trust. Not a goddess, not a prisoner. Just here. He was standing in the rain beside her, and the garden was around them, and the springs were warm inside the bathhouse, and the new heavens were above the rain, and somewhere across the continent 15 branches were doing the work of healing people who needed healing. He thought about what he was, and what had been built in the distance from Blue Creek Village to this moment. I think this is the version I was working toward, he said. All of it. The bathhouse is the mechanism. This is what the mechanism is for. Her attention settled on him. The rain was in her hair and on her face, and she was entirely present in it. Yes, she said. He reached out and took her hand, the way she had taken his in the origin chamber on a morning that felt very long ago now, the morning when he first understood what they were becoming. She held his hand in the rain in the garden and said nothing else because nothing else was needed. Chapter 133. Ling Xiaotong finished the Upper Realm branch formation architecture 3 weeks later. She spread the designs across the main formation chamber's entire floor, all 3 Upper Realm branch locations, the modified formation specifications for Divine Realm conditions, the communication protocol designs that would allow the Upper Realm branches to connect to the continental network despite the dimensional distance between them. She had been working on this since before the anchoring operation. She had kept the work running in parallel with everything else, the formation design occupying the part of her mind that would not rest anyway, the part that processed spatial problems as a natural function rather than a deliberate activity. The primary challenge, she said to Shen Yun and Lianhua, who were her primary audience for this review, is that the upper realms formation constants are different from the lower realms. The spring properties that work here will work there. The spring's properties are native to the spiritual world's fundamental constants, but the formation nodes that support them need recalibration for the upper realm's specific gravity and chi density. Recalibration on site, Shen Yun said. On site, she confirmed. I cannot do it remotely. The upper realm's conditions are too variable. I need to be there when the nodes are established. Lianhua looked at the diagrams. Her divine experience of the upper realms, 10,000 years old, but direct, was the reference that Ling Xiaotong had been working against. The formation constants shift at the upper realm's first boundary, she said. After that boundary, they stabilize. The stabilized constants are what Ling Xiaotong's recalibration will target. How long at the first boundary? Shen Yun asked. Hours, not days, Lianhua said. The boundary is a membrane, not a zone. Once you cross it, the upper realm's conditions begin. I need 3 hours of stable working conditions for each branch node, Ling Xiaotong said. 9 hours total for 3 branches. Plus transit. Plus contingency. 2 days minimum, Shenyun said. 2 days if everything goes smoothly, she agreed. Which I am told things sometimes do. Shenyun looked at the diagrams. The Upper Realm branch architecture was elegant, Ling Xiaotong at her best, finding the solution that was genuinely novel rather than merely competent. The formation nodes were designed to breathe. They adjusted their output parameters in response to the ambient conditions rather than maintaining fixed outputs, which meant they would continue to function even as the Upper Realm's conditions changed around them. Living formations, he said. I called them adaptive formations, she said. But living is also accurate. She paused. The continental branches use fixed parameter nodes because the continental environment is stable enough to support them. The Upper Realm's environment is not stable yet. The Sundering's damage at that level has been developing for 10,000 years without treatment, and the conditions there will shift significantly as the new celestial structure continues to develop. She tapped the diagrams. The upper branches need to grow with the environment rather than fighting it. When the 3-month mark arrives, he said. I am ready when you are, she said. Her gaze moved to the diagrams for another long moment, at the work she had done that he had not asked for, and that was better than what he would have thought to ask for. Ling Xiaotong, he said. She looked up from the diagrams. The bathhouse works because you make it work, he said. The formations, the network, the operational systems, every structure that holds everything else up is yours. I want you to know I know that. She held his gaze for a moment. The formation pin she was holding was very still. I know you know it, she said. You demonstrate it by trusting my work without requiring me to justify it. She paused. That is worth more than being told. You deserve both, he said. She regarded the diagrams again and did not answer, which was her version of accepting something she did not know how to deflect. Chapter 134. The 3 months passed in the way that good months pass, full of work that mattered, progress that was visible, and the specific quality of time that comes from doing the right things in the right place with the right people. The 3 new continental branches opened on schedule. The network was at 18. Patient visits across the network had exceeded 12,000 in the month before the Upper Realm Expedition's launch date, and the Bathhouse had stopped tracking by individual visits because the number had become too large for the format to be meaningful, and Shenyun had shifted to tracking by effective treatment rate and patient outcome instead. Wei Chenlong returned from the weaponsmith with a new sword. He said nothing about it except that it was satisfactory, which from Wei Chenlong meant it was precisely what he needed. He spent a week in the courtyard restoring his sword work to full capacity and then pronounced himself ready. Zhou Yanran's mortal cultivation program had enrolled 47 practitioners in the first 3 months. Mortals with minor spiritual roots who had never had access to cultivation resources sufficient to develop their practice. The program was running at 3 branches simultaneously. She had negotiated formal support from 2 regional sects who had initially been skeptical and had been convinced by the evidence of the program's results. You built something important, Shenyun told her, reviewing the program's 3rd-month report. I built what the bathhouse's mission required, she said. The springs heal. Mortals are not excluded from the category of people who need healing. The logical extension was inevitable. Inevitable once someone with your particular clarity thought of it, he said. She watched the report. The bloodline curse's dissolution, she said, changed how I see these questions. I spent my entire life accepting a limitation as fixed that was not fixed. I do not intend to let other people make the same assumption about their own limitations if I can prevent it. He understood. The mortal cultivation program was personal in a way that most of what Zhou Yanran did was professional. The two coexisted well. The Upper Realm expedition prepared to depart on the first day of the new season. The team was the same as the Abyssal Descent. Shenyun, Bai Suin, Qin Meihua, Wei Chenlong, Lianhua, and this time Ling Xiaotong. Because the Upper Realm branches required her formation expertise on site, and because the Upper Realm was not the Abyss, and because the team that had descended together could ascend together. Zhou Yanran and Granny Feng held the main bathhouse. Zhou Yanran had reviewed the surface defense protocols and had improvements that Shenyun approved. Granny Feng had looked at every possible contingency and was ready for each of them. The upper heavens are not going to kill you, Granny Feng told Shenyun before departure. They need you too much. That is not how reality works, he said. Reality and I have an arrangement, she said. I have survived 6 cultivation wars. Reality knows where I stand. He was going to miss her while they were gone. The ascent access was through the bathhouse's new celestial connection points, the ones the anchoring operation had opened, the upward paths that the spring tide patterns provided. They would ascend through the 7th spring's temporal properties, navigating the connection as Lianhua guided, reaching the upper realm's first boundary and then the 3 branch locations she had identified. The night before the departure, Shenyun walked through the main bathhouse alone in the early hours. The first spring, warm and golden in the dark. The second, cyan and clean. The third, vivid green. The fourth, deep violet. The fifth, shimmering silver. The sixth, abyssal black. The seventh, colorless and deep. The eighth, living gold, warm with intent. Each spring was what it was. Each one had been restored through work and cost, and the specific qualities of specific people who had dedicated themselves to the restoration. Each one was a piece of the world made more whole. He stopped at the 8th spring and held his hand at its surface. The water moved toward him. "We are going up," he said. "To the spring, to the bathhouse, to no one in particular." The water moved in its living patterns. He went asleep. In the morning, they ascended. Chapter 135. The upper realm's first boundary was nothing like the abyss. Where the abyss had been dark, compressed, filled with the grief of what had been lost, the upper realm's entry zone was vast and lit. Not bright, exactly, but luminous in every direction, as if the light came from the fabric of the space itself rather than from a source. The new celestial structures that the anchoring operation had grown were visible from here as great sweeping formations of living waterlight, and the spring tide patterns ran through them in their tidal rhythms, and the sight of it from this angle was different from what it looked like from below. From below, the patterns were distant, a sky feature. From here, inside them, they were the environment. The tidal rhythms of the spring tide patterns were the air here, the ground, the direction. Everything in the upper realm's entry zone moved in those rhythms. "This is what I built with Tianhuan," Lianhua said. She was standing at the boundary's inner edge, and she was, with new eyes since her restoration, something close to her original divine form. Not fully. The restoration was still ongoing, still measured in months, not complete. But the upper realm's ambient divine energy was feeding the restoration in real time, and she was more present here than Shenyun had seen her anywhere. "This is what you built," Ling Xiaodong said. She was already consulting her formation diagrams, looking for the recalibration points she had designed for, her spiritual sense expanding into the upper realm's environment and finding what she needed. "We added the spring tide patterns. The foundation is yours." Lianhua was quiet. She was taking in the sight with the particular attention of someone returning to a place that has changed since they were last there, and finding the change has been, on balance, good. "The first branch location," she said. 40 miles southeast, by the original Divine Court's archive ruins. She pointed. "The ruins are still there. I can feel them." The branch was located there originally because the archive housed cultivators whose practice was almost entirely mental, and the clarity property helped them. "That is the black tortoise branch's sister," Ling Xiaotong said. "Same spring property, clarity, but adapted for divine realm mental cultivation rather than mortal formation work." "Yes," Lianhua said. She turned from the sight, practical again. "We have 3 days before the upper realm cultivators expect us. They have been patient for 10,000 years. 3 more days will not strain them." "They sent another message last week," Shenyun said. "More direct than the first one. They described the conditions at their location. It was," he paused, finding the right word, "extensive. 10,000 years of damage without treatment tends to be extensive," Qin Meihua said. She was managing the ambient divine energy flowing through her fire cultivation with the focused attention of someone encountering a new medium. "How are we on the approach?" "Fly," Lianhua said. "The upper realm's ambient qi provides lift for any cultivator above the threshold. You will find it easier to move than you expect." She was right. The first spring step into the upper realm's interior was lighter than any movement Shenyun had made in years of cultivation. The ambient qi was so dense and supportive that moving through it felt like moving through water that was perfectly transparent and perfectly warm and wanted to carry you where you were going. Wei Chenlong tried a test strike at empty air and blinked. "My sword technique is," he tried another strike. "Faster. The upper realm amplifies physical intent as well as qi," Lianhua said. "Your base form will be significantly more powerful here." She paused. "Do not hit anything you do not intend to hit." "Useful warning," Wei Chenlong said. They moved toward the first branch location, 40 miles through the tidal luminous sky of the upper realm, the new celestial structures flowing around them, the evidence of the anchoring operation visible everywhere as the fabric of a healed world beginning to breathe correctly. Above them, higher, in the deeper upper regions, there was more to do. There were conditions that had been developing for 10,000 years and needed attention, and enemies that had watched the sovereigns fall with calculation rather than fear, and the 9th and 10th springs still sealed in their chambers. But first, 3 branches to build, 3 springs to light. the work that had brought them here. Shenyun moved through the upper realm's luminous air and felt the eighth spring's creation energy humming in his meridians. Ready. He was ready. Chapter 136. The first upper realm branch was built in 14 hours. The ruins of the Divine Archive were more intact than Lianhua had expected. The upper realm's ambient preservation energy had maintained the structural elements even as the formation systems decayed. Ling Xiaodong's on-site recalibration took 3.5 hours, 1 hour longer than her projection, because the formation constants at this location were shifted by the proximity of the archive's residual energy. She noted the deviation, adjusted her approach for the second and third branch locations, and said nothing about the delay except, accounted for. The branch's clarity spring activated in the 6th hour, running with the property tuned to Divine Realm mental cultivation. The moment it activated, the archive ruins responded. Dim formation patterns that had been dormant for 10,000 years flickered to life, the spring's ambient energy resonating with the structures built to work with it. Not functional. The ruins were too damaged for operational use, but alive in the way that recognition is alive. The archive remembers, Lianhua said. Can it be restored? Ling Xiaodong asked. She had her formation pen out before the question finished leaving her mouth. Eventually, Lianhua said. Not today. I am putting it in the project list, Ling Xiaodong said. The pen was already moving. The upper realm cultivators arrived at the first branch before the 14th hour was done. A small group, careful, moving with the particular quality of people who have been managing a crisis for 10,000 years and have developed the efficiency of permanent vigilance. They were not immediately impressive by mortal cultivation standards. They were more impressive in ways that mortal cultivation standards did not capture, the kind of presence that comes from having survived something that should not have been survived, and having maintained their essential nature through it. Their leader was a woman who introduced herself as Tianming. She was old. Old in the way that Lianhua was old, in the register of divine time rather than mortal time. The celestial bathhouse, Tianming said. Sure attention settled on the first branch's spring, at the spring's property running in the air of the upper realm in a way she had not before in 10,000 years. We felt it activate. The continental network has been operational for several months, Shenyun said. We felt that too, she said. She looked at him. You are not a god. No, he said. You opened 8 springs. Yes. Her eyes found his for a long moment with the assessment of someone who has been in the business of evaluating capability for a very long time. The conditions here, she said. I sent the message. I described some of them. She paused. The description was incomplete. I did not want to make the task seem impossible before it had been attempted. Tell me the complete description, he said. She told him. It took 3 hours. The conditions in the deeper upper realm, the regions beyond the first boundary, where the sundering's origin point had generated damage that made the continental fractures look like scratches, were extensive in a manner that required careful vocabulary to convey. Not impossible. Not beyond the network's ultimate capacity. But not 3-branch work. Not this trip. The branches we are establishing now will serve as access points, Shenyun said when she finished. The network's reach into the upper realm will expand as we stabilize each branch. The conditions at the deeper levels require the 9th and 10th springs. He paused. Those are sealed. I will reach them when I am ready. When will you be ready? She asked. Not today, he said. Not this year. He met her eyes. But the work has begun. The branches are being built. The network is extending. What has been broken for 10,000 years will not be fixed quickly, but it will be fixed. She held his gaze. Then she said, I believe you. Which was, coming from someone who had been managing a crisis for 10,000 years and had reached a stage of necessary skepticism about everything, a substantial statement. Come to the branch, Shenyun said. There are patients here who need the springs. She turned to her group, and they moved toward the first upper realm branch, and the Clarity Springs property reached them as they entered its range, and their expressions changed. Not dramatically, not the way healing looks in stories, but in the specific way of people who have been carrying something for so long they had forgotten what it felt like to put it down. The bathhouse worked. Here too, it worked. Chapter 137. The second and third upper realm branches were established on days 2 and 3 of the expedition. Ling Xiaodong's recalibrated approach ran at better than projected efficiency. The adjustment she had made after the first branch's delay was more than sufficient, and the second branch's node formation completed in 2 hours 40 minutes, the third in 2 hours 10. She was building her own technique in real time, learning the upper realm's formation constants the way she learned every new formation environment, by working in it and refining her approach with each iteration. You adapt faster than anyone I have studied under, Bai Suyin told her at the second branch site. This was a significant statement from Bai Suyin, whose assessment standards were precise and not offered easily. I have been adapting to new formation environments since I was 12, Ling Xiaotong said. My early training was unconventional. I worked in 4 different regional formation styles before I developed my own. She paused. The upper realm is the most interesting environment I have encountered. Better than the abyss? Qin Meihua asked. The abyss was interesting in the way that problems are interesting, Ling Xiaodong said. The upper realm is interesting in the way that solutions are interesting. By the end of day 3, 3 upper realm branches were operational. The network was at 21 branches, spanning the continental realm and the first level of the upper heavens. Tianming had spent the 3 days visiting each branch as it opened, assessing the spring's properties with the attention of one who had a very specific clinical need in mind. She arrived at the 3rd branch site as the formation nodes came online and stood by the spring for a long moment before she spoke. This one, she said to Shenyun. The vitality property. She pressed her hand to the spring's surface. There are 36 cultivators in the deeper upper realm who have been surviving on stored cultivation progress for centuries. Their spiritual roots are intact, but their vitality meridians are degraded past the point where continued development is possible without intervention. She paused. The 3rd spring's vitality property, at the upper realm concentration, yes, Shenyun said. That is what it can do. I will begin coordinating their transport, she said. With your permission. The branch is open, he said. It is for those who need it. She met his gaze once more with the assessment gaze, and whatever she saw in him satisfied her evaluation. The expedition began its return on the morning of day 4. Before they left, Tianming provided a full briefing on the deeper upper realms conditions. The complete version, not the incomplete message, everything she had held back to avoid making the task sound impossible before the attempt. Shenyun listened. He asked questions. He took nothing for granted and made no promises he could not keep. What he said was, this work will take years. The network will grow toward it. We will be back. I know, she said. You are already here. The return descent took half a day, the upper realm's ambient chi carrying them down the celestial connection points with the same ease with which it had carried them up. They emerged through the 7th spring into the main bathhouse in the late afternoon, and the main bathhouse was warm with patience and the smell of spring water and the particular quality of active life. Granny Feng met them at the 7th spring's chamber entrance. Successful, she said. 3 branches operational, Shenyun said. Good, she said. There are 17 new patient intake requests waiting for your authorization. The eastern branch has a formation node that needs attention, and dinner is in 1 hour. I will address the intake requests, he said. Ling Xiaodong, can you look at the eastern branch node? Already reading the report, she said. She was already reading the report. He went to the intake requests. The eastern branch node was handled before dinner. Dinner was hot and the common room was full, and Granny Feng's arrangements were, as always, exactly what was needed. Chapter 138. The network at 21 branches had a quality that the network at 15 had not possessed. It felt self-sustaining, not self-managing. The bathhouse still required the team's active coordination, the intake protocols and formation maintenance and patient management, and all the daily work of running an institution that served thousands of people. But the network's fundamental function, the springs, the healing, the connection between the physical bathhouse and the world's spiritual infrastructure, had reached a level of integration where it persisted without constant attention. The springs ran. The formations held. The network threads connected. The work of the keeper was to tend and guide rather than to sustain. Shenyun noticed this shift on the morning of the 28th day after the Upper Realm expedition. He was doing the network check, the morning routine, 15 minutes of attention to every branch. And he realized that the check was confirmatory rather than corrective. Everything was right. The network was doing what it was designed to do. He sat with this for a moment. Then he went to tell Lianhua. She was in the origin chamber, which had become her preferred thinking space in the months of her restoration. She was in the 7th spring up to her waist, not for the spring's properties, which she did not need in the way patients needed them, but for the contact with the system she had built and what it had become. The network is stable, he said. She looked up. I felt it this morning, she said. The equilibrium. She paused. It is what we designed the original network to reach. The point at which the healing function is self-reinforcing rather than externally maintained. She watched the colorless water around her. We did not reach this in the original construction. The sundering came before the network was complete enough. We are here now, he said. Yes, she said. We are. She watched him. What does it feel like? He considered. Like setting down a very heavy thing that I had forgotten was heavy, he said. Not because it was always a burden. I chose it. I would choose it again. But the weight of sustaining it was constant. Now the sustaining is elsewhere. In the network itself. Yes, she said. That is exactly what it feels like. She paused. Tianhuan and I celebrated. When we thought we were close to this point. It turned out we were not close. The network was not complete. We celebrated early. She paused. This time, the celebration is correct. What would you like to do to celebrate? He asked. Her attention settled on him with the small smile that had become familiar. This, she said. This is already the celebration. Being here, at the 7th spring, with you asking me that question. He came to the spring's edge and sat. The origin chamber was warm and quiet and old in its particular way, old like the springs themselves, old with the patience of things that have waited for the right moment and found it. The 9th and 10th springs, he said, sealed below us. Yes. I am not ready for them today, he said. No, she agreed. But I will be, he said. Yes, she said. When the time comes, you will be. The 7th spring ran at its colorless depth, and above them the new heavens moved in their tidal patterns, and the network held its 21-branch equilibrium across the continent and into the upper realm, and the work that remained was real but not urgent, and the work that was done was sufficient. For this morning, it was sufficient. Chapter 139. On the first day of winter, 1 year and 7 months after Shen Yun had arrived at the ruined celestial bathhouse with a cracked jade token and a stillwater spiritual root that the cultivation world had told him was trashed here, the main bathhouse had its 10,000th patient visit. The patient was an elderly formation master from a minor sect in the Northern Territories, a woman of about 80 with a meridian condition that had been developing for 20 years and was treatable by the 2nd spring's cleansing property given 2 weeks of regular immersion. She arrived at the main bathhouse on a cold morning carrying a bag that she had packed very carefully and the particular expression of someone who has heard about a place for years and is not entirely confident that it will be real when they arrive. It was real. Granny Feng received her at the intake station and assessed her condition and told her, with the direct warmth that was her characteristic, exactly what the treatment would involve and what she could expect and how long it would take. The woman was given a room in the north wing, which had good light in the mornings and access to the common bathing areas and the spring's treatment schedule. She was not told she was the 10,000th patient. That was not the kind of information the bathhouse shared. It was just a number, and numbers were not what the bathhouse was tracking. What the bathhouse was tracking, whether she would leave better than she arrived. Shen Yun, doing the morning network check, observed the intake, not specifically, not because she was the 10,000th, and felt the network's response to a new patient entering the system. The 2nd spring, assessing the incoming condition, beginning its preparation. The formation nodes adjusting their ambient output to account for the new presence. 1,500 miles away, at the eastern branch, 3 patients were in the 4th spring for the same condition that Zhou Yinran's bloodline curse had represented. Inherited meridian damage, treatable through the strengthening property with sufficient exposure. At the far western branch, Bai Suin's tidal alignment spring was at full occupancy with ocean current cultivators who had traveled weeks to reach it. At the central branch, Wei Chenlong's home base since he had set up informal residence there, 12 patients in various stages of recovery were proceeding through their treatment schedules, and Wei Chenlong was in the common room explaining the 3rd spring's property to a young cultivator who could not understand why water made her feel more alive. At the 1st upper realm branch, Tianming's group of long-deprived cultivators were completing their 2nd week of vitality spring treatment. The results were, by every metric, significant. The network was working. Shen Yun finished the morning check and went to the 1st spring. He sat at its edge with his hands in the warm water and felt the network through the springs. Every branch, every patient, every formation node running at its designed output. The continent and the entry level of the upper realm, connected by spring water and formation thread and the specific intent of every person who had helped build this. Zhou Yinran came to stand in the doorway. The monthly network report is ready, she said. When you have time. After lunch, he said. She nodded. She was not in a hurry. The report was ready because she was who she was, but nothing in the bathhouse was urgent this morning, and she knew that sometimes the value of sitting by the 1st spring for 10 more minutes was greater than the value of reading the report 10 minutes sooner. Ling Xiaodong was at the formation map. She was running the quarterly formation audit, checking every node in every branch against design specification, maintaining the work. At some point in the last year, she had stopped treating the formation audit as a task and started treating it as a practice. The thing she did that connected her to the full scope of what the network was. The way cultivation practice connected a practitioner to the full scope of what their technique was. Qin Meihua was in the 3rd spring with 2 patients whose vitality meridians needed the activation that her presence in the spring amplified. She was technically staff at this point. Officially, as of 3 months ago, When she had looked at the bathhouse's patient volume and its treatment outcomes and told Xinyun that she was not leaving and he should formalize what was already true. He had. She was the third spring's primary practitioner. She had also, in the last month, begun to notice that the fourth spring's property had some relevance to fire cultivation advancement that had not been previously documented, and she was in the middle of a research project that Xinyun expected would result in a significant expansion of the bathhouse's capability for fire cultivation practitioners. Lianhua appeared from the direction of the origin chamber. She was, this morning, essentially her full self. The restoration complete, the divine essence rebuilt, the 10,000-year depletion reversed through the combination of time and the bathhouse network's ambient healing and the specific gift of having been present for the work rather than sealed away from it. She sat beside him at the first spring. "Good morning," she said. "Good morning," he said. The first spring was warm between them, and the network hummed through the stones, and the new heavens moved overhead in their tidal patterns. The 9th and 10th springs were waiting. The upper heavens had more to offer and more to ask. The enemies that had watched the sovereign's fall were still watching, calculating, and patient. But this morning, the first spring, warm and full. The network, holding its 21-branch equilibrium. The bathhouse, open. It was enough for this morning. Chapter 141 month later. On a morning that began with clear light, Xinyun walked through the main bathhouse before the day's first patients arrived. He did this most mornings. The walk was not inspection. The morning network check covered inspection. It was something else. The specific presence of walking through rooms that were yours and knowing what they were. The first spring, warm gold. The cultivation world's most fundamental healing property, he had come to believe. Warmth, the kind that is not temperature but quality, that tells a person that their existence is welcome in the world. The patients who came to the first spring most often were the ones who had forgotten that. The spring reminded them. The second spring, cleansing cyan. What is damaged can be made clear. What has accumulated wrong things over time can be returned to itself. The second spring was, in some ways, the most philosophically relevant for cultivation injuries. So many cultivation injuries were accumulations, wrong direction development, the result of working against oneself for years. The third spring, vitality green. What is alive continues to live if given what it needs. The hardest cases in the bathhouse were the ones where the life force had been reduced so far that this was no longer obviously true. The third spring made it true. The fourth spring, strengthening violet. What is right can be made more right. Not a compensatory property, not correcting weakness, but building on existing strength. The fourth spring had, Xinyun had come to think, been Tianhuan's best contribution to the original design. The belief that cultivation should make people more themselves. The fifth spring, spatial silver. The body exists in space and time and is subject to their pressures. The fifth spring addressed the damage that space-time itself inflicted on cultivators who had pushed past its tolerances. The sixth spring, abyssal black. What has been corrupted can be addressed directly. The corruption met at its own level and refused. The most specific spring, the least generally applicable, but for the patients who needed it, the most critical. The seventh spring, colorless, timeless. The price he had paid here was held in the memory crystal, which was now in a permanent display case in the origin chamber. Ling Xiaotong had made the case, had suggested displaying it, had said it should be where people could see it because it was part of the bathhouse's history. He had agreed. The eighth spring, living gold. Creation. The spring that had built the new heavens. The spring he had entered with the belief that the world can be healed, and which had amplified that belief into something that changed the sky. He stood at the eighth spring and felt it respond to his presence the way it always did. The water moving toward him, attentive. Below, the 9th and 10th springs. Sealed. Waiting. He did not know yet what the 9th spring would offer or demand. He did not know what the 10th would be. But he knew, with the certainty that had been growing since his first day at the bathhouse, that the springs were not finished with him and he was not finished with the springs. When the time came, he heard footsteps behind him and turned. Lianhua was there, her hand in his before he had decided to reach for it. "You were thinking about the 9th and 10th springs," she said. "Yes." "Good," she said. "Thinking about them is the right way to approach them." She paused. "Not too soon." "No," he said. "Not too soon." Qin Meihua appeared in the hall doorway. She was carrying the first set of intake reports for the day. "The morning queue is forming," she said. "And Ling Xiaodong says the upper realm relay needs recalibration before noon." Tianming sent 12 new patients down overnight. Bai Suyin appeared at the other end of the hall, approaching from the direction of the second spring's treatment chambers. "The patient in room 9 needs the third spring today rather than the second. The meridian condition has shifted. I have updated the schedule." Zhou Yan ran. From the courtyard entrance, the Eastern delegation has arrived. They want to discuss the second continental expansion. She paused. They are extremely well-funded. Wei Chenlong leaned against the doorframe behind her, arms crossed, the new sword at his side. I told them you were busy, he said. They said they would wait. He paused. They have been waiting for 40 minutes. Tell them I will see them after the morning intake, Shenyan said. I already did, Wei Chenlong said. I also told them the Bathhouse does not negotiate from urgency, only from merit. They seem to respect that. Because it is true, Shenyan said. Her gaze moved to the people around him. Qin Meihua with her intake reports, Bai Suyin with her patient assessment, Zhou Yanran with the delegation waiting outside, Wei Chenlong holding the door with his easy competence, and at Lianhua beside him, solid and present and warm. She regarded the 8th spring, golden and alive. At the hall leading to the other 7, each one running at its designed purpose. Above, the new heavens, moving in their tidal patterns, the spring tide written across the sky. Ahead, the 9th spring, the 10th spring, the upper heavens, the enemies who were watching. The work that was not finished and would not be finished for as long as there were people who needed healing and places in the world that were broken. He smiled. Not the composed professional expression, the actual smile, the one that came from understanding where you were and finding that it was right. Open the bathhouse, he said. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.